The Iron Storm, Shadows of War, Book 4, written by C.W. Browning, narrated by Jan Kramer. Author's Note. In May of 1940, the world watched as Nazi Germany overran Europe, sweeping across Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg and France. The French and English forces were overwhelmed and outmaneuvered in one of the fastest-moving offensives the world had ever seen. Luxembourg fell in 1 day, Holland in 5, and Belgium in 18. By the end of May, it was clear France would soon have no choice but to follow. In the midst of this turmoil, Winston Churchill succeeded Neville Chamberlain to become Prime Minister of Britain. On the morning of May the 10th, Hitler invaded the Low Countries. In the evening, Chamberlain resigned, and King George invited Churchill to form a government in his name. With the pugnacious Churchill at the helm, England would rally and become the lone defiant voice of opposition to Hitler's Third Reich. As the Iron Storm swept through France, the need for intelligence was never greater. Through all the chaos and terror, heroically brave men and women fought to move information to the English while they still could. If it weren't for those men and women, and the contacts they made, the resistance networks would never have been able to accomplish all that they did. While they did amazing things as the war went on, and sacrificed their lives to continue to fight, it was all made possible by the few seeds that took root in those early days of May. A few precious men and women made a choice, and that choice would change the course of the world. The battle beginning today will decide the fate of the German nation for the next 1,000 years. Adolf Hitler, May the 10th, 1940. Prologue. Munich, Germany. A tall man stood at the window overlooking the city. Rain poured down in sheets from thick black clouds as the storm that had been threatening all morning broke. In the street below, people hurried past the apartment building, huddled under their umbrellas, trying to get to their destinations as quickly as possible. He watched them for a moment, unconsciously picking out the ones who would be easy targets from this angle. There were many, at least for him. His skill with a rifle was unrivalled. He never missed. With a sudden frown, the man turned from his contemplation of the dreary scene below. That is, he'd never missed until Namsos. The frown turned into a scowl as he went to pick up the empty suitcase near the closet door and carry it over to the bed. The last thing he remembered from that day was preparing to pull the trigger. He'd had the British agent in range. The shot couldn't have been better, and he was assured of ending another successful assignment right there and then. Instead, he woke up with a splitting headache, his target long gone. He discovered later that she had boarded a ship bound for Scotland. Jeanne had slipped through his fingers. Eisenjäger had failed. His lips tightened unpleasantly as he opened the suitcase and lifted out the false bottom, setting it on the coverlet next to the case. It was the first time in over 3 years that he'd been unable to complete an assignment, and he didn't even know the person responsible. He hadn't heard or seen anything. Whoever had prevented him from pulling the trigger had moved like the wind and disappeared just as quickly. After days of searching, he'd finally given up. As far as he could tell, he'd been attacked by a ghost. But that ghost had cost him Jeanne, and placed him in the same position as the blasted Sicherheitsdienst des Reichsführers SS. They had failed multiple times to apprehend the British agent, earning the Abwehr the job of locating her instead. Now he had failed as well, and Eisenjäger did not take kindly to being in the same company as Himmler's thugs. He had worked too hard to rise above them, only to find himself their equal once again. He turned to the desk in the corner and opened the bottom drawer, pulling out a rectangular box. Setting it on the blotter, he opened it to reveal the Browning HP-35 pistol nestled inside. Lifting one of the clips, he checked that it was full, then replaced it and closed the box. Going back into the drawer, he pulled out a locked metal box and dug his keys from his pocket. Finding the correct one, he unlocked the box and rifled through the collection of papers and passports inside. He selected a Swiss identity, then a Belgian one. After checking to ensure they were both in order, he pulled out a codebook and a stack of cash before closing and locking the box once more. He returned it to the drawer and carried both the gun and the paperwork back to the bed, placing them in the hidden compartment in the suitcase. Namsos was in the past now. It was done and over. He'd find the British agent again one day, and then she wouldn't escape. Until then, he had another target. He was leaving tonight for Austria, and then on to Switzerland, where he would change identities before making his way to Belgium. There he would begin rebuilding his immaculate record. His lips tightened once again as he replaced the false bottom, concealing the weapon and paperwork. And then he would continue his hunt for the ghost who had attacked him in that alley. Chapter 1. Lancashire, England, April the 27th, 1940. The gunshot echoed across the meadow, startling a group of rooks out of their chattering cluster high in a tree. They launched into the sky in a panic, swarming around in a black cloud before disappearing over the horizon, heading away from the noise. "Well done," the groom grinned in approval. "You haven't lost your eye, miss." "I should hope not, Barnes. My father would turn in his grave if I did." The groom chuckled fondly. "That he would, miss. Very proud of your shooting, Mr. Ainsworth was. He used to say that there was no better shot in the county." Evelyn Ainsworth swung the shotgun up to her shoulder and nodded to the stable hand standing some distance into the meadow. He fired a stone disc into the air, and she followed it with the gun for a second before squeezing the trigger, blowing the disc apart. "He only said that when my brother wasn't within hearing," she said with a laugh, lowering her gun. "I'm no better than Robbie." "Master Robbie, Mr. Ainsworth, that is, certainly has his moments," Barnes acknowledged, "but you are more consistent, miss, always have been." Evelyn reloaded and lifted the gun again, nodding to the boy. A moment later, another shot rang out and another disc shattered in mid-air. She'd been home for 2 days now, and this was the first chance she'd had to steal away from her mother and Auntie Agatha. The morning was crisp, and the fresh air was better than anything the London doctor had prescribed for her. After spending 5 days in the house on Brook Street, being mollycoddled by a nurse, she'd finally been cleared to go home for a few days before returning to Northolt and to work. The ordeal in Norway had taken more out of her than she'd thought. Evelyn freely admitted that now, as she lined up the next clay target before squeezing the trigger. While she had protested being forced to rest for 5 days, she acknowledged now that it had been desperately needed. Not just for her body, which had been strained with the flight across the mountains of Norway, but also for her soul, or what was left of it. Evelyn lowered the shotgun to reload again. The nightmares were beginning to lessen, but the hollow ache was still there. She suspected that it would never leave. How could it, when she had been directly responsible for Pierre's death? It was something she would carry with her forever. That, and the memory of walking away from Anna and Eric, leaving them for the safety of her own home while they were stuck there, fighting for the freedom of theirs. She raised the gun again and motioned to launch another target. Bill had told her repeatedly that she had done all that was possible, and that she could do more to help them from here than she could from inside Norway. Evelyn knew he was right, that every scrap of intelligence that she could gather and bring back would get them one step closer to defeating the Nazis. But it didn't make her feel any better when she considered that Anna might well already be dead. Despite Eric's promise to get Pierre's radio fixed and contact MI6 with news, they'd had no word out of Norway since she arrived back. She had no way of knowing if they were even still alive. Evelyn's eyes narrowed, and she squeezed the trigger. This was the war she had signed up to fight. It was one fought in the shadows, where the only certainty was that she would be unlikely to live long enough to see the end of it. And that was the fate Anna and Eric had accepted as well. She had known this from the beginning, since that day Bill had proposed that she come and work with him at MI6. It was hardly a new development, but after Norway it was suddenly very, very real. The target blew apart, but instead of clay shards, Evelyn saw a nameless German SS soldier with a hole in his chest sliding down a tree, illuminated by the dancing lights of a dozen flashlights. Swallowing, she blinked and refocused on the second target before squeezing the trigger again. She'd killed a man, probably more than one. Her father had liked to say that she was the best shot in the county, had bragged about it to his friends. Little had he known that that skill would end up saving her life and costing others theirs. The disc shattered and she lowered her gun. Her breath was coming quickly and she felt hot and cold at the same time as she forced away the memories. Taking a deep breath, Evelyn reached in her pocket for more shells. She would get over this. She would become comfortable with a gun in her hands again, and she would conquer these feelings of panic and horror, even if it took weeks of shooting. She had to. Jeanne had to go back into the field, and she had to leave these memories and their baggage behind. Evelyn looked up in surprise when a shadow fell over her corner of the back terrace. A man stood on the other side of the low stone wall that surrounded the patio. He had a hat pulled down over his brow, and as she looked up, he took it off and nodded to her. "Afternoon, Miss Ainsworth," he said politely. "I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you." "Not at all, Haynes." Evelyn closed her book and smiled at him. "It's Rex, isn't it, your first name?" "Yes, miss, but I really don't think it'd be proper for you to call me as such," Rex said with a flash of surprisingly white teeth. "Best to keep up the appearances." "All right, if you wish," she consented. "I do feel silly, though. You may be playing a gardener, but I know we owe you a much larger debt for agreeing to be here. Have you settled in all right? Bill said you seem to be enjoying it." "I am. It's a lovely corner of the world you have here." Rex rubbed his neck. "It's been very quiet. I'll be surprised if our mystery man returns to cause any trouble." "I agree, but Bill seems to think there's some danger of another break-in." Evelyn tilted her head and studied him. "If he does return, what are your orders?" "To detain him," he said promptly. "He'll get a nasty welcome if he comes sneaking around again, that's for certain." "Well, I'm very grateful that you're here to keep an eye on things," she said. "If my brother knew, I know he would add his thanks. We were both very worried about leaving my mother here alone." "I understand." Rex hesitated, then grinned. "I saw you out shooting this morning. If you were here, I don't fancy anyone's chances, not with your eye." "Yes, well, I can't be here, so I'm very glad that you are." Evelyn smiled. "I hope Auntie Agatha isn't harassing you too much. I heard her complaining about the south lawn this morning." Rex chuckled and settled his cap back on his head. "Your auntie doesn't bother me one bit. Reminds me of my old Nan. I'd best be getting back before someone notices me talking to you. No sense in drawing attention to myself." Evelyn watched as he walked away and then turned her gaze to stare out over the rolling lawns. In the autumn, while she was being chased from Oslo to Stockholm by the SS, someone had broken into the study here. Nothing was missing, which was odd enough, but there was no sign of anything having been touched either. Upon hearing about the strange incident, she'd immediately become suspicious. William Buckley, her handler, had also been disturbed by the break-in, so much so that he'd placed one of his men under cover as the new gardener at Ainsworth Manor to keep an eye on things. Well, to keep an eye on the box, she qualified to herself, setting the book aside and getting up to walk restlessly over to the low wall. It was all about the box that her father had left her right before he had the temerity to up and die in Switzerland. Late afternoon sun drenched the rolling manicured lawns as she gazed unseeingly into the distance. She had been trying to get the Chinese puzzle box open since Christmas, visiting home every chance she got to work on it. So far, it had all been for naught. Yet inside that box lay something that was worth breaking into the house to find, and she had to get it out. "Oh, Father, what if it's finally the one I can't figure out?" she wondered, glancing up at the cloudless sky. "What if I never find out what it is you hid inside?" Evelyn turned her head sharply as something caught her attention to the left. There in the distance, a black car was speeding up the long driveway on its way to the house. Frowning, she watched as it flew along, then gasped when she recognized the Lagonda. Turning, she strode across the terrace and into the house, almost running through the drawing-room until she reached the main hall. She skidded to a sudden stop in the vast marbled hall when she almost ran into her aunt. "Auntie!" she gasped, grabbing her arm to steady herself. "Good grief, child! Where are you tearing off to?" The tall woman steadied her and stared down at her in astonishment. "You came out of there like a bat out of hell." Aunt Agatha stood just shy of 5'11" tall, and was as solid an Englishwoman as had ever been. Dressed in a tweed skirt and a matching brown tweed jacket, she looked every inch the English countrywoman. There could never be any doubt about her heritage as a member of one of the oldest families in England. She was militant and terrifying, and Evelyn and Robbie were extremely proud to call her Auntie. "I'm sorry, Auntie, it's Robbie. I saw him driving up to the house from the back terrace." Evelyn laughed and turned towards the front door. "Did you know he was coming?" "Robbie?" Agatha set down a basket of freshly cut flowers. "No, he mentioned in his last letter that he might get a few days next month, but not a word about coming this soon. I'll go and fetch Madeline. She'll be so happy." Evelyn nodded and ran to the door, pulling it open and stepping onto the front porch. The low-slung sports car that she and her brother shared was just rounding the curve to pull in front of the house. When she emerged, it beeped and she laughed, waving gaily. As soon as it stopped, she ran down the shallow steps. A tall man got out, and the sun caught his light brown hair, glinting against the golden highlights. As Evelyn ran towards him, he laughed and met her halfway, grabbing her by her waist and swinging her around. "Evie!" he exclaimed, his handsome face laughing into hers. "What are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same," she retorted, kissing his cheek as he set her down. "I'm home for a few days of unexpected leave. You?" "I only have a few hours, more's the pity," he said, turning to walk with her towards the steps. "I'm on my way to Catterick to pick up Slippy, one of the other pilots, you know. He ran into engine trouble this morning and had to make an emergency landing up there." "Is he all right?" "Oh, he's fine. The kite's rather a mess, but he's right as rain." Rob looked down at her. "It's really good to see you, Evie. Do you know, I think Miles sees you more than I do." "That's because he drives to meet me for dinner or drinks at the pub," she retorted, tucking her arm through his as they started up the steps to the door. "You're more than welcome to join him, you know." "And be the odd man out? Good God, no." Rob looked up and nodded with a smile to the aging butler who'd appeared to stand ready at the door. "Hello, Thomas." "Welcome home, Mr. Ainsworth," Thomas replied, his stoic face relaxing into a smile. "It's very good to see you again." "Is Mother in?" "I believe she is in the library, sir," Thomas told him, taking his hat from him. "Will you have Wallace look at the car while I'm here?" Rob asked, stepping into the house. "It was making a bit of a knocking noise on the way up just now." "Very good, sir." "Robbie, if you've broken the car, I'll have your head," Evelyn said, walking with him across the hall. "When did you come and get it anyway?" "A couple of weeks ago. I took the American on a tour of the Cornish coast." "Why? Did you want it?" "No, that's all right. I'll take the train back to Northolt." "When are you due back?" "Wednesday. I want to go into London for some shopping before I go, and I thought I'd see if Marianne wants to have lunch. I miss the Gilhursts." "I saw Tony just the other week at the Savoy," Rob said. "A few of us went into town for dinner. He asked after you. He says it's terribly dull in London these days." "Sometimes I miss dull," she murmured. "What was that?" "Nothing." Evelyn smiled brightly as they went into the library. "Mother, look who I found loitering in the driveway." Mrs. Ainsworth got up from her chair and flew across the room, her arms outstretched. "Robbie!" she cried. "How lovely! Agatha told me you'd arrived. Why didn't you call to say you were coming?" "And ruin the surprise?" he demanded, grasping her hands and bending to kiss her cheek. "Actually, I didn't know I was. I'm on my way to pick up one of the boys at Catterick. Thought I'd stop in on my way." "Can you stay for dinner?" "Yes, if it's not too late." Robbie turned to cross the room. Auntie Agatha, how are you?" She smiled and accepted a hug from him. "Very well, thank you." "I'll go talk to Thomas about moving dinner forward," Mrs. Ainsworth said. But Agatha clucked her tongue, stopping her. "Nonsense," she said, moving towards the door. "You sit and visit with Robert. I'll go talk to Thomas." Rob grinned. "Don't argue, Mother. She's got that look in her eye." "Oh, don't be ridiculous. I'm not going to argue. Come and sit and tell me all about what's happening at Duxford," Mrs. Ainsworth said, going back to her chair. "Evelyn, come sit with us." Evelyn shook her head, smiling at them fondly. "I'm going upstairs to rest for a few minutes, if you don't mind. If you're staying for dinner, Rob, I'll see you then." "Rest?" Rob repeated, staring at her aghast. "What on earth do you want to do that for?" But Mrs. Ainsworth was looking at her in concern, and she spoke before Evelyn could. "She's getting over a bout with the flu," she told him. "She looked terrible when she arrived the other day." "I'm fine now," Evelyn said in exasperation. "I'm just a little tired." "How in blazes did you manage to get the flu?" Rob asked, watching as she went to the door. "It's been gorgeous weather." "If I knew that, I wouldn't have got it, would I?" Closing the door behind her, Evelyn exhaled silently. She hated lying to her mother, but when she arrived on Thursday, there had been no concealing her drastic weight loss or the dark rings under her eyes. Both her mother and Agatha accepted the flu story without hesitation, and had been coddling her ever since. Leave it to Robbie to be the one to question it. Crossing the hall to the stairs, Evelyn had to admit that it had been lovely to relax and be waited on again. While her dreams still kept her up at night, at least during the day she was surrounded by love and peace, and it was going a long way towards healing the wounds that no one could see. She started up the stairs, her hand on the banister. She had no intention of going upstairs to rest, of course. There was a box hidden in her wardrobe that needed her attention. Speaking with Haynes had only served to remind her that the sooner she discovered its secrets, the sooner they would have some clue as to who was trying to find it, and the sooner they'd have some clue to the identity of the spy who was so well hidden in London. Stuttgart, Germany. Obersturmbannführer Hans Voss stepped out of the small cement room and closed the steel door behind himself. Sweat had beaded along his hairline, and he reached up to wipe it away with a grimace of distaste before striding down the narrow corridor, his jacket draped over his arm. It had taken more exertion than he'd expected to get the traitor to talk, but in the end the truth had come pouring out. It always did once Hans got his hands on someone. On either side of him, cells just large enough for a single metal bed and a toilet were visible behind iron bars. Each cell was separated by a 3-foot-thick cement wall, and none of them had windows. The only light came from the row of bare bulbs hanging above his head as he strode past the bars, but it was enough to catch a glimpse of pale faces silently watching him pass by. Some were terrified, some resigned, and one had gone beyond both emotions to something close to madness. 7 men and 1 woman, all stripped to their underwear, and the only things they had in common were the daily interrogations to which they were subjected. They had all been betrayed by someone close to them. The woman had been turned in by her husband. Some were suspected communists, and some, like the woman, were there because they had been caught with illegal materials in violation of the state. In her case, multiple copies of a London newspaper had been discovered in her possession. One of the men had a copy of a book written by a Jew, along with several recordings by Mendelssohn. Only one of the detainees had been brought in for being an active traitor, and he was behind the steel door Hans had just come through. The man's name was Dieter, and he was a mechanic at the Daimler plant. As Hans went towards the guard at the far end of the corridor, he tightened his jaw. 2 nights before, blueprints for the new extension of the plant and that of 3 other munitions factories in Stuttgart had been stolen from the back of a staff car. Dieter had been the one to take them, but when they arrested him, the plans were nowhere to be found. After 4 hours of interrogation, the man had finally cracked, giving Voss what he wanted. The plans were on their way out of the country, bound for France and, ultimately, MI6. Hans passed the last cell and joined the guard at the end of the hall. "He's dead," he said shortly, jerking his head towards the steel door at the other end. "I'll send someone down to clean up." "Yes, Obersturmbannführer," the guard said smartly, saluting. Hans nodded and pulled on his coat, straightening it in silence. Once he had it laying perfectly, he opened the door and started up the winding steps to the upper level of the townhouse. Before succumbing to his injuries, Dieter had informed him that there were also photographs of the Daimler plant, both from the air and from the ground, included with the stolen plans. Hans frowned. All of it was heading straight into the enemy's hands. Not only that, but Dieter had no idea where or how the package was getting to France. Only the courier knew the routes. No one else. He didn't even know the name of the courier or of the people he'd given the information to. All he did was gather it and pass it on. Reaching the top of the stairs, Hans opened another steel door and stepped into a hallway lined with wood panelling. He may not know the names of the agents carrying the information, but he knew where it was going. He could alert the men at the borders, but he knew it was useless now. The package had probably already left Germany. If he wanted to prevent it from falling into the hands of the English intelligence service, he would have to track it down immediately, and preferably before it made its way to France. Once it reached France, the likelihood of finding it before it went to England was slim. It was best to stop it before it crossed the French border. Dieter had said the couriers travelled through Holland and Belgium. Voss had several agents in both countries. He would alert them to increase the surveillance on all known Allied agents. One of them would have to pass the package on, and when they did, Voss had a very real chance of getting it back. Even if it had already made it to Holland, it still had to go through Belgium. That was where he would start. Chapter 2. Evelyn set down the highly polished box and got up impatiently, crossing over to her bedroom window and throwing it open. She leaned out and took a deep, calming breath of fresh air. After working on the box solidly for over 40 minutes, she was no closer to opening it than she had been last Christmas, when she'd begun working on it in earnest. She had figured out some of the mechanisms, but couldn't get past a certain point, despite trying all the tricks she'd learned from years of opening both Chinese and Japanese boxes. What if this really is the one I can't figure out? What then? She supposed they could always destroy the box in order to get to the contents inside, but she hated to do that. It was the last gift her father had given her before he died. She didn't want to destroy it. Exhaling, Evelyn watched as a crow glided across the side lawn, heading for the trees. Perhaps she was trying too hard. Sometimes her father would say that she had a tendency to become trapped by her own tunnel vision when she was working on something. Perhaps that was the problem now. Because she knew it was so important to get the box open, perhaps she wasn't seeing anything else. Her lips curved suddenly as she remembered Sifu telling her the same thing. He had defeated her repeatedly with a single move for weeks before she finally saw her way out of that particular tunnel. Once she had, however, it was as if a floodgate had been opened, and she quickly became the top student in the Wing Chun school. But that was in the distant past now, and did nothing to help her with her current predicament. With a sigh, Evelyn turned from the window and looked at the box sitting on her desk. Unfortunately, this puzzle was nothing like learning a Chinese martial art. It was a test of her patience in a way that Wing Chun never had been, and she was very much afraid that it would be a test that she failed. A soft knock fell on her bedroom door, and it opened without waiting for an answer. Rob stuck his head in, peering around the edge of the door. "Oh, you're up," he said, stepping into the room. "I'm glad. I didn't want to wake you if you were sleeping." "No, I've been playing with that box," she said, motioning towards the desk. "Father gave it to me before his last trip. Did he? Rob walked over to the desk and picked up the box, examining it. It's very pretty. You know, I never could figure these things out. Don't have the patience. I'll admit this one's trying mine. I've been fiddling with it since Christmas, to absolutely no avail. That's not like you, Rob said, putting it down and looking at her. You usually had these opened before anyone could blink. Are you sure you're all right? Evelyn laughed and nodded, walking over to sit at her desk again. Yes, I think Daddy finally found one that's a devil to open, that's all. She watched as Rob sprawled across the foot of her bed. How's the flying? We're up every day now. Flying patrols over the Channel and North Sea. Lots of flying, very little action. He propped himself on his elbow and studied her. Mummy's right. You look awful. Well, thank you very much, he grinned. Not to say that you ever looked especially good. Evelyn picked up a pencil and chucked it at him. Miles doesn't seem to have any complaints, she retorted, and neither does Fred. Fred? Rob raised his eyebrows in interest. Is that the hurricane pilot you've been so chummy with? Yes. Should I meet him? I rather thought you were fond of Miles. I am fond of Miles, and no, you don't need to meet Fred. It's not that kind of friendship. She picked up the box absently, turning it over in her hands. Not that you need to meet any of my male friends. I'm quite capable of choosing my own mate, thank you very much. I know you are, but you know Mummy expects me to play head of household now. That involves keeping an eye on any prospective family members. Rob tilted his head, and for once the carefree smile was missing from his face. It's rather a heavy load, actually. I can't fill Daddy's shoes. I'm having a hard enough time keeping this estate running while serving king and country. Thank the good Lord for that steward Daddy hired 2 years ago. Damien, I'd be lost without him. Evelyn looked up in surprise. I had no idea you were struggling. Everything seems to be running the same as it always has. I'm still finding my way. You wouldn't believe how complicated everything is. Rob exhaled and flopped onto his back, staring at the ceiling. Miles has been a shocking amount of help, actually. He's got a real head for estate management, believe it or not. He's been helping his father for years. Of course, it helps that they're in the sheep business as well, so Miles has been able to give me some advice. Lord Lacy has nothing to worry about when he leaves his estate to Miles. He'll be a good baron when the time comes. It's funny. I don't even think of him as a future baron, she said slowly. I just think of him as well as Miles. Not as one of the Yorkshire Lacys? He asked teasingly. Mummy would be very disappointed. Evelyn laughed. I have no reason to go social climbing, not unless you manage to muck up our estate, so please, do try not to. In all seriousness, Evie, are you very fond of Miles? He seems to be of you, but if you're not, you'd best halt it now. I don't want another Mark Fournier on my hands. Evelyn dropped her gaze to the glossy box in her hands, still turning it over absently. I am fond of him, she said quietly, but with the war going on, it makes it very difficult. None of us know where we'll be from one moment to the next, so there's really no point in looking ahead. Course there is. If there's no point in looking ahead, then what the bloody hell are we fighting for? Rob sat up and shook his head. Well, that's all between you and Miles, as long as I don't end up with him crying in my ear. I'll leave you to it. You never had Mark Fournier crying in your ear, she exclaimed. I never encouraged him even a bit. You didn't have to. He fell as soon as he clapped eyes on you. Ridiculous thing, that. I suppose it's because he's French. We're half French, she pointed out with a grin. Yes, and look at you with Miles, he retorted. I've never seen you take to someone so fast. Well, if it's the French blood in me, then you're doomed. Perhaps I'll start looking for nice young waifs to throw your way. The smile he gave her was decidedly wolfish. No need, my dear. I'm meeting quite enough of them on my own. Evelyn laughed and flipped the box in the air before moving to put it down. As it landed in her hands again, her fingers gripped one of the panels and it slid to the side. Hearing a click, she looked down and gasped as a tiny compartment slid open, revealing a catch. I've done it! She cried, jumping up in her excitement. Look! Rob stood up and glanced at the box in her hands. Well done! What's inside? I've no idea. She pressed the catch and watched as 2 more panels slid aside. "There's still more to do, I think." "Well, I'll leave you to it," he said, turning for the door. "Dinner should be ready soon. Thank God, I'm starving." "You're always starving," she said absently, dropping back into the chair as she slid one of the new panels over. "I'll be down in a little bit." Rob left the room, and Evelyn pressed another panel. All of a sudden, there were a series of clicks and another panel slid aside, revealing a velvet-lined compartment. Her heart surged into her throat as a feeling of elation went through her. There, nestled in the centre compartment of the box, was a folded piece of paper. She pulled it out and set the box down on the desk. Across the paper, in her father's distinctive handwriting, was a single line. She stared at it, her forehead creasing into a frown. It looked like an address in Blassenflue, Switzerland. Evelyn walked down the thickly carpeted corridor towards the stairs, smoothing a hand over the soft fabric of her skirt. She was wearing a dress that she'd bought in Paris in March, but never got the chance to wear. It was part of the spring collection, and she'd wondered at the time if she would have the opportunity to wear it at all this year. It may only be for dinner with her family, but she was glad to be wearing it now. It was a flattering shade of blue that made her feel pretty, even if she looked as awful as Robbie had said. She knew she wasn't looking up to her usual standards. She'd lost quite a bit of weight in her flight across Norway, and the emotional strain had left its mark as well. Yet Evelyn was very conscious of how lucky she was to be alive, never mind at home. If the SS had had their way, she would have been captured in a ravine in central Norway. Captured, or worse. An involuntary shudder went through her, and she resolutely pushed the memories aside. There was absolutely no point in dwelling on the past and what might have been. It hadn't been, and that was that. She'd lived to continue on and to fight another day. Reaching the top of the stairs, Evelyn started down, her hand on the smooth banister. Coming to Ainsworth Manor for a few days hadn't been her choice. She'd wanted to get back to Northolt in some sense of normalcy. Perhaps go out for a meal with Fred and laugh at his ridiculousness. Bill had been the one to insist that she come home for a few days. He said she needed the time to relax and be herself again. As much as she hated to admit when she was wrong and anyone else was right, Evelyn admitted now that Bill had been correct. She had needed this. The past few days had gone far to help her settle and think clearly, and now she could face the thought of going back onto the continent, or wherever they sent her, with much more composure and much less anxiety than before. She felt more like herself again. The telephone on the little table in the hallway suddenly rang, startling her, and Evelyn let out a gasp. Her heart thumped before settling down again, and she sucked in a deep breath, laughing to herself. Perhaps another couple of days wouldn't be amiss. Obviously her nerves were still not quite right. She watched as Thomas appeared from the back of the house, moving towards the telephone with his steady, ponderous stride that never appeared to rush, yet always placed him exactly where he needed to be when he needed to be there. It was one of those mysteries of the serving class, how they were never in a hurry, and yet were always on hand precisely when you needed them. It was one of the many things that made them absolutely invaluable. Evelyn had just reached the bottom of the stairs, when Thomas turned to look at her. "You have a telephone call, miss," he announced, setting the receiver down on the table next to the telephone. "I do?" Evelyn asked, surprised. "Thank you." He inclined his head and returned to the back of the house as she went over to pick up the receiver. "Hello?" "Hello, Evie, it's Bill." Bill's voice came through the receiver, strong and steady. "How are you?" "I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?" "We're all well, thanks. How's the holiday? Are you enjoying yourself?" "Yes. Robbie showed up unexpectedly this afternoon. It's lovely to see him again. I feel like it's been an age." "I told you it would do you a world of good to go home for a spell." "It has, but that's not why you're calling, is it?" she asked. "No." Bill cleared his throat. "Can you come to London on Tuesday? I'm in Paris now. I was supposed to return today, but something's come up and I won't be back until Monday now." "Tuesday?" Evelyn frowned. "Yes, of course. I'm not due back at Northolt until Wednesday. I can take the train down. Is everything all right?" Yes, but I'll need to see you as soon as I return. I really am sorry to interrupt your holiday. I know I said I wouldn't." "It's quite all right," she assured him. "I'm doing much better now. You were right. This was exactly what I needed, even if I didn't realize it myself." "I'm very glad to hear that. You had me worried there for a few days." Loud static broke into the line, and Evelyn grimaced, pulling the handset away from her ear. "Oh, Lord, what now? Evie? Evie, are you still there?" "Yes, I'm here." "It sounds like the line is getting interference. I'm going to ring off. Shall we say 10 o'clock, Tuesday, in my office?" "Yes, all right. I'll be there." Evelyn heard the same screeching static, and suddenly the line was dead. She pushed the button on the phone a few times, but the connection had been severed. Setting the receiver back in the cradle, she turned away from the table with a shrug. Hopefully Bill had heard her confirmation before the line cut out. Moving across the hall towards the drawing-room, where she knew Robbie and the others would be having drinks before dinner, her brow creased into a frown. Bill was in Paris, and he wanted to see her as soon as he returned. That could only mean one thing. She was going to France. "Oh, must you go so soon?" Mrs. Ainsworth cried as Rob set down his cup of coffee and stood up. "You've just finished your coffee." After dinner, instead of moving into the drawing-room for after-dinner drinks, they had all come outside onto the terrace to enjoy the mild evening. While the rest of them had an evening cocktail or wine, Rob had insisted on coffee before he continued his drive north. "I really do, Mother. I have to get up to Catterick and collect Slippy before he starts a revolt." Rob smiled down at his mother. "I'll get a weekend off soon, and I'll motor up and spend some time with you." "It really was lovely to see you again," she said as she set down her glass and stood up. "Such a nice surprise. Having both you and Evie here was almost like Christmas again." "You would think the RAF would let you both come home more often," Aunt Agatha said, as Rob hugged his mother goodbye. "It's downright disgraceful how little time off you get. Why, Evelyn was at death's door after being overworked." Evelyn set down her wine-glass and brushed the stray lock of blonde hair out of her eyes. "Oh, Auntie, I was nowhere near death's door," she protested with a short laugh. "I was ill for a few days, that's all." Agatha snorted and stood to accept a hug and a kiss from Rob. "You're a bag of bones, child," she retorted. "You need to come home more often, where we can make sure you're fed properly." "Obviously the RAF isn't doing a good enough job." "Auntie, there is a war on, you know," Rob said with a grin. "We're not idle persons of leisure anymore. We have to do our bit." "Yes, but do you have to kill yourself doing it?" she demanded. Evelyn swallowed, and an awkward silence suddenly fell over the group. Realizing her poor choice of words, Agatha cleared her throat and patted Rob's cheek. "Do try and get back again soon," she said. "It's lovely having you both here." "I will, Auntie. You just keep Mummy out of trouble." "Me?" Mrs. Ainsworth made a sound as close to a snort as her delicate manners would allow. "You've got it backwards, Robbie. I'm the one keeping her out of trouble." Rob winked at Agatha. "No upsetting the vicar this time, Auntie." Agatha harumphed, but a twinkle came to her dark eyes. "Madeline told you about that, did she? It was all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding or not, Robert had to smooth things over," Mrs. Ainsworth said with a reluctant laugh. "He never laughs so hard, though." "My brother knew me well enough," Agatha said easily, taking her seat again and picking up her glass. "I do miss him." Evelyn stood up and tucked her arm through Rob's. "I'll walk out to the car with you." "All right." He looked at the older two women sitting at the table. "I'll see you both soon." He and Evelyn went through the opening in the terrace wall and followed the path to the corner of the house. Once they were out of sight, Rob blew out his cheeks and exhaled. "God, I hate saying goodbye to Mummy," he confessed. "She always makes me feel as if I'll never see her again." Evelyn looked up at him. "You may not," she pointed out. "It's something we've all had to come to accept."
Bollocks, he muttered crudely. I'm no more likely to pop my clogs than you are. Does she make you feel this way when you leave?
No, but our situations are a little different. I'm not up there flying against the enemy. I'm only facing him on the ground, in person, where if I make the wrong move, I'll be shot, she thought.
Neither am I yet. It's getting rather old, to be honest. Every day we go up, and every day we come back down without having sighted so much as a wingtip.
Evelyn thought of the hordes of Luftwaffe planes that had taken complete control of the skies over Norway, bombing the cities and villages with abandon. You will, she said quietly, her voice even. Don't be in such a hurry to face them, Robbie. It's not going to be pretty when Hitler turns his attention west. Right now, he's distracted with Norway, but that won't last long. The weather's improved, and he'll move towards France soon.
I know. Rob was quiet for a moment. I think we all just want to get the first scrap over with, then we'll settle down. Right now we're just waiting, but we don't know what we're waiting for. Once we have our first fight, we'll have a better idea of what's coming.
They rounded the front corner of the house and stepped onto the crushed gravel driveway. Ahead of them, the chauffeur was just closing the hood of the Lagonda, and as their feet crunched on the gravel, he turned around wiping his hands with a rag.
How is she, Wallace? Rob called. Will she get me back to the war?
She's right as rain, Master Robbie, Wallace replied, nodding. A clamp had worked loose. It's all fixed now.
Wonderful. Evie was going to have my head if I'd broken her.
Wallace looked at Evelyn, a grin on his face. No need for that, miss. She'll run all right now.
The next time I visit, I'll bring her back and leave her for you, Rob said, looking down at Evelyn. Are you sure you don't need it?
Positive. If I have to leave Northolt, the train will take me anywhere I need to go. And if it doesn't, there's always Fred willing to ferry me around, she assured him. I had it for 2 months. It's your turn. I don't care who has it or when, but she'll need an oil change in another few weeks, so make sure to bring it back so that I can do it, Wallace said, with the familiarity of a man who had watched them both grow from toddlers into the adults they were today. It can probably use some new plugs as well. You're too good to us, Wallace. Well, I can't have either of you breaking down at the side of the road when there's a war on now, can I? Wallace said gruffly. What would the late Mr. Ainsworth say? Not much, I'm afraid, Evelyn quipped, only to receive a stern look from the chauffeur. Oh, Wallace, don't look at me like that. You know I miss him dreadfully. The stern look softened, and Wallace grunted. You be careful out there, Mr. Ainsworth, he said, nodding to Rob. I'll see you when you come to visit again. Thank you. Take care of yourself. The chauffeur nodded and picked up his toolbox, turning to walk in the opposite direction back to the garage near the stables. Evelyn watched him go, then looked up at Rob. What would we do without him? She asked. God knows, he exclaimed, releasing her arm and walking towards the door of the sports car. Do you know I had to assure him that I had no intentions of letting him go after Father died. He actually thought I'd want to bring in someone younger. Can you believe it? As if I'd ever replace Wallace. Heavens, no. He's taught us everything we know about cars. Exactly. Rob opened the door and leaned down to toss his cap onto the passenger seat. I'm glad that it wasn't anything serious, though. It would have been a nuisance when I'm on my way to collect Slippy. Why do you call him Slippy? Evelyn asked. Miles has mentioned him as well, and I've always wondered. Lord, I don't know, he confessed with a grin. That's what the others call him, so I just followed suit. Evelyn smiled and looked up at him, leaning against the car carelessly. A wave of panic suddenly gripped her, tightening her chest as she gazed into his grinning face. "Oh, Robbie, I've missed you," she blurted out, the words surprising her almost as much as they surprised him. "It feels like it's been years since I've seen you." "Well, it's been a few months, but hardly years," he said. "This is nothing new for us. I didn't see you for 2 years while you were in China and I was at Oxford." "Yes, but that was different. I was younger, and we weren't as close as we are now. I suddenly feel as if I'm losing everyone. First it was Daddy, and now I'm afraid I'll lose you as well." Evelyn swallowed painfully, thinking of Peder being gunned down in a ravine outside of Steinshire. "Life seems to be getting shorter somehow." Rob studied her soberly for a long moment, his eyes probing hers. "Evie, what's wrong?" he asked finally. "Something's happened, hasn't it?" "What? No. Why do you say that?"
You've changed." He held up his hand when she opened her mouth to protest. "And no, it's not just that you look half-starved these days. It's something else. What is it?"
Evelyn suddenly wished she could tell him about Perde, and the nameless man, or men, that she'd killed on that dark mountainside. She wished she could tell him about the German assassin who was looking for her, or the spy in London who was keeping the SS apprised of her every move. But she couldn't. He could never know what she was really doing for her country. No one could. "I don't know." She shook her head, trying to find something that was close to the truth. "I suppose I'm just beginning to realize that we're in for a long, hard time of it with this war. So many people have already died, and more will follow. It's inevitable. Hitler won't stop. Not now. And I don't think it will be as easy to keep him out of France as everyone seems to think. The Maginot Line isn't even finished, and the Germans aren't stupid. They know they can't attack it directly."
"No, but they still have to go through it," Rob said. "I don't know if it will hold, but the Huns will still be up against both the French and the British armies. It would take a miracle for them to just walk into France."
Evelyn was silent, and he sighed, straightening up and setting his hands on her shoulders.
"We'll get through this, Evie. It might not be pretty, but we've never backed down from a fight, either of us. We'll make it through this one, too."
She raised her eyes to his, her lips trembling briefly before she took a deep breath and nodded. "You're right. We will," she agreed, her voice a mere whisper.
"That didn't sound at all convincing," he said. "Don't you back out on me now. I'm not about to go down fighting alone, especially when my sister is lethal with her hands."
Evelyn choked on a laugh and shook her head. "Not just my hands," she murmured.
"Even more reason to stay in the fight," he said promptly.
Then, with a smile, he pulled her into a hug.
"We'll see each other more often," he promised over her head. "You're right about that. There's no reason we can't meet for drinks or dinner every few weeks. I'll make a better effort to make it happen."
Evelyn pulled away and smiled up at him. "I'd like that. You remind me that I'm still me somehow."
Rob tilted his head and looked at her curiously. "Well, who else would you be?" he demanded. "You say the strangest things lately." He looked at his watch and shook his head. "I really must go. I'll see you soon, all right?"
"All right. I meant it when I said you can come along with Miles sometimes." She grinned. "Perhaps not every time, but certainly once in a while." He laughed and got behind the wheel, closing the door.
"I promise."
He started the engine and looked up at her through the open window.
"Take care of yourself, Evie."
"You too." Chapter 3. Broadway Street, London, April the 30th. Evelyn paid the cabby and climbed out of the back of the taxi, glancing up at the drab, nondescript building before her. As many times as she'd been here, it never failed to make her inwardly cringe. A small brass plaque next to the door read, "Minimax Fire Extinguisher Company," but there was no such firm within the building. Instead, the shabby exterior concealed the entire might of the British Secret Intelligence Service, or MI6. Of all the locations in London, this was not the one she would have picked to be the hub of England's intelligence. Yet she had to admit that its close proximity to the St. James's Park Underground across the street did make it very accessible when cabs were scarce. She went up to the door and pulled it open, glancing over her shoulder as she did so. The cab had already pulled away and was moving down the street, and none of the people hurrying along the sidewalk were paying her any attention at all. In a glance, she took in the scene before stepping into the building and closing out the London morning. Looking over her shoulder was becoming second nature, even here at home. Evelyn wasn't sure how she felt about that. The young man behind the desk looked up as she entered and nodded in recognition. He didn't speak, but returned his attention to the book in front of him. He had no work to do as such. His sole purpose was to monitor every person who came into the building, and to provide the appearance of a receptionist to those who were not MI6 employees. He looked innocent enough in his plain suit, but Evelyn knew that he was fully capable of forcibly removing any unwanted visitors from the premises. Walking past the front desk, she headed to a door in the back, glancing at her watch as she went. She was a little early, but she didn't suppose that would make a difference to Bill. If she knew him, he was already in his office working, regardless of what time he'd arrived back from France yesterday. She shook her head as she opened the door and went through, moving down a long, narrow corridor with doors leading off on either side. She really didn't know how his wife, Marguerite, dealt with it. When the war came, it had brought with it long hours and even longer absences. Still, she supposed it was the same for everyone. If she were married to Miles, she wouldn't see him for weeks at a time. At least Marguerite had her husband overnight. The thought of Miles brought a smile to Evelyn's lips as her heels clicked along the tiled floor towards the stairs at the end. He had surprised her yesterday with a telephone call. Robbie had told him she was home for a few days, and he called to arrange to meet her for dinner. They were meeting tonight at the Savoy, and she really couldn't wait to see him. The need to hear his voice and see his sparkling green eyes had been almost overwhelming since she boarded the HMS Cardiff at Namsos to return home. After her ordeal in Norway, the one thing that she knew would give her strength was Miles. She didn't question why, but accepted it for what it was. He had become a rock for her, something to remember and hold on to when everything seemed hopeless. Strange, really. They hadn't known each other very long at all, but she felt as if he'd been there all her life. When Robbie asked her if she was fond of him, it was all Evelyn could do not to laugh. Fond was a wholly inadequate word to describe her feelings for the pilot who had strode into her life unexpectedly last fall. Evelyn climbed the stairs, her hand on the railing, and reluctantly turned her mind to the reason for her visit. Bill had another assignment for her, that much was obvious. Her time to recuperate was coming to an end, and she would have to go back out there again. It was time for her to get back to work. While the rest had been welcome, and had done her a world of good, Evelyn had been conscious of a growing feeling of restlessness. Perhaps a quick jaunt into France was just the thing to get her started again. "Good morning," she greeted the guard at the top of the stairs, pulling out her identification card. "How are you?" "I'm just fine, miss." The guard examined her identification and nodded, handing it back to her. "Thank you." He stepped aside to allow her to pass, and she smiled, tucking her card back into her clutch purse. A moment later, she was knocking on a door halfway down the hallway. "Come in." Evelyn opened the door and stepped into the office, smiling across the room at the man rising behind his desk. "Good morning," she said cheerfully, closing the door. "I'm a little early, but I knew you'd be here." "Lord, yes, been here since about 8. William Buckley came around the desk and moved towards her, his hand outstretched. "You're looking much better, Evie. How are you?" "Very well, thank you." Evelyn grasped his hand briefly and smiled at him. "How was Paris?" "Very busy," he said, motioning her to a chair before the desk. "I did manage to get to the theatre one night, but otherwise it was a very rushed trip. How is your mother?" "She's well. She and Aunt Agatha are keeping busy. They're knitting sweaters for the soldiers right now." She sank down gracefully into a chair and set her purse beside her before beginning to pull off her gloves. "I've never been so grateful to be gainfully employed in all my life. The thought of knitting sweaters and canning jam with the rest of the Women's Institute makes me cringe." Bill chuckled and seated himself in the other chair, foregoing his place behind the desk. "No, I can't picture you doing either of those things," he agreed. "Not that there's anything wrong with it, mind. They're proving invaluable to the war effort, and will undoubtedly become more so." "I'm sure they are, and it's best to leave it to those women who enjoy that sort of thing. Much to my mother's dismay, I'm sure I've never been one of them." She finished removing her gloves and folded them in her lap, raising her eyes to Bill's face. "Have you heard anything from Norway?" He shook his head. "No, but don't despair yet. Things are a right mess there. If this Eric has to get the radio to the southern coast to be repaired, he's in for a long road. The Germans have complete control of the entire southern part of Norway, and the fighting in the central section is fierce. It may be some weeks before he can make contact." Evelyn nodded. She knew he was right. but the waiting was getting harder with every day that passed. Until she knew Anna and Eric were safe, she wouldn't stop worrying about leaving them to fight alone. As if reading her mind, Bill pinned her with a surprisingly gentle look. "You did what you could while you were there," he said. "The rest is up to them now. They'll find their way, and if they don't, that's not your responsibility." "I know." "Good. Then let's discuss why you're here." Bill sat back and crossed his legs comfortably. "Shustov has been in contact with us." Evelyn raised her eyebrows in surprise. Whatever she was expecting to hear, it wasn't that. She hadn't heard anything from Vladimir Lyakov since November, when she met him in a library in Oslo. It had been her first and only meeting with the Russian NKVD agent who had been one of her father's associates. The meeting had lasted only about 10 minutes, but it was enough to leave an impression on her. What sort of impression was still in some doubt. Vladimir, or Shustov, as he was known to MI6, had been nothing like what she expected, and she still hadn't made up her mind whether or not he was friend or foe. Her father had obviously thought highly of him, but she was not her father. "Shustov," she repeated. "Why?" A smile flitted across Bill's face. "That's the question, isn't it?" he asked. "He sent the first message while you were in Norway. The second one came the day you evacuated Namsos." "Second? He sent more than one." "Yes. In total, he sent 5 messages. The last one came on Saturday while I was in Paris. I can only assume that he didn't want to entrust the correspondence in its entirety to one transmission. Probably a good idea, given the state of affairs in both the Soviet Union and Germany. They have a tentative peace right now, but I'm sure they're still reading each other's transmissions whenever possible." "And what did he say?" "Oh, he had quite a bit to say," Bill said dryly. "He knew you were caught in the middle of the invasion in Norway, and he was very clear in his disgust of you being sent there at all." Evelyn stared at him blankly for a moment. "He knew? How on earth did he know?" "I've no idea. How did Eisenjäger know?" Her brows snapped together sharply. "You don't think Shustov is being fed information by the spy here in London, surely? I thought we were convinced the one here is a German agent." "We are. And no, I don't think Shustov is getting his information from England." Bill rubbed his nose. "To be completely honest, I have no idea where he gets his information from. But it has always been accurate. I think the Soviets have built themselves a formidable intelligence agency, and I've often wondered if they aren't far ahead of us in that regard. Your father always had the healthiest respect for their capabilities, a respect that I'm afraid many here do not share. Perhaps that is a grave mistake on our part." "I saw no sign of Soviet activity in Oslo while I was there," Evelyn said with a frown. "There was one man who was a forger, Olaf. He admitted to being a communist, but I don't think he was in touch with the Soviet authorities, although I suppose he might have been."
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
In the harshness they find light.
She added thoughtfully. "He did have a real Soviet identification card in his rooms that he used for forgeries."
"This is the man in your report, Olaf Larsson?"
When she nodded, he shook his head.
"We ran as thorough a check on him as we could in the midst of all that's going on there at the moment, and nothing like that came up. Of course, that doesn't mean he isn't working for the Soviets. It just means we didn't find any indication of that in his past. He's a member of the Communist Party, but he's never been to the Soviet Union. In fact, apart from one trip to Stockholm 3 years ago, he's never left Norway.
Then how on earth did Shustov know I was in Norway?
I don't know, but he did, and he wasn't happy about it. He said very plainly that your skills were more valuable elsewhere, and that had we lost you in Norway, we would have lost him as well.
Bill stood up and walked around his desk, opening a top drawer and pulling out a piece of paper.
He's made it very clear that he will only deal with you in place of your father. In the past, he was content to contact us in order to reach your father, and that is how it was supposed to continue with you.
Walking over to her, he handed her the piece of paper.
That is no longer the case. In the 4th message, he stated that he no longer trusts the current method of communication. This is the last message, sent on Saturday.
Evelyn lowered her eyes to the paper, reading the decoded message. I will meet in Brussels, 8th of May, where new method of communication will be arranged. All further contact will go through girl. Failure to meet will result in termination of relations. Shustov.
As you can see, he is now demanding to deal directly with you and only with you.
Bill returned to his seat.
Personally, I question how relevant he is, but Jasper is adamant that we hold on to him. Right now he is our only source inside the Soviet Union. That gives him all the bargaining power.
But he hasn't made any attempts to contact me in over 4 months. Why now?
I don't know.
Evelyn frowned and laid the message in her lap, staring at it pensively. Did he say why he no longer trusts the current method of communication? She asked after a moment, glancing up.
No, although I can't say that I blame him. We have a rat in our hold. Until we find it and throw it overboard, we can't make any argument to the contrary.
Could he know about the spy here?
Bill shrugged. I suppose it's possible, but I'd say it's very unlikely. I'd venture a wager that the sudden problem is on his end, not ours. Perhaps the way that he gets the messages out is falling under suspicion.
What kind of intelligence did he actually pass on to my father? She asked. Was it valuable enough to warrant this kind of demand?
Oh, it was valuable, he said with a nod. I can understand Montclair's reluctance to lose him. However, I am not comfortable with you having direct contact with one of NKVD's senior officers without any oversight whatsoever.
It doesn't look like we have much of a choice, Evelyn said with a shrug. If he refuses to contact you directly, and will only go through me, then I suppose I'm packing for Belgium.
Yes.
Bill looked at her for a moment, hesitating. Then he sighed.
As much as I don't like this new arrangement, there is a way that we can use it to our advantage.
She raised an eyebrow. Oh?
Shustov obviously feels that there is some kind of connection between you, undoubtedly because of his friendship with your father. His insistence on working only with you opens up a unique opportunity for us. You'll be in a position to build a closer relationship with him and glean more information from him than perhaps he would otherwise be willing to give.
Evelyn stared at him for a long moment. You want me to do what, exactly?
Gain his trust, and find out everything you can about his position and his associates. Anything you can learn could be helpful and used against them.
You want me to spy on a Soviet spy? She asked incredulously. I thought my only role with Shustov was as courier to accept the occasional intelligence that he passes to us.
And so it was. But think, Evelyn.
Bill leaned forward.
We have an opportunity here to learn how Soviet intelligence works and who they are. This is a rare chance. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get an agent into Soviet Russia?
Evelyn exhaled loudly and shook her head. I think you're putting much more faith in my abilities than they warrant, she told him bluntly. Shustov has been playing this game for years. I've only just begun. It will be like a lamb taking on a lion.
You underestimate yourself, my dear. You are much better than you think. He sat back. All you have to do is listen. Listen and ask innocuous questions. You'll learn much more than you could ever imagine.
And then just tell you?
Precisely.
She looked down at the decoded message in her lap and sighed in resignation. All right, I'll do what I can.
That's all I ever ask. Bill cleared his throat. Since you're going to Belgium anyway, how's your Dutch?
My Dutch? Evelyn repeated. I never learned it.
Pity. Well, no matter. I'm sending you to Belgium early. I want you to go to Antwerp, where you'll meet with an agent from Holland. He speaks French as well as Dutch, so you should have no problems communicating.
I thought the network in Holland had been destroyed in the fallout from the Venlo affair.
It was. We've been slowly rebuilding it, but it doesn't have my full confidence. We know the Germans have infiltrated it, but there are a couple of agents whom I can personally vouch for. This is one of them. His name is Lars, and he will be carrying a packet that was smuggled out of Germany. It contains blueprints, plans, and photographs of 3 munitions factories in Stuttgart, one of which is the Daimler plant. We were going to move it through the network in France, but since you'll be in Belgium, you can bring it back with you. It will be faster and infinitely safer with you.
She nodded. All right. Does Lars know who he's meeting?
No. You'll meet him at 4 o'clock on the 7th at the front entrance of Antwerp Central Station. He will be wearing a red scarf, and he will carry an umbrella in his left hand. You will approach him, pull out a cigarette, and ask him for a match. The order is most important. You must have the cigarette in your hand before you ask for the match. He'll light a match and ask if you're catching the train to Brussels. When you say yes, he'll know you're the contact. Now he thinks you're a courier, and I see no reason to disabuse him of the idea. If he asks, say that you're taking the package to Brussels, and then it will go on to France.
Very well.
Bill studied her for a moment. Are you sure you're ready to go back out there? He asked suddenly.
Evelyn smiled. Yes, I have to eventually, and it's best to get back to work as soon as possible. To be very honest, I'm glad that I don't have to wait very long. The sooner I can get my mind out of Norway, the better.
Lars is a good man, but don't trust anyone else. Get the package from him and go to meet Shustov in Brussels on the 8th. As soon as you're finished, I want you to leave immediately. Catch the train to Calais and alert us when you've arrived. I'll arrange transport home across the channel. Bill stood. I want you in and out as quickly as possible. We don't know when Hitler will make his move towards France.
Evelyn nodded and handed back the message from Shustov before beginning to pull on her gloves. I'll be as quick as possible, she assured him. I have no desire to flee ahead of another invasion. There is just one thing I want to mention before I leave.
What's that?
When I finish this trip, I need to go to Switzerland. Evelyn finished adjusting her gloves and picked up her purse, standing. Can you arrange for a flight in?
Bill raised his eyebrows in surprise. Switzerland? Why?
I opened the box this weekend, she told him, unable to stop the wide smile that spread across her face. Inside was a clue, an address in Switzerland.
He stared at her. His attention caught. An address? Are you sure that's all that was in there?
Positive.
He turned to pace around the desk, absently opening the top drawer and dropping the decoded message back in before pushing it closed. Was there any indication what the item is that you're looking for?
No, just the address.
Then he must have left the information, or whatever it is, there. What a nuisance!
Bill was quiet for a moment. Then he shook his head.
Whatever it is, Robert obviously thought it was important enough for him to go through these lengths to keep it safe. Perhaps I should accompany you to Switzerland.
I'd rather you didn't. Please don't take offence, but this is something I need to do myself. He entrusted the address to me.
Not MI6, she finished silently. After studying her intently for a minute, he nodded, and Evelyn silently exhaled. He wasn't going to fight her on it. I'll arrange it, he said, coming around the desk again. When you get back from Belgium, we'll discuss it further. Where is the address now?
I burned it.
Good. And the box?
Back where it's been this whole time.
She smiled at him.
Don't worry. Everything is under control. I suppose you can pull Rex Haynes from surveillance duty now.
I think I'll leave him there for a bit yet, Bill said slowly. We know the message is gone, but whoever broke in doesn't. Let's keep him in place for the time being.
All right. Mummy likes him, at any rate, and Aunt Agatha doesn't terrify him, so he's already got that in his favour. She turned for the door. When do I leave for Brussels?
I'll send the travel details to Northolt. Plan on leaving on Saturday or Sunday.
He walked with her to the door, but paused with his hand on the handle, his eyes meeting hers.
Be very careful, Evie. I don't know why Shustov is insisting on this in-person meeting, but I don't entirely trust him. First and foremost, he's still a Soviet agent. Tread very carefully.
I will. Chapter 4. Evelyn glanced at her watch as she went through the door to the hotel. After her meeting with Bill, she had met her friend Marianne for lunch before going shopping. The hours spent in her favourite boutiques had done much to restore her good humour, and by the time she went to the London house to drop off the purchases and change for dinner, she was feeling very close to her old self again. Dressed in an evening gown of shimmering silver, Evelyn felt as if she could face anything with composure, even a German SS soldier. Thankfully, there was no possibility of that this evening. She was halfway across the lobby when someone called her name in surprise. Turning, Evelyn saw a tall man with dark hair striding towards her, an easy grin on his face. "Stephen!" she exclaimed. "What are you doing here?"
"I could ask you the same thing," Stephen Mansbridge replied, grasping her outstretched hands and bending to place a chaste kiss on her offered cheek. "I thought you were off on a sooty old airbase somewhere up north."
"I'm at Northolt now," she said with a smile. "I had to come into town for some shopping."
"How's your mother? And Robbie, is he still flying those Spitfires of his?"
"Oh, yes, he loves it, of course. Everyone's well.
I haven't seen you in ages." "I've been swamped with work since the war took off," he said. "You wouldn't believe the things they have me doing. I've just returned from Zurich, as a matter of fact."
"How exciting!"
"Why don't we go into the bar and have a drink? We can catch up and I'll tell you all about it."
"Oh, I'd love to, but I'm meeting someone for dinner at the grill."
Evelyn glanced at her watch.
"I'm already running a little behind, I'm afraid."
"Why does that not surprise me?" he laughed. "You never could be on time, could you? Very well, we'll do it another time. Give Robbie my regards, will you? We really must arrange an evening for all of us."
"Yes, we must."
Evelyn smiled and reached down to gather her skirt in one hand, preparing to continue towards the restaurant.
"I'm terribly sorry. It was lovely to run into you."
"I'm so glad to see you looking well. Now off you go. Enjoy your supper."
He waved her away cheerfully, and Evelyn turned to walk the rest of the way across the lobby. Her lips curved faintly. She'd grown up with Stephen. His father was posted in Hong Kong at the same time as hers, and they had been childhood playmates. As the years went by, both their mothers hoped the friendship would develop into a lasting relationship, joining the two families. However, it was not to be. Evelyn never felt anything but a sisterly affection for Stephen, and the feeling was entirely mutual. They had remained good friends, though, and she reflected she hadn't seen much of him at all since her father died. It was a shame. The war was to blame, of course. Nothing would ever be the same as long as it was going on. All thoughts of Stephen evaporated a moment later, when she approached the restaurant entrance and saw Miles Lacey waiting just outside. He had his RAF cap under his arm and a silk-spotted scarf tied carelessly around his throat. His height drew attention, and as she approached, she saw a woman near the coat check throw him an appreciative glance. He did look striking in his distinctive blue uniform, with his thick brown hair falling over his forehead in a careless wave. He had the air of a man used to being respected and confident with his station in life. Evelyn felt a surge of emotion go through her. Her stomach fluttered, and she wondered if she would ever not feel this way when she saw him. He turned then and saw her, his lips curving into a slow smile. His green eyes met hers, and an answering smile spread across her face. "I'm so sorry I'm late," she said, joining him. I was shopping, and I am afraid it took a trifle longer than I anticipated."
Miles slid an arm around her small waist and lowered his head to kiss her offered cheek. His lips lingered a little longer than usual, and she couldn't stop a little sigh of contentment from escaping. This was what she had been looking forward to all day, the feel of his arm around her and the musky scent of his cologne that she was beginning to associate only with him. "It's quite all right," he said, straightening and smiling down at her warmly. "You look beautiful. Is that one of today's purchases?"
"It is, as a matter of fact," she said with a laugh. "Do you like it?"
"Yes, and it more than makes up for you being all of 4 minutes late." He turned towards the desk, where the maitre d' waited discreetly, not removing his arm from her waist. "Really, I wouldn't have even noticed if you hadn't said anything."
"No? Then next time I won't say a word."
Miles gave his name to the man behind the desk, and he smiled and nodded. "Of course, Mr. Lacey. It's good to have you back. I have a table ready for you." They followed him through the restaurant to a table along the wall, partially concealed by a large pillar. After they were seated, he promised to send someone over from the bar and departed. "I've been looking forward to this since we spoke yesterday," Miles confessed, the faint dent in his cheek appearing with his warm smile. "It's been too long since I've seen you. We really must get better at meeting more frequently."
"I just had this conversation with Robbie," she said. "We're not very far from each other after all."
"Yes, he told me. He's coming by later for drinks. He and some of the others came up to town as well. They're dining at a pub, I believe."
"Did you all drive in together? That must have been a merry drive."
"I drove myself," he said. "Robbie drove the others. It would have been a bit too crowded with me as well. Anyway, I didn't know if you'd need a ride back to Northolt. Do you?"
"Actually, I've been staying with my mother for the past few days. I'm not due back to Northolt until tomorrow, so I'll spend tonight here in town and then take the train back to Northolt in the morning."
Miles looked at her in surprise. "You haven't gone back yet? I thought you were home only for the weekend. That's what Rob said."
"I don't know why he thought that," she said. "He knew I'd been there for a few days. At least I think it was mentioned. Perhaps it wasn't."
"How strange. I thought you wrote that you were due back at Northolt on the 25th.
"Did I?"
she asked airily. "Yes, I'm almost positive." Evelyn swallowed uncomfortably. Miles was looking at her with a question in his face, and a surprisingly keen look in his green eyes. He smelled a rat, and rightly so. How could she have forgotten that blasted letter she wrote while she was in bed in London after returning from Norway? A server approached to take their drink orders, and she turned to him in relief. Miles ordered a whiskey and soda, then looked at her with his eyebrows raised in question.
"I think I'll have a sidecar," she said, waving a hand vaguely.
As the server left, she gave Miles a careless smile.
"I don't really know what I want tonight. Strange, isn't it?"
"I don't think so," he said with an easy smile. "So why the delay returning to Northolt? Did you take some overdue leave?"
"No,
Evelyn exhaled. There was no help for it. She was going to have to tell him at least part of the truth.
"Well, to be honest, I wasn't very well. When I was on my training course in Wales, I became ill. The flu, they think. When I returned, I was quite poorly, so I was sent home on a kind of sabbatical."
As she spoke, she felt her stomach clench and her heart drop. She hated lying to Miles, especially when he was looking across the table with such concern in his eyes, as he was now. He could never know the truth, and she'd accepted that from the start. But as the weeks went by, it was becoming harder and harder to lie to him without this crushing feeling of guilt. "Why didn't you tell me on the phone yesterday?" Miles asked, reaching across the table and taking one of her hands in his. His strong fingers closed around hers. "You shouldn't have come all the way to London if you're not feeling well." Evelyn smiled into his eyes, enjoying the warmth and the strength of his hand around hers.
"I'm feeling much better now," she assured him. "I just needed some rest. I'm right as rain now."
He didn't sound convinced and made no move to pull his hand away. "How long were you in Wales in the end?"
"Just shy of 3 weeks.
"That's a long time, isn't it? All your courses aren't that long, are they?" Evelyn resisted the urge to squirm.
"Not as a rule, no. Some are much shorter than others. It depends on who I'm training, really, and what their experience level is.
This time it was an entire group of complete novices. They'd never even heard of, well, what we do, and so it was much more comprehensive. And then, of course, sometimes things happen that we can't possibly foresee or plan for. Such as? Well, such as the equipment not working properly. If I have to get someone in to fix it, that can add a few days' delay sometimes. She swallowed and smiled at him teasingly. I feel like I'm being grilled. Why the sudden interest? I'm always interested, but this is the first time you've told me anything about what you do, he said with a grin. I wasn't about to stop you. Evelyn laughed and pulled her hand away from his as the server returned with their drinks. And that's where I stop, she said. I've already said too much. Miles sat back in his chair, watching her face pensively as the server set the drinks down. As soon as the man had left again, he leaned forward. Will I ever learn everything there is to know about you? He asked. She gave him a look of mock horror. Heavens, I hope not, she exclaimed. If you do, you'll discover what a boring old maid I am and stop asking me out to dinner. I sincerely doubt that, he said, picking up his drink. I hope the WAF knows what a loyal officer they have in you. I know several squadron leaders who love nothing more than to discuss things they shouldn't. You're a gem among officers, Assistant Section Officer Ainsworth. And they say it's the women with the loose tongues, she said with a laugh. That's certainly not one of your vices. He lifted his glass in a silent toast. Continue proving them wrong, my dear. Evelyn lifted her glass with a smile, sipping her drink. Oh, if he only knew. She was privy to information and intelligence that most of the members of government didn't know. I shall. Do you have any vices? Miles set his glass down, and the sparkle was back in his green eyes. I've yet to see any indication of one. Evelyn pretended to think. I do enjoy shopping a bit much, she finally said, and I'm sure Robbie would say that I can be a little too reckless on occasion. If your shopping excursions end in frocks like the one you're wearing, I'd hardly call that a vice, he said with a wink. And as for being reckless, I rather think that's more of an attribute than a vice. Lord knows I'm reckless enough. Yes, but that's different. You're a pilot. You're supposed to be. So they tell me. He toyed with his glass with one hand. I've heard things aren't going very well in Norway. The Germans have complete control of the south and a pressing north. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we start evacuating some of our troops. Evelyn thought of what she'd learned this morning from Bill, shaken at how close Miles was to the truth. Remembering the sight of German troops pouring out of Trondheim and into the countryside, she repressed a shudder. They were completely unprepared for an invasion, she said before she could stop herself. It wasn't a fair fight from the start. Miles looked up, his eyes pinning hers. Why do you say that? Evelyn reached for her drink. Good grief, what was wrong with her tonight? She was slipping left and right, and Miles was too astute for this. Already she'd caught more than one assessing glance from those green eyes of his. She had to get a hold of herself. Isn't it obvious? She asked, her eyes wide. They didn't see it coming. They never even began rearming their military. They believed Hitler's promise to respect their neutrality. They just weren't prepared at all. That's true enough, he agreed, reaching for his glass. There are a lot of accusations in the House towards Chamberlain for not moving to do more to prevent it. My father sits on the House of Lords, you know. He wrote that he's never seen such division in the party. What does he think will happen? Miles shrugged. He seems to think that Chamberlain will have to step aside. We need a united government right now, not one that refuses to support the Prime Minister. If Chamberlain is forced to step down, Lord Halifax will succeed him, and I don't know that that's any better, she said slowly. He's just as committed to taking a soft road in this war. Yes, Miles frowned. It's a right mess, isn't it? I don't know how we're supposed to win a war with Germany when Parliament can't even agree with each other. They were silent for a moment. Then he shook his head and laughed ruefully. And there I go lamenting the state of the world again, he said. I promise I didn't invite you out to dinner only to discuss war and politics. Evelyn looked at him and smiled.
"You can discuss whatever you like," she told him. "I'm just happy to hear your voice and see your face." He smiled slowly and pushed his chair back.
"I can do better than that," he murmured, standing and reaching out his hand. "Come dance with me, and let's forget all about the war."
She laid her hand in his and allowed him to pull her to her feet, a rush of warmth going through her straight to her toes. His arm slid around her waist as he led her towards the dance floor, and Evelyn sighed. This was what she needed above all else, his arms around her and the feeling of belonging that they invoked. When she was with Miles, it didn't matter what tomorrow would bring, or what yesterday had wrought. All that mattered was that they were together, and together they could face anything. RAF Northolt, May the 1st. The door to Evelyn's small office opened without warning, and she started, looking up as a pilot strode in, his light brown hair wind-tossed and his blue eyes bright from the fresh air. "It's about time you decided to show your lovely face around here again," he exclaimed. "I thought you'd run off with that Spitfire fellow, Mark." Evelyn gurgled with laughter, watching as he kicked the door closed and tossed his hat onto a hook on her coat stand. "His name is Miles, as you well know, and of course I didn't run off with him. There is a war on, you know." "Yes, I'd noticed." Flying Officer Fred Durton crossed to her desk and perched on the corner, swinging his leg carelessly. "Where have you been, then? Off training little chicks again?" "Yes." "You were gone for ages. Where were they? Timbuktu?" "Wales." Fred grimaced comically. "Would have been better off in Timbuktu," he announced. "It's been jolly dull around here without you, you know. There was a party at the offices last week, and I've never seen a more depressing collection of moon-faced marching women in all my life." "Fred!" Evelyn frowned at him reprovingly. "That's a horrible thing to say." "True, though," he said, unrepentant. "Why can't more of them look like you? Is that too much to ask?" He tilted his head suddenly, looking at her. "Although you're looking a bit peaky, my dear. Are you all right?" She sighed in resignation. "I had a bout of the flu," she said. "I'm fine now, but I'm afraid I'm not up to my usual self yet, no." "Good Lord, sorry to hear that. That's Wales for you. Cold, damp place, or so I've heard. Never been myself. Couldn't pay me enough." "Really, Fred, you're too much," she exclaimed, laughing despite herself. "Wales is beautiful, wonderful countryside and rolling hills." "Exactly. Hills. Country. Who wants that? I see enough of that in my own part of the country." Fred grinned. "Give me London any day." Evelyn shook her head, smiling. "What have you been doing with yourself?" she asked, sitting back in her chair and accepting that her correspondence would have to wait. "I know you must have got into some kind of trouble while I was gone." "Not at all. We've been flying every day. Patrols over the Channel, you know. Nothing going on up there, at least that I've seen. The Jerrys aren't even poking their wings out." He picked up a pen absently, twirling it in his fingers. "I did have a bit of a scrap down at the pub with a few of the others. Some Reds were droning on about inequality and how the upper classes would never get their hands dirty with actual fighting. You know the lines, I'm sure. Anyway, they were being bores, so we took them outside and showed them a thing or two." "You didn't!" "Course we did. Well, stands to reason we can't have that kind of talk in the pub, can we? Next thing you know, the whole bloody place will be decked out in propaganda and hammer and sickles. Can't think of anything worse." "Oh, Freddie, you can't just go around settling those things with your fists," she said, rubbing her forehead. "Don't you understand? You're just proving their point, that people like you have the power to do as they like." "People like me?" he grinned. "Are you throwing me in with the ruling classes? Far from it. My family are naught but humble farmers." She snorted inelegantly. "Humble my foot! You can't fool me, Officer Fred Durton. I know who your people are." "Then you know we're nowhere near peerage for all our financial success," he said cheerfully. "Speaking of peerage, how is the Honourable Miles Lacey?" "He's fine. He's doing much the same as you, flying patrols and never seeing an enemy wingtip." "If this war doesn't pick up soon, we're going to die of boredom. I thought when Norway got overrun we'd start to see something doing at last, but alas, nothing." He tilted his head and looked at her. "Do you think Hitler will stop with Norway? Some of the others say that he can't commit to an offensive in France while half his forces are tied up there." "I wouldn't count on that," she said.
Half of his forces aren't in Norway. You think he has more than we know about? He asked sceptically. I don't know. They say his army and navy are over-exaggerated.
I wouldn't put too much stock in what they say, she said dryly. Whoever they are, they clearly don't know a thing about the Germans.
You think he'll try for France, then?
Fred pursed his lips thoughtfully. For once a laugh didn't grace his lips, and his eyes were sombre.
He'll run right into the BEF and the French army, not to mention the Maginot. It's not finished, mind, but they say it's impenetrable.
Evelyn's lips tightened. Nothing is ever impenetrable. There's always a way in, or through.
You sound as if you don't think France will keep the Huns out, he said with a frown. They kept them out in the last war.
Yes, but I'm very much afraid that this war will be nothing like the last one.
Well, so far it's been nothing but underwhelming, he said decidedly, sliding off her desk. I wish they'd make up their mind and just get on with it. I'm off to take my last flight. I'll pick you up out front at 5.
Pick me up? For what?
He grinned and winked. Dinner, of course. You really didn't think you could just sneak back here and I wouldn't notice, did you?
Of course not, but you didn't even ask if I wanted to go.
Didn't think it was necessary. After all, a meal at the pub is a darn sight better than what you'll get at the officers' mess.
She made a face. That's only because our officers' mess is far inferior to your officers' mess, she muttered. I'm still cross about that. When I saw what you had available compared to what we have, well—
Fred grinned and went over to retrieve his hat. I rest my case. I'll pick you up at 5.
Have you fixed your car door yet?
You ask me that every single time I take you out, he said. It's almost as if you don't trust it.
It's tied on with string.
Jolly strong string, though. They use it on the airplanes. He laughed and reached for the door. It's good to have you back, Evie. I'll see you tonight.
Evelyn shook her head, chuckling as the door closed behind him. Fred was a rascal, but he really did make her laugh. Between Miles last night and Fred today, she felt well on her way to returning to normal. The smile faded as she picked up her pen and went back to the stack of mail that had been waiting for her. She wasn't sure what normal was anymore, and as the war continued, she really believed that everything would change in ways that would defy normal ever being the same again. Perhaps it would be people, like Fred and Miles and Robbie, who would remind her of what normal was, and who she was, and then maybe she could forget about who she was becoming. Chapter 5. Antwerp, Belgium, May the 7th. Evelyn stepped out of the elevator and walked down the corridor, her suitcase in one hand and her purse in the other. The train ride from Paris had been long and she was tired, but it was late in the day and she knew she didn't have time for a nap. She'd been delayed in Dover when the channel had been too rough for the small craft carrying her to France to cast off. When they finally did get underway, the channel was still rougher than normal, and she had spent much of the trip in her cabin below decks praying that the vessel wouldn't capsize. Evelyn wasn't prone to seasickness, but even she had a few moments when she wondered if perhaps she shouldn't have had those biscuits and coffee before departing. All had been well, however, and they had finally arrived in Calais as the fishermen were coming back from their morning runs. She had arrived in France, but she had missed the first train to Paris. Stopping in front of her room, Evelyn set down her case and unlocked the door. An hour spent waiting for the next train had caused her to miss the train to Brussels from Paris. After another hour spent waiting, she had finally been on her way once again. The delays, however, had rubbed her nerves raw, and the good humour that had stayed with her since seeing Miles had rapidly dissipated. Now she was tired, hungry, and not looking forward to going back to the train station in less than an hour to meet with the Dutch agent. She pushed the door open and picked up her case again. She'd get herself settled, then leave to meet Lars as arranged. Once the meeting was over, she was coming right back to the hotel, eating dinner, and then going to bed. Tomorrow would be soon enough to catch the train to Brussels for her meeting with Vladimir. Evelyn shook her head as she locked the door and turned around to survey her temporary home. How or where she was to meet the Soviet agent was a mystery. He'd given no instructions other than to be in Brussels on the 8th, so she could only assume that he would locate her. The thought of him knowing where she was when she had no idea where he would be was unnerving, but she had no other choice. If they wanted to continue receiving the intelligence that he was willing to pass to them, then she had to play by his rules. At least for the time being, she qualified, walking over to set her case down near the bed. Once they'd agreed on a method of communication, then she could lay down some ground rules of her own. Evelyn walked over to the window and looked out. Her room overlooked a courtyard at the back of the hotel. This was her first visit to Belgium, but she found it very similar to France. Not surprising, she supposed, sandwiched as it was between France and Holland. She did wish she had time to see more of it while she was here, but once again she found that she was pressed to complete her assignment and get out as quickly as possible. There would be no sightseeing in Antwerp, but perhaps she could squeeze in a few hours in Brussels. She turned away from the window reluctantly, knowing that she was unlikely to see much of Brussels either. It was just the way it was. Without knowing when the German forces would finally move towards France, she didn't have the luxury of taking a few hours to look around the old city. Not unless she wanted to end up in the same situation she had in Oslo, fleeing ahead of rapidly advancing German forces. A shudder went through her. Fred had no idea what Hitler's forces were capable of. None of them did. While he and Miles and Robbie knew that an attempt would be made on France, they really had no concept of how quickly it would happen when it finally did begin. Miles, at least, knew enough to know that it wouldn't be anything like what they expected, but even he had no clear understanding of what to be prepared for. She did. She'd seen the speed with which the Germans had overtaken Norway, and she knew the exact numbers and sheer might of the Luftwaffe, and the damage they were capable of wreaking ahead of their ground troops. Blitzkrieg, they called it, lightning war, and it was just that. Despite knowing how forcefully Hitler had moved into Poland, Denmark and Norway, many people believed he wouldn't make it into France, just as Fred didn't believe it. Even the French High Command and British generals adhered to the stubborn belief that the German offensive would follow the same pattern as that of the last war. Evelyn picked up her suitcase and swung it onto the bed, undoing the leather straps. On the train, she'd overheard two French soldiers discussing General Gamelin's steadfast commitment to defending the east side of France, while advancing through Belgium if the Germans did attack. He was relying on the Maginot for defence, and expecting the Germans to follow the same battle order as they had in the last war. She shook her head as she opened her case and pulled out a skirt, laying it on the coverlet. Hitler was a fool if he committed to the same failed policies of the last war, and she knew he was far from a fool. No, he would be sure that his generals came up with something that would work this time, an offensive plan that would utilize his air force and the speed of his Wehrmacht. And after the success in Norway, he would only be emboldened to press into France. There was no reason for him not to be. She just hoped that she was out of Belgium before it happened. London, England. The man poured himself a drink and turned to sit down before an open case. The wireless radio inside was ready to transmit, and he sipped his gin and tonic before pulling out his codebook. After consulting it for a few moments, he picked up a pencil and began writing out the message he was to send. He still couldn't believe his good fortune in stumbling across this information. With the increased security in the building on Broadway, and with his own natural caution and reluctance to jeopardize his position, he'd been hard-pressed to find any information that was worth passing along to the people in Berlin. He'd had access to some, of course, but nothing truly worthy of impressing them. Thanks to the appalling carelessness of an upper-level chief in MI6, however, that had all changed abruptly 2 days before. The man smiled faintly. It was really quite ridiculous that an intelligence chief in his position would have been so careless as to leave the correspondence lying on a bench in St. James's Park underground, but he had. Now that mistake was enabling himself to pass on the unexpected goldmine of information to Berlin. This is what came of sticking rigidly to the old-school code when staffing the Secret Intelligence Service. Instead of selecting men of certain dispositions and abilities that lent themselves to clandestine work, they had all turned to friends and cronies who had a family name and long-standing memberships to the exclusive clubs on St. James Street. Fortunately for him, many of them didn't have the faintest idea how to safeguard the information they were entrusted with. Information like the names of 4 new agents on the continent. The man finished writing out his message and read it through, nodding in satisfaction when he'd finished. That would do nicely. They would be very pleased with this in Berlin, and he might just get another reprieve from the whole Ainsworth affair. He took another sip of his gin and tonic and reached for the paddle of the radio. Information discovered regarding attempts to rebuild intelligence network on continent. 4 agents have been recruited in France, Belgium, and Holland. Identities to follow in separate transmission. Agent in Brussels is of particular interest. Henry. As he transmitted the message, the spy known as Henry pressed his lips together thoughtfully. This would definitely go a long way towards buying him time for the other issue that Berlin wanted resolved. The Ainsworth affair was proving to be an unexpected thorn in his side. When he told his handlers that he would have no problems uncovering what Robert Ainsworth had stolen in Austria over a year before, he'd had every confidence that he would be able to do just that. After all, there were only so many places Ainsworth could have hidden the information. And hidden it he obviously had, for not even a whisper of it had surfaced since his death. The very silence was evidence enough that no one else had discovered the information either. If they had, he would certainly have heard of it. Yet despite numerous months of searching, Henry was no closer to finding it than when Robert had died last fall. Not only was this frustrating him to no end, but it was also infuriating his handlers in Berlin. They wanted the information back, and they wanted it yesterday. They were becoming increasingly more adamant that he locate it, and he couldn't blame them. If it got out in the open, well, the results would be disastrous. He had to find it, but he needed more time. Henry sat back and reached for his drink. Hopefully this new batch of intelligence would buy him that time. Sending them 4 names of known agents would go a long way to appeasing them for now, but he knew it would only be temporary. He had to find the information Robert Ainsworth had stumbled across in Austria, and he had to find it before anyone else. Antwerp, Belgium. Evelyn walked out of the elevator and looked around the lobby. There were few people about this late in the afternoon. It was that awkward time between lunch and dinner, when guests were either still out enjoying the city or changing for dinner. One man was checking in at the desk, 2 suitcases on the floor at either side of him, and a couple were just crossing from the front door towards the wide, curved staircase to the side of the elevator. 2 porters stood near the front desk, talking in low tones as they waited for the next guest to require their assistance. Glancing at the gold watch on her wrist, Evelyn moved towards the front door. She had plenty of time before she was due to meet Lars at the entrance of the station. There was no rush, and she had every intention of taking her time as she walked through the city. She may only have a few hours in Antwerp, but she wanted to enjoy what few hours she had. Would she ever come back? The question popped into her mind as Evelyn's heels clicked on the marble floor. If the Germans invaded, she didn't see much hope of Belgian forces holding out for very long on their own. Even when the French and English came to support them, it would still be a fight they were unlikely to win. If the Germans took control of Belgium, Evelyn didn't know if she would be able to return, and if she did, it certainly wouldn't be for a sightseeing tour. A shame, really. She'd always loved to travel, and now that she was doing so much of it, she couldn't take the time to enjoy the places she was going. Movement in the corner of her eye drew her attention, and Evelyn glanced to her right. There, partially hidden behind a large potted plant, was a man seated in an armchair, flipping through a magazine. He had his legs crossed and his attention on the publication in his lap,
but an icy chill went through her just the same. There was nothing overtly threatening about him. He seemed to be a man sitting in the lobby waiting for someone. But she knew that he wasn't. The hat on the small side table beside him was German-made, as were his shoes. He'd removed his coat, but she was willing to bet that that too was German, and probably black. He was an SS agent. Evelyn was positive of that as she moved across the lobby towards the door. She'd seen enough of them to be able to recognize their tailoring. Her heart began pounding in her chest, and she took a deep, steadying breath. The movement that had drawn her attention had been him recrossing his legs. The man hadn't even glanced up from his magazine as she crossed the lobby. He wasn't showing the least sign of interest in her, and Evelyn knew that if he was interested in her, he would be watching her now. Instead, he appeared engrossed in his magazine. Watching him out of the corner of her eyes, she pursed her lips thoughtfully. From his position in the chair, he had a clear view of both the elevator and the stairs. He would be able to see who was coming and going, and then follow them without any issue or suspicion. Which begged the question, who was he waiting for? No one aside from Bill knew she was here, so it couldn't possibly be her. Because of the spy known only as Henry, and his penchant for leaking her location every time she left England, the only person who knew anything about this side trip to Antwerp was Bill. Exhaling, Evelyn was just beginning to breathe a little easier when the man looked up suddenly. He didn't look at her, however, but instead directed his gaze to the stairs. Despite the fact that he didn't appear to be interested in her, another chill went through her, and Evelyn glanced over her shoulder towards the stairs. The couple had started up the stairs, but a short, round man had come around the bend and was moving down the last few steps to the lobby. He was dressed in a brown suit that Evelyn immediately recognized as French, and, as he descended the last few steps, the man in the chair closed his magazine. "Enjoy your afternoon, miss," the doorman said politely, drawing Evelyn's attention as he opened the door for her. "Thank you," she said with a smile. "I shall." She walked out of the hotel and threw up a hand to her head as she stepped into the street, and a sharp wind caught her fashionable blue hat, tilting it to the side. As she straightened it, Evelyn glanced back through the glass doors into the lobby. The man was still in the chair, but all his attention was focused on the short newcomer in the brown suit. Turning away and starting down the sidewalk, Evelyn was conscious of a sense of relief. For once it wasn't herself caught in the sights of a German agent, but someone else. While she had nothing but sympathy for the Frenchman, she was very grateful that she was in the clear. She'd only been in Belgium for 4 hours. The last thing she wanted was to be compromised already. As she made her way down the street towards a cigarette vendor on the corner, Evelyn allowed herself to relax. Bill had warned her that there would be SS agents in most of the hotels in Europe now, all watching and waiting. Until now, they had been watching and waiting for her, and she knew that she would be back in the spotlight soon enough. The assassin known as Eisenjäger had made that abundantly plain in Norway. But for the moment, she was safe, and she was determined to enjoy the freedom as long as it lasted. Chapter 6. Evelyn walked towards the main entrance of the train station, scanning the faces of the people milling around outside. Men and women hurried in and out of the busy station, creating a constant chaotic stream of human traffic. She'd wondered at the timing of her meeting with Lars when Bill said 4 o'clock precisely, but now she understood. The sheer number of people thronging the entrance made the possibility of anyone noticing 2 strangers meet very low. In fact, she wondered if she would even be able to find the Dutch agent in the crowds of people. Aside from the fact that he would be wearing a red scarf and carrying an umbrella, she didn't have the faintest idea what he looked like. She didn't know if she was looking for a tall man, a short man, or even a man at all. She bit her bottom lip at that thought.
There was no reason that Lars couldn't be a code name for a woman after all, and in that case, her possibilities just doubled. Evelyn exhaled and looked at her watch. It was almost 4 o'clock, and Bill had been adamant about precise timing. She had to locate Lars and approach him at exactly the right moment. She lifted her eyes again as she moved with the flow of pedestrians towards the entrance. A flash of red caught her attention, but she shifted her gaze away from a red beret, losing interest. It was a scarf she needed, not a hat. A woman toting 2 large bags bumped into her, turning to apologize profusely. As she did so, one of the bags slipped and fell open, spilling children's toys onto the pavement. Evelyn smiled and bent down as the woman exclaimed, picking up a wooden car and a doll before the car could roll away. The woman was speaking quickly in what Evelyn could only imagine was Dutch, and as she straightened up with the toys in her hands, she smiled helplessly. "I'm sorry I don't speak Dutch," she said in French, handing the woman the toys. The woman looked startled, then broke into a wide smile. "I speak a little French," she announced, shoving the toys back into her bag. "Thank you very much. So kind of you." "Not at all," Evelyn assured her with a smile. "Is that everything?" "Yes, I think so, thank you." The woman turned to continue hurrying towards the entrance. Evelyn couldn't stop the chuckle when the hapless woman bumped into yet another person, apologizing profusely once again. Turning her head, Evelyn caught sight of a dark red scarf to her left, and she inhaled sharply. A tall, lean man was leaning against the side of the building, smoking. He had an umbrella in his left hand, and the blood-red scarf hung carelessly around his neck. Dark hair fell in thick waves almost to his shoulders, giving him a distinctly bohemian look. Dressed in varying shades of grey and brown, she would have missed him entirely if it hadn't been for the flash of colour. Her heart thumped in her chest, and Evelyn looked at his face, startled to find dark grey eyes watching her with an unnerving intensity. She swallowed, and moved through the crowds towards him, reaching into her purse to pull out a cigarette case. She pulled her eyes away from his face, glancing around her as she walked. No one seemed to be paying any attention, and she felt her shoulders relax. She extracted a cigarette and slid the case back into her purse, making a show of searching for something. Finally she looked up and walked towards him, a cigarette between her long fingers. "Forgive me, but would you have a match? I seem to have mislaid mine," she said in French, stopping before him. The man straightened up from the wall and pulled a box of matches out of his pocket, his dark eyes never leaving hers. They betrayed no emotion or surprise, only polite curiosity. "Of course, mademoiselle," he said, lighting a match. "Are you catching the train to Brussels?" "Yes." Evelyn bent her head towards the flame. "Merci." He waited until she had lit her cigarette, then blew out the match. "You're not what I was expecting," he said in a low voice. "No? What were you expecting?" Lars looked amused at the faint edge to her voice. "Someone infinitely less attractive," he replied. Evelyn was betrayed into a smile, and she met his gaze again with a small laugh. "Perhaps next time I will wear a false nose and some spectacles." "That would be a pity," he said with a flash of even teeth. "I'm Lars. You must be Marie. If you like, I will show you the way to the platform. I'm sure you're anxious to catch your train." Evelyn smiled and turned to walk with him towards the entrance. "Thank you again." They were silent as they went into the crowded train station. Once inside, he steered her through the crowds, placing a hand on her elbow. "The package is quite large. Where will you conceal it?" he asked in a low voice. "I have a large pocket sewn into the lining of my coat. It will be safe there." "Good." He was quiet for a moment. Then he glanced down at her. "I've heard that the Luftwaffe sank 2 destroyers off the coast of Norway, the Afridi and Bison. They were part of an evacuation at Namsos." "When was this?" she asked, glancing at him sharply. "A few days ago. The rest of the ships escaped harm. It's only a matter of time before you will have to withdraw from Norway. The soldiers will be needed to defend France." "I know." Evelyn thought of Anna and Eric and felt her stomach clench. "Have you heard anything else about Norway?"
only that the Germans have complete control of the south and are pushing north. Some say arrests are already being made of people who are believed to be part of a fledgling resistance.
Lars glanced down at her. "Do you know people in Norway?"
Yes."
His eyes met hers and were surprisingly gentle.
"Then may God be with them."
She swallowed again and smiled briskly.
"I'm sure he will be,"
she said.
"What have you heard regarding France?"
He shook his head.
"Not as much as I would like," he admitted. "The Germans will move, but I haven't heard when or where. Perhaps in the next few days I'll know more. Of course, perhaps so will you."
Lars paused outside the entrance to a platform in the midst of a large crowd of waiting passengers. Turning to face her, he slid a hand into his inside coat pocket. "This is it," he said with a smile, pulling a rather large oilskin-wrapped parcel out of his coat.
"Take great care of this. At least one man has died to get that out of Germany, and probably more."
Evelyn took the parcel and slid it into her coat smoothly. The entire transaction was completed in an instant, and he nodded in approval.
"I will, thank you." "Inside are photographs of the Daimler plant in Stuttgart," he said in a low voice. "There are also top-secret blueprints for 2 underground munitions factories. According to the plans, they will be impervious to bombing raids. It's those plans that the Germans don't want out in the open. Be very careful. We know they already have agents looking for the package. Don't trust anyone."
"I won't," she assured him. "They'll be safe with me." Lars hesitated for a moment, then held out a hand.
"I wish you speed and safe passage."
Evelyn grasped his hand and nodded, and then he was gone, disappearing into the crowds. Waiting until he was out of sight, she turned and moved away from the platform, heading towards another exit. She would not leave the station the same way she had come, but take a longer route back to the hotel. Not that she had any reason to suspect that she'd been followed, but she supposed it was better to be safe than sorry. If nothing else, she was learning that caution was the better part of valor these days. She made her way through the crowds easily, heading towards the exit on the other side of the large station. A man had died getting the heavy package that rested against her side out of Germany. How? Had he been captured by the Gestapo? And how did Lars know? She supposed someone in the line of couriers had passed along the information with the package. But the thought made her blood run cold. It was one thing to know that people were dying trying to get information out, but it was quite another to physically be in possession of one of those packages. The very thought that someone who had handled the oilskin-wrapped parcel was now dead made Evelyn feel a heavy sense of uneasiness. She shook her head impatiently. There was no point in being maudlin about it. Her task was to get the package back to Bill, not grieve over the lives that had been lost because of it. Even so, she couldn't shake the disquiet that had taken hold deep in her gut. If the Germans already had agents looking for the package, then they would be watching the networks not only in Belgium but also in France. Bill had cautioned her to trust no one, and now Lars had just reiterated the same warning. They didn't know who was friend and who was foe in the new network stretching across the continent. Evelyn's lips curved faintly. It didn't matter how many agents the Germans had watching the networks in France, she wasn't passing the package on to them. She would be taking it directly to London, something Lars didn't know. He thought she was just another courier. And that just might be the thing that would allow her to get the package back to England safely. Evelyn turned the corner and tucked her hands into the pockets of her coat. A brisk wind streaked down the street, snatching at tendrils of blonde hair that had escaped her hat, and she took a deep breath, enjoying the wind on her face. She had left the train station behind and was walking towards the hotel, but she was in no rush to return. Though she was tired and hungry, Evelyn was enjoying the fresh air after being cooped up in trains all day. Pausing outside a shop, she looked in the window at the selection of women's gloves on display, her eyes drawn to a dove-grey pair in the corner. She hesitated, then turned to continue walking. She had a pair very similar at Ainsworth Manor, And she wasn't in Antwerp to shop. In fact, she realized with a start, she didn't really have any desire to shop. Her lips curved in amusement. If only her mother could see her now, she would think she was ill. There had never been a time when Evelyn wasn't interested in shopping for new accessories. The smile faded as she walked. A lot of things were changing about her, and soon she felt as though her mother wouldn't recognize her at all. Giving herself a mental shake, Evelyn reminded herself that when she was in England she could live her life as she always had. But while she was on the continent, working for MI6, she had to be a different person. That didn't mean she was changing who she was. It only meant that she was learning to separate the socialite from the spy. And shopping for gloves when she had a parcel that had been smuggled out of Germany in her coat was not part of the spy. Pausing at the next corner, Evelyn glanced over her shoulder before running lightly across the narrow side street. It was a little unnerving how comfortable she was becoming with navigating around foreign cities, she reflected. Then again, after fleeing across Norway in the snow, this seemed like a vacation. The weather was beautiful, the city was stunning, and everything was going perfectly to plan. She had the package, and tomorrow she'd go to Brussels to meet with Vladimir right on time. This was turning out to be one of the easiest assignments to date, even though it was also one of the most dangerous. There was no way she could convince herself that meeting with a Soviet agent was in any way not dangerous. Even though he had seemed pleasant enough in Oslo, the fact still remained that he was a Soviet spy, and as such, she had to be prepared for anything. However, if she were completely honest with herself, if anything was going to go wrong, she would have thought it would have been during the meeting with Lars. Hopefully the entire trip would continue to be smooth and uneventful, and she would be able to make arrangements with Shustov that would be amenable to them both. Evelyn was just crossing the street a few moments later, when a strange chill went down her spine. It was a familiar feeling, one she'd felt before when she was in a strange city. She glanced behind her, and her breath caught in her throat. There, half a block behind her, was a man in a long brown coat. The same man had been there the past 3 times she had looked behind her before crossing a side street. That, in itself, wasn't unusual. She was on a very busy thoroughfare cutting through the heart of the city. What had the hair on the back of her neck standing up in warning was the fact that he was the exact same distance behind her as he had been for the past 10 minutes. He was neither gaining ground nor falling behind. Pressing her lips together, Evelyn pulled her hands out of her pockets and moved her purse to the other shoulder, freeing up her dominant hand. She knew for a fact that she hadn't been walking at a steady pace for 10 minutes. Lost in thought, she'd been looking in shop windows and weaving around other pedestrians. The man, if he really was just another pedestrian, would surely have closed the distance between them. Yet he had not. There was only one reason she could think of for that, and it wasn't a pleasant one. She was being followed. Who was he? And how on earth did he even know who she was? It was impossible. Even Henry couldn't have found out where she was this quickly, and even if she'd been spotted at the station when she arrived earlier, they certainly wouldn't have expected her to go back to the station within an hour of her arrival. There was no way that anyone could possibly know she'd be walking from the station to the hotel. Her heart pounding, she increased her pace, moving through the light crowds on the pavements quickly. Lars! The thought came suddenly, and Evelyn sucked in her breath. They must have been watching Lars. That was the only reasonable explanation. Had they seen her take the package? Or was she simply being watched because of her apparent association with a Dutch agent? Did they know who she was? Evelyn had no way of knowing if her likeness had been circulated outside of the SD. If he was a German agent, he may very well have recognized her. If he wasn't, then she was in a much better situation, but either way she was going to have to lose him, and the sooner the better. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down and think. She would go back to the hotel, she decided. There was a certain amount of safety in the expensive hotel, and she had to retrieve her bag from her room. She would be safer there than on the unfamiliar streets of Antwerp. She would lead the man back there, collect her bag, and then disappear. If she was very careful, it would be easy enough to slip out without him seeing. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her that she hadn't eaten, and Evelyn sighed tiredly. It would be a few hours now before she could remedy that, thanks to her uninvited guest. There was no help for it. She had to ensure that the package in her coat remained safe and secure, and she could only do that by getting out of the city as soon as possible. There was no time for dinner. Not now. She paused next to the glass window of a shop selling hats, examining the display, and looked out of the corner of her eye, gauging the distance between herself and the man in the brown coat. He walked with his hands in his pockets and his head down, the brim of his hat pulled over his forehead to cast his face into shadows. She got the impression of a narrow, pointed face, but that was all. Nothing that would allow her to recognize him without the brown coat and hat. Turning, she continued walking, her lips in a thin line. The coat and hat weren't German, of that she was certain, nor were they French. If she had to venture a guess, she'd say that he was a local man. But how did a local man know about Lars? Did he know about the stolen packet in her coat? Another chill streaked down her spine, and Evelyn's hands grew cold in her gloves as she considered one other possibility. Had Eisenjäger found her? The German assassin was a ghost. She had no idea what he looked like, because no one knew what he looked like. Bill had given her all the information they had on the assassin-turned-spy, and it wasn't much at all. Could the man be Eisenjäger? He was a master of blending in. He would dress in the clothes of the country he was in to avoid unwanted attention. Could the man following her be the mysterious ghost who had chased her across Norway? No sooner had she considered the possibility than she dismissed it. They may not know much about the elusive assassin, but they knew he was skilled enough not to be spotted by his target. If he was following her, she was fairly certain that she would know nothing about it. Apart from which, how could he possibly know where she was? And what were the chances of him being in Antwerp at the same time? No, it had to be someone who had been watching Lars. Perhaps he'd even followed the Dutch agent from Holland. But then why hadn't he continued to follow Lars? Why follow her instead? He must have seen her take the package. If he knew she had the package, he wouldn't let her out of his sight until he could get it from her. She had to get away from him and out of the city without delay. Evelyn crossed the last street before the hotel. Her pounding heart was settling down into a steady rhythm now, and she was growing calmer with each step closer to the hotel. She had a plan. The man didn't realize she'd seen him, and that was all to her advantage. Glancing at her watch, she tightened her grasp on her purse strap. She just had time to make it to her room to get her bag, and then slip out of the hotel without him seeing. Then she just had to hope and pray that the train schedule was on her side. Chapter 7. The manager who had checked her in earlier was still behind the desk when Evelyn crossed the lobby floor. He smiled pleasantly as she approached. "Good evening, Mademoiselle Fournier. I trust your room is satisfactory?" "Yes, thank you, it's lovely." "I'm delighted to hear it. How can I help you this evening?" "Do you know if there's another train to Brussels tonight?" "There is, and it leaves in an hour. I hope everything is all right." "Oh, yes," she said breezily with a bright smile. "Everything is quite all right. I had an idea that I might try to make it there tonight, but I'll wait until tomorrow. I don't relish the thought of rushing to catch a train before I've even had my dinner." He smiled. "Of course not. If you don't mind waiting a moment, I'll look to see the times of the morning trains." "Thank you very much." Evelyn watched him move away to consult the train schedule, then glanced over her shoulder. The man in the brown coat hadn't entered the hotel, but she knew he was outside in the street. There was no sign of the SS agent who had been sitting in the chair earlier, and the only occupants of the lobby at this hour were a middle-aged couple in evening dress moving across the lobby towards the front doors and 2 porters. For now, she was perfectly safe. The first train to Brussels leaves at 8:15. The manager was back, a smile on his face. There is another at 10. I think the 8:15 would be ideal, Evelyn said, turning her attention back to him. Would you be kind enough to book a first-class compartment in my name? Of course, mademoiselle. Thank you. She picked up her purse from where she had set it on the wooden counter and smiled. I'll settle my bill now, to save time in the morning. Yes, of course. He turned to pull her registration card. I'm sorry your stay will be so short. I hope you'll return to visit us. I'm sure I will. A few minutes later, Evelyn was walking towards the elevator. As she waited for the attendant to open the gate, she looked behind her once more. There was still no sign of the man in the brown suit. The 4th floor, please, Evelyn told the attendant, stepping into the elevator. Thank you. As the cage rose slowly, she looked at her watch. She had less than an hour to get to the station and get onto the train without her new friend outside seeing. Thankfully, she had never unpacked her case, and the only thing she had removed was her hairbrush. She would be able to change and get out of the hotel quickly, and without fuss. The elevator rumbled to a stop, and the attendant opened the doors and gate. Evelyn smiled and stepped out, turning to make her way to her room. She would take the stairs down, she decided, pulling her room key out of her purse. And she would leave when the elevator was already down, so as to avoid any possibility of the attendant seeing her go. Her lips twitched as she unlocked her door. The old man would have a seizure if he caught a glimpse of her, for Evelyn had no intention of leaving her room again as herself. The only way she was getting out of the hotel and to the station without any problems was to be someone else. And that was exactly what she was going to do. The man stepped out of the hotel and settled his hat on his head, pulling the brim low over his forehead once again. The woman's name was Marie Fournier, and she'd just checked in that afternoon. The porter he'd spoken to first hadn't been able to tell him much, but when a bill had found its way into the young man's hand, he'd suddenly remembered quite a bit. She was staying on the 4th floor, and had carried her own bag up to the room when she arrived. After a few more questions, the man had also learned that the manager had just arranged for a first-class compartment for Mademoiselle Fournier on the first train to Brussels in the morning. It was amazing what porters knew, really. No one paid them any attention, yet they were absolute gold mines of information if one were willing to offer the right incentive. He turned to walk slowly along the pavement. After waiting across the street for 15 minutes, he'd finally decided that the woman wasn't leaving the hotel again and went in to question the porter. The wait had also ensured that there was no possibility of running into her in the lobby. He was convinced that she hadn't seen him while he followed her from the train station. There was certainly no reason to suppose that she had, but the man tended to be cautious about things like that. While there had been no sign of her panicking or realizing that he was there, it didn't necessarily follow that she was unaware of his presence. If she was a seasoned courier, she would know to look over her shoulder, and she would have learned to not give herself away. It was much better to be safe, and take every care not to be seen in the lobby of her hotel, or outside it for that matter. He tucked his hands in his pockets as he made his way to the corner. The Dutch agent had been carrying the packet from Germany. They had known as soon as he crossed into Belgium, and he had been followed ever since. The man really hadn't expected the Dutchman to pass off the package quite so quickly. He'd only just arrived that morning, after all. But there had been no mistaking the exchange at the train station. What was really surprising was that the Dutch agent seemed to have no idea that he was being watched. If he had, he never would have passed the packet to the woman. The man felt a sense of self-satisfaction. His orders had been to stay with the Dutch agent, but as soon as the packet changed hands, he knew he had to stay with the woman. Now he was in a position to get the package back, and be commended and lauded in the process. The Germans had made it very clear that they wanted the information back,
and they were willing to pay handsomely to get it. Not only that, but once he had the packet in his possession, he would be able to demand anything he liked. He would have all the bargaining power, and the Nazis would have to give him what he wanted or risk losing the package again. He chewed his bottom lip thoughtfully, while he debated how much he could get for the information. Perhaps enough to move out of the city and into the country. But first, he had to get the package away from the woman, and to do that he had to watch the hotel to make sure she didn't leave again. He would go to the corner and wait until it was very late. Then he would break into her room and take the package while she was sleeping. It would be quick and easy. He'd done it enough times. She wouldn't even know he was there. They never did. The man reached the corner, preoccupied with his plans, and never saw the figure moving up the side street. As he stepped away from the corner of the building, an aging woman in a shapeless work dress bumped into him hard. He stumbled sideways, turning to gape in astonishment. She glared up at him, a fierce scowl on her lined face. A worn scarf was wrapped around her neck, while a tattered hat draped over her head, casting her face into shadows. She carried an immense carpet bag in one hand, while the other pulled a chest strapped onto wheels. It looked like an artist's chest, the kind that they hauled their paints around in, but he very much doubted she was a painter. She looked more like a washwoman. "Pardon," he murmured, turning away. The woman huffed and pulled her chest around him. With one final glare she crossed the street, muttering something indiscernible under her breath. He watched her go with a shake of his head, before taking up position against the street lamp on the corner. He turned his attention back to the front door of the hotel, smiling in satisfaction at the clear view. No one could enter or leave without him seeing. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a cigarette, bending his head to light it. By morning he would have the package and be well on his way to a better life. He just had to be patient and wait. Evelyn adjusted the hat on her head and studied herself in the small washroom mirror critically. The make-up that had made her face appear lined and haggard had been washed away, leaving her skin smooth and clear again. Thick wire-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, and her hair was pulled into a tight bun at the back of her head. The shapeless dress she had worn out of the hotel had been exchanged for a high-necked sweater, matching jacket, and modest woolen skirt. Tilting her head, she decided she looked every inch the respectable secretary who was about to board the last train to Brussels, hurrying back to her job after a few short days of holiday. Turning away from the wash-basin, she tossed the tattered old hat and scarf she had worn to the station into the trash can by the door. She pulled her purse out of the old carpet bag, before throwing the bag into the trash as well. It had been pure luck that she'd come across the bag and chest on her way out of the hotel. She had snuck out of the back entrance into an alleyway, and there they were, discarded with other pieces of forgotten trash. Perfect, really. They had enabled her to conceal her suitcase and purse from the man in the street. He'd never even suspected that the strange-looking older woman who ploughed into him so unceremoniously was, in fact, the person he'd been following. A grin pulled at Evelyn's lips as she squatted down to unlatch the ancient chest and pull out her suitcase. She'd left him leaning against a street-light, staring at the entrance to the hotel. He had no idea that she was already gone. The grin faded just as quickly as it had come, and she lifted her case out of the chest. Now she had to get onto the train without anyone else recognizing her. She'd made it to the bathroom inside the station without incident, but she didn't want to risk others in the station taking notice of her. She supposed she could have left the old woman disguise on while she boarded the train, but she had a feeling that the man in the ticket booth and the conductor would both remember a shabby old woman who paid cash for a first-class train compartment. She repressed a shudder at the thought of travelling in a second-class compartment. She'd never done so in her life, and she wasn't about to start now. No, it was better to change her appearance, and hopefully not attract any undue attention. She had no idea if there were others in the station watching for her.
but it was by far better to be safe than sorry, as she'd learned more than once already in her short career. Leaving the chest on wheels in the corner, Evelyn hooked her purse over her shoulder and picked up her suitcase. It was time to go. She only had a few minutes to purchase her ticket and get to the boarding platform. There was no time to waste. She left the woman's bathroom and moved rapidly towards the ticket counter, breathing a sigh of relief at the absence of a line. A few minutes later, she was running for the platform, a ticket tucked into her purse. Train stations were rarely deserted in large cities, but the lateness of the hours certainly made a difference in the amount of people hurrying around her. Unlike that afternoon when the station had been filled with throngs of commuters and travellers, Evelyn was one of perhaps half a dozen passengers hurrying to catch the train on her platform. All of her fellow passengers appeared to be exactly what she was pretending to be, respectable working people hurrying to catch the last train to Brussels. As she approached the train, Evelyn couldn't stop the feeling of satisfaction that went through her. There was no way she could have known what type of people would be on the train, but she couldn't have guessed more accurately when she decided on a secretarial disguise. Perhaps Bill was right after all. Maybe she was made for this. The warning whistle blew as she climbed into one of the first-class compartments, manoeuvring her suitcase around the corner. She looked around and began moving along the narrow corridor until she came to a compartment that was empty. Evelyn went inside and exhaled. The conductor was shouting his last calls on the platform. She'd just made it. She dropped into a seat by the window and placed her suitcase by her feet. Turning her attention outside, she watched as the conductor took a final look around before disappearing out of sight as he swung himself onto the train. A moment later, the train let out a huff and jerked into motion, pulling slowly away from the platform. She had done it. She was on her way to Brussels without the stranger in the street being any wiser. Evelyn leaned her head back on the seat for a moment, marvelling at the ease with which she'd got away. Would it always be this easy? Probably not. Sooner or later she'd have to become much more inventive with her disguises. Right now, she had the advantage of being relatively unknown on the continent and in the intelligence community. She could move around fairly freely. Tonight had shown how quickly that could change, however. Not only had the man outside the hotel known about Lars, but now he knew what she looked like. It was a description that would make its way back to the Germans, and it wouldn't take them long to realize that she was the same person they had been hunting in Norway. Perhaps it wouldn't be this month, or even next month. But eventually Eisenjäger and her old friend Hans Voss would begin to recognize the sightings, and then it would become much more dangerous for her to move around Europe. No, it wouldn't always be this easy, she decided, lifting her head and looking out the window at the darkened landscape whizzing by. She'd been very lucky so far. Eventually that luck would run out, and then she'd have to rely on skill. Her lips twisted briefly. Skill that, hopefully, she would have acquired by then. Evelyn wasn't foolish. She knew she was poorly trained, and she also knew that somehow she was going to have to train herself as she went, or she'd never survive this war. She had thought she was prepared for gathering intelligence on the continent, but after her flight through Sweden, and then Norway a few months later, she had come to the sobering conclusion that she was nowhere near ready. There were so many things she hadn't been taught, little things that, as she now knew, could mean the difference between living and dying. Yet she was rapidly finding that she had no idea what those things were until she came up against them. It wasn't Bill's fault, really. He was following the protocol set down by those who came before him. The trainers in Scotland were also following the instructions that were given to them. No, the fault lay with the MI6 chiefs, she decided. They honestly had no idea what their agents were up against in the field. How could they thoroughly train their agents when they'd never been in the field themselves? The answer was simple. They couldn't. It was up to her to learn as she went, and if she didn't, well, that was that. No more spy games for her. Instead, it would be a small funeral and a spot in the family plot at the church. As the train settled into a comfortable rocking, Evelyn unbuttoned her gloves and began to work them off her hands. She supposed she was thankful that she at least realized how little she knew, and therefore was aware of how much she had yet to learn. Sifu had always liked to say that a man who was unaware of his limitations was the most foolish of all. She had always taken that to mean that they would take reckless risks. Now she realized that if one were unaware of their own weakness, then they would never improve. Or, as in her present case, if she were unaware that she knew next to nothing about navigating the shadows to gather intelligence, then she would never learn how to do it successfully. And if she didn't learn how to do it properly, she wouldn't live to see the end of the month, let alone the end of the war. Laying her gloves in her lap, she made herself comfortable and leaned her head back again. There was nothing she could have done about Lars today. There was no way she could have known that he was being followed. They had taken every precaution within the station, even moving into the thickest crowds before he passed her the packet. There was nothing more she could have done then. Could she have realized she was being followed earlier than she did? Perhaps. While she was getting better at paying attention to people around her, and, more importantly, people behind her, Evelyn knew she could do better in that area. But how to prevent being seen to begin with? Vladimir Lyakov came into her mind suddenly, making her purse her lips thoughtfully. He was invisible. He moved throughout Europe at will, never leaving a trace. She knew this, because MI6 had tried repeatedly to track him, always to no avail. The man was like a ghost. How many years had it taken him to learn to be invisible? How did he move through customs and borders without leaving a trace? How did he move valuable intelligence out of the Soviet Union and into the hands of agents like herself? These were the skills she needed to learn, and learn quickly. And she had no idea how to do it. Chapter 8. Vladimir Lyakov nodded to the train conductor and stepped out onto the platform. The woman was moving towards the door to the station lobby, and he paused to look at his watch. He didn't want to be too close to her as she made her way from the train to the streets of Brussels. If she had any sense, she'd be on her guard now, and he didn't want to run the risk of her seeing him. Not just yet. He looked up from his watch as she disappeared through the wide opening into the lobby. Striding forward quickly, he went around a porter struggling with a pile of luggage and followed her through the entrance. He'd been waiting for Evelyn when she arrived in Brussels from Paris this morning. A man of extreme caution, he'd got there well ahead of her, with the intention of watching her and ensuring that MI6 hadn't tried to get sneaky with their meeting. If there had been any indication that Evelyn Ainsworth wasn't alone, or that she had a tail, he'd had every intention of aborting the meeting. There had been neither, but the young British agent had still managed to surprise him. When she bought a ticket for Antwerp instead of leaving the station, his curiosity had been piqued, and he'd followed. Vladimir moved through the sparse crowd in the station lobby, his eyes on the blonde hair ahead of him. She had gone straight to one of the best hotels in Antwerp, checked in, and then promptly left again to return to the train station. Amazingly, the German agent camped out in the hotel lobby had never looked twice at her. His attention focused on another target altogether. That was a bit of luck, really. If the SS agent had been one of any stature at all, he would have recognized Evelyn for who she was. Vladimir shook his head as they moved towards the exit to the street. Soon she would have to change her appearance. Already too many German officers in the SS and SD knew what she looked like, and also knew that she was an enemy of the Reich. It wouldn't be long before they disseminated that information down to the lower ranks. Once that happened, Jeanne's relative anonymity would be gone. She was safe for now, But that wouldn't last, especially if another incident like tonight's occurred. His lips tightened into a frown. The German agent in the lobby of the hotel hadn't worried him at all. The man in the street who had followed her from the station was another story altogether. That man worried him greatly. He wasn't German, of that Vladimir was certain. He looked like a local man. Most likely he was a Belgian agent working for the Germans. They were everywhere now, these double agents. It was one of the reasons he took so many precautions himself. Himmler and Canaris weren't the only ones turning agents all over the world. His own agency had their fair share as well, and Vladimir had to avoid all of them. There were eyes and ears everywhere, and that was just part of the war. He was used to it, and if he was honest with himself, thrived on the challenge of smuggling classified information out from the Soviet Union. Evelyn, however, had just had her first taste of the realities of operating on the continent. The man she'd met in the station had undoubtedly been another agent. Vladimir had no idea which country he owed his allegiance to, but Evelyn obviously did. She had met with him, accepted a package from him, and the mystery as to why she had gone directly to Antwerp was solved. She was picking up a packet from another agent. Simple enough operation, really, and not very surprising. If MI6 was sending her to Belgium anyway, there was no reason not to have her complete a mission for them at the same time. Nothing complicated, just an easy exchange. At least it would have been if the other agent hadn't been followed. She had done surprisingly well, all things considered. Vladimir didn't know exactly when she'd realized that she was being followed, but she obviously had. She had returned to the hotel and gone through the front doors, only to exit half an hour later as an old woman through the back alley. The frown lightened suddenly into a very faint smile. He had almost missed her himself. If it hadn't been for her single glance back to the man in the street after bumping into him, Vladimir would never have realized it was her. That was no small feat. There were very few who could get past him. If she hadn't looked back, she would have joined those few. But she had looked back, and if the man in the brown coat had noticed, she would have blown her cover in that second. She had to do better. They exited the train station, and Evelyn raised her hand to flag down a taxi. He grunted in approval, picking up his pace. Good. She wasn't taking any chances. She was taking the safe route to a hotel. He raised a hand to get the attention of a taxi himself. He would make sure she arrived at her hotel, and stayed this time, before returning to his own. Tomorrow would be soon enough to proceed. At least now he had a very good idea of what kind of agent young Evie was shaping into, and she was coming along much faster than he'd been expecting. She was definitely improving, and she was showing him that he hadn't been wrong in his initial evaluation of her. Evelyn Ainsworth would make one hell of an agent some day, and he had every intention of making sure that that day came sooner rather than later. Brussels, Belgium, May the 8th. Evelyn stretched and got up from her seat at the writing desk, walking to the window to look out over the city. Early morning sun flooded the streets below, and she watched as men and women hurried along the pavement to start their day. After arriving last night, she'd had a late dinner in the restaurant before going to her room and collapsing into bed, falling into a deep sleep. To say that the previous day had been long and exhausting was an understatement. By the time she had finished her very late dinner, her energy had all but deserted her, and it was all she could do to make it up to her room. She still had no idea just how exactly she'd managed to get past the man following her and get to the station in time to catch the last train. She didn't even really seem to have a clear recollection of gathering her bag and changing into the shapeless dress she'd stolen from the laundry in the basement. The hat and scarf had been pilfered from the laundry room as well, and she remembered that well enough. She had just been slipping out of the massive room when two of the employees came back from their dinner break. They hadn't seen her, but that had only been due to sheer luck. Everything after that, however, was something of a blur. Thinking about it now, she shook her head in wonder. She had been calm and focused last night when she realized what she needed to do, but now in the bright light of day she had absolutely no idea how she'd done any of it. So much could have gone wrong, and yet it hadn't. She'd made it away and to Brussels before the man following her had any idea she'd left, and, more importantly, before he could make any attempt to take the package from her. The package. It all came down to that in the end. All the panic and the flight from Antwerp were all due to that oilskin-wrapped package. At least now it was safe, concealed in the hidden compartment in her suitcase. That was all that really mattered. Evelyn turned away from the window and was moving back to the desk when a knock fell on the door. Her heart thumped in her chest and she glanced at her watch. It was just past 8 in the morning, and the only person who knew she was here was the night manager who had checked her in. For one panicked moment, she had visions of the man from the street in Antwerp standing outside the door, but she dismissed them a second later. She was being silly. She was perfectly safe now. Crossing the room resolutely, she opened the door. A liveried porter stood in the thickly carpeted hallway holding a white envelope. "Bonjour, Mademoiselle Fournier," he said pleasantly. "This was left for you a few moments ago at the front desk." "Merci." Evelyn took the envelope, smiling in thanks, and closed the door. She locked it again and turned away. Relief was flooding through her, and she shook her head, annoyed with herself for being so frightened by a simple knock on the door. Ignoring the trembling in her hands, she ripped open the envelope and pulled out a plain card. The Church of St. Michael and St. Gudula, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Enter from the side vestibule and go towards the back of the church. Sit near the statue of St. Simon. Shustov. A soft gasp escaped her, and Evelyn instinctively glanced over her shoulder at the closed and locked door. How did Lyakov know she was staying in this hotel? He didn't know what name she was using, and she wasn't supposed to arrive at all until today. How on earth did he know she was already here? It was impossible. Except it clearly wasn't. She lowered her eyes to the card in her hand, staring at the printed letters. They were written in a firm, neat hand that was as masculine as it was generic. Her eyes narrowed suddenly, and she flipped the card over, exhaling at the sight of the hotel crest. He had used this hotel's own stationery to write the message. So much for tracking him down with the paper he'd used. "How?" she muttered out loud irritably. "How do you always know where I am?" She went over to drop the card onto the desk, glaring down at it. In Oslo last November it had been the same. He had slipped a note into her coat pocket, directing her to an open market. But when he'd done it, she had no idea. In November he'd been following her after being alerted that she'd arrived in the city. Now he'd found her again, and she still had no idea how. It was infuriating. In Oslo she hadn't known what he looked like, but she did now, and still hadn't seen him. It was like the man was a ghost, a very dangerous Soviet ghost. Evelyn dropped into her chair and picked up the card once more, reading it through again before reaching for the box of matches on the writing desk. She struck a match and held the flame to the corner of the card, watching as the heavy paper caught light. Tomorrow morning she would go to the church and meet with Shustov, although she wasn't looking forward to it. His long-standing friendship with her father aside, the man was a Soviet agent and couldn't be trusted. If it weren't for Bill vouching for the fact that the intelligence Shustov provided was worth it, she wasn't sure that she would have agreed to continue the relationship with him. It was one thing to do what needed to be done to aid England in her time of need and war, but it was quite another to become chummy with an enemy Soviet officer. The flames licked across the card, devouring the paper and ink, turning it all to ash over the heavy crystal ashtray. Watching it disappear, Evelyn sighed and dropped the last bit into the ashtray before the flames reached her fingers. She was lying to herself, she admitted. She would have continued the relationship for the simple reason that it would be foolhardy not to. She may not be very experienced yet in this world of espionage and secrets, but she knew that the majority of her success would depend upon the people she knew. If nothing else, Vladimir Lyakov was certainly someone worth knowing. While she didn't know what his exact rank was in the Soviet Union, she knew it had to be substantial for MI6 to be pandering to him so shamelessly. And anyone with that kind of clout was always worth knowing. And Bill wanted her to spy on him? It would be laughable if it weren't so terrifying. She watched as the last of the flames died in the ashtray and sat back, her brows drawn together. She didn't know the first thing about spying on an actual person. She knew how to gather information and how to listen, but how on earth was she going to extract information from a man who was always 3 steps ahead of her? And what would happen if he realized what she was doing? At the very least, they would lose their source in Moscow, and at the worst, well, she couldn't even consider that. If she did, there was no way she would go to the church tomorrow morning. Evelyn let out an impatient grunt and got up, reaching for her purse. Tomorrow would have to take care of itself. If she continued sitting here worrying about it, she would work herself into a tizzy over something she couldn't control. For now, she would have breakfast, and then she'd spend the day exploring Brussels. She wasn't about to let herself waste a whole day worrying. As she turned towards the door, her eyes fell on the suitcase sitting next to the bed in the adjoining bedroom. Evelyn hesitated. She was reluctant to leave the oilskin package in the hotel room, but she wasn't sure that carrying it with her would be any better. After a moment of indecision, she strode into the bedroom. She would take it with her. If the plans were important enough for the Germans to send men to follow Lars, then they were important enough to keep them with her at all times. And Evelyn had no intention of losing the package she'd gone through so much the night before to keep safe. Liège, Belgium. Hans Voss strode along the river Meuse, his shoes clicking on the old stones of the walkway. A stiff breeze came off the water, blowing against his long black coat and causing it to flare around his legs, sending a chill through him. He ignored it and looked over the water appreciatively, taking a deep breath. The morning sun was shining brightly, and the air was crisp and fresh, not unlike his hometown of Drochtesen on the Elbe River. He hadn't been back there in over a year now, but the smell of the river and the bite of the breeze revitalized him and made him wonder if perhaps he was beginning to miss the town he grew up in. He'd made his home in Berlin, but he was rarely there anymore. He was travelling more and more, and that would only increase when the Führer finally moved against France. A frown crossed his brow as he watched the sun glisten on the waves, almost blinding him with millions of shards of light. The constant movement and city life was becoming tiresome. Perhaps it was time to move himself into the country, somewhere more quiet and peaceful for those rare times when he was home. Shaking his head, Hans turned his gaze back to the river walk. There would be time enough to consider this idea when he was back in Germany. Right now, he was on his way to meet with Frau Lutz, one of his agents. She had news of the missing plans from Stuttgart, and he had never known her information to be inaccurate. His pulse quickened, and then his stride. He was getting closer to recovering the stolen plans. He could feel it. It wouldn't be long before they had them back, and perhaps even something extra along with them. If he could interrogate the courier as well, it would be an added bonus. With any luck, Hans would not only retrieve the plans, but also discover the network that was moving them. Once he had names, it would be a very easy thing to eliminate the agents. Ahead, seated on a bench next to a picturesque street lamp, was a woman dressed in a conservative blue skirt with a matching jacket. She had a large, sensible bag next to her on the bench, and she was looking out over the river. As he approached, she glanced up, and her pointed features relaxed into a cordial smile. "Guten Morgen, Herr Schmidt,"
she greeted him. "It's a nice day. Frau Lutz." Hans inclined his head and seated himself on the bench. While he knew everything there was to know about Frau Mira Lutz, she knew him only as Herr Schmidt, and always had. Not all of his fellow SD officers were so cautious with their informants, but Hans prided himself on his network security. If Frau Lutz was ever captured, she wasn't in possession of any information that could possibly put him or his operations at risk. His code name was the only name she knew, and she was aware of little else besides his rank. It was the same with all his people in Belgium and Holland. The less they knew, the better all round. "Do you have any news for me from Berlin?" she asked. "They would like you to begin cultivating more contacts in the cities here," he replied calmly. "The Führer will be moving into Belgium and France soon. The more eyes and ears we have to help identify the enemy, the better." "Yes, of course. Are there any particular sorts of people you'd like me to focus on?" "Those in positions of social standing wherever possible. You know which ones have access to the most information. You're expected to recruit accordingly." "Yes, Herr Schmidt," she nodded. "I'll do what I can." "And now I believe your message said that you had information for me regarding the package that was taken from Stuttgart." "I do. One of our agents has been watching a Dutch courier for weeks. We know he passes information along to enemy agents in France, but we've been unable to catch him." "I'm sure you didn't send for me only to tell me what you don't have," Hans said softly, his pale blue eyes cold. Frau Lutz visibly balked, but recovered quickly. "The agent is known as Lars, and 2 nights ago he came into possession of a packet that I believe is the package from Stuttgart. It was given to him in Rotterdam. I instructed our agent to attempt to retrieve it, but it proved impossible. He followed him instead. Yesterday, the Dutch agent came into Belgium and met with a woman in Antwerp." "A woman?" "Yes, a courier. She was staying in one of the more expensive hotels under the name Marie Fournier." Frau Lutz cleared her throat. "Our agent saw the package change hands from Lars to the woman, and he followed her from the meeting place back to the hotel." "And the package?" "Went into the hotel with her." Hans looked at her sharply when she stopped, his eyes narrowing. "And?" His voice was soft and dangerous. "The woman never came out of the hotel. When our agent went to retrieve the package in the night, she was gone, and her room was empty." Hans swore violently. Where did she go?" "After speaking with the night manager, the agent believes she snuck out and caught the last train to Brussels. He believes the package is still with her." "There is no way for him to know that," he snapped. "She could have passed it to another courier after she left the hotel. Not only did he lose the package, but he lost the courier as well. As far as I can see, Frau Lutz, you have nothing." "I wouldn't say nothing, Herr Schmidt," she objected. "We know the woman went to Brussels." "How?" he demanded. "Forgive me if I don't put much store in the hazy beliefs of an agent who allowed her to disappear from right under his nose." "According to the hotel manager, she had him reserve a first-class compartment on the morning train to Brussels. She must have decided not to wait and took the night train instead." Hans glared at her for a second, then made an impatient sound in his throat. "Or she could still be in Antwerp." He fell silent for a moment, thinking. "What is this agent's name who followed her to the hotel?" "Dan." "Have him go to all the hotels and boarding houses in Antwerp to ensure that the woman didn't simply change lodging. Report his findings back to me." "Yes, Herr Schmidt."
She watched as he stood up. "I'll send you a message as soon as I have something."
"No, you won't. I'll contact you."
Hans turned to look down at her coldly.
"I'm leaving Liège."
She looked startled. "But where are you going?"
"To Brussels. Someone has to take the matter in hand, as it appears that competence is suddenly lacking in those who were supposed to be taking care of this problem," he said scathingly. "Do you have a description of this Marie Fournier?"
Frau Lutz shook her head, lowering her eyes from his fierce gaze. "No, Dawn believes she has light-colored hair, but it was dark, and he can't be sure."
"Of course not. What you're saying is that I have a name and nothing else."
Hans's lips thinned unpleasantly.
"When I catch up with Marie Fournier, you'd do well to hope that she still has the package."
Frau Lutz's face paled considerably, and she swallowed. The look of deadly promise in his icy blue eyes was terrifying, and she stood up quickly. "I wish you Godspeed," she said quickly.
"God will have nothing to do with it if he knows what's good for him,"
Hans muttered, spinning on his heel.
"I want every hotel and boarding house in Antwerp checked before the end of the day," he added over his shoulder. "See to it."
He strode away, fury making his steps sharp and measured. Thanks to an incompetent idiot, he now had to go to Brussels without delay, and attempt to track down a mysterious female without even a description to go on. It was impossible. He didn't even know that she was in Brussels at all. Marie Fournier may not even be in Belgium anymore. She may have taken the train to the capital, only to then take another into France. Yet he had no choice. He had to go to Brussels and make a concerted effort to find her. Even if she no longer had the plans, she would know who she had passed them on to. It was his only lead, no matter how small, and he had to follow it until it ended. Looking at his watch, Hans stifled another curse. The woman had a huge head start on him. Even if he knew what she looked like, every minute that passed lessened the likelihood of finding her. But he had come this far in tracking down the stolen package. He wasn't about to give up now. He could be in Brussels in 2 hours, and then he would begin his search. If Marie Fournier was there, he would find her. Chapter 9. Evelyn smiled at the vendor, and paused to look at the brightly coloured silk scarves displayed in the booth. She had come upon an open market in her exploration of the city, and couldn't resist walking through the large area crowded with tables, selling everything from fruit and vegetables, to books, to perfume, to hats. It reminded her a bit of the markets in Paris, where she and Giselle would stroll through the crowded thoroughfares. They never came away empty-handed, and as Evelyn fingered a particularly attractive scarf, she smiled faintly at the memories. She hadn't seen her cousin since before her fateful trip to Norway. Suddenly she wondered if she would see her again before Hitler's inevitable offensive against France. The smile faded, and she put the scarf down, shaking her head at the vendor before moving on. If and when Germany attacked, her aunt and uncle would move their household to their country chateau in Mont Blanc near Toulouse, in the south of France. It was all planned. If the Germans succeeded in invading France, they would go to Ainsworth Manor and stay with Evelyn's mother until it was safe to return to France. At least that was the last plan she had heard. She had no idea if her cousins Giselle and Nicolas would accompany their parents to England. Nicolas was rather of the inclination to fight, and if he stayed, so would his twin sister. There was no separating the two. Her brows furrowed as she moved through the stalls, her mind far away. She wished her cousins would go to England, where it would be safe if the worst were to happen, but she was very much afraid that they would not. And who would blame them? If the roles were reversed, Evelyn knew she would stay in France and do what she could to save her country. Oof! A solid mass suddenly collided with her, pushing her sideways and into a table. Evelyn gasped, gripping her purse with one hand while she tried to steady herself against the table with the other. The solid mass turned out to be a man who had stumbled against her, pressing her backwards as he clutched a paper-wrapped package to his chest. Startled brown eyes met hers, and he grunted, struggling to straighten himself and push himself away from her. A torrent of undecipherable Flemish washed over her, and Evelyn shook her head, frustrated at her lack of understanding of the Dutch language. "Je suis désolée, je ne parle pas néerlandais," she said, reaching out to help him steady himself as she regained her own balance. The man moved away a bit and looked at her, a sheepish smile on his face. "My apologies, mademoiselle," he said in French, running a hand through curly red locks. "I tripped over that loose paving stone over there. I wasn't paying attention to where I was walking. Are you all right?" "Yes, I think so." Evelyn straightened her hat and jacket and looked more thoroughly at the man who had run her down. He was about her age and height and dressed in a brown suit. Freckles dotted a friendly face, and his brown eyes reminded her forcibly of a doe. "Are you all right?" "Oh, yes, I'm used to things like this, unfortunately," he said with an embarrassed laugh. "I'm something of a klutz. I tend to pay more attention to what's going on in my head than what's going on around me." "Well, I hope it's at least more entertaining." "I think so." He grinned and held out a hand. "I am Jens Bernard." After a moment's hesitation, Evelyn smiled and held out her hand. "Marie Fournier," she introduced herself. "Mademoiselle Fournier," he repeated, nodding. "I'll remember that. I had an old schoolmaster with the name of Fournier. He was from Nice, I believe." Evelyn laughed and withdrew her hand. "Well, I'm from Paris and of no relation." Thank heavens for that. The man was a horror. "Are you visiting Brussels?" he asked, falling into step beside her. "Yes, I'm here for a few days," she said, glancing up at him. "And you, do you live here?" "Oh, yes. I moved here last year to take a job. It's a wonderful city. Are you enjoying it?" "I've only just arrived, but yes, I think so." "Until some awkward idiot ran into you in the market?" he asked. "I'm very sorry about that. It's not much of a welcome for you." "Oh, I don't know. No harm was done after all, and you seem very nice." She smiled up at him. "You remind me of my brother." "Do I? Is he awkward as well?" Evelyn thought of Robbie and couldn't stop the laugh that came to her lips. "No, not at all, but you remind me of him just the same." "If this is your first day in Brussels, where are you going to first?" Jens asked, after a moment of silence. "Oh, I have no idea. I'm just wandering around and getting a feel for the city." "There are many places you should see, but I'm sure you're aware of them," he said with a smile. "There are also many wonderful cafes. One of the first you must try is not far from here, actually. Pierre's. You won't be disappointed." "Pierre's?" she repeated. "I'll remember. Thank you." "I'd take you there for lunch in apology for running you over, but I have to get back to work." "Oh, what do you do?" "I'm a radio operator," he said unexpectedly. "I work in the government offices. I was able to take a longer lunch break to pick up a package from the tailors, but I really must get back now." "A radio operator?" she exclaimed, stopping to look at him. "Really?" "Yes. Why, are you interested in radios?" "A bit," she admitted. "I had a very good friend in Norway who was a radio enthusiast. He made his own wireless radio that was portable and—" Her voice trailed off suddenly, and Evelyn swallowed painfully. "Well, it doesn't matter. I find it all very interesting, though." "Do you?" Jens looked down at her curiously. "Not many women do. Your friend, is he— with the German invasion, is he still able to have a radio?" She forced a smile. "I'm sure he wouldn't be able to, no. I don't think the Germans allow that kind of thing." "No." Jens looked at her for a long moment, and his lips twisted faintly. "I don't think they allow a lot of things." "How long are you staying in Brussels?" "Only for a few days, and then I am going back to Paris." He hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat uncomfortably. "While you're here, you must let me take you to dinner and show you some of Brussels," he said. "That is, if you would like to." Evelyn smiled at his stammered invitation. "I would enjoy that." "You would?" he asked, clearly surprised. "Yes, I think so. After all, you live here. You must know all the right places to go." "Well, yes, I suppose I do." He ran his hand through his hair nervously again. then looked at his watch. "I really must get back to work. Are you staying nearby? Not far from here. Would you like to meet for dinner tonight? There's a nice little restaurant a few blocks from here called Marcel's. Or, if you'd prefer, we can go to one of the hotels." "Oh, I don't mind. You choose. You know the city best." Jens tilted his head and thought for a moment, then smiled. "I think Marcel's," he decided. "It's not very large, but it's always busy. It's one of the best local restaurants and has a dance floor." Evelyn smiled. "Marcel's it is," she said. "You can tell me all about your radios." Jens laughed. "Oh, I don't think you'd like that. I can get very technical and boring when I talk about work. Shall we say 7 o'clock? "Yes, all right." "Fantastic. I'll meet you there." Jens touched his hat and turned to leave. He'd only gone a few steps before he stopped and turned back. "You won't forget?" Evelyn smiled and shook her head. "I won't forget," she assured him. He nodded and grinned, then turned and disappeared between 2 stalls selling vegetables, leaving her in the middle of the market, wondering what on earth she had just agreed to. Dinner with a complete stranger who had bumped into her in a market in a strange city? She must be out of her mind. Except she wasn't, she reflected, turning her attention to the stall next to her and the array of inkwells displayed before her. She was learning very quickly that she had to seize opportunities as they presented themselves, and she wouldn't get a better opportunity than another radio operator, and one who worked for the Belgian government, no less. What kind of luck was that? Evelyn turned and moved along the crowded market, a heavy feeling falling on her chest. Peder had been another very friendly man, much like Jens. He had done everything he could to help her in Norway, using his radio to contact London repeatedly in their efforts to get her out of the country as the Germans advanced. His efforts had got her out of Norway, but they had also got him killed. Now here was another young man who worked with radios. Was fate offering her a second chance to make amends for leading Peder to his death? She supposed it really wasn't that unusual nowadays to run into people who worked with them. They were becoming more and more common in homes, and they were an absolute lifeline and necessity in war. It wasn't so strange, then, to be making a new friend who made his living with the machines. Jens Bernard certainly seemed harmless enough. He was about as far away from a threat as one could get, she reflected with a smile. The man tripped over his own feet, and then was so awkward about asking her to dinner that she almost had to agree. It would have been too painful to watch him try to recover from a rejection. Not that a rejection was ever a possibility, not once she knew he worked in the government with radios. While there were hundreds of applications for radio use in every government, Evelyn knew that Jens had access to an array of information that could be useful to Bill. With his obvious attraction to her, it would be easy enough to discover what he did for the government, and perhaps gain some additional intelligence about the Belgian forces and defences. If it transpired that he didn't have any useful information after all, at least she would have a nice dinner. Now all she had to do was discover what kind of establishment Marcel's was, and just what she was going to wear for dinner. RAF Duxford. Miles looked up as Chris and Rob made their way over to their table in the back corner of the pub. They had missed the dinner rush, and the pub was back to its usual sleepy midweek traffic. He tucked away the letter from his father that he'd been reading, and reached out to take the pint Rob handed him. "Thanks." "The landlord said he had the wing commander in here earlier," Rob said, seating himself at the small round table. "I didn't even know that he was on the station. I wonder what that was about." "He's probably checking to make sure we're all doing our formation flying and patrols like good little boys," Chris muttered, dropping into the seat opposite Rob. Miles glanced at him and smiled faintly. "My dear Chris, you sound quite disgusted. Whatever for?" "You don't honestly believe that the way we line up in formation will be effective when the Huns come flying over here, do you?" Chris asked, sipping his beer. "Why wouldn't it?" Rob asked with a frown. "The RAF should know what it's doing by now as far as the flying goes." "I was talking to a guy from a squadron up north over the weekend in London," Chris told them.
I don't remember where he said he was stationed, but it was up towards Scotland. Great guy, flies hurricanes. Anyway, turns out he flew against the Germans in Spain. He said this formation flying would be disastrous against the Luftwaffe fighters. If he flew in Spain, then he was on the losing side, Rob pointed out. Hardly what I would call a recommendation for sound flying strategy. Miles pursed his lips thoughtfully. Or perhaps it is, he said slowly. Whether he was on the losing side or not, this bloke actually saw battle against the Luftwaffe pilots. What did he say exactly? Did he say why it wouldn't work? Chris shrugged. He said the Jerrys was smaller and faster, and they broke up formations before anyone even knew they were there. Well, how did they do that? Rob demanded. His attention caught. They dived down from above. Miles and Rob were silent for a long moment. Then Rob reached for his pint. That would do it, he admitted. But I'm sure the RAF is aware of that, and has taken it into consideration. After all, we're the last line of defence for England. They're hardly going to make us commit to a battle plan that will cause us to lose, are they? All I'm saying is that if the RAF insists on us flying in a tight formation, whoever is at the back will be a sitting duck, Chris said with a shrug. He's right about that, Miles said, looking at Rob. Not that there's much we can do about it. Not much we can do about anything at the moment. Rob loosened the silk scarf around his neck and sat back comfortably in his chair. Even the government can't do anything right now. Did you see the news from Parliament today? No, but I saw yesterday's. They're fighting about what a disaster the handling of Norway has been. Miles sipped his beer. The House of Commons wants Chamberlain out. The newspaper I read said someone got up in the House and stated that we had to somehow find men to put into government who matched the Germans in fighting spirit. Ouch! Chris looked from one to the other. Who said that? Leo Amery, I believe. He's not wrong. Rob looked at Miles in amusement. Not everyone has our thirst for excitement, Miles. Sometimes we do need calmer heads in London to keep us in check. Look what happened in the last war. We didn't choose this war, but we're in it. We need someone at the helm who will be willing to fight it. Or what the hell's the point? Chris cleared his throat. I'm with you, Miles, but I'm confused as to what the problem is with Norway all of a sudden. Didn't you all send troops there to help them out? We did, but it was too little too late. Rob shrugged and looked across the table at Chris. The Prime Minister keeps waffling back and forth, not wanting to do anything that might conceivably upset Herr Hitler. Norway was just another round of him delaying and delaying until it was too late. And now our troops are trapped and surrounded by German forces in Norway, fighting losing battles and retreating to the coast, Miles said with a nod. If Chamberlain had acted sooner, we would have had the waters around Norway mined and could have prevented at least some of the Kriegsmarine ships from getting through. As it was, they were able to sail right into Oslo without any real resistance. Chris was quiet for a long moment. Then he leaned forward, his brows furrowed. I don't really understand how it works over here with your government, but back home, President Roosevelt can't do anything without the approval of the Senate. He wants to help out and send some equipment to England, but the country won't let him. They don't want to get involved. Is it different here? Can your Prime Minister act without the approval of your Houses of Parliament? Why are you asking? Rob asked, tilting his head. Are you suddenly getting interested in politics, Yank? No, I'm trying to figure out why everyone's so hot under the collar at Chamberlain. Ah, Miles reached for his beer. In that case, yes, I suppose the Prime Minister has much more freedom than your President. He only has to have the approval of his party leaders, and that's almost always guaranteed, although that appears to be changing rapidly right now. Huh. Chris sat back thoughtfully. So now everyone in his party is sore at him? Where does that leave him? Where does that leave us, you mean? Rob muttered. I don't much care what happens to Chamberlain, to be honest. I'm more worried about who's going to take over if they get their way and force him out. Well, there has to be a next in line, right? Chris asked, looking from one to the other. In America, If something happens to the president, the vice president takes over. Well, I suppose it will be Lord Halifax, Rob said after a moment's thought. He's the party favourite. But not the overall favourite, Miles said. My father writes that several prominent leaders in the House of Commons say they won't support Halifax as Prime Minister. Then we'll be right back where we are now, Rob said glumly. Half the reason everything is in chaos in London is because the Houses refuse to unite and agree on anything. Wait, I'm confused. Doesn't your Parliament vote on the next Prime Minister? In a way, the government hierarchy will nominate the next Prime Minister, Miles explained. It will be the party leaders who nominate the next one if they get Chamberlain out. Nominate? If the people don't vote on it, who do they nominate to? The King, dear boy, Rob drawled with a grin. We do still have one, you know. Yes, but does he actually have a say? Chris demanded, surprised. I thought he was just more of a figurehead. Figurehead he may be, but his is the only say that matters, Miles said. He approves and appoints all prime ministers. In fact, he has to invite them to form a government in his name. Chris shook his head and drank some beer. I'm glad I'm American, he said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. I don't see what a king has to do with the government. Well, of course you don't. You don't have a monarchy. Thank God. Chris was quiet for a minute. Then he looked up. Is that really what's going to happen? Do you think the Prime Minister will be kicked out? I think it's highly likely, Miles said with a nod. Things are getting heated in Parliament, and, as Rob said, it's utter chaos. We need a united government if we want any hope of winning this war, and Chamberlain clearly is not the one to manage it. You really need to read the newspapers from today. It's already happened. Parliament held a vote of no confidence today, Rob told him. Lloyd George said that since Chamberlain has asked for sacrifice from the people for the war, he could think of no better sacrifice than for Chamberlain to give up his place in office. Miles was surprised into a burst of laughter. He didn't. He did, or something thereabouts. Anyway, they called a vote of no confidence, but Chamberlain survived it by something like 80 votes. Rob reached for his beer. Mind you, half his own party abstained from the vote, and if it weren't for the House of Lords, he would have lost it. That doesn't show much confidence, does it? Miles asked, shaking his head. He may have survived it, but if his own party won't unite behind him— What does that mean? Chris asked. Sorry to be the obtuse American, but if he survived a vote to kick him out, then it's all over, right? Wrong, dear colonial, Rob said with a grin. It's just getting started. I don't understand. I'm not surprised, Yank. Most of England doesn't understand how our government gets on, Miles said with a laugh. Chamberlain isn't out of the woods yet. In fact, he's gone deeper into it. The Houses will have to decide what to do now, and if there were a lot from his own party who declined to pass judgment, it shows that he doesn't even have the confidence of his own party. They'll most likely hold another vote after another round of debates. Something will have to be done. Rob drained his pint. And done soon. Hitler isn't going to wait forever to get moving towards France, and when he does, we need a united government in London. Hitler knows we're in chaos in Whitehall. He must know that now is his best chance of getting into England. At least he does if he has an ounce of sense in that smug head of his. He pushed his chair back and stood up, picking up his empty glass. He glanced at the other two. I'm for another. Miles? Yes, thanks. Chris? I'm all right. I'm still working my way through this one. Rob nodded and turned to go to the bar. Once he'd gone, Chris looked at Miles and raised his eyebrows questioningly. You both seem very calm, considering that if what you're saying is true, you won't have a prime minister soon. Oh, we'll have one. We just don't know who, Miles grinned. There's no point in being upset over it. Neither of us like Chamberlain, and whoever takes his place can't do much worse as regards this war. So what's the sense in being bothered? Chris was silent for a long moment. Then he exhaled and reached for his beer. Well, I guess when you put it that way, he said, here's hoping it all works out for you. Otherwise, to hear you call it, the Krauts will march into England, and I'll have to go back to Boston and be a respectable son and brother. Perish the thought, Yank. Chapter 10.
Evelyn smiled at the waiter and watched as he removed the empty plates from the table. "That was delicious," she announced, as the plates and the utensils were cleared away. "I'm so glad you suggested this, Monsieur Bernard." "Please, I thought we agreed you'd call me Jens," he said. "Each time you say monsieur, I look around for someone older than myself." Evelyn laughed and reached for her wine-glass. "Fair enough, Jens it is, and you must call me Marie." "Do you know what I've been wondering all through dinner?" he asked, pulling a cigarette case out from the inside pocket of his dinner jacket. "What are you doing all alone in Brussels?" "Who says I'm all alone?" she teased. "Well, you haven't mentioned anyone in the past hour that we've been talking. Are you here with someone?" "No, you're quite right." Evelyn reached out and took one of the proffered cigarettes. "I'm a secretary for a very prominent businessman. He asked me to come to deliver some papers to his associate. He was to have come himself, but got delayed in Zurich. Of course I was only too happy to do so, and now I have a few days' holiday in Brussels." "How fortunate for you." Jens leaned forward to light her cigarette. "And for me, I'm having a wonderful time." "So am I." "Would you like another drink?" he asked, motioning to the waiter again. "Yes, all right." Evelyn watched as he ordered another round and glanced at his empty glass. Jens had been drinking steadily throughout dinner, but wasn't showing the slightest tendency towards inebriation. She would have to try something else to get him to talk about his work. Clearly the alcohol wasn't doing the trick. "I don't know how it is that I haven't come to Brussels before now. It's not as if it's so very far away from Paris." "No, it isn't." He tilted his head and studied her for a moment. "Do you like Paris?" "Oh, yes, I love it. Have you ever been?" "No. Like you, I'm not sure why, but I've never gone. I'm hoping to change that soon." "Well, if you really want to go, you'd best do it soon. Who knows how much longer?" Her voice trailed off and she forced a smile. "Well, it doesn't matter, does it? I'm sure Paris will always be Paris." "These are definitely uncertain times we're living in," he said slowly. "I don't think it will be long now. An invasion is inevitable." "Do you think so too?" Evelyn blew smoke up towards the ceiling and looked at him. "I'm afraid no one in Paris wants to talk about it, but we're all thinking the same thing. Is it the same here?" "Oh, yes, we know it's coming." Jens shrugged. "For all of our determination to remain neutral. We saw what happened to Norway. The Germans don't care about neutrality. Not really." "You said you work in the government offices?" "That's right." Evelyn smiled and tapped her cigarette ash into the glass ashtray on the table. "I suppose you must hear and see more than most. If you think an invasion is inevitable, then I suppose all my hopes to the contrary are dashed." He looked at her, and his lips twisted wryly. "I'm afraid it wouldn't do to hold on to many of those hopes," he said gently. "I believe it really is inevitable. The only question is when." "You said you work with radios, don't you?" "Yes." Jens fell silent as the waiter approached with their drinks, setting them on the table. As soon as the man left, he smiled at her sheepishly. "I'm afraid it's rather dull work to most. But you seemed very interested this afternoon." "Oh, I am. As I said, I had a friend who was very clever with them. He built his own wireless set and used it to listen. Well, he listened to the Germans, actually," Evelyn said, lowering her voice. "One of his friends actually managed to crack one of the codes that the naval stations used to communicate with Berlin." Jens stared at her, his mouth dropping open. "No." She nodded. "Yes. Of course it was all ancient Greek to me, you understand. But his friend actually discovered that the Germans were invading Norway a few hours before they got there." "Why, but that's amazing." Jens lowered his voice and leaned forward. "We've been trying to break their codes for months." "You have?" Evelyn opened her eyes very wide and stared at him. "I thought you worked for the government offices here, sending messages." "That's not entirely true. I do work for the government, but I'm with the Belgian state security." Evelyn swallowed and felt her heart leap. The Belgian state security was Belgium's intelligence division. If Jens really did work there, he'd have a veritable wealth of information to take back to Bill, if she could get him to divulge it. The state security, she repeated. What's that? We intercept messages from the Germans and try to decipher them, Jens told her, his voice low. We're part of the intelligence division, you see. Oh! Evelyn reached for her wine, her eyes very wide. Do you mean you're trying to do what my friends were doing in Norway? Jens smiled faintly. Yes, I suppose so. But where we are only trying, it appears that your friends in Norway actually succeeded. It didn't do them much good in the end, Evelyn said, remembering Peder laying in the snow with blood pouring from his leg. She repressed a shudder and forced a smile to her lips. But if it makes you realize that it can be done, then I suppose that's something. It is indeed. Jens stared at her for a long moment. You're the strangest girl, Marie. I never tell anyone what I do all day, but here I've just told you, and I don't even feel like it was a mistake. It wasn't, she assured him with a light laugh. My lips are sealed, and anyway, who would I tell? I don't know anyone in Brussels but you. Jens's countenance lightened, and he chuckled. That's true, isn't it? Sitting back, he reached for his drink. Nevertheless, I still feel strange. It's as if I've known you for months, rather than just a few hours. Please don't feel strange. I may be a lowly secretary, but I'm not a fool. I know we're all on the verge of being torn apart by this war. I'm certainly not going to do anything that will make it worse for us. She was quiet for a moment, then she looked across the table into his eyes. Do you think it will happen soon? Jens didn't answer immediately. He took a final drag of his cigarette, then put it out in the ashtray, pressing it into the bowl while he studied her thoughtfully. I do, he said quietly and with confidence. They're already making preparations. In fact, just today, a motorized column was seen moving west through the Ardennes from Germany. The Ardennes? Evelyn gasped, staring at him. But why haven't the Belgian forces stopped them? Jens made a disgusted sound in the back of his throat. Because no one believes it's the German army. Your country, my country, and even England all think that it's impossible to move troops through the Ardennes. It is too heavily wooded, and the roads are too narrow. And yet you say columns were seen going through? That's what the report said this afternoon. Jens shook his head and reached for his drink. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about you. Have you always lived in Paris? No, I come from a little village in the south of France. She lied easily, accommodating the change in subject without flinching. I went to Paris to take a secretarial course and loved it so much that I stayed. I've been there for 2 years now. I'd love to go. Is it as beautiful as the photographs make it look? More. Evelyn smiled wistfully. To go shopping on the Champs-Élysées, and then stroll towards the Arc de Triomphe. Well, it's like nothing you've ever seen before. And the restaurants and the nightlife? There's nothing like it anywhere, she said promptly. You really must come visit and see for yourself. I hope to soon. I actually have an associate who lives just north of Paris. He's been trying to get me to go for a holiday. Evelyn smiled, not missing the slight hesitation before he settled on the word associate. It wasn't a friend in France then, and that slight hesitation told her it wasn't a work associate either. If you decide to go, I'll be happy to return the favour and show you some of Paris, she said cheerfully. It's the least I can do for you when you've brought me here to dinner and saved me from eating a very solitary and lonely meal in my hotel. Jens laughed. Oh, that's all right, he said, waving away the remark. I'm always looking for an excuse to come here. What hotel are you staying at? Hotel Le Plaza. Do you know it? Do I know it? Of course I do. Everyone in Brussels knows it. He looked at her in some awe. Your boss must be very prominent indeed if you're staying there. Evelyn smiled and shrugged. He's been very successful in some mining ventures, she said. I must admit that I'm enjoying the hotel, but I'm glad you invited me tonight. I'm having a wonderful time. Jens smiled and pushed back his chair, standing and holding out his hand.
So am I. Come, let's dance."
"And forget all about what might happen tomorrow?" she asked, placing her hand in his and getting to her feet. His brown eyes met hers, and he smiled warmly.
"Precisely."
Chapter 11. May the 9th. Evelyn glanced up at the ornate door looming over her and reached for the handle. The Church of St. Michael and St. Gudula was a massive Gothic structure that dominated an entire block of Brussels. Built from white stone, it was a towering expression of elegance and stunning architecture. She had no doubt that the number of faithful who came to worship here were at least partially drawn by the beauty of the church, if not entirely. Pulling open the door, she stepped out of the bright morning sun and into the darkened, hallowed walls of the ancient church. The smell of incense filled her nostrils, and she swallowed, allowing the door to close behind her. She glanced at her watch in the gloom of the interior vestibule and exhaled silently. It was just before 10 o'clock, and she had come in through the side as instructed in the terse note from Shustov the day before. Her footsteps echoed on ancient marble as she moved into the main sanctuary, looking around curiously. The inner sanctum was deserted this time of the morning, but the candles burning at the base of statues on either side of the massive altar in the front of the church indicated that she was not the first visitor today. After looking at the altar for a moment, and taking in the stained glass windows set far above in the back of the half-moon-shaped chancel, Evelyn turned to look down the long nave of the church. It was lined on either side by massive stone columns supporting ornate statues high above the rows of seating for the faithful. Raising her eyes to the statue closest to her, she let out a soft gasp at the work of art fixed onto the column. It was a man standing on a stone platform, dressed in the robes of the time of Christ. The marble beneath the statue proclaimed St. Thomas. He held a golden staff, and seemed to be holding his hand up and expounding upon some prayer to the heavens. After a moment of staring up at the likeness of one of the apostles, Evelyn tore her eyes away and scanned the long aisle of the nave. 6 columns on either side supported 12 statues, all 12 of the apostles of Christ. Glancing once more at the benign being encased in stone above her, she turned to walk towards the back of the church, looking for the statue of St. Simon. There was no sign of Vladimir, but she knew he must be here. He would show himself when he was ready, and that wouldn't be until she'd located St. Simon and taken a seat, just as he had instructed. She shifted her purse to the other arm and was annoyed to find that her hand was trembling. Her lips pressed together in a frown, and a wave of irritation went through her. This was ridiculous. There was no reason to be nervous. She was here because Shustov, Vladimir, wanted to speak to her. That was all. There was no reason for her heart to be suddenly pounding against her chest, or for her palms to be getting damp inside her leather-kid gloves. She would meet with Vladimir, discuss how he would contact her moving forward, and then she would leave. After trying to extract some kind of information from him, she added to herself silently. After another exhale, she resisted the urge to shake her head. It was absurd. She wasn't skilled enough to spy on a Soviet agent. Bill was out of his mind for thinking that she could, but she fully appreciated his position. Not only were they in a unique place of having inside information, coming straight to them from Moscow, but thanks to her father and his ability to build relationships, they now had the opportunity to gain the trust of a Soviet agent who was willing to pass along his government's secrets. It would be foolhardy in the extreme if they didn't attempt to exploit the situation. Evelyn came to a stop before the last column on her right, and glanced up at the engraved marble beneath the likeness of a man holding what appeared to be a giant golden saw. St. Simon the Zealot. She looked around, then moved to seat herself a few rows in front of the column. Lowering her head as if in prayer, her eyes scanned the empty nave, searching the shadows cast by the tall columns. There was still no sign of Vladimir, and she looked at her watch. It was just past 10 o'clock. She was here, and on time. Where was he? After sitting for a moment listening to the holy silence of the sanctuary around her, Evelyn let out an impatient sigh and got up again, turning to look up at the statue of St. Simon. He held the golden saw with one arm, and the other hand rested on a large tome with carving so ornate that she could almost hear the pages of the book rustling as his fingers rested on them. Simon the Zealot, not to be confused with Simon Peter, said a deep voice from the other side of the column, and she started, looking to her left as a man with dark hair moved out from behind the wide marble column. No one really knows very much about him. He was called by several different names in his time, and for a long while there was much debate as to how and where he had his ministry. Some texts claim he was the second bishop of Jerusalem, and was crucified there just as Christ was. Others claim he traveled as far as Africa, and was crucified in Samaria. However, the general belief held by the Church is that he was killed in Persia, sawn in half, for teaching Christianity. Hence the golden saw? Evelyn found her voice. Precisely. Vladimir Lyakov stopped next to her and lowered his gaze to her face. You look well. I trust you've recovered from your adventure in Norway? Evelyn swallowed and looked up into his lean face, noting the fine lines around his grey eyes. She hadn't noticed them on the occasion of their last meeting, but she supposed she hadn't been really focused on his appearance at that time. She remembered his eyes well enough, though. They were piercing and intelligent, and gave her the distinct impression that he rarely missed anything, and perhaps saw more than others were even aware was there. "Yes, thank you," she said, giving him a hesitant smile. "How did you know I was there?" "I have people in Oslo, of course." He motioned with one hand. "Come, let's walk and admire the stunning architecture while we discuss our situation. I'm pleased to see that you've become much more cautious in your travel. You've learned to look over your shoulder." "Being chased across Norway by the SS will do that," she murmured dryly. "Not just the SS, I think. You're aware of Eisenjäger?" She looked at him sharply, then nodded. "Yes, but how are you?" "Everyone knows about him," Vladimir said with a shrug. "He has quite the reputation, and has built it into a legend worthy of the Nazi regime. I received information that he was in Norway following you. You're extremely lucky to have escaped alive. To my knowledge, no one ever has when he has been engaged." Evelyn stopped in front of the next column and gazed up at the apostle there. "How did I get away?" she said almost to herself. "I still wonder if he allowed me to leave for some reason. Everything I've heard of him since says that it must have been something like that, but I can't for the life of me imagine why that would be." "Perhaps fate intervened," he suggested with a flash of white teeth. "Or perhaps you were just very lucky. Regardless of which it was, you should never have been put in that position in the first place. I don't know what induced them to send you to Oslo when an invasion was so close." She shot him an amused look. "Yes, I heard you were rather scathing about what you termed as carelessness on the part of MI6 to send me there." "It was careless, grossly careless. They had to have been aware of the imminent threat, and you were not prepared to be trapped in an occupied country." Vladimir waved his hand impatiently. "If your father were alive, it would never have happened." "If my father were alive, I would not be here. He would." He looked at her, a flash of amusement in his deep-set eyes. "So he would." Evelyn was silent for a moment, then she raised her eyes to his face. Why does it matter to you that I was sent to Oslo right before, well, that I was put into that situation?
Doesn't it bother you?
Not especially.
And why is that?
It's what I agreed to do. I'm doing it again now. The Nazis will move towards France any time now, and I'm here in Belgium meeting with you. It's a risk that comes along with the territory. I've never been under any disillusionment as to what my duty is.
Ah, yes, duty.
Vladimir's lips twisted and he nodded sagely.
A very compelling word, that. It covers all manner of sins with the respectable blanket of morality and patriotism. Tell me, why is it that you agreed to take your father's place?
You didn't leave me with much of a choice, did you? Evelyn asked with a shrug. In order to continue our relationship with you, I had to step in.
And are you regretting it?
Not yet. Will I?
Vladimir met her direct gaze and smiled. I hope not. I wish you nothing but the best, my dear. I want you to know that.
Do you know, I always feel very suspicious when someone tells me that they want only the best for me.
He chuckled and stopped in front of the next column, looking up at it thoughtfully. That shows some wisdom. It is, however, true in this case. I had a very high regard for Robert, and you have proved yourself to be very capable in his stead. He lowered his gaze to her face again. I wish you had better training, and more time to adjust to this world we now find ourselves navigating. But I have nothing but confidence in you.
Evelyn stared at him for a moment, then inclined her head slightly. Thank you. There is nothing I can do to rectify either point, but I appreciate your faith in me. You must be aware that I'm simply bumbling my way through everything, though.
As we all do in the beginning.
He hesitated, then gently took her elbow and guided her into an antechamber that turned out to be a smaller chapel.
But where I had the luxury of experiencing my growing pains during peace, you must now go through them in war. I hope you won't be offended when I say this, but I'd like to help you as much as possible.
I'm not offended at all, but I don't see how you can.
There are so many things you still have to learn if you are to survive, but there isn't time to go over everything. For now let me tell you the most pressing. Eisenjäger was able to find you so quickly and so easily in Norway because he already knew where to look.
Vladimir seated himself in a chair before a statue of the Virgin Mary, and Evelyn sank down beside him.
You returned to the same boarding house where you stayed last November, and used this same woman to help you.
He held up his hand when she would have spoken, shaking his head.
No, just listen, please. The German assassin only had to go where he knew you'd been before, and there you were. The first thing you must learn, and learn now, is that you can never revisit the same place twice, or use the same contacts so openly.
But Anna was working with the embassy, Evelyn protested. It only made sense to.
Yes, and he knew you'd worked with her before. If he hadn't been able to find you through the boarding house, he still would have found you through Anna.
Vladimir's gaze was not unkind, but the disapproval was apparent in the set of his lips and his jaw.
That is why it is a miracle that you escaped. He could have killed you at any time before you ever knew he was there. And those are the mistakes that cost hundreds of people like us their lives, as well as those of the civilians around them.
Evelyn swallowed and sat back in her chair, shifting her gaze blindly to the Virgin Mary and her beaming countenance. As much as she was uncomfortable being corrected by a Soviet agent, she knew that his experience far outweighed hers, and she would be a fool not to listen to him. "What should I have done?" she finally asked, breaking her silence a few moments later.
"Stayed in another part of the city, and communicated with Anna only through messages that could never be traced back to you. Not only would it have protected you, but it would also have protected her.
Vladimir shifted on his seat to face her.
Our contacts are our most valuable weapon, Jeanne. Without them we are useless. They must be protected at all costs.
"How do you know my code name?"
she gasped, turning her head sharply. I know everything about you, even about your young pilot friend. He held up his hand again when she opened her mouth to reply. Don't let's argue. You are my contact. I must know everything I can about you, not just to protect myself, but to protect you as well.
Evelyn stared at him, her brows snapping together. "That's why you're always 2 steps ahead of me," she said slowly. "You're protecting your interests."
Yes, and you must learn to do the same for the contacts you will make in this business. You will find them in the most unlikely of places, and they must be protected above all else, because that's where you'll get all your information, help, and in turn, protection.
"How do I do that, though?" She looked at him helplessly. "How do I communicate with them and not see them in person?"
The same way we will. You will set up channels of communication that have safeguards to protect both parties. When the chain of communication is activated, it will follow certain patterns. Any deviation from those patterns will warn you of danger, and you will be able to walk away before you are caught.
Evelyn nodded, her mind spinning. What he was saying made perfect sense. Everything he'd said made perfect sense. So then why hadn't she been trained like this from the very beginning by her own government? "And what of us?" she finally asked, reluctantly coming back to the reason for their meeting. "How will we communicate?"
I have a system in place, one that I used with your father on occasion when I had something I didn't want others to know about. It works, and hasn't failed me yet. We will, of course, have to adjust it slightly. You move around quite a bit, and that is a challenge.
"From what I can tell, so do you," Evelyn retorted. "For a Soviet citizen, you travel very frequently beyond the borders of the Soviet Union."
Vladimir smiled a wolfish grin. "One of the perks of my position," he said, "and one that I take advantage of whenever I can."
"Well, you'd best explain to me how this will work."
When I have something for you, a specific phrase will be included in the Radio Moscow broadcast. I know your people monitor it daily. You will arrange to be notified if it's included.
"I thought you didn't want any involvement of MI6 in our communication."
That will be the extent of their involvement. They will notify you of the message, and you will take it from there.
Evelyn scoffed and shook her head. "They'll never leave it at that."
They will have to, or they will lose me as an informant.
She looked at his face and shivered inwardly at the look in his eyes. Suddenly the affable friend was gone, and in his place was the cold, hard Soviet agent. "What is the phrase?" she asked.
There will be clear skies over the Red Square.
"There will be clear skies over the Red Square," she repeated incredulously. "What if it's raining?"
That surprised a bark of laughter from him. It will be worked into the broadcast. Do not worry. We're very good at this.
Evelyn made a face. "Apparently. Very well. The phrase is in the broadcast and we hear it. Then what?"
It will be included every day until you make contact. You will do that by sending a telegram to the Bellevue Palace Hotel in Bern, Switzerland.
"Bellevue Palace Hotel?" Evelyn gasped, and she could feel the blood draining from her face as she stared at him. Something like compassion crossed his face before disappearing so completely that she wondered if she had seen it at all.
Yes, the hotel where your father died.
"But why?"
I have a man there who will receive the message and answer it with further instructions. Rest assured that those instructions will come from me. He is eminently respectful and trustworthy. You will follow the instructions to the letter.
"Very well."
Good. Now, I must make one thing very clear. If you are killed, a message must be included in the BBC broadcast for 5 straight days. That message will be, "The Bluebird, a fishing vessel, was sunk off the coast of Dover." Do you understand?
Yes. Evelyn made another face. I don't much appreciate knowing that my death will be reported as a sunken fishing boat, but very well.
Once that message is reported, all communication between myself and the MI6 will cease. If I can no longer deal directly with you, then I will stop altogether.
What? She looked up, startled. But that's ridiculous. Why should you stop just because I was presumably foolish enough to go and get myself killed?
Because, my dear Jeanne, you are the only one in your organization whom I trust. If I cannot pass my intelligence directly to you, it will remain in Moscow.
Evelyn swallowed and shook her head, raising a hand to rub her forehead. Well, I must say I find it all very strange. Why me?
Because you are very like your father, he said unexpectedly. Very like him, only better. There is too much at stake for me to take risks if you are killed as well.
Her head snapped up at that. As well?
Vladimir shrugged, his face impassive. Yes, your father is dead, and if you die, then you are dead as well.
Evelyn's eyes narrowed slightly, but another thought promptly filled her head, distracting her from the morbid conversation. What if I have to contact you? She asked.
You? He seemed surprised at the idea. Why would you have to contact me?
Well, I don't know. But what if I do? It's only fair that I have a way to reach out to you as well.
Vladimir pressed his lips together thoughtfully. You are right. You should be able to reach me if anything arises. Very well. Let me think for a moment.
He got up and paced in front of the Virgin Mary slowly, his hand clasped behind his back and his thick black brows furrowed in thought. Evelyn watched him, wondering if no one had ever asked him this before. Had her father not had a way to contact him?
I think the best and most direct way is to reverse the system already in place, he said finally, stopping before her. You will include a message in the BBC broadcast, and I will make contact by sending a message to the hotel in Bern. What will the message be?
Oh, heavens, I have no idea. Evelyn gaped at him. What should it be?
Something simple. He fell silent again and turned to continue pacing. Something that will be easy to slip into any broadcast.
The traffic is stalled in Piccadilly? Evelyn offered after a moment of thought. That would be easy. The traffic is always bad in Piccadilly.
He looked at her amused again. Very practical, my dear. Very well. The traffic is stalled in Piccadilly. I'll certainly remember it. You'll have it broadcast every day until I've responded. I'll send a message to the Bellevue Palace, but it will be up to you to set up the rest. You'll need to set up a regular location for our man to forward my message to. Make it somewhere that you will be able to access easily, but that won't arouse suspicion. For example, a post office or a hotel. It should be somewhere public where no one will notice you receiving and sending telegrams. When you receive the message, you can then send instructions, and he will ensure that I receive them.
Very well.
There is just one thing. If you'll be away for any amount of time, in another country for instance, or if you must change the location for any reason, you must go to Bern and arrange it with him personally. You can't change the process without doing it in person. That is one of my safeguards. and I really must insist that you follow it as well.
Do I need to set this all up in person, then? Evelyn asked, surprised. I have to go to Switzerland to do this?
Yes.
Why can't I just tell you and you make the arrangements?
Absolutely not.
Vladimir sat down beside her again.
It's imperative that no one know the location or details but you.
Even you?
Especially me.
His lips twisted and he looked at her with a half-smile.
Should any suspicion fall on me or on the hotel, my country will be relentless in discovering your identity. We are very good at extracting information, and I would not trust your safety to my ability to withstand continuous interrogation.
Evelyn swallowed, her mouth suddenly dry. Oh, I see. He reached out and covered her gloved hands with one of his own.
We are each other's shield, Jeanne, and our own sword.
She looked up at him in surprise. You know what a Jian is?
Yes, I own 2 in my personal collection. I picked them up in Peking around the same time you were in Hong Kong.
He smiled.
I think it is a fitting code name for you. Your father would have appreciated it.
Yes, I think he would. She sighed and looked down at his hand covering hers. We are each other's shield, and our own sword. I enjoy that very much. Les boucliers.
Yes.
He tightened his hand briefly on hers, then stood up.
However, I do think I shall use my own code name for you moving forward. I'll leave Jeanne to your countrymen.
Evelyn looked at him, surprised once again. You have a code name for me?
Yes, of course.
He looked amused again.
I call you Lotus. Now that we'll be communicating directly, it's necessary. You may continue to use Shustov for me.
Very well.
We are in agreement, then. You will go to Bern and arrange everything with Monsieur Moreau, Philippe Moreau. He is the night manager there.
A Frenchman?
Swiss, my dear Elena. Do not make the mistake of accusing him of being French.
Evelyn laughed and stood looking up at him. Elena, she repeated, why do you call me that?
That is what you would be called in my country.
She tilted her head consideringly. Elena, it sounds better when you say it. He chuckled and tucked her hand through his arm, leading her out of the chapel.
When you've perfected your accent, it will sound just as well from you.
I haven't had an opportunity to practice, I'm afraid. Perhaps we should begin conducting these meetings in Russian.
Ah, but then I wouldn't have the opportunity to practice my English.
Your English is impeccable, as I've no doubt you're aware. Evelyn paused and looked up at him. How many languages do you speak?
Not nearly as many as you, and probably not as well.
That's hardly an answer.
Perhaps the next time we meet I'll tell you. Now, however, we've been here too long.
He released her arm and looked into her face, his smile fading.
You must leave Brussels immediately. It will not be safe for much longer.
Why do you say that?
You know why, Elena. Herr Hitler will be coming. And you don't want a repeat of Norway, do you?
No.
Then you will leave today. Have a safe journey, and remember everything I told you.
I will. Evelyn watched as he turned to stride up the centre aisle of the nave towards the doors at the back. His back was straight, and he carried himself with the bearing of a military man. As she watched him go, she suddenly felt very alone. With a frown, she turned to walk towards the side door where she had entered an hour before. Before she reached the door, a question formed in her mind, and she stopped, her lips parted on a soft gasp. Why did he want her to leave today? What exactly did he know about the German plans for a Western offensive? She spun around, but the nave was empty. Vladimir had already disappeared. Chapter 12. Evelyn lifted the suitcase onto the bed and undid the straps, her lips pressed together thoughtfully. The walk from the church back to her hotel had given her time to think. Perhaps too much time. What did Vladimir know about the pending German invasion? Did he know anything? Or was he just being overly cautious given her experience in Norway? Evelyn shook her head as she flipped open her case. She wasn't quite sure how she felt about Vladimir now. While they'd been sitting in the chapel, he had seemed for all the world like a father figure. In fact, if she didn't know better, she would wonder if he was trying to train her in some way. But that, of course, was absurd. He was a Soviet agent, and Soviet agents did not train British agents. And yet he was definitely trying to help her. But why? Evelyn shook her head and turned to get her toiletries from the dressing table. Perhaps she was being too suspicious. The man had been a friend of her father's, and he wanted to continue working directly with her. It was only natural that he would be concerned with her continued safety. After all, if anything happened to her, he'd made it very clear that he would stop all communication with MI6. Presumably that was something he didn't want to see happen, just as they didn't. She had gone to the church with no clear idea of what would happen or what would be said between them. She certainly wasn't expecting to be given pointers on how to do her job more successfully. Not that she wasn't grateful. In fact, Evelyn was beginning to wonder what exactly MI6 had been thinking with their bare-bones training program. What Vladimir had said made perfect sense. And yet she had never been warned of the dangers of revisiting prior places of contact by any of her instructors, or by Bill himself. Was that how Eisenjäger had found her in Oslo? Was it because she stayed at the same boarding house? She could think of no other way that he could have found her so quickly. Her mind went back to Anna unwillingly. Through her own naivety, Evelyn had endangered both Anna and Peder. If it hadn't been for her, Peder might still be alive. Evelyn shook her head impatiently. She had to stop thinking this way. Peder's death was not her responsibility, just as Anna's choice to accompany her had not been her responsibility. She turned to go back to the suitcase on the bed. If she continued to tell herself that often enough, she may even begin to believe it. A soft knock fell on the hotel door, startling her. Evelyn frowned and looked towards the door. Now, who was it? Had Vladimir sent another message already? It seemed very unlikely, but no one else knew she was here. She crossed the room to the door and opened it curiously. One of the porters from the hotel lobby stood before her, holding a sealed white envelope in one of his gloved hands. "Good afternoon, mademoiselle," he said cheerfully. "This was sent over for you by special messenger." He held out the envelope, and Evelyn took it with a smile and a murmur of thanks. Closing the door again, she turned the envelope over to find her name scrawled across the face in a very male hand. Frowning, she ripped open the envelope and pulled out a single sheet of paper. "Dear Marie, I hope this note finds you well. I wonder if I might meet with you this afternoon. It's quite urgent that I speak to you. I have new information regarding what we were discussing last night. Perhaps the cafe around the corner from your hotel at 3:30? Sincerely, Jens." Evelyn raised her eyebrows in surprise. Jens had new information? The only possible thing he could be referring to was the motorized column of German forces that he believed were moving towards the Ardennes. Had he received more information about the troop movements? Even though the French refused to acknowledge that it was possible for the German army to advance through the dense mountain region, Evelyn thought it very significant that there were motorized columns going into the Ardennes. Perhaps Jens could shed some more light on them. She pressed her lips together and crossed to the small writing desk near the window, dropping the note onto the surface and glancing at the suitcase on the bed. She had been packing to leave Brussels as Vladimir had urged her. Her business here was finished, and she had absolutely no desire to be caught in the midst of another invasion. She was booked on a train to Paris, leaving at 3. Evelyn looked at the mother-of-pearl watch clasped around her wrist and went to look out of the window. It was almost 2 now. If she postponed her departure, she could meet Jens at the cafe and see what it was that was so urgent. She tapped her finger on the windowsill thoughtfully, staring down at the busy city street. If she stayed and met with Jens, she just might be able to take more information back to London with her. What if he had definite proof that the Germans were moving troops towards the Maginot? That was news that both the French and the English generals would want to know. Not only that, but Jens worked in the intelligence division. He may well have other more crucial information that she could take back to Bill. The only way she would find out was if she delayed leaving and met him at 3:30. Biting her lip, she turned away from the window and looked at the suitcase uncertainly. The memory of the panicked flight across the mountains of Norway was still very fresh in her memory, as was the lingering cough that remained from her illness. If she stayed, she ran the risk of being caught in another such invasion. Yet, if she left, she may be leaving behind precious intelligence that could help the Allies in the coming battle. And that was, after all, her primary job now. How could she, in good conscience, get on a train to Paris when there was the possibility of gaining additional information from a radio operator for the Belgian intelligence service? What kind of agent would she be if she put herself before the job? Evelyn crossed to the bed and removed the toiletries that she had just packed. She couldn't do it. She would stay, meet with Jens, and catch the morning train back to Paris. A few more hours probably wouldn't make any difference to her, and they might make all the difference to the information she could take back. 9th of May, 1940. Dear Evelyn, I hope you're feeling much better now. While it was lovely to see you, I do wish you'd told me you'd been so ill. I would never have suggested meeting in London for dinner if I'd known. Hopefully it didn't set your recovery back at all. And now you're off training again. I hope it's not too much too soon. At least you're going somewhere that has mild weather this time of the year. Perhaps the sea air will do you good. Have you been following the news out of London of late? It looks as though Chamberlain's days are numbered. They've been debating the appalling handling of Norway, and he is not coming out on the better side of it. Yesterday Parliament held a vote of no confidence. He survived it, 281 votes to 200, but there was an outstanding number of members within his own party who abstained. I believe he's lost the confidence of the Conservative Party and, if that's the case, a change will have to be made. King George will have to appoint someone else. But here's something interesting that I've learned. There's some question of whether or not it will be Lord Halifax now. My father is of the opinion that the Houses won't unite under him, and if that's the case, then they'll look to someone else. It's nothing definite, you understand, but it will make it an interesting thing to follow. They're debating again today, and it's getting very heated. I think Chamberlain will have no choice but to step aside. The only question is when, and who will replace him. Rob and I went down to the pub last night with the Yank. The poor man is very confused about how our government is run. He can't imagine a world where the king appoints a prime minister. It must all seem very strange over here to him. You know, I've never really considered before now, but it's a very noble and honourable thing the Yank is doing. He doesn't have to be over here, fighting in our war, but he is. I wonder if all the Americans are as eager for a fight as a rule. I know they're determined to stay out of it this time around, but Chris says that if push comes to shove, there are many more like him who will help us. He said that even though their Senate won't approve aid now, he thinks they will be forced to in the end. Did you know he had to go to Canada to volunteer for the RAF? Interesting story, that is. If you ever meet him, you must ask him to tell you. I think you'll enjoy it. I'd best turn off the light now and get to sleep. We're off to an early start again in the morning. There are 2 new pilots that arrived today, and Rob and I are taking them up first thing. They seem like good enough chaps. We'll see how they are in the cockpit. Always yours, F.O. Miles Lacey. Dorchester Hotel, London. Bill watched as the waiter left the table and then looked across the white linen tablecloth and crystal glasses at Jasper, his face creasing into a frown. "What? Are you sure?" "Positive. He reported the letter missing last night. He believes it was mislaid a few days ago, most likely on Monday." Bill rubbed his forehead and was betrayed into muttering a curse.
"Precisely."
Jasper pulled a cigarette case from his inside pocket and held it out to him, selecting one for himself when Bill shook his head.
"The bloody fool took it home with him and thinks he left it on the bench in the station."
"And it had all the names of the new agents on the continent?"
"Just about. He says it named the 4 newest and their locations."
"And anyone can have that information now." Bill let out another expletive. "It's not bad enough that we have a spy here in London that we can't find. Now we have to worry about our own chief intelligence officers?"
"It would appear so."
Jasper cleared his throat.
"We'll need to warn them, of course. One of them is in your network, and he'll need to be alerted as soon as possible. The last thing we need is to lose the entire French network that you've worked so hard to build, especially now."
Bill waved a hand vaguely and reached for his drink.
Yes, I'll take care of it just as soon as I get back to the office, of all the rotten luck." "I'm afraid it had more to do with gross negligence than luck."
Jasper was quiet for a moment, smoking his cigarette and staring pensively across the restaurant towards the entrance. After puffing thoughtfully, he shifted his gaze to Bill's face.
"Did you see the summary report released by the War Department the other day?"
Bill snorted. "The one that says that they've seen no evidence that an invasion is imminent?
Yes, I saw it. That's their official stand, you know. There isn't enough evidence to make them believe that Hitler is going to move against France any time soon. They do admit that some action is to be expected in the immediate future, of course, but they don't believe it will come in the form of an invasion of France. What then? Do they think Hitler is going to be content with Norway and Poland? I don't think anyone thinks that Hitler is finished, but given the lack of evidence—
"Lack of evidence?" Bill stared at him. "That's all we've given them is evidence. Report after report from agents across Belgium and Holland, all showing troops shifting and moving all over Germany. What more do they want? Why, even His Holiness the Pope is sending intelligence reports from the Vatican to Brussels and The Hague, stating that an invasion is imminent."
"The Pope!"
Jasper scoffed, waving his hand impatiently.
"And where is he getting his intelligence from? A Catholic lawyer from Germany?"
"Not just any Catholic lawyer. Dr. Joseph Muller. He's a close associate of General Beck in Berlin." Bill leaned forward and lowered his voice. "I have it on very good authority that the information he carried to Rome was sent directly from the general."
"Nonsense! Why would one of Hitler's generals release information on their offensive plans? It would be suicide."
Jasper stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray.
"It's clearly a ruse by the Germans to misdirect us with false information. They're flooding Europe with false rumours and hearsay now, just as they did before Norway. That's why the War Department has dismissed it."
"Yes, just as they dismissed the intelligence reports regarding the attack on Norway," Bill said disgustedly, sitting back in his chair. "If you recall, we received similar reports for weeks leading up to the invasion of Norway, and from the same sources, I'll add, and they turned out to be correct. They weren't the false information everyone said they were. They were the truth. And Hitler moved sooner rather than later, exactly as the intelligence said he would." Jasper looked at him, his lips tightening at the reminder of the failure to anticipate the invasion that was now causing such division and chaos in Parliament. He was silent for a long moment, then he sighed heavily.
"It doesn't matter if the intelligence is sound or not," he finally said. "The War Department has determined it to be without merit, and therefore they stand by the opinion that an invasion of France is not an immediate threat."
Just as Norway wasn't an immediate threat, not until the Germans already had control of every airfield and major port. Jasper shook his head, his lips twisting humorously.
"You're in rare form today, aren't you? You speak your mind, I'll give you that. But really, Bill, listen to yourself. You're the only one who thinks this new intelligence is credible. Even the French themselves don't think an attack is coming soon."
"The French are hiding behind the mistaken belief that their Maginot Line is impenetrable.
They also think the Germans will follow the same battle plan as in the Great War. I ask you, do you really think Hitler is that stupid?
Perhaps not, Jasper admitted. I do agree with you that the French need to position their forces more evenly along the Maginot, but it is their country after all. They must be allowed to defend it as they see fit. And when it falls and the German troops are in Calais, what then? Bill exhaled and reached for his drink again. I'm sorry, he apologized after taking a healthy sip. I shouldn't be speaking this way to you. I shouldn't even be thinking this way. It's just that if something drastic isn't done in London, I don't see how we can win this war. Don't you dare apologize to me for being concerned and speaking your mind, Jasper said with a frown. If I wanted to surround myself with men who echoed my own thoughts back to me, I'd take a position in Parliament. Bill chuckled reluctantly. That wouldn't serve you well at all right now. No one seems to agree on anything there at the moment, with the possible exception that the entire Norwegian campaign has been nothing but a disaster. And they're not wrong. Jasper sat back in his chair and looked at Bill pensively for a moment. If you could make the War Department listen to you, what would you have them do? Prepare for an immediate invasion of Holland, Belgium and France, Bill said without hesitation. And I'd have the French bulk up troops along the entire Maginot, not just along the western flank and Belgian border. You don't believe the main thrust from the Germans will come through Belgium? Jasper asked, surprised. It's the most logical place to attack. The Maginot was never finished along the border, and it is the weakest point in France's defence. I don't know where Hitler will send the bulk of his troops, Bill said slowly. I'm not a military strategist, nor was I ever in the army. All I can tell you is what I would do if I was in their position. My intelligence tells us that the Wehrmacht and Luftwaffe are not strong enough or large enough to launch a full-scale attack against France and Britain. We outnumber them in both men and artillery. That puts Hitler at a severe disadvantage. My point exactly. If I were at such a disadvantage, I would attack somewhere that would not be expected, and do everything I could to divide the opposing forces and try to cut them off from each other. If the best and the most experienced troops were all in one place, I'd attack the weakest troops further away and try to outflank and surround the best troops, cutting them off from supplies and reinforcements. But, of course, I am no general, nor am I a student of battle strategy. I'm simply a man looking at a wealth of intelligence that all points to an invasion attempt on France. Jasper stared at him for a moment, his brows drawn together fiercely. After a tense silence, he exhaled and glanced up at the waiter coming across the restaurant with their lunch. Well, let's hope that Hitler is not looking at it from your point of view, he muttered, or all our boys in France will be in for a nasty time of it. RAF Duxford. Miles pushed back his canopy with one hand and inhaled deeply as warm, fresh air rushed into the cockpit. He glanced down at the fields below him and smiled at the sight of a boy on a bicycle pedalling along the road next to a hedgerow. As Miles roared over, the boy waved gaily, tilting his head up to watch the Spitfire. Miles moved the stick, wiggling the wings in a return wave before turning his attention back to the landing strip, just over the next hedgerow. After a long morning in the air, putting the new pilots through their paces, coming down only to refuel and go right back up, he was looking forward to his lunch. His legs were cramped, he was thirsty, and even his unflagging love for flight couldn't stop him from looking forward to getting out of the cockpit and stretching his legs. He let the flaps down and watched as the final row of trees disappeared behind him, the ground rushing up to meet him like an old friend. His wheels touched the grass, and the sleek fighter plane settled onto the ground with a sigh, rolling smoothly down the landing strip towards a row of parked Spits in the distance. Miles glanced at his instruments and smiled faintly. His fuel was almost gone. He'd cut it close this time, but he hadn't been able to resist doing one last pass over the coast on his way back from a patrol. Guiding the plane into a spot near Chris's spit, Miles watched as the Yank jumped off the wing, stripping off his flying gloves. He looked up as Miles shut down his engines and stood between the planes, waiting while Miles undid his straps and climbed out of the cockpit. "About time you showed up," Chris called. "I came in on fumes, so I know you must have been low on fuel." "Nothing to be worried about," Miles retorted, jumping off the wing of his plane. He glanced over at the ground crew sergeant, who was busy putting chocks in front of the wheels. "She'll need refueling," he called. "And check the undercarriage handle, will you? It was a bit sticky when I came in." "Yes, sir." Miles turned away and stripped off his gloves as he fell into step beside Chris. "I'll be glad to have my lunch," he said with a jaw-cracking yawn. "I'm starving." "We're the last ones back, it looks like. Here's hoping there's still some lunch left." They started across the field, heading towards the buildings in the distance. Their boots trudged through the ankle-high coarse grass, and Miles inhaled, tilting his head back to let the sun warm his face. "The new kids aren't half bad," Chris said after a moment. "The one almost took my tail off when we were coming in, but all in all, they're not bad." "They're not good either," Miles said with a quick grin. "Did you see them land yesterday? They bounced along like pogo sticks. It was embarrassing to watch." Chris chuckled. "They'll figure it out. Just give 'em time." "If we have time, who knows how long before Herr Hitler goes for France?" Miles undid his jacket and loosened the silk scarf around his neck. "Do you know they only have 20 hours on Spitz, both of them?" "There was a time when we only had 20 hours of flying time, you know. Everyone has to start somewhere." "Yes, but we didn't start in the middle of a war, dear boy." "Well, we're lucky that way." Chris shrugged. 20 hours isn't a lot, I'll grant you, but they'll be just fine. "We'll get 'em some flying time, and when Jerry comes, they'll be ready." "I hope so." "Say, how's your ASO?" Chris asked after a few moments of silence. "Is she still at Northolt?" "Yes." "Well, when do we all get to meet her? As far as I can tell, Rob's the only one who has." "Well, he is her brother. It would be rather strange if he hadn't," Miles said wryly. "But if you think I'm stupid enough to let her anywhere near you, you're balmy. I'm no fool." "Me? What's wrong with me?" Chris asked with a grin, his blue eyes sparkling. "You're American." "Yes, I know. What's wrong with that?" "You're different and exotic. Evelyn only ever sees Englishmen. I don't want her thinking that you're new and exciting, and that New York seems like a better place to live than Yorkshire." "Boston," Chris corrected him with a laugh. "I'm from Boston, not New York. And I thought Rob said they were from Lancashire, wherever that is." "They are." Miles glanced at him. "I'm from Yorkshire." "Oh-ho, so that's how it is it?" Chris clapped him on the back of his shoulder. "She must be one hell of a girl to get you thinking about settling down. Congratulations." "A little premature, Yank. There hasn't been any discussion of that yet." "Yet," Chris grinned. "Now you can't get out of introducing her to us, you know. If you're going to try to shackle yourself to her for the rest of your life, we have a right to offer our opinions." "What on earth makes you think that your opinion will make an ounce of difference to me?" "I don't, but it won't stop us all from giving it, especially Slippy." Miles grimaced. "Good Lord, can't we lock him up in a hangar somewhere?" "Afraid not. He's one of us, you know. If she's going to stick with you, she needs to know just what she's getting herself into." Miles smiled. "Oh, I think she knows already." "Poor girl, she doesn't stand a chance, does she?" Chris laughed as they stepped onto the paved road in front of the officers' mess. "I can't wait to meet her." "Well, you'll have to, I'm afraid. She said in her letter this morning that she's off training somewhere in the southwest, near Cornwall, I think." "She travels a lot, doesn't she?" "Yes, it's part of her job, you know. Oh, terribly hush-hush." "Does she like it?" "She seems to." Miles reached out and pulled open the door of the officers' building. "I think she gets tired, though." "Don't we all?" Chris followed him inside and pulled off his hat. turning to head off in the direction of the washrooms.
"I'll see you in there."
Miles nodded and turned to go towards the dining room, the affable smile on his face fading. Yes, they were all getting tired, but where they were getting tired of waiting for the war to finally get started. He had a feeling that Evelyn was getting tired from all the travelling she was forced to do. It had to be wearing her down, travelling all over England and Scotland, never staying long in one place. Even when she was home at Northolt, it was rarely for more than a week or so, and then she was off again. He thought of the haunted look in her eyes the last time he'd seen her. She had been tired, but also something else. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. The Evelyn that he'd met in the hallway at Ainsworth Manor 7 months ago had changed. She wasn't the same young woman she'd been that day in October. Oh, she still looked the same and laughed the same, but something fundamental had changed. Something down inside her had tempered the light in her eyes, and she wasn't as quick to laugh at the folly of life any more. Miles sighed silently. Perhaps the war was changing her. He supposed it was inevitable that it would change them all in the end. He had no illusion that they would all get out of this unscathed. War demanded a high toll from those who were forced to be part of it, and perhaps Evelyn was just beginning to see that. In the end, he supposed they all would. He just hoped they would live long enough to see the end of it. Chapter 13. Brussels, Belgium. Evelyn stepped into the small cafe and looked around, the smell of strong coffee and freshly baked pastries rushing over her. There weren't many customers at this time of day, and a majority of the tables were empty, with the exception of the small back corner table. As she entered the cafe, Jens stood up and waved to her. With a smile, Evelyn tucked her clutch purse under her arm and made her way to his table. "You got my note," he exclaimed, holding out both his hands to her. "I'm so glad you came." "Of course," she replied with a smile, grasping his hands lightly. "I hope everything's all right." Jens pulled out one of the chairs and she sank into it gracefully. "Well, that all depends on what you consider all right," he said, returning to his own seat. "I'm sure you're not used to getting strange notes like that from people you just met, but I assure you that this is of the utmost importance." Evelyn looked up as a waiter came towards the table. Glancing at the steaming cup of coffee before Jens, she ordered a cup of coffee in French, and the waiter smiled and bowed politely before leaving to get her drink. Turning her attention back to Jens, Evelyn set her bag on the table and looked at him expectantly. "You really must tell me what it is that's of such importance," she said with a teasing smile. "You have me on the edge of my seat." "Do you remember what we were discussing last night over dinner?" Jens asked, lowering his voice. "Yes, of course." "Well, it looks like it will happen sooner rather than later. There's a lot of activity going on all along the borders, and Belgium has declared a state of emergency." Evelyn's eyes widened, and she looked at him, her lips parted on a soft gasp. "A state of emergency? What does that mean?" "The army has been put on alert, and many of the units are being moved to the border with Germany." "So it's finally happening," she said softly, sitting back in her seat. "What's happened? I haven't heard anything on the wireless or seen anything in the papers today." "No, you won't. The government is keeping it quiet for now." Jens stopped talking as the waiter came back with Evelyn's coffee. He waited until the cup was set down before her, and the waiter had departed before lowering his voice even more. "We've intercepted several messages originating within the German forces. They began transmitting furiously very early this morning. In addition, we're getting reports coming in from all sides and in all quarters stating that German forces are mobilizing and moving towards Holland, Belgium, and Luxembourg. Even though we can't decipher all of the German messages, the frequency of them, along with the reports of massive troop movements, leaves no other alternative. Hitler's getting ready to move." Evelyn was quiet for a moment, sipping her hot coffee thoughtfully. Her blue eyes gazed across the table at Jens, studying him over the rim of her cup. When she lowered it, not even the flicker of an eyelid displayed her thoughts. "You don't seem very concerned for someone whose country appears to be on the verge of being invaded," she finally said quietly. Jens shrugged. "I've known that it's been coming for so long now, that it's almost a relief to know that it's about to begin," he admitted in a low voice, "and I will also admit to some small feeling of justification on my part." "Oh?" Evelyn raised an eyebrow curiously. "And why is that?" "There are several of us who have been warning the government that this was coming. We've been ignored for the past few months, but now they can't ignore us any longer. The evidence is too great." "And so now your army is on full alert?" "Yes." Jens exhaled heavily and lifted up his mug to take a long drink. "The royal family of Luxembourg and the majority of its government has already fled into France. They left this morning. There can be no doubt that an offensive will happen very soon." "And the Belgian government?" Evelyn asked after a second of silence. "Are they fleeing Brussels?" "No. The general feeling seems to be that it will be some time before the Germans can reach Brussels. They'll go through Holland first, or so everyone says." "Where are the largest concentrations of German troops?" she asked. Jens looked at her curiously. "What?" "Well, presumably, if you find the largest concentration of German troops, then you'll find where their main attack will come from," she said logically. "Do you know?" "Not exactly. The reports we're getting are scattered, and of course we can't take them all at face value. If we did, then the Germans are coming from everywhere, which of course is impossible." "Yes," Evelyn said slowly. "Quite impossible." She was silent for a long moment, sipping her coffee, before she suddenly looked up with a disconcertingly keen gaze. "Tell me, has anything else been seen or heard of the motorized columns that were approaching the Ardennes?" Jens looked uncomfortable, and then he shook his head. "No, they've disappeared." "Disappeared?" Evelyn repeated. "Motorized columns of troops don't just disappear." "No, but as far as my government is concerned, they have." Evelyn's eyes narrowed at the distinctly annoyed tone in Jens's voice. He didn't agree with something that was going on, but she could hardly ask him what it was. Instead, she forced a smile. "Well, that's something at least." Jens nodded and seemed to force a smile of his own. "Yes, isn't it? I wish the rest of the German army would follow suit." "Don't we all? Somehow I don't think we'll be that lucky, do you?" "No, and that's why I asked you here," he said, reaching across the table to take her hands in his. Concerned brown eyes stared into hers. "You must leave and go back to Paris. I don't know how much longer it will be safe here." "Why, Jens Bernard, are you trying to get rid of me already?" she teased. "There are easier ways, you know." Jens flushed a dull red. "No, I mean to say, it's rotten luck that this is happening now." "Yes, it is, isn't it?" She smiled and squeezed his hands before pulling hers away. "But really it comes as no great shock. As you said, we all knew that it was coming." "Then you'll leave? You'll go back to Paris immediately?" "Not immediately, but I'm already taking the morning train." "Well, that does make me feel better," Jens said with a smile. "I know it's probably silly of me, but I feel kind of responsible for you. After all, you're visiting my city." Evelyn laughed lightly. "My dear man, you're hardly responsible for my being in Brussels. If anyone has that honour, that would be my employer. And myself, I suppose," she added thoughtfully. "I came here under no disillusion. All of Europe knows what's coming, even if most of us choose to pretend that it won't happen. Luckily I've completed my work here and was already planning to leave in the morning. And so, you see, there's been no harm done. You have no need to feel responsible for me." "Yes, I know, but I feel it all the same." "You're a good person, Jens," she said softly. "I hope you come through all of this all right. If the Germans do make it into Belgium, will you leave Brussels?" "I don't know. I have family in the country, but I haven't really given much thought to where I'll go if— well, I suppose there'll be time enough to think about that when it happens." "There's always France," Evelyn said gaily. "You said you wanted a visit." Jens's lips twisted and he smiled ruefully. "This isn't quite what I had in mind, though. No, I know. As you said, what rotten luck. They were both quiet for a moment, and then Jens looked up. At least I was able to have one last dinner at Marcel's, he said with a smile. Thank you for that. I should be thanking you. I had a lovely time, and even though my stay is being cut short, it was a very nice stay thanks to you. Evelyn finished her coffee, setting the empty cup down with the click. Now please don't worry about me. I'll be on the first train to Paris in the morning, safely out of harm's way. I do appreciate you sharing all of this with me, however. I wish there was something I could do to help you through it all. The shrug Jens gave was resigned. I'm very much afraid that the only one who can help us now is God himself. The man known as Eisenjäger bent over the low sink and held his hands under the running tap. Blood mixed with water to swirl around the drain, and, once the worst of it was off, he reached for a sliver of soap. The job was done. The man from Zurich, whom he had followed to Brussels as instructed, was dead, and the information he had been carrying to the British attaché was now in his hands. The end had been a bit messier than Eisenjäger was used to, but that couldn't be helped. At least it was done. After scrubbing away the last of the blood, Eisenjäger stripped out of his blood-splattered shirt and tossed it into the sink. He would throw it away in an alley when he went to dinner, but right now he had to contact Hamburg. They would be waiting for news. He left the small bathroom and went over to the open suitcase on a chair near the bed. Pulling out a clean shirt, he shrugged into it as his eyes strayed to the window overlooking Brussels. He'd always enjoyed the city. After arriving early this morning, however, he hadn't had time to revisit some of his favourite haunts. A shame that. Perhaps, if his handler didn't have another job for him, he would stay a day or two and become reacquainted with it. Soon it would be very different from the Brussels he knew and loved. Soon everything in Europe would be very different. Buttoning his shirt, Eisenjäger walked over to the window and looked out over the evening streets. They were alive with men hurrying home from work, and women rushing around, finishing last-minute shopping before dinner. An entire city going about its business despite the growing threat from the north. He watched them thoughtfully for a moment, listening to the sounds of the traffic through the open window. An entire city on the verge of being faced with the full might of the German forces. He turned away from the window and went over to the rickety old desk in the corner, where he'd set up his wireless. Sitting before the radio, he slipped the headphones over his head and reached out to turn the knob to the correct frequency. Pulling a code book from inside the case, he opened it and began transmitting his message. Once Hamburg was alerted to the fact that he had the information and the courier was dead, he would go to dinner and try to enjoy at least a few hours of Brussels. If he didn't have any immediate instructions, perhaps he could even enjoy a few more tomorrow. Eisenjäger finished transmitting his message and waited for acknowledgement. While he waited, he picked up a pencil and began drawing random doodles on the notepad on the desk. He would return to Munich by way of Switzerland, he decided, while he drew the rough outline of a pistol. It was how he had come, and it would cause the least amount of interest. He always tried to draw the least amount of attention to himself as possible. In his line of work, the last thing he wanted was to be memorable. And there was nothing more common in Zurich these days than businessmen passing through on their way to and from France, or any of the other European countries. It was a few minutes later that he finally heard the sound of the return code in his headset. Picking up his pencil, he transcribed the code onto the notepad, frowning when the message continued. There was more than just the acknowledgement of his transmission coming through. Much more. They had something else they wanted him to do. The only sound in the small hotel room for several minutes was the swift, steady scratching of his pencil on the notepad as he copied down and then decoded the message that had come from Hamburg. When he was finished,
Eisenjäger sat back in his chair and looked at the notepad with a frown. New target. Already in Brussels. Do not terminate. Repeat. Do not terminate. Bring target to Berlin for questioning. Use all available means, but do not alarm. More information to follow. After waiting for a minute, Eisenjäger rubbed his eyes and reached for a glass of water. Who was this new target that they wanted him to take to Berlin? Was he friendly or hostile? They didn't want him to alarm the man, so he assumed that the target was friendly. At least he hoped so. It was easy for them to say, "Bring a man to Berlin." They weren't the ones who had to travel alone with a potentially hostile passenger. Of course, he had drugs that would make the subject so oblivious to what was going on that he would be like a lamb going to slaughter, but those carried their own complications, and it made it impossible for him to leave the passenger for even a minute. A friendly target was, by definition, an easier passenger, less maintenance and less risk. He drained his glass of water and set it down, glancing at his watch. He disliked apprehending people and taking them back to the fatherland. He felt it was a waste of his particular skills and talents. But the Reich didn't care about personal opinion. If this man was wanted in Berlin, then to Berlin he would go, alive and unharmed. For now. The headset came alive again with the next message, and Eisenjäger reached for the pencil again. This message was much shorter than the last, and as soon as he decoded it, he sent an acknowledgement of the instructions back to Hamburg. Finally removing the headset, he stifled a yawn and pushed his chair back, standing and looking down at the notepad. Target, name, Jens Bernard, employed by Belgian State Security Office, residence unknown. He had the name. He would start in the morning. Chapter 14. May the 10th, 1940. 4 a.m. The hotel room was pitch dark when Evelyn shot up in bed, dragged ruthlessly from her slumber when a deafening boom echoed through the streets. Straining to see in the darkness, and with her heart near to pounding out of her chest, she clung to the covers as a violent tremor ripped through the building. The big four-poster bed shook, and as she sat bolt upright trying to figure out what was happening, her hairbrush crashed to the floor, jostled from its place on the dresser. The sound of it hitting the floor broke her half-stunned, half-sleepy stupor, and Evelyn threw the covers aside, swinging her legs out of bed. Running to the window, she peered out. No lights were visible, and she couldn't see what could have caused the noise and shaking. It was almost what she imagined an earthquake would feel like, except much louder. Turning, she grabbed her dressing gown from the foot of the bed and threw it on as she ran to the door. As she undid the lock, Evelyn could hear muffled voices in the hallway outside her room. She opened the door and looked out, then stepped into the hallway looking around. It looked like most of the guests on her floor were gathered in the thickly carpeted hallway. All dressed in their pyjamas and sleeping gowns, they were all looking around in bewilderment. "What happened?" a heavy-set Frenchwoman asked, turning to look at Evelyn. A sleeping cap was askew on her greying curls, and she clutched her dressing gown closed over her ample bosom. "Did you feel the hotel shake?" "Yes, and I heard a loud boom," Evelyn answered automatically in French. "What on earth is happening?" "I looked out the window, but there isn't one light on outside." A decisively English voice rose from a few feet away. "Honestly, I don't know how an entire city can turn off all the lights at night. This would never happen in London." Evelyn turned in some amusement to see a tall, statuesque woman in a velvet dressing gown, looking appropriately disgusted. "Are you sure all the lights were out?" another guest asked in heavily accented English. "That's very unusual. I've never known the streets to be completely dark." "They are. I looked out my window as well, and there was no light at all," Evelyn said with a nod. "It's most disconcerting. Did anyone else hear a boom?" A large, brusque gentleman dressed in a tweed dressing gown emerged from the open door behind the Englishwoman.
His hair stood up at the back of his head, and his ruddy complexion bespoke many hours in the fresh air. He had the unmistakable carriage of a military man, and one used to being in command at that. Evelyn guessed that he was a retired colonel at the very least.
"Yes, indeed. It sounded for all the world like a bloody bomb," he boomed, his voice echoing the walls. "Felt like I was back in the army."
"You don't think it was a bomb, do you?" the Frenchwoman next to Evelyn asked in English anxiously.
"I have absolutely no idea, my good woman," the colonel replied. "It certainly sounded like one."
"What can it mean?" another woman gasped, clutching her dressing-gown to her throat. "Surely we aren't being bombed?" While the rest of the assembled guests gasped and began discussing the possibility of a bomb having been dropped, Evelyn turned and went back into her room swiftly, closing the door on the chattering strangers in the hallway. Crossing to the window again, she threw it open and stuck her head out, looking first one way and then the other. The streets were definitely completely dark, but they were far from silent. From both directions came the sound of distant sirens and a cacophony of shouts mixed with the strident whistles of policemen. Pulling her head back in, Evelyn closed the window again and pulled the curtains before turning to cross over to the desk and switch on the light. There seemed to be really only one explanation. The Germans were finally launching their offensive. Swallowing, she switched on the little radio on the desk and sank into the chair as she listened intently, trying to tune to a station that wasn't filled with Dutch. After a moment of fiddling, she finally heard the welcome sound of French and stopped, catching her breath as she listened to the announcer. "We have unconfirmed reports coming in from all over the country," the voice said in French. "German forces are advancing into both Holland and Belgium, with the Luftwaffe bombing cities ahead of their soldiers' advance. Luxembourg may also be under attack." Evelyn sat back in the chair, horror washing over her. She gripped her hands in her lap, her knuckles turning white, as she listened to the hurried and anxious voice of the radio announcer. "The army was put on full alert earlier today, and is in position to repel the attacking German forces. However, everyone should be aware that it appears that Germany has launched a coordinated and simultaneous attack on Holland, Belgium and Luxembourg. There can be no doubt that the war has come to the west at last, and on several different fronts. Bombs are falling throughout Holland and Belgium, with reports of several falling on Brussels. It is believed that the Germans are trying to hit the bridges around Brussels, but so far have failed to do so. The public is being urged to remain calm and—" All of a sudden, the sound of static filled the room as the announcer was cut off and the station went dead. Evelyn frowned and tried to tune the radio to another station, but all she could get was static on all of them. Finally, with a scowl, she switched off the radio and stood up unsteadily. There was only one reason all the radio stations would suddenly go dead in the middle of such an important broadcast. The Germans had bombed the towers. It had begun. She crossed the room and pulled her suitcase out, heaving it onto the bed with trembling hands. She had to dress, and then she had to think. She had to find a way out of Belgium and back to France before the German army arrived in Brussels. And she knew from Norway that that could happen swiftly. If the Luftwaffe was bombing the bridges already, they would also be targeting the trains and the airports, making travel almost impossible. She would have to find another way, and she would have to find it quickly. She was out of time. It was almost 6 when Evelyn reached the lobby of the hotel, to find it crowded with guests, all scrambling to discover more information from the harassed manager and his assistants. The cacophony of chattering voices, made strident by worry and panic, filled the lobby as porters rushed around trying to keep track of luggage and patrons alike. Stepping into the chaos, Evelyn gazed around helplessly, and her resolve faltered. It was a madhouse. Porters were explaining to frantic guests that there were no taxis to be had outside, nor were there any buses at the present hour. Cries of dismay surrounded her, and Evelyn lifted a gloved hand to her forehead, a wave of despair washing over her. How was she going to get out of Brussels? All the people jostling each other in the overcrowded lobby were trying to do the same thing, to get out of the city and escape the advancing German army. There were too many of them, and she was just one single woman. She would never find a way out of the city. "Mademoiselle?" A voice spoke at her elbow, and Evelyn dropped her hand and turned to look at a tall man dressed in a neat brown suit. "I believe you dropped this," he said politely in French, handing her an envelope with a slight bow. Evelyn took the envelope automatically, looking down in some confusion. "I'm afraid you've made a mistake," she said, shaking her head. "This isn't mine." "Oh, but I'm sure of it, Mademoiselle Fournier," he insisted with a smile. "I saw it drop on the stairs. I'm sure you'll find that it's yours. Now, if you'll excuse me." He bowed slightly again and disappeared into the crowds, moving in the direction of the front doors. Evelyn frowned, watching him go, then looked at the envelope in her hand more closely. Scrawled across the face was a single word: Elena. Her heart leapt into her throat, and she set down her suitcase so that she could tear open the envelope with shaking hands. Vladimir had warned her to leave yesterday, and she had had every intention of doing so until Jens sent her that message. Now here was a message from Vladimir. How did he know she'd stayed? As soon as she thought it, Evelyn's lips twisted wryly. How did the man know anything? Yet he always did. Train tracks and bridges are all being bombed, as are the major roads out of the city. You must take lesser-known roads and go through the country. Cross the border into France near Maubeuge. It is the safest route for at least 24 hours. After that, the window to get back into France will close rapidly. They are advancing quickly. Godspeed. Evelyn gulped and stuffed the letter back into the envelope, reaching down to pick up her suitcase again. It was as she feared. She had to find a car. It was the only way. Pushing her way towards the front desk, she was suddenly aware that the wave of hopelessness and despair had left her. In its place was the calm determination of knowing what she had to do. With his note, Vladimir had given her the splash of cold water that she needed to focus. Gone was the burgeoning panic. Instead, her hands were steady, and her heart was beating normally when she finally reached the desk. Setting her purse on the counter, she put down her suitcase and prepared to wait for one of the frazzled employees to get to her. "Mademoiselle Fournier." The manager waved to her. "I'll be with you in a moment." She smiled and nodded, watching as he finished with the brusque ex-army colonel from her floor. The man's wife turned to look and gave her a nod of greeting, her face lined with worry. When Evelyn nodded back politely, she pushed her way towards her. "It really was a bomb, my dear," she announced as she reached her. "Can you imagine the nerve of that squalid little painter?" "It was?" "Yes, it hit a building up the street. That's why there are no taxis. They can't get through." The woman straightened her hat and tried in vain to tuck her greying hair back under it. "I didn't have time to even put my hat on straight. Does it look very bad?" "Not at all," Evelyn said with a chuckle. "Do you know if the taxis are running at all?" "The manager said that we may be able to get one near the Rue Royale, which is about a 5-minute walk from here. And you're not alone, are you?" "I'm afraid so." "Oh, but my dear, you can't possibly navigate out of the city alone," the woman exclaimed, her eyes widening. "The Germans are invading." "So I've heard," Evelyn said dryly. "Don't worry about me. I'll find a way." "But that's absurd. Come with us. Horace won't mind. Will you, Horace?" She turned to look at the large colonel as he made his way up behind her. "Mind what?" he boomed. "This poor young woman is all alone. I told her she should come with us to look for a taxi." Of course. Where are you headed?" "Well, back to France, I suppose," Evelyn said with a shrug, smiling as the manager approached her. "But I really couldn't impose. I'm not sure how I'm going to go yet, you see. I have a ticket on the train, but I don't know if they're even running." "The train to Paris is being delayed, Mademoiselle Fournier," the manager said with an apologetic cough. "We're going to wait it out at the station," the colonel informed her. "The trains will start running again soon. Stands to reason they have to. Too many people trying to get home. Come along with us. This is no time for a young woman like you to be alone." "Oh, but Evelyn was cut off when she heard someone calling Marie. Turning, she scanned the throngs of faces in confusion. Her brow cleared when Jens's anxious face appeared through the crowds. "Jens! Oh, thank God!" he gasped, pushing through to stand before her panting. "I thought perhaps I'd have missed you." "No, I'm still trying to get out of here," she said with a laugh. She looked at the Colonel and his wife and smiled in some embarrassment. "I'm so sorry. I don't even know your name." "Colonel Redmond at your service," the Colonel said with a brisk nod of his head. "And this is Lady Pruitt Redmond, my wife." "I'm so pleased to meet you. I'm Marie Fournier, and this is my friend Jens Bernard." "A pleasure." Jens nodded distractedly. "Marie, what are you going to do? How will you get home? I came to help in any way I can." "Well, before I do anything, I really must check out of the hotel," she said humorously, turning towards the manager. The manager cleared his throat and pushed a card towards her. "If you could just sign here, mademoiselle." "Yes, of course." Evelyn signed the card and paid for her room, murmuring her thanks. Once she was finished, she turned back to her unexpected companions. "Jens, the Redmonds are going to try to find a taxi. Do you know where is the best place for them to find one?" "Everyone seems to be heading to the Rue Royale," Lady Pruitt Redmond said, slipping her hand through her husband's arm. "You should be able to find one along there," Jens said with a nod, "but you'd better hurry. I think everyone has the same idea. As I was coming in, there were a lot of people heading in that direction." "And you, my dear?" the Colonel asked, looking down at Evelyn. "What will you do? Will you come with us and wait it out at the station?" Evelyn hesitated and glanced at Jens. Well, I'm not sure what I'm doing yet," she said, "but you want to be on your way if you're going to find a taxi. You go ahead, I'll be fine." "Alone?" Lady Pruitt Redmond shook her head. "You can't be serious." "But she's not alone any more," the Colonel pointed out. "She has this young man to help her. Come along, Edna, and stop fussing." "Oh, are you sure?" Lady Pruitt Redmond peered anxiously at Evelyn. "You'll be all right?" "Yes, I'll be all right," she assured her with a smile. "I'll most likely see you at the station. Don't worry." The Colonel and his wife said their goodbyes and, after assuring her that they would be praying for her safety, disappeared into the crowds towards the door. Evelyn looked at Jens with a laugh. "I hope you have an idea, or I'll feel like a fool turning down their very kind offer," she announced. "I don't really," he admitted. "Come on, let's get out of this hotel and into the fresh air where we can hear ourselves think." He grasped her elbow and began forging his way through the press of people to the front door. Evelyn tightened her hand on her suitcase and tried to keep from knocking people in the shins as they made their way slowly to the door. The panic around them was palpable, and she forced herself to remain calm as she followed Jens. She would find a way back to France. She had to. She had no intention of ending up surrounded by the SS again, as she had been in Norway. The easiest way would be to get hold of a car, but how on earth was she going to do that in a strange city? They finally pushed through the door and into the street a few minutes later, and Evelyn took a deep breath of the crisp and cool morning air. The smell of smoke and brick dust assaulted her senses, and she coughed, turning to look up the street. She couldn't see anything past the barricades set up by the emergency personnel halfway up the street. "A building was hit at the top of the road," Jens said, glancing that way. "They've got it blocked off while they assess the damage." "Have a lot of buildings been hit?" "I only know of that one, but there must be more. They said that the Germans were trying to bomb the bridges out of the city, but none of them had been hit yet. I don't think they have very good aim." He turned to walk in the opposite direction, and Evelyn fell into step beside him. "How are you going to get back to Paris?" he asked, looking down at her. "If they're trying to bomb the bridges, they'll be bombing the trains as well. They're trying to sever all the major routes of transportation." "I know," Evelyn shrugged. "I have to find another way. If I can get hold of a car, I can drive." "A car?" Jens brightened. "I have a car." She stopped and looked up at him, a surge of hope going through her. "You do?" "Yes, I keep it in a garage just outside the city. It's too expensive to keep it where I live, but I keep it to visit my family." He nodded. "Why didn't I think of that sooner? We can go get my car and I'll drive you to France." "Oh, but you can't," she exclaimed. "What about your work?" "Look around, Marie. Everything is in chaos. The Germans are invading, and soon they will be here in Brussels. I don't think my work will be in business much longer." "Oh, Jens, I'm so sorry. This must be horrible for you. I'm just trying to get back to France, but this is your home." He looked down at her, and his lips were set in a grim line. "This was my home," he replied.
Once the Germans get here, it will no longer be the Brussels I know. I'll get you home to France, and then I'll decide from there what to do. Come." He took her free hand. "It will be safer this way. I'll take the minor roads out of the city, and we'll go through the countryside." Evelyn looked up at him as they hurried down the street, following hordes of other people fleeing with whatever they could carry in bags and baskets. "Are you absolutely sure?" she asked. "It might not be safe." He snorted. "I don't think it will be safe here for much longer, I'm sure." He suddenly grinned, flashing white teeth. "I've always wanted to see France. Now's my chance." She smiled weakly and fell silent, dropping her eyes to the pavement. What a mess this was. Here she was, facing yet another invasion, and with yet another radio operator. It was almost as if fate was handing her a second chance to make up for Perda. Except that she didn't believe in fate, and there were no second chances for Perda. Instead, she had Jens determined to get her out of Brussels and back to France, without knowing just how dangerous it could be. She couldn't tell him, of course. She had to let him continue believing that she was exactly what she said she was, a secretary from Paris. If he suspected anything different, he would refuse to help her, and she had to get back to London to deliver the oilskin-wrapped package concealed in the lining of her coat. She just hoped they would make it to the French border before the Germans did. Chapter 15. Hans Voss pulled his car to the side of the curb and shut off the engine, glancing at his watch. As he had driven through the city, streams of traffic clogged the road heading in the opposite direction. Mass panic had taken hold, and people were fleeing in droves. He opened the door and got out of the car, setting his hat firmly on his head. He'd known the Führer was going to invade the lowlands soon. Everyone knew it. They just hadn't known when. The Führer had been inordinately quiet about his plans for the Western advance, and Hans doubted whether even the senior generals and Hitler's own advisers had known when it would begin. Certainly he'd had no idea when the might of the German army would move towards France. Turning, he strode down the street towards the hotel located a few yards away. The invasion caused some serious complications for him. Not only was the city going to be absolute chaos, but with people fleeing in such numbers, it would be almost impossible to find one mystery woman. Even if he did manage to track down the hotel where she was staying, the odds of her still being there were non-existent. She would flee with all the others if she had any sense. She would know the SS was coming with the army, and she would try to get the package to France, if she hadn't already. The thought made his lips tighten unpleasantly. This was very likely a waste of time. The woman was probably long gone, if she'd ever been here at all. Voss entered the lobby of the hotel and looked around at the swarming guests rushing to leave. He shook his head and silently cursed the fates that had ordained the invasion to happen today, of all days. Amid such chaos, he would be lucky to find an employee to speak with, let alone find out if a specific woman had been staying here. Yet he had to try. There was no other alternative. He had to do whatever was in his power to find the mysterious Marie Fournier. He made his way to the desk and waited until a harried employee saw him standing there. "Yes, can I help?" the man asked, glancing over as he filled out a card for a couple standing before him. "I'm looking for a friend," Hans said easily. "We were supposed to meet here in the lobby, but with all of this going on, I don't even know if she's still here." "What's the name?" "Marie Fournier. I'm afraid I don't know much more than that. We just met last night at a dinner party." Hans smiled sheepishly. "I'm visiting from Zurich, and she very kindly offered to show me the city." "I doubt that will happen now," the man said with a grunt. "If you'll wait a moment, I'll look to see if she's here." "Thank you." Hans turned to watch the chaos unfolding in the lobby, and once again silently cursed the rotten luck that had led Hitler to invade Belgium today. It would take twice as long to check the hotels in this mess, and time was not something that was on his side now. If she was here, The woman would be trying to make her way out of the city even as he searched for her. The only hope he had was that she would be delayed in making her way out of Brussels, and that just might work in his favour. They were bombing the bridges, trains, airports and roads. The gridlock would only get worse. If she was caught up in it, then he might just have a chance of catching up with her. It wasn't much of a chance, he admitted, but it was a chance. "Fournier, you said?" Hans turned back to the man behind the desk and saw him flipping through a stack of registration cards. "Yes, that's right. I don't see anyone with that name here. Let me check if she's already paid and left." The man turned and went to a stack of cards a few feet away, going through them quickly. When he turned back, Hans knew the answer. She wasn't here. "I'm sorry, there's no one here by that name. Are you sure it was this hotel?" "I thought so, but perhaps I was mistaken. Thank you for your time." The man nodded in acknowledgement before turning to help another guest. Hans strode across the lobby, setting his hat back on his head as soon as he stepped outside. 1 hotel down, about 100 to go. He turned back towards the car, pulling out his travel guidebook and crossing off the hotel as he walked. Pursing his lips, he ran his eye over the list of likely hotels that he had made the night before, after checking several yesterday. He had to narrow this down somehow. There wasn't enough time to cover all of them. After staring at the list thoughtfully for a second, he closed the book and tucked it back into his coat pocket. He would start with the most expensive hotels. They were fewer in number, and he could eliminate them quickly. There was absolutely no reason to think that Marie Fournier would be staying in any of them. But one thing stuck in his mind. Frau Lutz said the woman had been staying at one of the more expensive hotels in Antwerp. As unlikely as it seemed, perhaps that was where he would have the most luck. So that was where he would start. RAF Duxford. Miles strode into the lounge and nodded to one of the new pilots. "Good morning, Sawyer. Are you coming in or going out?" "I've just come down, sir," the young man said. "The CO took me up." Did he indeed? Miles clapped him on the shoulder. "Moving up in the world, are you? Before you know it, you'll be one of us." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Miles chuckled to himself as he walked over to join Rob and Chris in the armchairs near the fireplace. "Poor sod. Is that bad?" he asked, seating himself next to Rob. "He overshot the landing strip last night," Rob replied with a grin. "When Ashmore heard, he nearly burst a blood vessel. I heard him yelling all the way in here." "Good Lord, is the plane all right?" "I think so." Rob went back to his newspaper. "Must be if he took it up again this morning." "How exactly does one do that?" Chris wondered, blowing cigarette smoke up at the ceiling thoughtfully. "I don't think I could overshoot the landing if I tried." "No, you just land without wheels," Rob retorted from behind his paper. "Typical of the Americans, always wanting to do things the hard way." Chris laughed and leaned forward to offer Miles a light as he patted his jacket looking for a lighter. "Thanks," he murmured, leaning forward to light his cigarette. "Must have left mine in my room." "How did we luck out and get the late flight this morning?" Chris asked, sitting back in his chair again. "Not that I'm complaining. It was nice to eat breakfast and then mosey on in here and not have to rush out to the ready." Rob lowered his paper slightly and peered over the edge at Chris. "Mosey?" he repeated, raising an eyebrow. "When on earth have I ever moseyed, Yank? Do I look like a cowboy?" "Not in the slightest. Have it your way. I moseyed, you paraded. Better?" Miles laughed as Rob sputtered behind his newspaper. "Much better, young colonial," he approved. "And I have no idea how we lucked out, as you put it. Perhaps Ashmore wanted to give the new chicks a taste of real life." "More like he wanted to get them up and down before the fun starts," Rob said, lowering the newspaper with a rustle and tossing it aside. "What a lot of blasted nonsense. We still don't know what's happening with Chamberlain. According to that rag, he's still hanging on." Miles opened his mouth to respond, but never got the chance. Slippy rushed into the room, looking around frantically. Spotting them, he barreled across the room to the trio by the fireplace. "My God!" he gasped, skidding to a stop beside Miles. "They've invaded Belgium." "What?"
Miles sat straight up, staring at him. "When?"
"Today, this morning, now."
Slippy looked around, trying to catch his breath.
"I ran all the way from the mess. One of the flight crew sergeants heard it. Where's the bloody radio?"
"Over there," Chris said, motioning to the back corner. "For reasons known only to himself, the porter moved it." Slippy spun around and strode across the large room to turn on the radio. Miles glanced at Rob and stood up, sliding one hand into his pocket and following, his cigarette between the long fingers of his other hand. Chris jumped up and looked at Rob. "Aren't you coming?" he asked.
"And join the parade? I can hear just as well right here, thank you."
Chris shrugged and followed Miles to where Slippy was already tuning the large stand-up radio.
"Where's Rob?"
Miles asked, looking behind him.
"He says he doesn't want to be part of the circus and he can hear just fine where he is."
Miles snorted.
"He'll be along soon enough," he predicted.
"Aha!" Slippy crowed as the static disappeared and the BBC News came through the speaker.
"Here it is."
"This is BBC Home Service, interrupting with an update to the news. At 4 o'clock this morning, German forces crossed the borders into Holland, Belgium and Luxembourg, beginning an invasion that is undoubtedly meant to lead them into France. The attack came without warning. The German Luftwaffe led the charge, dropping bombs on bridges, roads and railway tracks throughout Holland and Belgium. Brussels was hit, as well as airfields and communication centres." The announcer was solemn, and his voice captured the attention of everyone in the room. "German paratroopers were deployed, and a fierce battle is underway for Fort Eben Emael after enemy troops landed inside the Belgian fort. The fort is the most heavily fortified on the Belgian border, and its possible capture will deal a huge blow to the Belgian defences. In Holland, Rotterdam is under attack from both the Luftwaffe and the German army. The enemy has penetrated as far south as Luxembourg. With the royal family and most of the advisers already in France, Luxembourg is showing little resistance, and it is expected that German forces will soon be approaching the French border. As the Luftwaffe bombs Holland and Belgium relentlessly, the Allied forces, led by the British Expeditionary Force, are moving through Belgium to meet the main thrust of the German invasion." Miles stubbed his cigarette out in an ashtray sitting on top of the radio and glanced at Chris and Slippy. They were silent for a minute.
"So it's finally begun."
Rob was the first to break the silence from across the room. He got up and walked over to join the group near the radio.
"The little corporal is finally moving to take France. You don't really think he'll get there, do you?" Chris demanded. "Your entire army is over there with the French. They'll hold him back, won't they?"
"Not our entire army, Chris," Miles said quietly. "A chunk of it is still tied up in Norway."
"So much for the military wisdom of the people who said Hitler didn't have the resources to fight a war on two fronts," Rob said. "Apparently he does." "If they've already taken Eben Emael, Belgium is in a bad spot."
Slippy patted his pockets, looking for his cigarettes.
"Isn't that their prize defence? Didn't they say that it could never be breached?"
"I don't think they counted on paratroopers." Chris held out his cigarette case, and Slippy took one with a nod of thanks.
"They actually landed inside? Has that ever been done?" "Not that I've heard," Rob said, shaking his head. "If it's true, then the fort is already lost."
"And they're bombing ahead of the army." Miles rubbed his eyes and turned to go back to his chair by the fireplace. "It's what they did in Poland. Blitzkrieg, they call it."
"What the hell does that mean?" Chris demanded. "I don't speak Kraut."
"Lightning War," Rob told him, turning to follow Miles.
"Their air force knocks out all communication and transport lines, while their army moves in rapidly behind them under cover of the air power."
"Air power? Well, can't we just send fighters up to take care of the bombers?" Chris asked, following. "I'm sure that's what our squadrons in France are doing right now," Miles said, dropping into his armchair. "There aren't nearly enough of them, though." "What about the French Air Force? They're there."
"Yes, but they have outdated airplanes." Rob rubbed his face. "God, I wish I was over there. I'll back a Spitfire against the 109s any day."
"Agreed, but we're not there. We're here." Miles stared into the empty hearth. "There's nothing we can do from here, except make sure they don't cross the channel." Chris looked startled. "Do you think it will come to that?"
"What, them crossing the channel?" Rob lowered his hands and glanced at Chris. "Well, you don't think they'll get to France and just stop for the wine, do you?" "But no one's ever crossed the Channel successfully," Chris pointed out. "Why would they think they can?" "Allow me to give you a brief lesson in our history, Yank," Rob drawled. "An army did indeed cross the Channel. It was in 1066 and was led by the Duke of Normandy, also known as William the Conqueror, our first Norman king." "Yes, but no one has since," Chris retorted, waving his hand impatiently. "Not for lack of trying." Miles looked up as Slippy joined them. "Isn't that so, Slippy?" "The last one to try was Napoleon," Slippy said with a nod. "He nearly sank his entire fleet before they finally turned back." "See, it can't be done," Chris said triumphantly. "Even Napoleon couldn't do it." "I'm fairly sure that Hitler has command of better ships than he did," Miles said dryly. Chris looked around at the sombre faces. "You're all serious, aren't you? You really think the Krauts will try to invade England if they take France?" "Wouldn't you?" Slippy demanded. "He took Poland, he took Norway. If he can take France, he'd be a fool to stop there." "And if he does try, I give you one guess how he'll do it," Rob said. "He'll send over his Luftwaffe first." Chris dropped into his chair. "Well, hell, I guess we'll finally get to shoot at some planes." Miles choked back a laugh. "Are all Americans like you, Chris?" "Like me how? Itching for a fight?" "Well, aren't you? Don't tell me you're not looking forward to meeting the 109s, because I know it's a lie. You want to face them as much as I do." "That may be so, Yank, but we're not quite so blunt about it," Rob said, pulling out his cigarette case. "It's our duty, you know. Nothing more." "Nothing more, my ass," Chris scoffed. "I fly with you every day, Ainsworth, so you can leave off the airs and graces and laissez-faire. I know you want to fight just as much as I do. I guess now we'll get the chance." "Laissez-faire?" Miles raised his eyebrows and looked at Rob. "Is that what we're doing?" "I haven't the faintest idea what the Yank's going on about," he answered with a grin. "I'm smoking a cigarette. Nothing lazy about it." "Idiot," Chris said, laughing. "You know, all this talk about an invasion across the Channel is all dependent on the Germans getting through to France," Slippy said, going back to the original subject. "They're facing the entire BEF in Belgium, not to mention the French army. The Germans don't have as many soldiers or artillery as we do. It won't be easy." "Says who?" Miles asked, tilting his head back and peering up at him. "Well, them, the people who say." "The same people who said Hitler would never attack Norway," Rob said, rolling his head sideways to send Miles a knowing look. "Yes, the same people, I dare say, that said Hitler couldn't fight a war on two fronts," Miles agreed with a nod. "Yet here we are. I'm afraid I don't think much to their general wisdom." "To be completely fair, I don't think you can really call Norway a front anymore," Chris interjected. "The Germans just about have the whole country now. It's only the northern pocket that's holding out." "Nevertheless, they have troops tied up there." Miles shook his head, looked at his watch and stood up. He stretched with a wide yawn. "I'm going back to my room for my lighter before we have to go out to the dispersal hut. Before I do, I'll just say this. I don't think the little corporal would have attacked the West if he didn't have something up his little sleeve. Hitler is a lot of things, but I don't think stupid is one of them. If he's going after France, he knows something we don't." "Like what?" "Like how to get past our BEF and the French army." Miles turned to leave. "And we have a Prime Minister who wants to make deals with him and broker peace. God help our men over there, and God help us."
Chapter 16. Brussels, Belgium, 10 a.m. Eisenjäger walked up the narrow street where Jens Bernard rented an apartment. The area was in chaos, with people outside on the sidewalk and emergency vehicles coming and going. All the attention was focused on what remained of the building at the top of the road. It didn't take a genius to guess what had happened. Bombs had been falling all morning as the Luftwaffe swept ahead of the Wehrmacht. Most of them had landed outside the city, but those that had landed inside were doing their part to spread panic and fear, and chaos. With the radios out of commission, The population was in the dark as to what was happening, and so they were naturally believing the worst. Those that couldn't flee the city were falling into one of two categories as far as he could see: those who were hunkering down prosaically, and those who were preparing for the end of the world. He glanced at the numbers on the buildings and stopped across the road from number 56. There it was, the building where his target lived. He had managed to get the address from the post office, but he had no idea what his target looked like. A small crowd was gathered before the front door, all watching the excitement at the top of the road, and for all he knew Jens Bernhard could be one of them. Eisenjäger crossed the street and nodded to them politely, examining the faces swiftly as he did so. He didn't know if Jens was young or old, but all the faces before him were over the age of 50. Somehow he doubted that the Abwehr was interested in aging men dressed in work clothes. He was going to take the chance that his target was not among the men gathered around him. "What's happening up there?" he asked in Dutch, nodding towards the activity. "A bomb fell on the house. They're looking for survivors," a man answered readily. "So far 2 people are unaccounted for." "How terrible." "Yes, I don't know what the world's coming to, dropping bombs on other people like it's nothing. They didn't stand a chance, did they? But what do the Germans care?" Eisenjäger reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a piece of paper, making a show of studying it. "I wonder if you could help me. I'm looking for someone, and I think he lives here." "Oh?" The man looked at him assessingly before moving away from the others. "What's his name? I'm the landlord here." "His name is Jens Bernhard. I work with him, and he didn't come into work this morning." "Do you blame him?" the man demanded. "No one is going into work this morning. Everyone is panicking and leaving if they can." "Yes, I know. He's not in trouble, but our boss wants to make sure he's all right. Is he here?" "No, he left early this morning. I saw him go out just as I was getting the milk in." The man scratched his neck thoughtfully. "He came back again after that. I heard him come in and go up the stairs. I looked out the front window and saw his car stopped at the curb. He left again shortly after that. Likely getting out of the city, if you ask me. Everyone who can is getting out before the Germans come." "Did he have luggage with him?" Eisenjäger asked, raising his eyebrows. "Is that why you think he's leaving?" "Not luggage in the true sense of the word. He had a small overnight bag and a square hard case with him. Not nearly enough to be all his clothes. He's well dressed, that one. He certainly didn't take even half of what he's got." The man tilted his head and looked at him quizzically. "You say you work with him?" "Yes. Then you'd know better than me what the square case is," he said. "It's the same one he takes to work with him every day." Eisenjäger smiled. "Perhaps he went into work after I left. How long ago did he leave?" "Oh, about 3 hours ago now, maybe more." "Well, I just left half an hour ago, so he must be leaving the city. I wonder where he could be going. Does he have any family outside of Brussels?" The man shrugged. "I couldn't tell you. I don't know anything about him. He's a good tenant, pays his rent on time every week, and is quiet and respectable. I don't ask any more than that of my tenants, and I certainly don't pry. All I know is he's a good young man who keeps himself to himself." Eisenjäger sighed and took his hat off to scratch his head. Well, the old man won't like this at all. The least he could have done was tell him where he was going. Oh, well, at least we know he's still alive. He settled his hat back on his head. "I didn't know Jens had a car." "He doesn't keep it in the city. Too expensive. He keeps it in a garage in the country somewhere. I've only seen it twice. It's a good little car. A blue Citroen, I think. An older one, of course." "Of course. Lucky Jens." Eisenjäger nodded and held out his hand. "Thank you for your time. I'll go tell our boss that he's fine but in the wind. I think a lot of your co-workers will be gone after today. No one with any sense would stay if they have an alternative." "I suppose you're right." Eisenjäger turned to leave, then hesitated and turned back. "If he happens to come back, don't mention that I was here. The old man can be funny about some things. He might not want him to know that he was worried." The landlord nodded disinterestedly and turned his attention back to the unfolding drama up the street. Eisenjäger strode away, the congenial smile fading from his face as he walked. Of all the days in all the cities, Hitler had to launch the attack on the West today. His easy catch and transport target had become a nearly impossible task the moment German forces crossed the border. As the landlord had said, anyone who had the means was fleeing the city, and that apparently included Jens Bernard. The likelihood of him tracking down a citron in the middle of a mass exodus was almost non-existent. He would do better to contact Hamburg and tell them the target had disappeared and then go home. His lips tightened along with his shoulders. No, that wasn't an option. Not after Norway. Not after he lost the Englishwoman in Namsos. He had to do everything he could to find this target and take him back to Germany. He couldn't fail again. London, England, 11 a.m. Bill strode into his office and threw a folded newspaper onto the desk before turning to hang his overcoat on the rack in the corner. He'd grabbed the morning edition on his way back from an emergency meeting in Whitehall and read it in the cab. It declared to London what he had known since his telephone rang at 4:30 that morning. The Germans had invaded Holland, Belgium and Luxembourg at dawn. It had begun. He was just turning back to his desk when his office door was thrown open without warning and Jasper came in. His face settled in the creased scowl that Bill was learning to know well. "Oh, it's you, is it?" Bill said, snorting irreverently. "Is there still no sign of an impending invasion?" "Sarcasm does not become you, Bill," Jasper retorted without heat, closing the door behind him. "Go on, then. Get it out of your system so that we can get down to business. You'll admit I was right. And more." Jasper went over to sit down in one of the chairs before the desk. "It appears that you have a knack for sifting the good intelligence from the bad." "I should. It's what you rely on me to do." Bill opened the cigarette box on his desk and offered one to Jasper. "But where did it get us? Nowhere." "Don't be too discouraged, Bill," Jasper said, taking a cigarette. "You'll be listened to in the future. Mark my words." "That won't do us any good now." Bill sat in his chair and sighed. "Luxembourg isn't even putting up a fight, and the Netherlands were taken completely by surprise. The only ones who seem to have had some inkling of what was about to happen were the Belgians, and all they had time to do was alert their army along the border. Did you know there's a battle raging for the control of Fort Aben-Emael? It's the most heavily fortified fort in the world. If that falls, Holland falls." "So I heard. The Germans parachuted in, landed on the damn roof." "Exactly." Bill paused and thought for a minute. "Has that ever been done?" "Not that I'm aware of." "Fantastic. So in addition to their so-called blitzkrieg, we also have to worry about paratroopers." He shook his head and reached for a cigarette himself. "The Luftwaffe is going ahead of them and bombing the bridges and communication towers. They've even started bombing in France. Nancy is getting hit as well as Metz. I'm even hearing rumours that they're moving towards the Ardennes. The entire thing is a complete shambles." "Not a complete shambles. The BEF and French army are meeting them head-on in Belgium. Once we stop Hitler's main thrust, he'll have nowhere to go but back." Bill snorted. "Do you really believe that?" Jasper sighed and shook his head. "No." "I thought not." Bill puffed out his cheeks and exhaled loudly before lighting his cigarette. "And now here we are." "Were you able to get word to your man on the continent who was compromised when that letter went missing?" Jasper asked after a moment. "No. He makes contact through a man in Lille, but we've been unable to reach him." "Where is he? Is he in France?" Bill blew smoke up towards the ceiling and then looked across the desk at Jasper, his face suddenly drawn and tired. "No, he's in Antwerp." "Good God!" "Precisely. As of 5 o'clock this morning, we've lost radio contact with all our agents in Belgium and Holland, courtesy of the Luftwaffe." "Does he know anything about the rest of the network?" "Only the name of his contact in Lille, which is an alias." "Well, that's something at least." Jasper grunted.
leaning forward to put out his cigarette in the ashtray on the desk. "When the Gestapo find him, they won't get much out of him." "If they find him, I'm not giving up hope yet. He's an enterprising young man and far from stupid. If there's a way out of Belgium, he'll take it now that the invasion has begun." "And you're happy with him leaving his post?" Jasper asked, surprised. "I would think you'd want him to remain and continue." "There'll be nothing to continue once the Germans take over. I'd rather he made his way to France. He has skills that go beyond his position in Antwerp. He's the one I was most excited about, more's the pity." "Even more so than when you talked your Jeanne into working for you?" Jasper asked, a faint smile on his lips. "Perhaps about the same," Bill said with a quick grin. He sobered again quickly. "She's caught in the middle of all this again, you know. She's in Brussels now. Every time the Jerrys invade somewhere, she's stuck in the middle. It's like she's a magnet for them." "Given her role, it's hardly surprising. She's bound to be in the hot spots. That's where all the good intelligence is," Jasper pointed out. "You can't keep her out of the muck forever, Bill. She's got to get dirty, along with the rest." Bill grunted, and was silent for a moment, sucking on his cigarette. Finally he sighed and sat forward, putting it out in the ashtray. "At least she's better prepared this time around," he said. "Unlike Norway, when she had nothing to help her out of it." "Better prepared? How's that?" "I took the opportunity of giving her a crash course on coding while she was laid up in bed after her last invasion. She now has a current codebook and has been refreshed on using a wireless radio to transmit to us from enemy territory." "Well, that's better than nothing. Have you heard from her since this morning?" "No, but if I know her, she's busy getting out of Belgium ahead of the German army. She's no fool. She knows what will happen if the SS get there before she gets out." "Then let's hope she does it again," Jasper said, standing. "She's our only link to the Soviet agent, never mind whatever she's bringing back with her. If the Germans get to her, there goes our hold on Shustov." "He's important, of course, but I'm more concerned with getting her back in one piece. We'll need her in France if things keep going the way they are, and you and I both know that she'll be invaluable there." Bill stood and walked around the desk. "Aside from the fact that I don't want to be the one to have to tell Madeleine Ainsworth that her daughter was killed in Belgium. Or worse, that her daughter has been taken captive by the Gestapo," Jasper agreed. "If the Gestapo try to take her alive, they'll be faced with something they're not prepared for," Bill said humorously. "I think they'll be very surprised indeed, if it comes down to that." "Oh?" Jasper grinned at him. "Does she have a secret weapon you're not telling me about?" Bill laughed. "Hardly. She has a gun, that's all. But I don't imagine the Germans will be expecting a pretty little thing like her to pull out a Browning P-35 pistol." Jasper chuckled and opened the door. "No, I'd imagine that will give them something of a start. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, eh?" He went out the door, and Bill watched it close before the ready grin was wiped off his face. That had been close. At Evelyn's insistence, Jasper had no idea of her martial arts skills. No one did. Not even her fighting instructors in Scotland. They had marvelled at how quickly she had excelled in hand-to-hand fighting, never once suspecting that she might have prior and extensive experience. They had made it this long without anyone being any the wiser, and he'd almost let the cat out of the bag with a thoughtless comment. He must do better. Turning to go back to his desk, Bill felt a twinge of uneasiness. For all his confidence to Jasper, he was worried. For the second time in 2 months, Evelyn was facing an advancing German army. Only this time, she was completely on her own. Brussels, Belgium, 12 p.m. Hans Voss looked up at the front of the Hotel La Plaza. This was one of the 2 most exclusive hotels in the city. When he'd come by at the beginning of his search, he hadn't been able to get near the front desk. The lobby had been packed with guests, all trying to find a way out of Brussels in the light of the invasion. After trying to make it through the crowds to the desk, he'd given up and decided to return after the mass exodus had been completed. He hadn't really expected that he'd find the mystery woman here anyway. And after over 6 hours and 19 hotels, he still wasn't expecting to find her here. But Voss hated to leave any stone unturned, and so here he was again. The lobby was much quieter than it had been at 7 o'clock this morning. All the panicked guests had made their way from the hotel, and all that was left were a couple of porters and the manager behind the desk. Removing his hat, Voss made his way over to the desk. "Good afternoon," the man behind the desk greeted him. "What can I do for you?" "Good afternoon. I'm looking for a friend. I'm afraid we were separated last night, and I neglected to get the name of the hotel she was staying in," Hans said easily with a sheepish smile. "I'm visiting from Zurich, you see, and with everything happening, thought perhaps she'd be looking for a way to get out of Belgium." "Almost all of our guests have departed," the manager told him apologetically. "I very much doubt that she is still here, if she ever was." "Yes, that was what I was afraid of," Hans admitted. "I think most of the hotels in Brussels have emptied out now. I hope she is all right, and is able to find her way out before the Germans arrive." "I'm sure she will be fine," the manager assured him, softening slightly. "What is the name? I can at least tell you if she was here." "Marie Fournier." The man behind the desk raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Mademoiselle Fournier?" he repeated. "Yes, she was here. She left very early this morning." Hans stared at him, hardly daring to believe his ears. "Did she? Well, that's a relief. Did she mention where she was going?" "No, but I would assume she went back to Paris. I booked a first-class compartment on the train to Paris leaving this morning. I know the trains were delayed, but I believe they're running now." "They were delayed?" "Yes, I believe there was some concern about the tracks being impassable. But I think that turned out to not be the case, at least for the time being," the man qualified. "I don't have any confidence that it will continue for long." "Unfortunately, I think you're right." Hans sighed. "Well, I do thank you for putting my mind at rest. I hated to think that she might be stranded here, you see." "I'm sure she's safe and sound on her way back to France," the manager assured him. "Yes, well, I'll make my own way back to Zurich. Thank you again." Hans inclined his head in thanks and turned to leave, setting his hat on his head as he approached the door to the hotel. A surge of satisfaction was coursing through him. Not only had he discovered that the courier had indeed come to Brussels, but he now knew where she was going. Paris. He had a lead. All he had to do was go to the train station and hope that the train was still delayed. Glancing at his watch as he stepped out onto the street, some of Hans' elation faded. The train would be long gone, and the station would be packed with people trying to get onto any train they could. Marie Fournier was probably already halfway to Paris by now. He started down the street towards his car parked at the end. The stations would be full, and so would the trains. There was no chance of him following by rail, even if he was willing to risk the threat of a Luftwaffe bomb hitting the tracks while he was en route. It would be faster at this point for him to drive. Once he reached Paris, he would start his hunt again. While he frankly admitted to himself that he would probably never find the woman, he had to try. Otherwise he was no better than the idiot who had let her go in Antwerp. He had to do everything in his power to get that package back before it fell into the hands of MI6.
Chapter 17. Somewhere near Bray, Belgium, 3 p.m. Evelyn winced as another low-flying Luftwaffe plane went overhead, its engines screaming. They had been buzzing the road periodically all day, but so far hadn't done more than remind the panicked people fleeing the cities that they were there, and coming. "What are those?" Jens wondered, leaning forward over the steering wheel and peering into the sky. "They're very low." "Stukas," she answered automatically, shifting in the passenger seat. "German dive bombers." He sat back and looked at her in surprise. "How do you know that?" Evelyn shrugged and forced a smile. "I don't know," she lied. "Someone told me, I suppose."
Well, they're getting very close. He yawned and focused on the road again. With all these cars packed on the road, it's a wonder they're not trying to stop us.
I'm glad they're not, she replied. We've been on the road all day and aren't anywhere near the border yet.
We would have been there hours ago if the rest of Belgium wasn't on the road with us.
Jens glanced at her. Are you hungry? There's a farm stand up ahead there. Shall I stop? Are they even open? Evelyn peered through the windshield at the market stand in the distance. Perhaps they've fled as well.
It looks like they are. I'll stop. We haven't eaten all day, and we need to get something.
Evelyn thought of the days without real food in the mountains of Norway, and reflected wryly that this was really nothing compared to that. The traffic on the road was moving slowly but steadily, and in a few minutes she could see that the market stand was indeed open and enjoying a busy trade. As they drew up to it, Jens pulled off the road into the grass and shut off the engine.
I'll get what I can, he said, opening the door. Do you want to stretch your legs?
Evelyn shook her head. I'll wait here. I don't want to be stopped any longer than we need to be.
Jens nodded. I'll be as quick as I can, he promised, getting out of the car and closing the door.
Evelyn watched him go over to the crowded stand and glanced at her watch. She had no idea what time they'd reached the border with France in all this mess, but she sincerely hoped that it would be before the German Luftwaffe stopped playing nice. She had no idea why the dive bombers were leaving the refugees alone, but she had a sneaking suspicion that it wouldn't last. They were flying over too often. Of course they could be on their way to and from bridges and railway lines, but Evelyn still didn't trust how relatively easy this journey had been so far. Once Jens had stopped at his lodging to grab his radio and some clothes, they had been on their way. They stopped just outside of Brussels to fill up with petrol, then joined the streams of cars and trucks clogging the roads away from the city. Jens had left that main road a few miles along, and weaved his way through small villages and large farmland, until, at last, he was forced to get back onto a major road for the last leg of the drive to the border. That was at noon, and they had been inching along ever since. She shifted and looked into the back where the square case sat on the seat with his small bag and her suitcase. Less than 2 feet away sat a radio capable of sending a message to London to let them know she was all right and moving towards France. If only there was some way she could use it without Jens knowing, but that was impossible, and there was absolutely no good reason for her to ask him to send a message to London when he believed she was a secretary from Paris. No, once they were in France, she would have to find a way to use it when he wasn't around. Somehow she had to get a message to London. Bill would be worried, not only about her, but also about the package she was bringing back. Turning her head again, she watched as Jens spoke to a heavy-set woman in an apron, pulling out his wallet as he did so. He was almost finished. What a kind man he was, she thought suddenly, as he passed the woman some bills. He didn't have to help her. He barely knew her. Yet he'd come to the hotel looking for her this morning with the sole intention of doing anything possible to help her get safely back to France. The woman in the apron passed him a brown sack and a bottle, smiling widely. And now he was buying them food, when he would surely need the money for himself when he got to France. Why is he so anxious to get to France? The thought popped into her head without warning, bringing a frown with it. What a silly thing to think. His country was being invaded by Hitler's armies. Why wouldn't he be anxious to escape to France? She was, and so were all the other people crowding the road south. Yet as she watched him make his way back to the car, Evelyn couldn't shake the thought that something wasn't quite right. Why had he come to the hotel looking for her? Why was he so determined to see her safely back to Paris? Why had he left his position at State Security without any warning to do this? And why did he seem so calm about it all? She pursed her lips, watching him thoughtfully. State Security. He was privy to information that only a handful of people in his government knew. Did he know something he wasn't sharing? Was there another reason he was so desperate to get to France? "I'm glad we stopped," Jens called with a wide grin, going around the front of the car and opening the driver's door. "We have a veritable feast." He passed her the bag and got behind the wheel, holding the bottle aloft. "And wine, too." Evelyn laughed and looked in the brown sack. A long, thick loaf of bread stood next to apples and a huge block of cheese. "We've got the last of the wine," he said, handing her the bottle and starting the car. "The woman said her children are already halfway through the border to stay with their cousins in France." "She's not going." "She is once they've sold everything." Jens looked at her. "It's extraordinary. She and her husband decided that people would need provisions, so they've emptied their stores and are selling it before they leave. By the looks of things, they'll be on their way shortly." "What a wonderful couple." Evelyn looked back at the stand as Jens pulled back into the line of traffic. "God bless them." "I'm sure he will. I just hope he blesses us all and gets us to the border while there's still time." Evelyn pulled 2 apples out of the bag and turned to put it on the floor behind their seats. Handing him one, she crunched into the other and turned her attention out the window. Loud droning filled the air, and she unrolled the window to stick her head out, gazing up into the sky. "What is that noise?" Jens demanded around a mouthful of apple. "Bombers," she replied grimly, staring at the dark shadows high above them. "Lots of them. It looks as if they're going east." Jens was silent, and she rolled the window up again when a brisk wind whipped into the car. They listened to the deep hum as the planes went over them, on their way to an unknown target, and Evelyn shivered. It was a noise that she didn't think she'd ever forget. It got into her head and resonated there, humming with warning and impending disaster, reminding her of the billows of smoke that had poured from the ports and villages in Norway. She hadn't heard the bombers then, or seen them, but she'd seen the destruction left behind from the safety of the mountains. That was the sound of an enemy about to bend a country to its will. Outside Maubeuge, France, 10 p.m. Evelyn rubbed her eyes and glanced at Jens. His eyes were focused on the empty country road before them, his lips set in a line as he stared ahead in silence. They had crossed the border into France and had immediately moved onto a road that would cut through the countryside, away from the stream of refugees. Once in the open countryside, they could make their way more swiftly to Paris, or so they hoped. Folding the road map in her lap, Evelyn tucked it into the pocket of her door and looked out through the windshield at the road ahead. The headlights cut 2 swathes of yellow light through the pitch blackness, giving the surreal feeling of being at sea in a vast ocean of darkness. "Shall we stop and eat something?" she suggested after another few moments of silence. "I'm sure you can use a break from driving." Jens looked at her, nodding. "Yes, all right." "There's a break in the hedge over there. Why don't you pull through and stop behind it?" Evelyn pointed to a gap in the hedgerow that was most likely used by farmers to cross from one field to another. "We'll eat something and stretch our legs before we decide what to do. If we continue, I can drive and give you a rest." Jens guided the car through the gap and pulled onto a rough cart track alongside the hedge. Shutting the engine off, he rubbed his eyes and stretched. "I don't think I remember anything after we left the main road," he murmured with a wide yawn. "You're tired." Evelyn twisted in her seat to pull the bag of food from the back of the car. "Can you turn on the light?" Jens switched on the interior light and watched as she pulled the loaf of bread out of the bag. Reaching behind him, he extracted the bottle of wine from where it had slid half under the seat and delved into his pocket. Pulling out an army knife, he pulled out a narrow screw and began twisting it into the cork. "We don't have any cups, so I hope you don't mind sharing the bottle," he said with an embarrassed laugh. "I suppose I'll manage this once," she replied with a quick grin. "It's not as though we planned this." She pulled the block of cheese out and unwrapped it from the paper, glancing at his pocket-knife. "May I use that for the cheese?" He didn't answer for a second as he struggled to wrest the cork from the bottle. A soft pop echoed through the car, and he laughed triumphantly. "For you, Mademoiselle the World," he said, pulling the cork off the screw and handing her the knife with a flourish. Evelyn laughed and turned the knife over in her hand until she found the straight blade, pulling it out carefully. Do you know, I've just realized that we've been in a car together for over 13 hours, she asked, slicing off a generous piece of cheese, and all I've learned about you is that your parents live outside Ghent, and that you came to Brussels last year when you took a job with the government. What else would you like to know? Oh, I don't know. I just feel that after being together for 13 hours, I should know more than that. She passed him the slice of cheese and tore off a chunk of bread, handing it to him. For instance, do you have siblings? How did you end up working with state security? When did you become interested in radios? He passed her the bottle of wine with one hand, while he set the bread and cheese on his leg, balancing them precariously. I'm an only child, and I've been interested in radios for as long as I can remember, he said readily. Picking up the cheese, he took a bite and reached for the bread. As for where I work, they found me. I made a name for myself in a few technical and scientific journals with some of my work with radios. Evelyn took a drink from the bottle and set it between them, cutting a piece of cheese off for herself. Work? What kind of work? I've developed some technology that's useful in intercepting radio waves and pinpointing their location, or rather where they're transmitting from. It's all very boring, actually, but very helpful for the radio department of the state security. He chewed for a moment, swallowed, and reached for the wine. Now it's my turn. How did you end up working for a prominent businessman who puts you up in the most exclusive hotel in Brussels? Evelyn chuckled. Oh, I went to lunch at his house one day. He's an old friend of my father's. He was looking for an assistant, and I was looking for something to do. How long have you worked for him? It will be 2 years in August, if we make it that long. What do you mean? Well, who knows what will happen with this war? There may not be a company by August, if the Germans keep going at this pace. She tore off some bread and bit into it, reflecting that it was amazing how closely fiction could mirror the truth. Right now, I just hope we make it to Paris without any more delay. He must be worried sick about me. Jens looked at her, startled. You weren't able to send a telegram before you left? No, I didn't even try. He was quiet for a moment while they ate. Then he glanced into the back of the car. You know, he said slowly, I have my wireless radio with me. I don't suppose he has a radio in his building, does he? Evelyn pretended to consider for a moment while she ate. After a moment, she looked up and nodded vigorously. Do you know, he does, she exclaimed. I'd completely forgotten. He uses it to communicate with his offices in London. Then her face fell dramatically. Oh, but I have no idea how to contact him in Paris. I've only ever contacted the London office for him, and that was only once. Do you remember the frequency and number? I could send a message to the London office. I'm sure they will relay it to your boss in Paris. Satisfaction flowed through her, and Evelyn felt her lips curving of their own accord. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful. Yes, I remember. I have quite a knack for remembering numbers. Well, then that's no problem. He beamed at her before shoving the last of his bread into his mouth. Evelyn watched him for a second, then reached for the bottle of wine. He was such a nice man, and she was lying through her teeth to him. Well, not entirely, she thought, as she lifted the bottle to her lips. He will be contacting my boss. It's just not quite what he thinks. The thought did nothing to appease the twinge of guilt, and she gulped down some wine. Once we've finished and I've stretched my legs, I'll set up the radio, Jens said, finishing his cheese and reaching for the bottle. It won't take long, I only have to— He broke off suddenly, staring out of the passenger window. Evelyn turned to look and stilled, her breath catching in her throat. Several pinpricks of light were slicing through the darkness across the dark field, moving towards them. Without thinking, Evelyn reached out and switched off the interior light, but of course it was too late. They had already been seen. She watched, her heart pounding, as the lights closed the distance between them rapidly, revealing tall shadows behind them. The lights were flashlights, and the shadows were quite clearly 5 people, all headed straight for the car. I think that might have to wait, she said slowly, glancing at Jens in the darkness.
"Do you think it's the farmer who owns this field?" he asked, peering into the night. Then he sucked in his breath as he caught sight of what Evelyn had already seen. "Good Lord, are those rifles?" "Yes." "Why would the farmer be coming with rifles?" Evelyn took a deep breath and slid her hand towards her clutch purse on the floor by her feet and the pistol inside. It wasn't much, but it was something. "Somehow, I don't think those are farmers." London, England, 10 p.m. The man watched the paper burn, holding it by the corner until the flames had destroyed it. Dropping the last burning ember, he moved his foot over it as he shoved his lighter into his overcoat pocket, turning to stride out of the telephone booth. The message had been left in the back of the telephone book, tucked there by invisible hands shortly before he arrived. It was unusual to get a message like that. It was usually reserved for only the most important and pressing instructions. Henry strode down the street towards Piccadilly, his hands in his coat pockets and his eyes alert in the darkness. The blackout was in full force, as it had been for months. Tonight, however, it seemed darker and more quiet than usual. Germany had invaded Belgium, Holland, and Luxembourg, and were undoubtedly heading for France. The city had been injected with a new sense of apprehension as the population waited to see how the BEF would fare against the Wehrmacht in the far-off battlefields of Belgium. It had finally begun. It wouldn't be long now before the German army moved into France, and then the real battle would begin, for if France fell, Britain would stand alone. Henry felt neither triumph nor apprehension as he strode along the pavement. The war on the continent would unfold as fate allowed and decreed. He was more concerned with his own war right here in London. His handler was getting impatient. He had been buying time now for 8 months, but it was running out. They wanted the missing plans that Robert Ainsworth had stolen before his death, and they wanted them now. He had promised that he would find them, but so far he had been unable to do so. It wasn't for lack of trying. He'd looked everywhere, absolutely everywhere. He'd even gone back to the hotel in Bern where Ainsworth died and searched again, even though it had already been searched thoroughly by the Abwehr, MI6, and the Swiss. It was as if Robert Ainsworth had taken them to the grave with him. Pausing on the corner of Jermyn Street, he waited for a car to pass before crossing the road quickly. But of course Ainsworth hadn't taken them to the grave with him. It was quite absurd. He'd hidden them somewhere, and Henry had to find out where before his handler took matters into his own hands. If that happened, it would only end badly for him. MI6 was already suspicious of anyone and everyone, and his security access had been restricted to the point that he had no idea what was happening with the agent known as Jeanne, or where she was. That was another problem. He'd been buying time by feeding them information about the female spy that they were so anxious to catch. Heaven only knew why. As far as he could tell, she hadn't caused any real damage to the Third Reich. In fact, she hadn't done anything more than what several other agents had done, and the Abwehr wasn't desperate to capture them. Not yet, anyway. What was so special about this one? He shook his head and pulled up the collar of his coat as a brisk wind whistled down the street. Spring was here, but the night still held a chill from the water. Or perhaps it was simply that he was trying to ward off the chill of knowing that he had to pull a miracle out of his hat if he was to find those blasted plans. Curse Robert Ainsworth! Where had he stashed the damn things? He had looked everywhere, even Ainsworth Manor. His lips pursed suddenly as a thought entered his head. He had checked Ainsworth Manor, yes, and had found nothing. But he had only searched the study and the library. They were the two most likely places, after all. They were Robert's domain when he was alive, so it only seemed natural to assume he would have hidden them there. But what if he had put them somewhere else? What if they were somewhere else in the large, sprawling country estate?
The very fact that they hadn't come to light yet was proof enough that, even though he hadn't located them, neither had anyone else. Wherever Ainsworth stashed them, they were still safe. Of that, Henry had no doubt. Neither did Berlin, or he wouldn't still be free and alive. Piccadilly was bustling with traffic when Henry reached it a moment later, his mood significantly lighter. He would go back to Ainsworth Manor and do a more thorough search. It would be tricky because Madeline was still in residence, and so was her sister-in-law, the indomitable Auntie Agatha. But with a bit of planning and a bit of luck, it could be done. And it would be done. He had to find those plans. Chapter 18. Evelyn picked up her purse from the floor of the car and set the brown bag of food down, her eyes never leaving the group of men coming towards them. As she did, the clouds shifted in the sky, and the moonlight shone over the field, highlighting the group. Almost unconsciously, Evelyn sighed in relief at the absence of military uniforms. "Oh, thank God," Jens breathed beside her. "I thought for one insane minute that the Germans had beaten us here." She glanced at him, her smile mirroring his relief. "So did I. But why are they carrying guns?" "Let's find out," she said, reaching for the door handle. "Marie," he exclaimed, grabbing her arm, "you can't mean to get out." "It's that, or we stay here like cowards waiting to see what happens," she replied briskly, shaking off his hand and opening the door. "I'd rather find out sooner rather than later." She got out of the car and gripped her purse firmly in her left hand. She knew from practice that she could have her gun out and ready to fire in seconds as long as she kept it in that hand. But she really didn't anticipate needing the weapon. Her body was a weapon in its own right. Sifu had made sure of that. She eyed the group as they stopped a few yards away from the car, staring at her. An uneasy silence fell over them for a tension-filled moment. Then Evelyn took a deep breath and pasted a bright smile on her face. "Are we trespassing on your field?" she asked, speaking the upper-class Parisian French she knew so well. "We pulled off to eat something. We've been driving for 13 hours, you see, and we were absolutely starving." As soon as she began speaking, a figure pushed between two of the taller ones and strode forward, shaking off the hand of one of the towers she'd shoved out of the way. "Mon vieil ami!" a woman's voice exclaimed, and the figure rushed forward with her hands outstretched. "Why, it is you! As soon as you began speaking, I knew." Evelyn gasped as the woman grasped her hands and the moonlight slanted across her face. "Josephine!" She laughed and gripped the woman's hands, leaning forward to kiss the air beside her cheek. "But what are you doing here, and why are you dressed like that?" Josephine Rousseau laughed and threw her arms around her in a warm embrace. "Oh, it's a long story, but what are you doing here? Of all the strangest places to see you again. But then again, perhaps not." She turned and looked at the 4 men gathered behind her. "It's quite all right. This is an old friend of mine, and certainly not a German spy. This is—" Josephine stopped abruptly and looked at Evelyn expectantly. Without missing a beat, Evelyn held out her hand to the closest man to her with a smile. "Marie Fournier," she introduced herself. "Marc Altier," he said gruffly, shaking her hand. "This is Luc, Mathieu, and André," Josephine said, indicating each man in turn. "They are friends of mine." "It's very nice to meet you all," Evelyn said with a smile. She turned and motioned Jens out of the car. "I'm with my friend. We've just come from Brussels." "Brussels?" Josephine gasped. "You were there? How is it? What's happening?" "It's not good. The Germans are bombing all the bridges and communication towers ahead of the troops, and hitting buildings in the process. One was hit up the street from my hotel, and another on the corner near Jens's apartment building." Evelyn turned as Jens came around the front of the car. "Jens, this is my dear friend Josephine. Josephine, this is Jens Bernard." Jens nodded and held out his hand, smiling sheepishly. "We're not destroying your field, are we?" he asked, shaking her hand. "Oh, it's not my field," she said gaily. "We're just borrowing the farmhouse. I'm sure it's just fine." "Have you really been driving for 13 hours?"
Yes, I'm afraid so. But Brussels isn't nearly that far.
No, but most of Brussels was on the road with us, Evelyn said dryly. I've never seen so many cars, trucks and carts in all my life.
Oh, how horrid!
Josephine glanced at Mark. We'll be getting a lot of refugees now. That might be good for us.
We'll see, he said brusquely.
Josephine made a face in the darkness and turned back to Evelyn. You both must be tired. Have you eaten? We just ate some bread and cheese that we picked up on the road earlier.
Is that all you've had? That's not nearly enough. Come with us. The house isn't far from here. You can leave the car. It'll be quite safe there.
Josephine looked at Jens.
You can't go on driving tonight. You must be exhausted. We have food and plenty of room. Stay here tonight and you can be on your way again in the morning.
We don't want to impose, he protested.
Don't be silly. It's no trouble at all.
Josephine looked at the car.
Do you have any luggage?
Not much, just one case, Evelyn said, looking from Josephine to the men behind her. Are you sure, Josephine? We don't want to be any trouble.
Don't you start as well, she exclaimed with a laugh. Get your bags and come with us. We'll have you fed and comfortable in no time.
Evelyn looked at Jens questioningly, and he shrugged.
It's up to you, Marie, he said with a grin. I'm just the chauffeur.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Evelyn muttered, turning towards the car. Let's get some rest, and then we'll do as Josephine said and continue in the morning. She opened the back door and pulled out her suitcase as Jens went around to the other side to pull out his bag and radio.
Was the drive very bad? Josephine asked her as she closed the door and turned back towards her. Were they bombing the roads?
Not the one we were on, but several Stukas bussed us repeatedly throughout the afternoon. Evelyn looped her purse over her arm and moved to join Josephine. Before she knew what was happening, the man named Luke had taken her suitcase from her with a nod.
Oh, it's quite all right, she protested. It's not heavy. Oh, for God's sake, let him do it, Josephine said with a laugh. Luke is very particular about manners and etiquette. He's from Paris, too.
Luke glanced at her curiously. Are you from Paris?
Yes.
What part?
Le 8e arrondissement.
Luke whistled. Very nice. I am not quite so fortunate. I am from the 10th, near the Hôpital Saint-Louis.
And I have no idea what any of that means, Josephine said, looking from one to the other. Is the 8th district exclusive, then?
Very, Luke told her. She looked at Evelyn and tucked her arm through hers.
Well, then, you must invite me for dinner if I'm ever in Paris. Until then, I'll invite you. My chateau awaits.
Evelyn laughed and glanced at Jens as he joined them.
If you're ever in Paris, I'll take you out to dinner and show you all the best places. I'm doing the same for Jens, if we ever get there.
Oh, you've never been to Paris? Josephine asked him.
No, this will be my first time.
Have you ever left Belgium?
Once. My family went on holiday to Amsterdam when I was a boy. It was the most perfect place I've ever been.
It won't be perfect for much longer, Mark said, glancing back over his shoulder at them as they all trudged towards the hedgerow ahead of them.
Rotterdam is already getting bombed.
They sobered at the reminder of the war that was tearing the continent apart. After a long silence, Evelyn slipped her arm through Jens's and squeezed.
Never mind, Jens. You haven't seen Paris yet. Perhaps it will replace Amsterdam in your esteem.
Jens nodded, and they fell silent as Evelyn walked, linked on either side by one old friend and one new one. She looked from one to the other and wondered how they had all ended up in this dark field in the north of France. Of all the unlikely associations, she couldn't think of a stranger one. A radio operator with the Belgian state security, an MI6 agent posing as a rich secretary, and an intelligence officer for the 12e Bureau, who, for reasons that she hoped to learn, was camped out in a farmhouse with 4 heavily armed men. On the surface, they should have no reason to be in the same place at the same time. Yet here they were. Evelyn pressed her lips together. She just hoped this wasn't a recipe for disaster. Belgium-France border, 11:30 p.m. Eisenjäger looked in his rear-view mirror as the border crossing faded into the distance behind him. It had taken much longer to reach France than he'd expected, due to the fact that the roads had been clogged with Belgians fleeing the advancing German army. Belgians like his target, Jens Bernard. He shook his head and shifted his gaze back to the road before him. He supposed he couldn't blame them. The Luftwaffe was bombing with abandon, destroying bridges and dropping bombs in the cities. While he'd been driving, a pair of dive bombers had swooped down and unloaded the contents of their machine guns into the line of vehicles clogging the road. Eisenjäger had been forced to leave the pavement and drive over brush and field to go around several cars that had been hit and was stranded on the road. It had begun, and it would only get worse. As the Wehrmacht moved further into Belgium, the Luftwaffe would be instructed to focus their attention on the roads as well as their targets. Anything to prevent the Allied armies from getting through. That morning, after speaking to the landlord, Eisenjäger had gone to all the petrol stations around Brussels, looking for anyone who might have seen a blue Citroën filling up that morning. It was a filling station just outside the city where he'd finally had some luck, and found what he was looking for. The owner remembered the Citroën. It was driven by a young man, and he had a young woman in the car with him. That was a surprise to Eisenjäger, but not something that would cause any significant difficulty. He would simply have to adjust how he approached Jens, now that he wasn't alone. He didn't care who the woman was. She was irrelevant. Jens was his target. After talking to the station owner for a few minutes, he left knowing which road Jens had taken and which direction. He was going to France, along with hundreds of others who had gone past that station. Once the lights of the border had disappeared behind him, Eisenjäger pulled to the side of the road and switched on the interior dome light. He pulled out a road map and opened it, spreading it over the steering wheel while he studied it pensively. Jens would head to Paris, of that he had absolutely no doubt. The Belgian would be assured of finding lodging and help in the nation's capital. Eisenjäger would have despaired of his quarry already having reached the City of Lights, but he knew that he would have been stuck in the same slow-moving traffic as himself. He was, no doubt, already in France, but he wouldn't be very far ahead. Rubbing his eyes, Eisenjäger focused on the map, stifling a yawn. If there had been any doubt at all regarding the path Jens had taken, it was dispelled this evening when he stopped at a roadside market stand. They had just been closing up, but he'd managed to get their last bag of apples. While he was talking to the woman, he had asked if a blue Citroën had passed by recently. Her tired face had lit up at the question, and Eisenjäger had his answer. It transpired that she remembered the young man because when he was pulling back onto the road, she noticed that one of his tail lights was broken. She'd thought about waving him down to tell him, but had decided against it in the end. After all, they had enough to worry about right now, and she didn't think a broken light was of any importance when weighed against the invading German army. He was such a nice young man. She hoped he made it somewhere safe quickly. She hoped they all did. After deciding on his route, Eisenjäger looked at his watch. It was late, and he was tired, but he couldn't stop. He reached into the bag on the passenger seat and pulled out an apple, biting into it as he switched off the light. He folded the road map again and put it on the seat next to the apples, then pulled back onto the road. This route would take him into Maubeuge, where, if Jens had any sense, he would have stopped for the night. From there it was a fairly straight drive to Paris. With any luck, he'd catch up with Jens before he reached it. Evelyn looked up at the soft knock on the door. Josephine had ensured that she and Jens ate before showing her upstairs to a small room in the eaves of the old sprawling farmhouse. The room had a bed and a nightstand, and was graced with the smallest window she had ever seen, but it was clean and warm, and Evelyn was very grateful to have it to herself. Jens, she knew, was sleeping in the same room as Luke tonight. At least she had a space to call her own. "Enter," she called, lifting her nightgown out of her suitcase. Josephine came in, ducking under the low door frame and looking around. "I came to make sure you have everything you need," she said with a smile, closing the door behind her and crossing over to the bed. She dropped down next to the open suitcase and glanced inside cursorily. "Have you got everything?" "Yes, thank you." Evelyn set the nightdress on the bed and closed the case, latching it again. "I appreciate you letting us stay for the night. I don't know how much further Jens could have gone, and he was adamant that I not drive. I think he's afraid that I might be a terrible driver." "And are you?" "No." Josephine laughed. "I don't imagine you would be," she said, watching as Evelyn lifted the case off the bed and set it next to the wall under the small window. "I think you probably excel at anything you put your mind to. Are you really on your way to Paris?" "Yes, Jens wants to make sure I make it back safely." "Oh, I know that's where he thinks you're going, but is it really?" Evelyn chuckled and turned back to the bed, her eyes meeting Josephine's. "Briefly, I'll be taking a train to Calais." The other woman nodded and leaned back against the headboard, making herself comfortable. "I thought so. How is Bill these days? I haven't heard from him since you came to see me in Metz." "He's fine, I believe. Rather tired, but that's to be expected, I suppose." "We all are these days," Josephine shrugged prosaically. "It's just how it is." "But what are you doing here?" Evelyn asked, sitting on the foot of the bed, and stretching out on her side facing her friend. "Why aren't you still in Metz?" "We've been going back and forth over the border to Belgium gathering information. I was sent here last month, shortly after I saw you in Metz. Mark was already here, and we pulled in the others over the course of the past month." Josephine's lips twisted. "I go where I'm told, my dear, even when it's an old draughty farmhouse in the middle of nowhere." "Where are the farmers?" "Do you know, I have no idea. I think they've probably been given a generous allowance in exchange for the use of their property, but I'm not really sure. It's very convenient to the border, and the house is far enough away from the road that we come and go without drawing any attention." She laughed suddenly. "Not that there is anyone for miles who would notice." "That's me. Now tell me about you. What were you doing in Brussels?" "The same thing you're doing here, I imagine," Evelyn said with a smile. "Bad timing with the invasion. Was it very bad there?" "I imagine it could have been much worse. The main problem was everyone trying to get out of the city at the same time. A building on the same street as my hotel had a bomb dropped on it, and on the way here there were several large formations of bombers flying overhead. But it was the amount of people fleeing the cities that really caused the most problems." "I can't blame them for leaving," Josephine said slowly. "It's bad. Fort Eben Amael is already in danger of falling. Mark heard it on the wireless tonight." Evelyn stared at her aghast. "What, already?" "Yes, the Germans landed paratroopers on the roof. It's the most heavily fortified fort in the world. Once they're inside, it's simply a matter of holding it until their reinforcements arrive. Do you have a cigarette?" Evelyn nodded and got up, feeling numb. "If that falls, Holland is all but lost," she said, going over to her purse laying on the nightstand. "Any word on where they are in Belgium? We couldn't find out anything while we were driving. They knocked out the radio towers first thing, so there's no news anywhere in Belgium." "The last we heard, they were bombing Brussels pretty heavily along with Antwerp. In Holland, Rotterdam is getting the brunt of it. Our armies are moving into Belgium to meet them head-on." Josephine took the cigarette Evelyn handed her with a smile of thanks. "Mark thinks that's a mistake." "Oh?" Evelyn lit a cigarette and passed Josephine the lighter. "Why is that?" "He thinks that it's all too easy. He thinks it's a mistake to send all our best troops into Belgium and not spread them along the Maginot." Josephine lit her cigarette. "I think he's being overly cautious. Hitler is attacking where the Maginot Line is the weakest, just as General Gamelin predicted." Evelyn was quiet for a moment. Then she turned to walk over to the window and push it open. "And you have faith in General Gamelin?" she asked, turning her head to look at her. "Well, he's widely regarded as one of the most brilliant military minds," Josephine said with a shrug. "That must count for something." "And yet he makes his headquarters in a castle with no radio or telephone lines. He's completely cut off from his men and the world." Evelyn returned her gaze to the window, blowing smoke outside. I've heard that he uses carrier pigeons to send messages to his commanders. Mark deplores the same thing. He says he is trying to fight with tactics from the last war that are outdated and useless against the technology and speed of Hitler's armies. And what do you say? I think that you both have valid arguments, but it does us no good to debate what we can't change. Gamelin is our commander, and he is in charge. He is sending our troops and yours into Belgium as we speak. Evelyn nodded and turned away from the window with a sigh. Hopefully he's right, and we can stop Hitler in Belgium. Josephine was quiet for a moment, and then she looked up at Evelyn, watching her pace around the small room. "Who is Jens?" she asked suddenly. "Is he one of your people?" "No, he works for the Belgian state security, or at least he did until this morning. If the Germans are successful, he won't have a job to go back to." "How did you meet him?" "In a market in Brussels. We went to dinner. He's a radio operator." "And now he's taking you to Paris?" Evelyn nodded and walked over to put her cigarette out on the windowsill before tossing it out of the window. "It's strange, really. He showed up at the hotel this morning in the middle of all the chaos and offered to do what he could to help me get back to France." Josephine got up and went over to the window to discard her cigarette butt. "What's strange about that? I think it's wonderful that he helped. How else would you have made it out again? We heard the Luftwaffe was bombing the railway lines. Even if you'd been able to get a train to Paris, it wouldn't have been safe." "Yes, I know, but something bothers me about the whole thing." Evelyn frowned thoughtfully. "I can't help but feel that there's something else, some other reason he wants to get to Paris." Josephine raised her eyebrow. "Such as?" she prompted, when Evelyn didn't continue. "That's just it. I have no idea. It's just a feeling I have. Every once in a while I catch a look on his face, almost as if he's worried about something." "Well, of course he's worried. His country is being invaded by Nazis, and he just barely got away in time." Josephine went back over to the bed and threw herself across the foot, her eyes on Evelyn's face. "You really think something else is going on?" she asked, after a moment of silence. Evelyn nodded. "I know it sounds like I'm being paranoid, but there's something. I'm sure of it." Josephine nodded slowly. "All right, then we'll find out what it is." Evelyn looked at her in surprise. "What?" The other woman shrugged. "If your instincts tell you there's something more going on with your radio operator, then there probably is. All we have is our own judgment in this business. If we can't trust that, we might as well pack it in right now." "What do you suggest?" "Why don't you stay here tomorrow?" Josephine suggested, after a moment's thought. "Between the two of us, we should be able to determine if he's simply escaping the invasion like everyone else, or if your instincts are correct. If they are, we should be able to find out what his game is between us. If we can't, we hardly deserve to be in the positions we are." Evelyn let out a short laugh. "And how will we convince him to do that? He's anxious to get me home safe and sound." Josephine grinned and got up. "I'm sure we'll think of something. We'll worry about that in the morning. Right now, I'll leave you to get some rest." She tilted her head and looked at Evelyn seriously. "You look different, my friend." Evelyn raised her eyebrows. "Do I? I did lose quite a bit of weight, but I'm slowly gaining it back." "No, it's not that. You're different. You look, I don't know, older somehow." "Well, thank you very much." Josephine laughed. "I didn't mean it like that. Only that you look more mature. You look as if something has changed you." "Has it?" "Only the war," Evelyn replied with a wry smile. "I think you're imagining things. Perhaps you should get some rest. I'm just the same woman I was last month." Josephine shook her head and went to the door. "No, that you are not. You are changed, but I think it is for the better." She opened the door and looked back, smiling. "I'm glad you're here. I'm so happy to see you again." Evelyn smiled. "So am I." Josephine went out the door, and the smile faded from Evelyn's lips as the door closed. She had changed. Norway had changed her in ways that she didn't even fully understand, but Josephine had no reason to know about that. No one did. It was in the past, and that was where it must stay. She turned towards the bed. The war was changing them all. It was inevitable. Soon enough this war would also change Josephine. And Evelyn had a feeling it would happen much sooner than any of them expected. Chapter 19. 10th of May, 1940. Dear Evelyn, I just posted a letter to you this morning, but I had to sit down tonight to write another. Can you believe it? We've been hearing updates all day, and with each one it gets worse. The Luftwaffe is going ahead of the ground troops, bombing in advance. Brussels and Antwerp are getting hit the worst, from all accounts, and so is Rotterdam. It's really ingenious what the Jerrys have developed in their blitzkrieg. I'm obviously not in favour of the destruction, but no one can deny the effectiveness. As the Air Force bombs the airfields, communication towers, bridges and transport lines, the ground troops move in behind them, taking advantage of the chaos. It's truly frightening how effective it is. I know 2 pilots who were in France flying Hurricanes. We heard tonight that the air battles over there are already fierce. Funny thing that. The Luftwaffe is outnumbered by the RAF, French and Belgians, but they're managing to inflict heavy damage. Apparently they destroyed most of the Belgian Air Force on the ground before they could even retaliate. Is this the Air Force that everyone said was no threat? For that matter, is this the German army that everyone said couldn't afford to go up against the French? I'm very much afraid that what they lack in numbers, they more than make up for in artillery and tactics. If our lads can stop them in Belgium and prevent them from getting into France, we still have a fighting chance. But if they can't... At least now we have a Prime Minister who will do more than hem and haw in delay. Have you heard? I'm sure you have. Chamberlain resigned this evening, and Winston Churchill succeeded him. Not Halifax, as we all imagined. I'm terribly pleased by this turn of events. I think Churchill just might be exactly what we need in Downing Street. Why, he even looks pugnacious. I know many people laugh at him, and most of the party don't even like him, but he will stand and fight. He won't back down, and that is what we need right now with Hitler on the move. Luxembourg didn't even put up a fight, from what I've heard. At least Belgium is fighting. I hope you're safe and doing well. At least it's warmer now than when you got so ill. Please take care of yourself. I wish you could have rested for a while longer before going off on another training stint. But at least you're safely tucked away in what has to be one of the most relaxing places in England. You're well away from the excitement. I go down to the advance station in the morning to continue flying patrols, so I must wrap this up. I hope you're well, and I can't wait to see you again. Always yours, F.O. Miles Lacey. London, England, May the 11th. Bill looked up when there was a quick knock, and his office door opened to admit his assistant Wesley. He carried a sheaf of paper in one hand and a ledger in the other. "I have the latest reports on troop movements, the first batch of transmissions from the basement, and the operating ledger you requested," he said cheerfully, closing the door behind him. "And tea's almost up. They'll bring it around shortly." "Anything from Belgium?" Bill asked, holding out one hand for the stack of papers while he closed the folder he was studying with the other. "No. 2 messages came in from France. They're at the top of the stack. One is from our man in Metz, and the other is from an unknown source." Bill raised an eyebrow and pulled the first 2 sealed messages from the top of the pile. Tearing open the first one, he scanned the message translated by the radio operators in the basement. His face lightened almost immediately. "Fantastic!" he exclaimed. "It's from Jeanne. She's escaped Brussels and is safely in France. She'll contact again when she reaches Paris." "That's a relief, sir." "Yes, it is." Bill set aside the transmission and opened the second one, lapsing into silence. "Bad news, sir?" Wesley asked, as a scowl settled onto Bill's face. "Not good news, no," Bill murmured. He lowered the message and frowned at the map on the wall across the room.
German motorized columns have been spotted moving through the Ardennes."
"What?"
Wesley exclaimed, startled. "How many?" "An entire army by the sounds of it." Bill got up to stride across the office to the map. "At least 5 panzer divisions, and very likely more, have been confirmed."
"How can that be? The French claim the Ardennes are impenetrable."
"Apparently they aren't as impenetrable as they thought," Bill muttered grimly, staring at the map. "Get Jasper on the telephone, will you? He'll want to know about this." Wesley nodded and went over to pick up the handset on the desk. While he telephoned Jasper's office, Bill traced the line from the Ardennes forest near Sedan to Belgium with a scowl. 5 panzer divisions confirmed meant that a huge part of Hitler's army was coming through the Ardennes, not Belgium, as they had presumed.
"Montclair isn't in his office, but his assistant said he'll be back in half an hour. Shall I have him give him a message?"
"What?" Bill looked around distracted. "Oh, no, I'll go up myself when he returns." Wesley spoke into the receiver and then hung up.
"What does it mean, do you suppose?"
"What does it mean?" Bill snorted. "It means that the French High Command has been caught sleeping. The Germans sent a feint into Belgium, and they fell for it. Based on the attack in Holland and Belgium, they committed all our best troops to Belgium to stop them. In the meantime, it's not the main thrust of the German army at all. The Ardennes is." Wesley crossed the room to join him at the map.
"Are you sure?"
he asked, his brows drawn together.
"There can't be a mistake."
"Metz has independent confirmation from 4 different agents in the Ardennes. Add that to the aerial photos taken 2 days ago, showing columns of forces heading into the area, and I don't think there can be any doubt."
"We have aerial photos?" Wesley stared at him. "From 2 days ago? Why didn't we divert troops to the area?"
"Because the French said it was nothing. They claimed it was a diversionary tactic," Bill said disgustedly. "When we sent another reconnaissance flight over, the columns had disappeared, so nothing was done."
"Oh, this isn't good."
"No, Wesley, it isn't. While the entire BEF is tied up in Belgium, the Germans are sending panzers through the Ardennes. Look." He pointed to the map. "If they break through Sedan, they can cut west towards the Channel and trap our troops in Belgium. See?"
"Good Lord!"
"Exactly. What can be done?" Bill shook his head grimly. "I have absolutely no idea. We must stop them from breaking through at Sedan, but I don't know how. That's for the High Command to figure out. Our job is to get them the intelligence. What they do with it is up to them."
"But that's our entire British Expeditionary Force!" Wesley exclaimed. "That's the bulk of our army."
"I'm well aware of that, Wesley." Bill turned to go over to his desk and dropped into the chair. "How long has it been since they began their offensive? 30 hours?
Something like that.
30 hours into the invasion, and we're already in danger of losing France." He rubbed his eyes and leaned his head back, staring at the ceiling. "It doesn't seem real, does it?"
"Don't give up France yet, sir," Wesley said encouragingly. "It's early days yet. We can still stop them at Sedan, and then we can pull the BEF back out of Belgium. It's not over yet, not by a long shot."
"I hope you're right, Wesley." Bill lifted his head. "Thank God Churchill's in charge now. I can't imagine what Chamberlain would have done faced with this. It doesn't bear thinking about, actually." "No, sir. I was very happy to see that he'd accepted the Prime Ministership last night. I heard the news when I was at the pub." Bill looked at him, and his lips twisted wryly. "That's as good a place as any to hear news like that. Did you raise a glass?" Wesley grinned. "I did indeed, sir, as did my brother with me. Not everyone is as optimistic about this appointment, but I think everyone is relieved to see the back of Chamberlain." "Quite so."
"Shall I get started on typing up those reports from last night?"
"Yes, thank you." Bill leaned forward and picked up the next paper from the stack on his desk. Glancing up, he stopped Wesley on his way to the door. "I'm sorry you're here on a Saturday, Wesley."
"It's quite all right, sir. These are crucial days, I understand."
He left the office, and Bill turned his attention back to the papers before him. It was going to be a long day, and an even longer weekend, and he had a horrible suspicion that this was only the beginning. Outside Maubeuge, France, 8 a.m.
Evelyn stepped into the large kitchen at the back of the house and looked around. It was a sunny room with 2 windows overlooking the small yard, accessed through a door next to the pantry. A scarred old wooden table took up most of the room to the left of the door. 3 empty coffee mugs told her that someone was up, even if there was no one to be found. Going over to the windows above the sink and counter, she looked out into the yard. It was empty. With a shrug, she turned from the window and looked at the coffee pot on the stove. She picked it up and, finding it empty, began to look for the coffee. She would make a new pot while she was waiting for someone to show up. She was just filling the percolator with fresh water when a door slammed somewhere on the ground floor and footsteps could be heard coming down the corridor. A few seconds later, Josephine came into the kitchen in a flurry of excitement. "Oh, good, you're down!" she exclaimed, tossing her hat onto the table and pulling off her jacket. "Have you seen anyone yet?" "No, you're the first one." "Goodness, are you making coffee? You're a saint." "Not really. It was empty and I wanted a cup," Evelyn replied with a laugh, setting the pot over a burner and lighting the gas. Josephine tossed her jacket over the back of a chair and crossed the kitchen to turn on the tap over the sink. "Mark and Luc have gone into Maubeuge to get the latest news, but from what we heard earlier on the radio, it isn't good," she said, scrubbing her hands with a sliver of soap under the water. "The Germans are moving quickly. One thing that might interest you, though, the Prime Minister resigned yesterday." "What?" Evelyn stared at her. "When?" "Last night, apparently. Winston Churchill's taking over." Relief washed over Evelyn, and she couldn't stop a wide smile from curving her lips. "Oh, that's fantastic news!" she exclaimed. Josephine looked at her doubtfully, shutting off the water. "Do you think so? I'm not so sure. We've heard that he's a bit of a loose cannon." "Oh, he has his moments, but he's better than the alternative, believe me." Evelyn went over to sit down while she waited for the coffee to percolate. "He'll stand and fight, not kowtow to Hitler and his henchmen. It's really official? The king invited him and all the rest?" "I don't know about all the rest, but the radio said he met with King George last night and is now Prime Minister." Josephine dried her hands on a towel and tossed it onto the counter. "You haven't eaten, have you? We have bread and cheese, and I believe there's some fruit. I'll get it for you." "You really don't have to go to any trouble," Evelyn protested. But it was too late. Josephine had already disappeared into the pantry. "Where are the others? Did they go into Maubeuge as well?" she called. "No, they went across the border to Bois-Bourdon to find out what they can," Josephine called back, her voice muffled. "I didn't want them to go, but they insisted. We have a contact there, and they're going to try to get him to come back with them. They will be gone for a few days, most likely." She emerged from the pantry with a tray of crusty bread, a variety of cheeses, and a huge pile of grapes. Carrying it over to the table, she shook her head when Evelyn moved to get up. "You sit and eat your breakfast," she said, setting down the tray. "I'll get a knife for the cheese. Is your friend up yet?" "I haven't seen him," Evelyn said, reaching for the grapes. "I'm sure he'll be along shortly. We had a long day yesterday." "So did the Germans, by the sound of it." Josephine set down a knife for the cheese and sat across from her. "They're already through Luxembourg, and they've been bombing everywhere, it seems. Brussels and Antwerp are getting hit the hardest." "Really?" Evelyn looked up from spreading cheese on a piece of bread. "Brussels wasn't that bad when we left." "It is now, and so are all the towns around it. The bridges and communication towers are all destroyed or out of commission, so now they are focusing on the civilians." Josephine made a disgusted sound in the back of her throat. "There won't be much of Belgium or Holland left by the time they've finished." "Is it bad now?" a new voice asked from the door, and both women turned to watch Jens come into the kitchen, a frown on his face. "What's happening?" "The Luftwaffe is targeting Brussels and Antwerp with heavy bombing," Evelyn told him. "We left just in time." He crossed the kitchen to drop into a chair at the table. "I'm not surprised. It's why I wanted to make sure you got back to France. They'll be targeting the civilians soon." "They already are," a deep voice said grimly. Mark strode into the kitchen, followed closely by Luke. Neither of them looked happy. "It's worse than we thought,"
he continued, looking at Josephine. "We didn't reach Maubeuge. The army had the roads blocked so they could feed supplies into the fort. We talked to some men on the road. They just come from Trelon. The Germans are bombing France."
"What? Already?"
Josephine stared at him, her face paling.
"But they're still in Belgium. Our army is battling their attack there. How can they be turning their attention to France already?"
"They're already through Luxembourg, and panzer divisions have been spotted in the Ardennes," Luc said, leaning against the counter and crossing his arms over his chest.
"The Ardennes?"
Josephine cried. "Yes, the impenetrable Ardennes." Mark glanced at Evelyn and Jens. "You don't seem surprised."
"I'm not so much surprised as resigned,"
Evelyn said, tearing another piece of bread off the loaf on the tray.
"This is just another example of everyone underestimating Hitler's resolve. He said himself that this would be nothing like the last war, and yet all our commanders and generals are still playing by the old rule-book."
Jens nodded in agreement, but otherwise was silent.
"But the Ardennes!"
Josephine shook her head, clearly shaken.
"How will they get through?"
"With their tanks." "That's not the worst of it," Mark said. "All of our strongest troops are in Belgium. If the Germans make it to Sedan, we're lost."
Silence fell over the kitchen, until with a start Evelyn remembered the coffee. Getting up, she went over to lift the pot off the stove, pouring hot, black coffee into a clean cup.
"What about the bombing?" Jens finally asked. "You said they were bombing France." "Yes." Mark picked up one of the cups from the table and carried it over to refill it with the fresh coffee. "So far they've hit Bruay, La Fère, Nancy, Colmar, Pontoise, Lambersart, Lyon, and Abbeville. There are reports of them heading towards Hénin-Léotard, Lens, Bruay, Hazebrouck, and Doullens as well. They may have already got there. It seems like they're hitting everywhere at once."
"Oh, my God!"
Josephine breathed, sitting back in her chair heavily.
"So many!"
"Those are only the ones we know about," Luc said grimly. "One of the men said he'd heard of at least 40 casualties already, all civilians."
"And in Belgium?"
Evelyn asked, going back to her seat with her steaming coffee.
"What about the refugees?"
"No word yet, but if they're blanketing us—" Mark's voice trailed off. There was no need to finish the thought. They all understood. Evelyn glanced at Jens to find his lips pressed together and his jaw clenched. Sensing her eyes on him, he looked at her, and his expression softened slightly. "What about Paris?" he asked suddenly, shifting his gaze to Mark and Luc. "Still safe. They seem to be confining themselves to the border, although they did go as far south as Lyon." Josephine looked at Jens as he fell silent again, his forehead creased in worry.
"Will you go back to Brussels?" she asked him. "After you take Marie to Paris, I mean."
"Is it safe to go to Paris?" he asked, looking around. "If they're bombing all these other towns and cities, won't they also bomb Paris?" "Heaven forbid." Luc breathed earnestly. Despite herself, Evelyn smiled faintly. Heaven forbid indeed. She couldn't imagine her precious Paris with bombs falling from the huge black shadows that she'd seen flying over them during their flight from Brussels. "What do you think, Marie?" Jens asked, leaning forward. "I know you have to get back to your boss and to your home, but do you think it's safe to do so just now?" She hesitated, then sighed.
"I don't know," she admitted. "Perhaps we should wait for a few hours and see what happens as the day goes on. If it looks as though Paris will become unsafe, then we can decide what to do then."
"And remain here in the meantime?" he asked doubtfully.
Evelyn looked at Josephine. "Well, that's if our hosts don't mind," she said.
Josephine waved her concern away.
"Of course not. Stay as long as you like."
"I don't think you have to worry about Paris just yet," Mark said, sipping his coffee. "The Germans are moving faster than any of us expected, but Paris is still in the heart of France. They have to get through the border first. If they manage that, then we can worry about Paris."
"God willing the army stops them before they can reach the border," Josephine said. "In the meantime, An extra few hours here won't make any difference, will they? Is it crucial that you get to Paris? No, I suppose not. Evelyn looked at Jens, noting the look of worry on his face. Once we hear more news, we'll decide where we're going. If you're really concerned, Jens, I can make my own way from here. You've already done so much for me. I'll understand if you'd rather go back. He shook his head vigorously. No, I said I'd see you safely to Paris, and I will. If you decide to go somewhere else, I'll take you. That's very kind of you. Jens nodded distractedly and reached for the bread. As he cut off some cheese, Evelyn met Josephine's glance across the table. They had managed to talk him into staying for the day at least. Now they just had to figure out what he was hiding. Chapter 20. Outside Valenciennes, France, 10 a.m. Hans Voss sipped his coffee and studied the road map spread over the small table. He had exchanged his long black leather coat for one of brown cloth that blended more with the French population, and his foresight had served him well in the local café where he'd stopped to purchase a coffee and pastry. Although he spoke French well, he had a distinct accent. After a frosty reception, he explained that he was from Switzerland. Had he been dressed in his usual attire, the ruse would not have worked. As it was, however, the waiter had thawed noticeably. After all, the Swiss were just as much at risk from the Nazi war machine as the French. He had arrived in France very late the night before, exhausted and irritable from driving all day on roads clogged with refugees. With every passing kilometre, the likelihood of catching up with the mysterious Marie Fournier grew more and more remote. He'd slept in his car overnight, until the sound of military trucks rumbling by woke him. Shocked to see the sun already high in the sky, he'd watched the trucks until they passed, then pulled the car back onto the road to continue his hunt for the courier. Now, looking at the map before him, Hans was forced to admit that he would never find her in the bustling city of Paris. She was too far ahead of him, if that even was her destination. Just because she had booked a train to Paris didn't mean that she was necessarily going there. She could stop and disembark at any station between the border and Paris. She was in the wind, and Hans Voss knew it. He would have to approach it a different way, he decided, setting down his coffee and glancing at his watch. He may not know where she was, but he knew what she was doing. She was transporting a stolen package through the French network with the intention of it being passed on to MI6. He may not know where she was going, but he knew where the package was bound. The courier would have to pass it on to someone who could get it to MI6 quickly. Thanks to the brilliant job in Venlo, they had managed to decimate the majority of MI6's networks in Europe. There were only a few remaining, and, as Hans well knew, the new members were very few and far between. That narrowed the possibilities for the woman. She would have to pass the package to someone well-known and established. They wouldn't risk passing that kind of information to a new and untried agent. Hans picked up his coffee again and drank thoughtfully. There were 2 or 3 people he knew of that would fit that bill, but only one was located on the route between Brussels and Paris. His cold blue eyes rested unseeingly on a point across the road from the café. Asp. He would be willing to bet anything that she was taking the package to the agent known to Voss as Asp. He tapped his long forefinger on the map, lost in thought. Asp was an enigma. They didn't know very much about him, and Hans didn't even know what he looked like. Yet he'd managed to bring himself to the attention of both the Abwehr and the SS. Located in Marl, he was the only reliable Allied agent north of Paris, and that was all Hans needed to know. He would be the only possibility for the woman to pass the package to. She was going to Marl. Hans was suddenly as sure of it as he was his own name. It was the only possibility that made sense. She would have to keep the package moving, and, short of taking it to MI6 herself, Asp was the best and closest way to do that. The thought that she might very well be taking it directly to the English crossed his mind briefly, but Hans dismissed it immediately. Couriers didn't go from Antwerp all the way to London. They moved the information through the network, and that was what Marie Fournier would be trying to do. He didn't have to find her in Paris. He only had to go to Marle. Lowering his eyes to the map again, he traced a route south to Marle. He was west of Maubeuge now, and could be in Marle in 2 hours. Hans looked at his watch and reached for his pastry. Once there, he would find Asp. If he already had the package, Voss's search was over. He would settle for the package and abandon the courier. If Asp didn't have it, then Voss had the chance of eliminating the courier and getting the stolen plans back in one swoop. Finishing his late breakfast, Hans felt a surge of satisfaction. Despite the setbacks, despite the untimely German advance, and despite spending most of the day before sitting in a line of cars escaping Brussels, he now saw an end to this ridiculous chase. His lips tightened. It was a chase that would never have happened if the man in Antwerp hadn't been incompetent. Hans shouldn't be in France. He should be in Berlin, preparing to follow the army into the newly conquered lowlands. Yet here he was just the same, making his way through the north of France on the trail of an unknown female courier. She may have already reached Marle, or she may still be making her way there. It didn't really matter which it was. Either way, Hans Voss would have those plans back within 24 hours. Evelyn and Jens looked up, startled, when the door to the kitchen flew open and Josephine burst in. Her short brown jacket was open, and her hat tilted to the side of her head, exposing thick black curls whipped by the wind. "Fort Eben Emael has fallen," she gasped, letting the door slam closed behind her. "I've just heard it in Maubeuge." Evelyn gasped, and Jens sat back in his chair heavily. "Already?" he breathed. "So soon?" "Where is Mark?" Josephine asked, pulling her hat from her head and tossing it onto the counter. "Have you seen him? Luc is on his way in, but I couldn't wait. I ran from the road across the field." "He went outside about an hour ago," Evelyn said, motioning to the back door. "You didn't see him on your way in?" "No." Josephine got a glass and carried it over to the sink to fill it with water. "He must be in the front where the car is." "I'll go and get him," Jens said, standing. Josephine gulped down the glass of water, then refilled the glass. "Thank you," she said. "He'll want to hear this as soon as possible." Jens nodded and went out, grabbing his jacket from the back of a chair on his way. Once the door had closed behind him, Evelyn looked at Josephine, her brows drawn together. "If the Germans already have control of the fort, Holland will fall quickly. Once Holland falls, Belgium won't be far behind." Josephine went over to sit at the table, cradling her glass of water in her hands. "I can't believe how quickly it fell," she said. "It's only been a day." "We thought it would happen quickly. After all, they landed soldiers on the roof." "I'm still amazed about that," Josephine admitted. "I'm fairly sure that it's never been done before, at least not successfully. It's almost as if the German army isn't human." "Oh, they're human all right," Evelyn said. "They're just very well trained and organized." Josephine looked across the table at her thoughtfully. "Do you think Jens will go back to Belgium if it falls?" Evelyn shrugged. "I have no idea. It depends on why he left it in the first place. If it was to escape the German invasion, then I wouldn't think so." "But you don't think that's why he left?" Josephine pointed out. "Are we any closer to discovering why he's here?" Evelyn shook her head and pushed the road map that she and Jens had been studying out of her way. "Not really. He seems very anxious for us to be on our way. We've been looking at this map, trying to determine the fastest route to Paris. He says it's so that I can get back to my job, but I don't think that's what's causing all the urgency." "Your job? What does he think you do?" Evelyn smiled ruefully. "He thinks I'm a secretary for a very prominent businessman in Paris." "Who just happened to be in Brussels?" "I told him I was there on behalf of my boss," Evelyn said with a shrug. Josephine grinned and shook her head. "You seem to be settling into this life without any problems at all.
I told you you were a natural."
"That may be, but I don't enjoy lying to so many nice people." Evelyn's face clouded over, as she remembered how many times she'd already lied to Miles, something she hated doing. "Sometimes I think I would have been better off as a secretary in some dreary war office on the coast." Josephine threw back her head and laughed. "Don't be ridiculous. That would be a waste of some of the best talent that I've seen for months in this business. Anyway, you wouldn't like typing up reports in a dingy little hole that smells like engine fuel?" Evelyn was forced to smile at that. "No, perhaps not." Before Josephine could say anything more, the back door swung open, and Mark strode into the kitchen, followed by Jens. "What's this?" he demanded, stripping off an oil-stained pair of gloves. "Jens said that Fort Eben-Emal fell." "Yes, Luc and I heard it in Maubeuge. The Belgians surrendered at 12:30 this afternoon." Mark scowled and dropped heavily into a chair at the table. "That was the most heavily fortified defense along the border with Holland. Without it, Holland is all but lost." "Perhaps not," Jens said slowly. "It is just one fort. If the Allied armies can push the Germans back out of Belgium, the French and British may be able to retake it." Mark looked up at him, his lips twisting sardonically. "That's a large if. Where's Luc?" "I ran ahead," Josephine told him. "He's on his way." "He's here," a new voice said from the door into the house. Luc walked in, unbuttoning his coat as he went. "I spoke to a farmer in the road after you left. There's more bad news." They all looked at him apprehensively. Then Josephine made an impatient sound in the back of her throat. "Well, go on! Tell us what it is!" "The German panzer divisions have all but broken through the Ardennes," he said grimly, walking over to the counter next to the sink. He picked up an open bottle of wine and poured some into a glass. "It's believed that they'll reach Sedan tomorrow." Silence greeted his announcement, and he turned to find all four of them staring at him in shock. He nodded wordlessly and lifted the wine to his lips. Even Evelyn was shaken with the speed with which the tanks had made it through the heavily forested area. "Impossible!" Josephine breathed, her face pale. "Precisely what I said," Luc muttered. "But it must be true. The farmer heard it from a soldier not half an hour ago. The army is in an uproar." "I'm sure they are. They don't have any competent divisions anywhere near there," Mark said, getting up to pour himself a glass of wine. "They've all moved into Belgium." "But I don't understand," Josephine said, shaking her head. "I thought the Germans didn't have the numbers to do something like this." Mark snorted. "Clearly we were never told the true numbers." "And don't forget the Wehrmacht division still in Norway," Evelyn said. "The Third Reich has been rebuilding its armies for years. It was only a matter of time until we discovered just how strong their forces have become." "Yes, and while they were busy building a war machine, our governments were busy turning a blind eye," Luc said disgustedly. "Now we're facing the demons that we helped create." Mark glanced at him, amused. "You're always so dramatic," he said. "They are no more demons than you or I. They are simply men following orders." "Well, those men will be rolling right through France if they get past Sedan." Evelyn met Jens's sober gaze across the kitchen. The Germans were moving much more quickly than they had anticipated. The worry on his face was clear, and it was mirrored on her own. Josephine looked from one to the other. "Are you thinking you should wait to go to Paris?" she asked. "I don't think it will make much difference now," Jens said. "They're moving so quickly that whether we stay or go, we're just as likely to end up in the line of fire." "Don't panic yet," Mark advised before draining his glass of wine. "They're still a long way off, and even further from Paris. It is true that none of us thought they would reach Sedan so quickly, but they still have to cross the Meuse. That is no small feat." "Mark is right," Josephine said. "We may be worrying prematurely. Let's see what happens in the next few hours, and if nothing outrageous occurs, then you can be on your way in the morning." Jens was clearly not happy with that arrangement, but he nodded reluctantly after glancing at Evelyn. As he turned away, Evelyn met Josephine's gaze. The other woman had a trace of a smile on her lips, and she nodded imperceptibly. She had bought Evelyn a few more hours. Now it was up to her to find out what she could about Jens. Maubeuge, France. Eisenjäger walked out of the small hotel and squinted against the glare of the late afternoon sun. That was the last one, and the employee behind the desk had said the same thing all the others had said. They were fully booked with refugees from Belgium, but none of them had the name of Jens Bernard. Tilting his hat low over his brow, Eisenjäger turned to walk towards his car parked at the end of the road. One of the establishments had suggested that he try Valenciennes to the west. They had been sending many people in that direction when they had no more rooms. He supposed it was possible that Jens had gone to the neighbouring town, but he wasn't willing to waste even more time finding out for certain. He was going to have to accept the fact that he'd lost his target's trail once they passed over the border into France. And that infuriated the assassin. Reaching his car, he opened the door and got behind the wheel, glancing at the square box on the back seat. He would have to contact Hamburg and ask for additional help, something he'd never had to do before. It was unthinkable, really, that it had come to this. Starting the engine, he pulled away from the curb. It was the fault of the German advance, of course. If they hadn't invaded when they had, he would already have Jens and be well on his way to Berlin. The invasion was out of his control, but it didn't make it smart any less. For the second time in as many months, he had failed. Not yet, he reminded himself, driving out of the busy centre of Maubeuge and making his way out of the city. He hadn't failed yet. He would pull to the side of the road once he was out of the city and contact Hamburg. They might have additional information that would help him pick up the trail once again. The man might have family in France, or an associate. Anything would help. As he drove out of the city, Eisenjäger passed a line of army trucks, undoubtedly heading for one of the fortifications along the border. Maubeuge was part of the French's famed Maginot Line, though it didn't appear to be one of the more heavily defended sections. He wondered briefly if the Wehrmacht would attack it head-on or go around it, then dismissed the thought almost immediately. The battle plan of the High Command was no business of his. His business was with a young Belgian from Brussels, nothing more. Even so, he found himself making a mental note of the positions of the city defences to include in a report back to Hamburg. It wouldn't hurt to send back additional information to help the army, even if their reconnaissance flights would give them most of what they needed to know. It was 10 minutes before he was well into the countryside, and the bustling city was behind him. Eisenjäger pulled off the road and behind a hedge before turning off the engine. Twisting in his seat, he pulled the square case from the back and set it on the passenger seat beside him, undoing the leather straps. Opening the case, he pulled out a long wire with an adapter on the end, plugging it into the cigarette lighter of the car before inserting the other end into the side of the wireless radio unit. He started the engine again and reached for the headset, settling it over his head before he began tuning the dials for the frequency. He found it a minute later and began transmitting a coded message with the little metal paddle. He didn't need to write it out first. He knew the code well, and for such a short message it was unnecessary to take the time to jot it down. He would keep it short and sweet, relaying his position and asking for more information to help with his hunt. He would send the information on the defences later. Right now he was more concerned with his target. While he waited for an answer, he could use the time to study the road map of France. When he was finished transmitting, he pulled the folded map from the pocket inside the door and spread it out over the steering wheel. It was over 20 minutes later when the headset came alive with the sound of a reply. Setting the map aside, Eisenjäger pulled out a little pad of paper and pencil from the case, scrawling down the code as it came back. When he was finished, he looked at it with a slight frown. After waiting to ensure that there was no more coming, he removed the headset and decoded the message, staring at the neatly printed words a minute later. Man in Marle, France, can assist. Name is Asp. Code word orange. Eisenjäger unplugged the radio and rolled up the cord with quick, practiced movements. A few minutes later, he was pulling out from behind the hedge and back onto the road. He was going to Marle. Chapter 21. Luke finished loading logs into the fireplace and reached for a box of long matches. The sun had all but disappeared, and a cold rain had moved across the county, making the old house damp. The shower had been short-lived, but the chill had remained. Evelyn watched as he lit the kindling, remembering the roaring fire in her father's drawing-room on nights like these. A feeling of intense sadness went through her at the memory. She missed Ainsworth Manor and the comfort of her home, especially at times like this. "Have you heard anything from the others yet?" Josephine asked, walking into the room with 2 steaming cups of tea. "They should have contacted us by now." Mark looked up from the table in front of the window, where he had a wireless radio set up. "No, their last message was this morning to say that they had arrived." Josephine handed Evelyn one of the cups and settled onto the couch next to her, sipping her tea. "Do you think something's happened to them?" "It's too early to think that," Luke said, standing up and brushing his hands off. "They're probably moving around, trying to gather as much information on the German movements as possible. You know how they are. They will contact us when they have something." Evelyn sipped the hot liquid in her cup thankfully. The tea was atrocious, but it was hot and warmed her, and that was all that she cared about right now. She wiggled her toes in her shoes and watched as the logs caught light in the hearth. Once the fire got going, her feet would warm up. Her lips twisted at the thought as she remembered hiking through the mountains in Norway just last month. Her cold feet were nothing compared to the frozen limbs she'd experienced then. Had it really been only a month since that flight across the snow-covered mountains, escaping the same army that was now threatening France? It seemed almost a lifetime ago that she'd left Anna and Eric on the ridge above Namsos, and Peda, in a ravine to die. "Are you all right?" Josephine asked her, drawing Evelyn from her reverie. "Yes, why?" "You had a strange look on your face." "Did I? I was just thinking about how I can't feel my toes," Evelyn said with a laugh. "Thank you for the tea, it's wonderful." "It's perfectly horrid, but it's hot," Josephine said cheerfully. "Don't you have any boots with you? You really need them for the country around here." "No doubt, but I didn't need them for Brussels. I have some wonderful high-heeled sandals that are stunning, but they won't do anything for the cold." Josephine laughed. "No, they won't. I have an extra pair of boots, but I think your feet are smaller than mine. I'll be fine, really. I just need to warm up. It's the damp, that's all." "The fire will be warm soon," Luke said with a nod. "It will be better then. This is a cold house. It's old and draughty." Evelyn smiled and sipped her tea, looking up as Jens came into the room. He had a scarf wrapped around his neck and looked as cold as she felt. "Marie, have you seen the map we were looking at earlier?" he asked. "I thought we left it in the kitchen, but I can't find it now." "I put it on the table in the hall," Josephine said. "I was afraid it would get something spilled on it at supper." "Thank you," Jens said with a smile. As he was turning towards the door again, he caught sight of Mark and his radio and stopped, the map forgotten. "Is that yours?" he asked, walking over to the table. "This is impressive. It's a good one." Mark looked at him in surprise. "Do you know radios?" "Yes, it's what I do. I'm a wireless radio operator, or was until the Nazis invaded." Jens leaned down to examine the machine. "Very nice. I have mine with me. It's smaller than this, but it does what I need it to. I used much larger ones in my work, of course." "This was given to me by my government," Mark told him. "I'll have to give it back." Jens looked around and pulled up a chair, sitting down next to the table. "It's got fantastic range, or so I've been told. I've never used this one myself." Josephine looked at Evelyn, Have we lost them both for the rest of the night? It appears so, Evelyn said with a laugh. I suppose there are worse things for them to be fascinated by. They're certainly necessary, at any rate, Josephine said. Are you really going to Paris? Evelyn looked at her in surprise. Of course. Why do you ask? It just seems that with the Germans moving so unpredictably, perhaps the capital is not where you want to be right now, she said slowly. I've been thinking about the situation all afternoon. If we can't hold the German army at Sedan, it would be an easy straight shot to Paris. And then I would be trapped there, Evelyn finished for her. Perhaps. It's certainly something you should consider. What about you? If we can't hold them at Sedan, what will you do? Evelyn asked after a moment. We have to remain here as long as possible, at least until the others return from across the border. If the Nazis keep advancing at this pace, we'll have to fall back whether or not the others have returned, Luke said, lighting a cigarette and tossing the match into the fire. Fall back to where? Jens asked from the table near the window, his attention caught by the conversation in front of the fireplace. Towards Paris? Yes. We could go to Vervins, Josephine said thoughtfully. I know someone there who could put us up for a few days. Luke made a face. A few days, and then what? If we have to start falling back, it would be best to split up. If we stay together, it will be harder to find accommodations. There's always Marl, Mark said, looking up from his radio. My uncle has a farm just outside the town, with several outbuildings. We would be more comfortable there. I'm sure he would allow us the use of one of the barns at the very least. Marl? Jens exclaimed, looking startled. The others looked at him in surprise, and Evelyn raised her eyebrows. Have you heard of it? She asked. That's strange. It's not a very well-known town at all. Jens looked flustered for a moment. Then he chuckled and scratched his neck ruefully. I've heard of it, yes. Someone I went to school with lived there before moving to Belgium. I'd completely forgotten until just now. I'm sorry. I was just excited that there was somewhere I knew besides Paris. Luke chuckled. If nothing else, this war will introduce you to many more places you never knew existed, he told him. Then you can tell your grandchildren of your adventures in France during the war. Evelyn watched Jens thoughtfully for a moment before turning her attention back to the others. If you have family in Marl, then I'd advise that over Vervins, she said. Not that it's any of my business, but I know I'd be more comfortable with family nearby. Are your family in Paris? Luke asked her. Evelyn thought of Tante Adèle, Uncle Claude, and Giselle and Nicolas. Their house in Paris was like a second home to her, but she hoped to God that they weren't there now. They had planned to leave and go to their country residence in the south if the Germans did attack France. God willing they had followed through with that plan. No, they're in the south. Then they are well out of it, Josephine said with a nod. Perhaps you should consider going there instead of Paris. I know it's your home, but it's better to be safe. If the Germans make it to Paris, even the south won't be safe, Mark said bluntly. If they enter Paris, it will be because France is already lost. The statement was a sobering one, and Evelyn felt a heavy weight settle in her gut. He was right. If the Nazi war machine made it all the way to Paris, France would be in Hitler's hands. The thought was a black one. Most of Europe would be under Nazi control, and the only country left standing against Hitler would be her own. And what could her tiny island hope to do all alone against the full might of an unstoppable foe? Ainsworth Manor, England. There was a moon out, occasionally obscured by fast-moving clouds, illuminating the grey-flagged stones of the terrace that stretched behind the drawing-room. Henry went through the opening of the low surrounding wall and paused to glance back over the dark south lawn. He would have wished for a moonless night if he'd had the choice, but he had to play the cards that he had been dealt. At least the bright light from the moon made the electric torch he carried in his coat pocket unnecessary. He could see quite well without it, not that he would have needed it to find the drawing-room door. He'd been here enough over the years to know it well. Of course, that had been when Robert was alive. Things were different then. Things were different for everyone now, he reflected, as he crossed the patio to the door. War had a tendency of changing things, and of putting everything into sharp focus, fine-tuning priorities, and making the parties and gatherings they had all enjoyed a thing of the past. Most of the men and women in his generation were now serving their country in the RAF or the WAFs. Then there was the Navy and the Army. Now some of the women were even going off to become land girls, something he thought was the height of ridiculousness. He'd heard that Lady Morganstone's daughter had gone to work on the farms. Preposterous. This war was making a mockery of the class system, and Henry thought it would only lead to trouble in the end. A peer of the realm had no business digging in the dirt with the commoners. It just wasn't done. Nor was it necessary. There were plenty of the lower classes who could do the manual labour needed. He supposed it was the fault of the patriotism sweeping the nation. As soon as they declared war in September, everyone wanted to do their bit. Even Evelyn Ainsworth had joined the WAFs. Utter nonsense. She should be home with her mother, especially after Robert's death. But then she'd always been given entirely too much freedom by her doting father. Henry pulled a long metal tool from the inside pocket of his coat and slid the end between the door and the jamb. A second later the door gave way, and he pulled it open silently. With one final look around, he slipped into the house. Madeline and Agatha would be fast asleep, and with any luck they would remain that way. He wasn't worried about the ladies of the house. He was more concerned with that butler. He'd nearly caught him last time when he'd come and searched the study and the library. A light sleeper, that one, and he was the one who could undo everything. If he saw Henry, he would recognize him instantly, and that would be curtains for his spy career and his freedom. Henry left the drawing-room ajar, and was just turning away to begin searching the room when movement caught his attention. He turned his head, and felt his heart quicken at the sight of a tall man moving across the lawn near the terrace. A gardener, by the looks of it. But what kind of gardener was wandering abroad at this time of night? He moved away from the door, watching as the man paused suddenly next to the terrace and looked at the house. Damn and blast! He'd seen the door! Henry turned and moved swiftly across the drawing-room to the door leading to the corridor. He was just slipping silently out of the room when he heard heavy footsteps running across the terrace. The man was coming to investigate, as any good servant would. Double damn and blast! He knew there was a coat closet not 5 feet from the drawing-room door. He'd watched the footman get his coat from it any number of times, and now it was his only hope. Henry moved along the dark corridor, his eyes adjusting to the inky blackness, until he reached the door. He wrenched it open and slipped quickly inside, pulling the door closed behind him. A second later, the drawing-room door was thrown open, and he heard footsteps in the corridor. They were coming towards the closet. Henry held his breath and stood perfectly still inside the door, his hand on the handle. Once the man passed the closet, he would crack it and take a look. Not seeing what was happening was worse than listening to the footsteps just outside the door. They didn't pause or miss a stride as they passed the closet, and Henry exhaled in relief. Cracking the door silently, he peered out into the darkness, watching as a circle of yellow light danced along the corridor. The gardener had a torch, which was unfortunate, because it meant that Henry couldn't sneak away in the shadows. Instead, he would have to wait until the man had crossed the great hall and gone towards the study on the other side. An irritating delay, but it couldn't be helped. He watched as the man reached the hall and shone his light around the vast emptiness. Suddenly he turned to his left, almost as if he'd heard a noise there, and raised the torch higher to illuminate the area. The light from the flashlight extended to light up his face, and Henry sucked in his breath sharply. He knew that face. That was no gardener. That man worked for MI6. He watched, stunned, as the man finally turned to cross the large hall, moving out of sight towards the study.
What the hell was a man from MI6 doing at Ainsworth Manor?
As soon as the question formed, Henry knew the answer. Of course! Somehow, somewhere, they had learned of the documents Robert Ainsworth had concealed before his death. He had worked for them after all. Somehow, they must have realized that there were documents missing, and they must have come to the same conclusion as him, that they had to be here in this house. Henry moved out of the closet, closing the door again quietly, and going swiftly back towards the drawing room. Well, that tore it. He couldn't search the house now, not with a man from the Secret Service lurking about. He'd have to leave it for now. It was a high enough risk having the butler see him, but to have a member of the intelligence community see him would be suicidal. This was no time to be bold. It was time to leave, and quickly. As he crossed the drawing-room at a near run, Henry marvelled at the sudden turn of events. So MI6 was aware of the package. Interesting. And they were watching the house? Even more interesting. If he didn't know better, he'd think they had the package already and were baiting a trap for whoever came looking for it. But he did know better, and there was no possibility of a man of Bill Buckley's limited intelligence thinking so offensively. It would never occur to him to set a trap. If he had a man installed in Ainsworth Manor, it could be for only one reason. They didn't have the documents either. That it was Bill who had installed the man in the household was never a question in his mind. He recognized him as one of Bill's earlier recruits. The man had been with the Secret Service for some years now, and he was especially good at undercover work. He could impersonate a servant to perfection, and would report back if anything remotely matching the description of a mysterious package was ever found. He would also report back if anyone came looking for the package, anyone like himself. But that was as far as it would go. He would report back, and Bill would tell him to hold his position. He was too cautious, old Bill, always had been. So were all the chief officers in the Secret Service. They were a bunch of old women, following outdated principles and turning a blind eye to progress and innovation. They were a good part of the reason that England would lose this war. Of that, Henry was confident. He slipped back out of the drawing-room door onto the terrace, being sure to leave the door exactly as the MI6 man had left it. If he came back this way, Henry didn't want him to know that his quarry had left that way. Perhaps he would think the drawing-room door had been left open by someone in the house. If he did, that would be best. But Henry was a practical man and wasn't holding out hope. If he could get away without the man seeing him, he would call that a win. After all, if he didn't have a description to give Bill, there was nothing that could be done. A moment later, he was running across the lawn towards the trees, leaving Ainsworth Manor behind. His mission had been a bust as far as the search, but he'd learned something even more important, and it just might be enough to keep his handler quiet. Chapter 22. Evelyn stepped outside and took a deep breath. The air was damp and chilly, and she wanted to go back to the roaring fire. But the lone figure sitting on the fence, staring into the trees, made her button her coat and start across the small garden behind the kitchen. As she drew closer, Jens turned his head and watched her. "I thought you were going for a walk," she asked, joining him. "I was going to, but all I really wanted was some fresh air, so I decided to sit here instead." "It was getting rather stuffy in there, wasn't it?" Evelyn leaned against the fence and looked out into the trees. "Are you all right?" "Yes, of course. I just wanted to think." "About the predicament we find ourselves in?" "About everything. Don't you feel overwhelmed by it all?" He turned to look down at her. "I feel like I'm trapped in a nightmare. The more we run, the closer they get." "It is disconcerting how quickly they're moving," she admitted. "It makes it difficult to know what to do next." Jens let out a short laugh.
You make it sound so ordinary, as if you're discussing a mild inconvenience.
A teasing grin came to her lips. Well, it is an inconvenience. I would have been comfortably back in Paris by now if Hitler hadn't decided to walk into Belgium.
I suppose, when you put it that way.
Well, how else would I put it? I'm certainly not going to pitch a fit because my travel plans have been extended and expanded to include some unscheduled stops, not when hundreds of people are losing their homes and lives as we speak.
Jens sighed. I suppose I deserved that, he murmured. You're right. I should be thankful that it's not much worse.
They were quiet for a moment, listening to the night. Then Evelyn glanced up at him. "Why are you so interested in Marl?" she asked.
Jens looked at her, startled. Pardon?
Marl. Why are you so interested in it?
I'm not. I told you. I knew someone who lived there once, that's all.
Jens looked flustered, and he wouldn't meet her gaze.
It's nothing.
I don't believe that. I think it's something. And I think it's something that's been there in the background ever since we left Brussels.
What do you mean? He stammered.
Why are you here, Jens? She asked bluntly, turning sideways to face him. Really?
I don't understand what you're asking.
It's no use playing the fool, Jens. I know something is going on. You didn't insist on driving me all the way to Paris just because you were concerned for my safety. She held up a hand, stopping him when he would have protested. Oh, I'm sure you were worried about me in the fleeting kind of way that one is concerned for people one just met, whose company one enjoyed. But I don't think that's why you came to find me yesterday morning. I think there was something more. Another reason. Look me in my eyes and tell me I'm wrong.
His gaze wavered, and he looked away from her face.
Evelyn nodded. As I thought. Very well, then. Shall I tell you what I've been thinking for the past 2 days?
Taking his silence as an affirmative, she continued.
At first, I thought you were simply fleeing the Nazis along with everyone else. Perfectly understandable, of course. I wanted nothing more than to get out of their way as well. But we hadn't been in the car for more than 2 hours before I realized something.
What's that?
He finally spoke, returning his eyes to her face. That you were perfectly calm and collected. You weren't panicking at all.
Neither were you, he pointed out. You didn't shed a tear or cry out at the airplanes overhead or even wring your hands in worry.
Evelyn grinned. Wring my hands? She repeated. Whatever for? What good would that do?
Well, none, I suppose, but that's what all the other females of my acquaintance would have done.
Yes, I suppose most of mine as well, she agreed thoughtfully. I never did have much patience for that sort of thing. It only serves to waste an awful lot of energy and thoroughly irritate everyone around you.
Agreed. So then why are you so suspicious about my remaining calm in the face of an invasion?
Evelyn shrugged. Because no one else was. Even the men on the road were honking and trying to go around other cars. They were clearly anxious and panicked at the thought of the Nazis advancing faster than they could run.
And I didn't do that.
No. You almost seemed like you knew exactly where you were going, and how, and why, and you were getting on with it. Evelyn caught the startled look that flashed across his face and smiled faintly. Why, you even took the time to stop for refreshment along the way.
So did many others, he pointed out. I wasn't the only one who stopped at that market stand.
No, but you were the only one who was calmly making very sensible selections, she replied calmly. I was watching you. All the others were grabbing whatever they could, but you even took the time to talk to the woman helping you. His face flushed, and he lowered his gaze.
I was trying to be reassuring, he muttered. She had to have been frightened.
That's very sweet, Evelyn said after a moment. But the question remains, why are you really here? I would have found my way to France. And why did you light up like a lantern at the mention of Marl? He was silent for a long time, staring at the ground beneath her feet. When he finally raised his face and looked at her, she could tell that he'd abandoned the pretense. He was going to tell her the truth.
I did have an ulterior motive, he admitted. I was concerned for you, of course, but it was just good luck that you were from Paris. I did go to the hotel to make sure you were safe, but I also saw a way that I could get to Paris with a guide instead of going on my own. Why were you going to Paris? Why is your friend entrenched in a farmhouse near the border with 5 men and a wireless radio? He countered. Because it's much safer than being entrenched in a farmhouse near the border alone, a new voice answered. They swung around to see Josephine walking out of the trees, and Evelyn hid a smile. Her old friend was still full of surprises. But why are you here at all? Jens asked, not seeming to be the least disconcerted by the fact that she had clearly been listening to his conversation. We all work for the 2e Bureau, she told him frankly, surprising Evelyn with her honesty. We're military intelligence. Ah, I really should have guessed as much, he said with a nod. I thought perhaps you were working alone like a resistance. Soon we may be, if Hitler has his way, she said, leaning on the other side of the fence next to Evelyn. But for now, we have the full support of the French army and government. Well, most of it anyway. Jens looked from one to the other, then exhaled. His body relaxed, almost as if he had made a decision that lifted a weight off of him. You know that I work for the Belgian State Security. I'm a radio operator and intercept messages going between the German units. We've been able to decode about 20% of them, which is amazing considering that just a few months ago we couldn't read any of them. He cleared his throat. A few months ago, I was approached by someone who claimed he was an Allied agent. He said he worked for your group, the 2e Bureau, and asked me to pass along any information I came across that I thought the Allies would find useful. And you said yes? Evelyn asked, raising an eyebrow. Not at first. I looked up all the information he gave me, and then began doing some research of my own. I had access to information that most don't, you understand, and after a couple of weeks, I determined that he really was who he said he was. So I contacted him and agreed. You passed on classified information? Josephine demanded. To us? He nodded. I don't agree with my country's stand in this war, and I never have. I think that we have an obligation to stop the spread of this National Socialist Party, or whatever they call themselves now. I know what they do. I had friends in Czechoslovakia, good men, who lost everything when the Nazis moved in. To remain neutral is to condone what they are doing, making us just as liable for the damage they inflict. He paused and took a deep breath. I was only able to pass on a few pieces here and there, you understand? Security is very tight, and I didn't want to arouse suspicion. But I was sending some good information, I think, even though it wasn't a lot. In the past week, however, I've been able to gather a large amount of information, much more than I've ever managed before. I was going to send it along via the courier I've been using, but then the Germans invaded. And you were left with all this information and no way to get it here. Evelyn finished for him. He nodded. Yes. I realized that I had to come to France myself. It was too dangerous to trust anyone else with it, and the courier fled in the early hours of the invasion. There was only one problem. You've never been to France, Evelyn smiled, shaking her head. So you thought of me? I thought it would be better to be with someone who knew their way around Paris, he said ruefully. And now here we are. I contacted the agent this morning and told him I was in France, on my way to Paris. He responded to say that he wasn't in Paris, but in Marle. And you thought he was in Paris? Josephine asked, her brows furrowed. Why? Well, it was never mentioned where he was, so I just assumed he was in the capital. Not many of us are, she said with a smile. What's his name? Perhaps I know him. I only know him as Asb. Josephine straightened. The smile wiped from her face. Asb? Evelyn frowned at the look on her friend's face. What's the matter? She asked. Do you know him? No, but I know of him,
So does Mark. It's believed that he's been passing information about the networks here to the SS.
The SS!
Evelyn gasped, her mouth dropping open. What? Jens exclaimed at the same time. Josephine nodded grimly. Yes, several agents are convinced of it, but no one has been able to catch him or prove anything.
But why would they think that? Evelyn asked with a frown.
Agents have been going missing when they travel beyond the borders. 2 went into Switzerland last month and never returned. 1 was found when his body washed up in Mairie. The other is still missing. Josephine shook her head. The number of agents disappearing is increasing, and it can't all be due to men and women getting cold feet in the face of war, which is what some people say is happening. And several of our associates across Holland and Belgium have also been compromised. Some people say that the only thing all these agents had in common was Asp. He was the contact for many of them.
Jens let out a low curse. And this is the man I've been sending state secrets to, he muttered.
You say that's what many people think, Evelyn said slowly, glancing at the horrified look on Jens's face. What do you think? I won't rush to hang a man, Josephine replied, but I don't think there can be that much smoke without a fire. I wouldn't trust him, and I won't have anything to do with him. If there's even the slightest possibility that any of it is true— She shrugged as her voice trailed off.
What does Mark think?
For the love of God, don't mention it to him, she warned. He believes all of it. And it's only the war and the fact that we've been very busy that stops him from hunting the bastard down.
Evelyn looked at her surprised. Why would he do that?
The agent that floated up in Mairie was his brother.
Evelyn swallowed and nodded, looking at Jens. No mention of Asp, then, she agreed quickly. Understood. His brother is dead and he's still working? Jens asked in a low voice.
He said that it was all the more reason to continue. He doesn't want his brother's death to be in vain, so he continues.
They were all silent for a long moment. Then Jens exhaled, blowing his cheeks out. What do I do now? I won't take this information to Asp, but I want to get it to someone who can do something with it, he said. I've come all this way and risked so much just to get the information in the first place, not to mention getting it out of the country.
I can't take it, Josephine said. I can't leave Maubeuge until we're forced to do so. We've been instructed to stay here until further notice, or until the Nazis come.
She fell silent again, her brow furrowed in thought. Evelyn wondered what, exactly, was in the information that Jens had taken from the state security. If it was something the French could use, then it was something her own government could use. But Jens had no idea who or what she was, and so she remained silent. It wasn't worth the risk to expose herself unless there was a very good reason to do so, especially with the Germans advancing as quickly as they were.
I have an idea, Josephine announced suddenly. I didn't know Asp was in Marle. I'm positive Mark doesn't know either, or he would never have suggested his uncle's property there. But I do know someone in Marle who you can trust. I can't believe I didn't think of him sooner. He's an old friend of Luc's, and he works in Paris most of the year. Right now he's in Marle. Luc spoke to him on the telephone just the other day to arrange for supplies.
Who is he? Jens asked.
He goes by the name Marcel, and he's quite high up in the organization. That's probably why I didn't think of him right away. I tend not to give very much thought to those above me, she added with a quick grin. However, he's different from the others. Luc says he's one of the few men he trusts, so that's saying something.
And he's in Marle as well? Evelyn asked.
Yes, at least he was the other day. I'll check with Luc when we go in. He'll know more.
Josephine looked at Jens.
He'll be able to get your packet to Paris and into the hands of the people who will know what to do with it, she assured him. If you get it to Marcel, your duty will be done. Then you can continue on to Paris with Marie. Marley's on the way.
Jens looked at Evelyn. You don't mind stopping once more on the way home? He asked.
Evelyn smiled and shook her head. Of course not. You're trying to help my country. Why would I mind? And you don't mind that I lied to you? You never lied to me. You simply failed to tell me the whole truth, she replied with a shrug. I wasn't hurt, and I certainly wasn't deceived for long. I hadn't been with you for 2 hours before I realized there was something else afoot. I understand why you didn't tell me now, and there was no harm done. Good. That's settled then. You'll leave for Marl in the morning, Josephine said cheerfully. Now we can go inside and get warm again. Jens jumped off his perch on the fence while Josephine ducked between the 2 wooden railings of the fence, joining them inside the garden. I'll write an introductory letter tonight, she told them as they started across the garden towards the house. You can take it to Marcel, and it will explain who you are and why I sent you. Luc and I will both sign it. I'm not sure if he'll remember me, but he knows Luc well. I never thought of an introduction, Jens said. That makes perfect sense. Why didn't Asp ever— His voice trailed off, and Evelyn tucked her arm through his, squeezing it supportively. You weren't to know, she said. Don't feel badly about it. Lord, no, Josephine agreed. I'm sure this sort of thing will happen a lot, unfortunately, as the war goes on. And as for the introduction, it's standard practice for us. It helps when you have people you've never met or heard of all gathering information across the country to be sure that everyone is who they say they are. I appreciate your help with this, Jens said earnestly. I don't know what I would have done if we hadn't run into you. Don't thank me yet, she retorted gaily, opening the kitchen door. Let's make sure he's still in Marl, and then we'll go from there. Chapter 23. London, England. May the 12th. Bill finished tying his shoe and glanced at the large 4-poster bed where Marguerite still slept. His wife was getting used to him leaving before the sun was up, unfortunately. She really was a patient woman. With all the hours he was putting in, you'd think he'd gone into politics, yet she hadn't said a word for weeks. He would try to make it up to her once this latest flap had passed. Maybe take her into the country for a few days. He got up and picked up his jacket from the back of the chair. Going over to the bed, he leaned down to drop a kiss on her forehead. She stirred, then settled back into sleep, and he turned away from the bed to move noiselessly across the room to the door. It was already almost 5, and he wanted to be in the office in time for the first transmissions of the day from France. He had to leave. He was just reaching the foot of the stairs when the telephone in the hallway rang shrilly. He scowled, glancing upwards and hoping the extension in the bedroom didn't wake Marguerite. Moving swiftly to the hall stand, he picked up the receiver before it had a chance to ring again. Yes, hello? Sir William? This is Rex calling from Ainsworth Manor, a deep voice spoke. I'm sorry to disturb you this early. Not at all, Bill said, rubbing his forehead. Is everything all right? Yes, everything's fine now, but I thought you should know that we had a visitor last night. Bill stilled, his hand falling from his head. Tell me. There isn't much to tell. I was making my rounds shortly before midnight, when I saw the door off the back terrace was open. Now it wasn't like that when I went by earlier, so I went to investigate. And? The door was forced all right. The lock came right away from the door jamb and took a chunk of wood with it. I went through to the house and began to do a thorough search. Began? Well, I didn't need to finish. The dog started barking out by the terrace, so I ran back to the drawing room and got there just in time to see the intruder disappearing into the trees. The dogs were loose? How on earth did he get to the house without them giving the alarm? Bill demanded. Oh, they weren't loose to begin with, but they got out after I left the gamekeeper's cottage. I must have left the door off the latch. I checked them before I made my rounds, you see. Rex cleared his throat. After I saw the man going into the trees, I went back and did a thorough search of the ground floor. Nothing was touched or missing, sir. I don't think he got very far when I happened on him. Why did he go in through the drawing room? Bill wondered. There's nothing in there, surely. Perhaps he was coming back to search everywhere else, Rex suggested.
You did say that Thomas thought only the study and library were disturbed the last time, didn't you? Yes, that's right. Bill shook his head and sighed. They didn't find it then, so perhaps they're searching again and trying to be more thorough about it this time. Yes, sir. Did you get any kind of look at him? Anything that will help track him down? No, unfortunately not, sir. He's a fairly tall man, and he was wearing a dark-coloured overcoat. Not much help, I'm afraid. No. There might be something, though, he said after a second. I'll look around the terrace and the lawn to the trees. Perhaps he dropped something or left a track or footprint of some sort. Well, it's a long shot, but let me know what you find, Bill said, glancing at his watch. Have you mentioned any of this to Mrs. Ainsworth? Not yet, sir. I've only told Thomas. Let's keep it that way for the moment. No need to alarm Madeline needlessly. Yes, sir. Shall I come down to London to make my report? No, you stay there, and I'll send another man down to help you. If our intruder comes back, he'll be more careful. 2 of you can share the load and take shifts. What will you tell Mrs. Ainsworth? She needed a gardener, but I don't see that she needs anyone else at present. I'll take care of that. You just continue to keep an eye on everything. Is there anyone in particular you'd like to have with you there indefinitely? He added humorously. Oh, I don't mind, sir, Rex replied with a short laugh. As long as they don't mind dogs and crotchety old aunties, I think anyone will do. Perhaps Walters would be a good fit. He's good with horses, isn't he? That's a splendid suggestion. I'll get on the phone to him as soon as I get to Broadway. Thank you for calling. I thought you'd want to know without delay, sir. And you were right. I'll send Walters down in the next few days. Hang on until then, will you? Of course, sir. Bill hung up the receiver and stared blindly at his reflection in the mirror above the little table. So Henry was still looking for the treasure Robert had hidden before his fateful trip to Poland. For him to risk another trip out to Ainsworth, it must be getting dire that he locate it, whatever it was. It had been risky enough going out there once, but now he'd tried again. What on earth had Robert found in those weeks before his death? It was a question he'd asked himself countless times over the past 6 months, and he was no closer to an answer now than he had been at the start of this. Evelyn had solved the puzzle box, but it hadn't got them any closer to finding what Robert had hidden. A clue, she'd said. That was what had been in the box. A clue. An address. Bill turned away and went over to the closet to get his overcoat and hat. She hadn't told him anything other than that the address was in Switzerland, and she wanted to go alone. He'd agreed, but he admitted now that it hadn't been much of a priority for him to arrange the trip. And then Hitler went and invaded Belgium while she was still there, and he completely forgot about it. He pulled on his coat and took his hat from the shelf above the row of outerwear. It had to be a priority now. She would have to go as soon as she returned from France. There could be no doubt that the spy in London was anxious to find the missing information, and they had to find it first. Bill opened the front door and stepped out onto the top step of his London home, setting his hat on his head in the grey pre-dawn light. Reaching into his coat pocket, he took out his gloves and began pulling them on, watching the milkman's truck turn into the top of the street. Getting Evelyn into Switzerland would be tricky. The Germans were advancing rapidly, and the Luftwaffe was gaining control of the skies over Belgium. Soon they would also be over France. If Evelyn was going to fly into Switzerland safely, she would have to do it as soon as possible. He didn't know how much longer the skies over France would be safe. And once she was there, she would have to get back again. He finished pulling on his gloves and started down the shallow steps. As he reached the pavement, a shiny black Vauxhall pulled up to the curb. The driver jumped out and ran around to open the back door for him, nodding with a small smile. "Good morning, sir," he said cheerfully. "Good morning, Jones," Bill replied, nodding in greeting. "Right on time, thank you very much." "Of course, sir." Bill settled into the back of the car, and the driver closed the door, moving back around to get behind the wheel. Directing his attention out the window, Bill sat back against the leather seat and exhaled silently. Yes, he would have to get Evelyn in and out of Switzerland without delay. Thankfully, she was on her way to Paris now. Once she reached the city and contacted him, he'd arrange for a flight from Paris to London. They didn't have time for her to mess around with a water crossing from Calais. If the Germans continued at the pace they were going, they didn't have time for much of anything at all. Evelyn finished securing the straps on her suitcase and looked around the small attic room. Her purse lay on the bed next to the case, and there was nothing left to do but carry her suitcase downstairs and leave. She would miss Josephine, she realized with a shock. She didn't know the woman well, but somehow they had become like sisters in the short time they'd spent together. They had always got along well, but now Evelyn felt as if there was an invisible bond between them. They were on a par with each other now, fighting the same fight, and somehow that made Josephine like the sister that she never had. Evelyn smiled at her sentimentality and picked up the suitcase, pulling it off the bed. She grabbed her purse with her other hand and turned to leave the room. It had been sheer luck that they'd parked on the field adjoining the farmhouse, but she was glad they had. She was glad to have spent this short time with Josephine, Mark and Luke. If nothing else, the three of them had shown her clearly that dedication and loyalty crossed the line of family and status. They had become family out of necessity, but their loyalty to each other was unquestionable. It showed Evelyn what would be needed in the long months ahead. There was no way to fight this war alone, and she had to stop thinking as if she could. As she went down the stairs to the ground floor, Evelyn felt a pang of envy. Josephine was settled in one place, working with the same people, building a network based on trust and loyalty. She, on the other hand, had been to 3 different countries in 2 months, not including England, and had met and worked with different people each time. Somehow she thought she'd rather have Josephine's arrangement. Almost as soon as she thought it, though, Evelyn found herself shaking her head. No, she wouldn't trade travelling for all the farmhouses in France. She loved it, and loved meeting different people in different cultures and societies. And she was good at it, she was discovering. She seemed to be able to make contacts and gain trust fairly easily, and none of them had any inkling that she wasn't exactly who or what she pretended to be. That was why Bill had recruited her, for her ability to travel within Europe, speaking the languages and blending with the populace, until no one would even dream that she was, in fact, an English spy. That was her strength, and where she could help the most in this war. While she still envied Josephine's easy friendship with her team, Evelyn recognized that she was happiest doing what she was doing, even if it was tiring to be constantly on the move. "I'll take that the rest of the way," Luke said, appearing from around the corner at the bottom of the stairs. "Going to the kitchen. Josephine made coffee and Mark has gone for fresh pastries." "Fresh pastries!" she exclaimed. "I feel like royalty." Luke laughed, taking her suitcase from her hand. "He had to go into Maubeuge early to meet with someone, so he said he'd get a few things, bread and pastries and some cheese and wine for you to take with you." "Oh, that's not necessary," she protested. "You've already done enough for us." He insisted. "Mark likes people to think that he's rough, but he's not. His heart is as big as he is." Luke waved and went out the front door with her suitcase. Evelyn smiled and turned to go down the corridor to the kitchen, the smell of coffee greeting her as she went. "Luke just took my suitcase and went out the door," she said, entering the large and sunny kitchen. "I hope he's not going to carry it all the way out to the car." "I brought it around to the house," Jens said from the table, "so he's only taking it a few feet." "Oh, good." Evelyn smiled at Josephine and went over to the coffee pot on the stove. "He said Mark went into Maubeuge." "Yes, he had to meet someone very early, so he's bringing back some food for you to take with you." "That's really not necessary, but I'm sure we'll be glad of it later today," Evelyn said, filling a cup. "I've been looking at the map, and Marl isn't very far at all," Jens said. "No, it won't take you much more than an hour to get there," Josephine told them. "You should be on your way to Paris before evening." Jens smiled at Evelyn. "See that? You might be home by nightfall." "And you will have your first look at Paris," she replied. "I just wish it was under better circumstances." "It is life right now," he said with a shrug. "At least I am here."
Josephine got up from the table. "I'd almost forgotten. I have that letter of introduction for you. Luke and I both signed it. I'll go get it from the other room." Evelyn nodded and carried her coffee over to the table, sitting down and sipping it.
"It's very good of her to write that letter," Jens said. "I still feel like a fool when I think about the information I sent on to Asp."
"Then I wouldn't think about it," she said with a quick smile. "You'll take what you have now to this Marcel, and we'll be on our way. You'll never have to think about the wretched Asp again."
Jens nodded and fell silent for a moment. Then he looked at her with an unreadable look on his face. "What will you do if the Nazis break through and go to Paris?" he asked.
"I suppose I'll go south to my family."
"I don't know what I shall do," he said slowly. "I don't know anyone in France, and I don't know where to go."
Evelyn looked across the table at him and felt a wave of sorrow go over her. He had committed treason against his government by stealing secret information to pass on to the French in the hopes that it would help them. He had risked everything to do what he could for a cause that was not his own, but that he believed in. Now he was in a strange country with no friends, no family, and no idea what to do next. It was a position no one should have to be in, and yet there were hundreds of Belgians just like him, all looking for an escape from the threat of the Third Reich. She didn't even know if he had any money with him. Aside from her, he was completely alone in the midst of a war that was getting increasingly closer by the hour. She couldn't imagine anything more terrifying. "We'll think of something," she said, reaching out and squeezing his hand. "Don't worry, I won't abandon you to your fate in Paris." "Here it is," Josephine sung out, coming back into the kitchen, flourishing an envelope. "All signed, sealed, and ready to be delivered."
"I really appreciate this, thank you," Jens said, taking the envelope.
"It's quite all right. You give that to Marcel, and he'll take care of everything else." The sound of a door slamming and voices in the house made them all look towards the hall. Footsteps came down the corridor quickly, and then Mark entered with a bag in his arms, Luke close behind.
"It's as I feared," Mark announced, carrying the bag over to the counter. "The German troops have broken through the Ardennes."
"Completely?" Evelyn asked, staring at him.
"Completely. They're at Sedan, or they will be by late afternoon."
He turned to face them, his face grim.
"The unthinkable has happened."
"Well, they still have to cross the Meuse," Josephine said after a second of stunned silence. "Our army will stop them from doing that."
Luke snorted. "What army? They're all in Belgium."
"But we must have divisions at Sedan," she said, looking from Luke to Mark.
"The only division we have is inexperienced and positioned behind Sedan. They won't be very effective, if at all," Mark said. "I think we need to prepare for the fact that the Germans will be in France in the next day or so, and once they're in, there's absolutely no defense between Sedan and Paris. They will be in Paris in a matter of days."
His words fell heavily over the group, and Evelyn swallowed, her heart sinking. It was happening then. Despite all their warnings and all the intelligence they'd gathered, Hitler was still moving into France at lightning speed. Blitzkrieg.
Josephine looked at her, her face white.
"If you're going to get to Paris while it's still safe, you need to leave," she finally said, her voice strained. "You still have to stop in Marle on the way."
"Surely you don't think they will go right through Sedan that quickly?" Jens asked. "It will take time to cross the Meuse."
"I wouldn't count on it," Luke muttered. "They made it through the Ardennes forest in 3 days. I don't think a little water will stop them now.
Our army certainly won't."
Evelyn was startled at the note of bitterness in his voice, and she glanced at Mark to find the same look of disillusionment on his face. They were disgusted with their army, and there was no reason to be yet. The Germans hadn't breached Sedan or the Meuse or crossed into French territory. Yet they were behaving as if the SS was already in Paris. "Come on, Jens," she said, gulping down the rest of her coffee and pushing her chair back. "Josephine's right. We need to be on our way while we still can."
"I put a bag of supplies into the back seat of your car," Mark told Jens as he stood up with Evelyn. There is food and water and a bottle of wine. It will be more than enough to get you to Paris."
"Thank you so much," Evelyn said, smiling at him warmly. "You really shouldn't have, but we're very grateful." Mark looked uncomfortable and shrugged, looking away.
"Josephine told me what Jens is trying to do. We look after our own," he said brusquely. "Just take care of yourselves."
"We will."
Josephine got up and hugged Evelyn. "Don't stop. Just get to Marle, see Marcel, and then go straight to Paris."
"Of course." Evelyn pulled away and looked at her friend. "What will you do?"
"We will stay here until we can no longer do so," she said with a shrug. "If Sedan falls, we will go to Mark's uncle and continue. The fight must be fought, and we will continue to do it. You understand, I know."
Evelyn nodded and reached out to squeeze Josephine's hand. "Until next time, my friend," she said with a smile, before releasing her hand and turning to pick up her purse from the table.
"Godspeed to you," Mark said, holding out his hand. "I hope to see you again in better days."
Evelyn smiled and grasped his hand. "Then you shall." Jens said his goodbyes, and a moment later they were crossing the small garden at the back to go around the corner of the house to the car.
"They are extraordinary people," he said in awe. "I've never known any more doggedly determined people in all my life."
Evelyn looked back at the farmhouse as they reached the car. The sun was getting higher in the sky as the morning wore on, bathing the house in a yellow glow. She smiled sadly, and then looked at Jens. "There is nothing so extraordinary about them," she said. "They are fighting for their country and their freedom. Thousands of others are doing the same, yourself included."
"I betrayed my country to help yours, and now my country is overrun," he said, opening the door so that she could get into the passenger seat. "I'm not fighting for anything."
"Oh, but you are, Jens. You gathered information to help the fight against tyranny. You're not wielding a gun, but never doubt that you're fighting for freedom just the same."
Evelyn got into the car and looked up at him.
"Whether you planned it or not, you just joined the ranks of Josephine and Mark. You're one of them now. Never forget it."
Marle, France. Eisenjäger stood across the street from the house in Marle, watching it dispassionately. He'd arrived in the small town late in the afternoon the day before to find that it boasted only one café. There was no question of trying to gather useful information from the people there, as was his custom. In towns of this size there was no point. They wouldn't talk to strangers, especially ones who were foreign, even if he did pass for Swiss. The best he could do was to listen. Thankfully he was very good at that. By the time he'd finished breakfast that morning, he not only knew where Asp lived, but also knew that most of the town distrusted him. Pierre Lucien, that was his real name. He used to be a factory worker outside of Paris, though now they weren't sure what he did. He travelled a lot, and when he was home, he kept himself to himself. He was likeable enough, they agreed, but his reticence was met with suspicion. There was no reason for a man to be that secretive about what he did every day. None at all. Eisenjäger sucked on his cigarette, never taking his eyes from the house across the road. It was a very strange situation he found himself in, nothing like what he was used to. He had to go see this Asp, but had no inkling of why Hamburg thought the man would be able to help him find Jens Bernard. He didn't like not knowing who people were, or why they would be able to help him. He preferred to know exactly what he was dealing with. Fewer mistakes were made that way, and there were fewer opportunities for failure. This Asp was an unknown factor, and Eisenjäger didn't like unknown factors. He was still delaying the walk across the street 5 minutes later, when the front door to the house opened, and a tall man stepped out, turning to shake the hand of someone who Eisenjäger could only assume was Asp. After shaking his hand, the door closed, and the tall man turned to walk down the path to the street. Eisenjäger's eyes narrowed sharply and he sucked in his breath. He knew that man, or at least he knew of him.
Everyone in the SS knew of Obersturmbannführer Hans Voss. The man had created quite a reputation for himself over the course of only 2 years. When Eisenjäger had gone over to the Abwehr, Voss had been climbing the ranks of the SD with speed and tenacity. He was determined to break into the ranks of the senior command, and Eisenjäger had no doubt that he would accomplish it. Men like that always did. They wanted prestige and power more than anything, and they usually got it. What the hell was he doing here? Eisenjäger scowled and watched as Voss turned and walked away from him down the street. What business did the SD have with Asp? And what did that mean for his own dealings with the man? There was only one thing he could do, and it would have to be done before he went to see Asp. He would have to contact Hamburg again and advise them of this new development. They would have to instruct him on his course of action. If he had his own way, he would neutralize Voss and go about his business. But the presence of the SD here meant that Asp was something altogether different from what he'd first supposed, and he had to know exactly what before proceeding. Eisenjäger turned and disappeared down the alley between 2 buildings, making his way back to his car and his wireless radio. Asp would have to wait. Chapter 24. RAF Duxford. Miles sipped his tea and read the letter in his hand, smiling occasionally. He read it through, set it down, and reached for his neglected plate of sausages and mashed potatoes. He'd spent the morning patrolling over the North Sea, returning for lunch to find a letter from Evelyn waiting. His day suddenly seemed a bit brighter, especially after reading about the latest dust-up with her pilot officer friend, Fred Durton. That man really was something else. He seemed to be destined to get into scrape after scrape, mostly brought on by his own idiotic penchant for practical jokes. Yet Evelyn seemed to enjoy him, and Miles admitted that if he ever got to know him, he probably would as well. Cutting into a fat sausage, Miles glanced at the letter laying on the table next to his plate. It was dated the 10th of May, and Evelyn wrote in the letter that she was on her way to tea and wanted to post the letter on her way, so it was written after lunch. Yet there was no mention of the invasion into Belgium, or of the Germans moving through Luxembourg unopposed. In fact, he realized with a frown, there was no mention of anything aside from the day-to-day happenings on the station. Before he could think any more about it, a shadow fell across his plate. He looked up to find Slippy standing there with a tray containing his lunch and a pot of tea. "Mind if I join you?" he asked cheerfully. "Of course not," Miles said, nodding to the empty seat across the table. "Did you just come down?" "Yes, a little ahead of schedule, I'm afraid. My fuel gauge was acting up, trying to tell me that my tank was empty." Slippy set his tray down and settled himself across from Miles. "It wasn't. Turns out the gauge is broken, so I could have continued without worry. But how was I to know? How was your morning?" "Bloody boring. We didn't see a thing." Miles folded up Evelyn's letter and slid it back into the envelope. "Jerry's too busy over in Belgium. And France. Did you hear they're bombing cities in France now?" Slippy picked up his knife and fork, preparing to dig into his lunch. "Targeting civilians, by all accounts. What kind of a sick bastard targets civilians while their army is off fighting miles away?" "The Nazis, apparently." "Well, it's jolly shabby of them. It's things like that that will be their downfall. You can't cheat at cricket and then expect it to be welcomed in all the good clubs." "Something tells me Hitler has no interest in playing cricket at all, let alone doing it honourably," Miles said dryly. "He's a plebeian, my dear boy. He has no idea of what's right or proper. And yet he's knocking on France's door." Slippy looked up from his plate and lowered his voice despite the fact that they were quite alone in the corner of the mess. "I overheard the CO and Bertie talking outside just now. The CO doesn't think the RAF is a match for the Luftwaffe over in France." Miles raised his eyebrows. "What?" "He says there aren't enough planes over there, and those that are there are outdated." "He's only saying that because there aren't many fighters there," Miles said with a grin.
Between the RAF and the French Air Force, we should be a match for the Jerrys." Slippy shook his head. "That's not what they were just saying outside. Apparently, we've lost more planes than anyone knows. The CO says we've lost at least 70 in just 2 days.
Miles stared at him, his knife and fork poised over what was left of his sausages and potatoes.
"What? That's the face I made too," Slippy said glumly. "Doesn't bode very well for us, does it? I mean, if our planes can't keep up over there, how long will it be before the Jerrys are over here?"
Miles blinked and turned his attention back to his plate. Pushing the last piece of sausage onto his fork, he raised it to his mouth, his mind spinning. He'd had no idea they were losing so many planes. All they'd been told was that it was going well in the skies over Belgium. With a shock, Miles realized that the upper echelons of the RAF must have severely underestimated the true force of the Luftwaffe. For them to have lost 70 planes in 2 days, they must be either greatly outnumbered or facing much more experienced pilots. He just hoped it wasn't both.
"You were reading a letter when I came over," Slippy said after a few minutes. "Is it from your wife?"
"Yes."
"And how is the fair maiden of Northolt?"
"She's well."
"When do we get to meet her? We're all dying to, you know."
"So I've been told."
Slippy grinned at him. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think you didn't want to introduce her to us. But I know that can't possibly be the case. We're far too much fun."
"I barely have time to see her myself. Why would you ever think that I'd be willing to share what few precious moments I do manage to steal with you lot?"
"Do you know what your problem is? You act like we're running out of time."
Slippy pointed his fork at Miles.
"You think you have to hold on to all your stolen moments because they'll go away. It's utter nonsense. We have all the time in the world."
"Do we really? I think the French would beg to differ."
"That's because they're French. They're too excitable and always expect the worst."
"Panzer divisions have gone through the Ardennes forest, Slippy. They're heading into Sedan."
"What?"
The other man looked up, startled.
"When did that happen?"
"Sometime this morning, I believe. I heard it on the wireless as I came in. They expect them to be in Sedan by nightfall."
"Well, bloody hell."
"Precisely." Miles picked up his teacup and took a sip. "So you see, we don't have all the time in the world. I'll be very surprised if we even have a few weeks." Somewhere outside Avesnes-sur-Helpe, France. Evelyn watched as Jens unlatched the spare tire and lifted it from its mount. Of all the ridiculous things to have happen, it would have to be a flat. "Can I help at all?" she asked, getting out of the way as the tire bounced when he set it down. "No, it's all right. It will just take some time." He glanced up at her as he rolled it to lean against the car near the deflated back tire. "I really do hate changing these." "I think everyone does," she said with a grimace. "Shall I at least pass you your tools? I feel like a complete fool just standing here watching." Jens laughed and opened his metal toolbox. "You can talk to me while I work," he told her. "It will distract me from how much I dislike this." "If you dislike it so much, why do you keep a car?" "Changing a tire is the only thing I dislike about driving. I'm happy to do any of the other maintenance and repairs. Tires always frustrate me. I never feel like I have them on tight enough and spend the next week waiting for it to come off while I'm driving." "It's really very difficult for that to happen, you know." Jens peered up at her. "Do you know cars, then?" "Yes, a bit. When I learned to drive, my father insisted that I learn to repair the car and know how to maintain it. He said it was like anything else in life. You must commit to it fully or not at all. And of course the last thing you want is to be stranded on a road without knowing how to get going again." "Wise man, your father." She watched him for a minute, then looked around the deserted road. Fields stretched on either side of them, and there wasn't another car in sight. "I'm glad you had everything you need to fix it," she said. "I don't know when we'll see another car. We seem to be quite in the middle of nowhere." "Of course we are. Isn't that always when these things happen?" he muttered, wrestling with a stiff lug nut. "I suppose so." "How did you and Josephine meet?" he asked a few moments later, once he'd got the bad tire off. "We met in Strasbourg before the war," Evelyn said, "in a library." He looked at her doubtfully. "A library?" he repeated, laying the bad tire on the ground and turning to the spare. "I suppose I can picture you in a library, but not her. She really doesn't seem the bookish type." "And I do." "Yes, actually, I imagine you've read all the classics." He glanced at her with a grin. "Am I right?" She smiled ruefully. "For the most part. I may have missed one or two." "That's what I thought." He turned his attention back to the tire. "But Josephine seems more of a cinema girl." Evelyn didn't answer. She had nothing to say, really. The truth was that they had met in a library, but neither of them had been looking for reading material. "When did she get involved with the 12e Bureau?" he asked a few minutes later. "I don't know," she said honestly. "But you knew what she did when we saw her in the field the other night?" "Well, yes." The look he shot her was as searching as it was brief. As he lowered his head to the tire again, Evelyn exhaled silently. He was beginning to put two and two together, she realized, and was asking questions. All the right questions, unfortunately. She supposed it was inevitable that he would begin to question what it was she did after having spent a day with her and Josephine. It was bound to make him wonder if there was something more about her that he didn't know. She steeled herself for half an hour of dodging, probing questions and comments, mentally readying herself. But no more came. Jens went back to fixing the tire, seemingly dropping the subject. Checking her watch, Evelyn stifled a sigh. It was getting on for noon already. They wouldn't reach Marl much before tea-time at this rate, and who knew what awaited them there? Josephine and Luke had both vouched for this Marcel, but Evelyn knew how quickly the simplest meeting could turn into a much more complicated affair. With the Wehrmacht bearing down on Sedan, she sincerely hoped that this wouldn't be one of them. "Do you think we can trust this Marcel?" Jens asked suddenly, unwittingly echoing her own thoughts. Evelyn looked at him for a moment before shrugging. "I hope so," she replied. "Otherwise we'll have to find another way to get your information to the proper people, and I have no idea how we'll manage it." "I wonder if perhaps I should just destroy it and be done with it," he said slowly, sitting back and wiping his brow. A streak of black dirt appeared on his forehead. "It seems to be causing more trouble than it's probably worth." "The only ones who can know that for sure are the French intelligence ministers," she said. "You've already come this far. It would be a shame to stop now." Jens looked at her for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed and turned back to the tire. "I suppose you're right." "If Josephine and Luke trust this man, then I'm sure we can as well," she said with more optimism than she felt. "Everything will be fine. Soon we'll be in Paris, and the only thing you'll be worrying about is where to go first for dinner." "Or where we'll be going to escape the German army." "And if that's the case, we'll face that when it happens," she said briskly. "There's no point in worrying about more than one thing at a time. Let's get one thing sorted out at a time." "I wish this tire would get itself sorted out," he muttered, reaching for a different tool. "If we ever get back on the road, it will be a miracle." "Do you know, I'm beginning to believe in miracles." Marl, France. Hans shifted his weight and leaned against the side of a building. He was standing in the shadows of an alley across from Asp's house, watching and waiting. He had spoken to the man earlier in the day, showing his identification card and telling him that he was aware of his activities. Asp had been more than impressed. Voss could have asked for the moon, and the man would have tried to obtain it. It was only proper after all. Hans was his superior in every way. When he told him that he wanted to know if a female courier had approached him to pass on a packet of stolen plans, Asp had seemed very disappointed to tell him no. Upon learning that Voss believed the woman was on her way to contact him, he agreed to do whatever it was that Voss required. Now all Hans had to do was wait. He was just reaching into his coat for his cigarette case when a shiver of awareness streaked down his spine. He started to turn, but froze when he felt the cold press of metal against the back of his neck. "I could have killed you 5 different ways,
before you ever realized I was behind you."
A deep voice spoke in German, rolling over him like smooth silk.
"I expected more from an officer in the SS."
Hans sucked in his breath, his blood running cold at the calm and yet somehow terrifying voice. Who was this man? And how did he know who he was? More importantly, who would dare pull a weapon on an officer of the SS?
"I suppose you're wondering who I am, and why I dare to accost you," the voice continued without emotion. "I am perhaps the one person in all of Germany who does not fear you or what you can do."
"Then you do not know me well," Hans said coldly. A soft chuckle greeted that, and the metal was removed from his neck.
"I know you better than you think. I am Eisenjäger."
Hans swung around, staring at him.
"Ah, I see my reputation precedes me. Good. Then no further explanation is necessary."
Eisenjäger tucked his pistol back into the holster at his waist and pulled out a slim card wallet, handing it to him. Hans opened it and examined the identification card. It sported a full name that was, no doubt, false, and a photo of the man standing before him. It was signed and stamped by every department head of every section, all the way up to the Abwehr. Looking up, he encountered a perfectly polite and perfunctory smile as Eisenjäger held out his hand to take back the identification. Hans handed it back reluctantly, studying him. He was as tall as Hans was himself, with jet black hair and a perfect pencil moustache. He looked completely unremarkable, forgettable almost, and Hans wondered if this was really the fearsome assassin who had tales whispered about him in the canteens. He looked more like a salesman or businessman than a vicious killer.
"None, aside from what you're doing here," he said finally, "or why you felt it necessary to pull a gun on your superior."
The smile Eisenjäger gave him was chilling.
"But you're not my superior," he said softly. "You are nothing to me. I am not part of your world anymore."
Hans glowered but couldn't argue. All of Canaris' spies were sheltered and exempt from the standard code of hierarchy that governed every other branch of the military.
"What brings you to Marl?"
he asked tightly, turning his attention back to the little house across the street.
"I'm looking for someone. I was sent here to consult with Asp. When I saw you here earlier today, I contacted Hamburg. We've been instructed to work with each other, as our respective operations have regrettably collided."
Hans shot him a look over his shoulder.
"Work together? I hardly think that's necessary."
Eisenjäger shrugged.
"You may, of course, contact your superiors in Berlin and verify the order."
Hans pressed his lips together, his eyes narrowing. The assassin was too confident. It had to be true. If he contacted Berlin for confirmation, he would merely be wasting precious time and possibly miss catching his courier altogether.
"That won't be necessary,"
he said, turning back to watch the house.
"Who is your target?" "A Belgian. He fled from Brussels 2 days ago. I've been tracking him ever since. And you?" "I'm looking for a courier. She took possession of a packet in Antwerp last week, and we want it back before it falls into the hands of the English."
Hans flicked him an assessing look.
"What is your business with the Belgian?"
Eisenjäger didn't answer, but merely stared back at him amused. Hans was betrayed into a snort of laughter.
"Of course. Well, if possible, I'd like my courier alive. There are some questions I'd like answered." "I don't see any reason for either of us to get in each other's way,"
Eisenjäger said smoothly.
I've made arrangements with the agent inside. Hamburg believes that my target is carrying information stolen from the Belgian State Security Department. Asp will turn out the lamp in the front window and draw the curtains to signal that my target is inside. I will take it from there.
Hans was quiet for a moment, then sighed. I will watch and allow my courier to make contact with Asp, he said, sharing his plan reluctantly. If she gives him the package, he will let her leave through the front door. If she does not, he will have her leave by the side door, at which point I will then pursue her.
Very well. I don't see any reason that our respective operations should interfere with each other, unless, of course, they arrive at the same time. But that's unlikely to happen, isn't it?
Hans nodded. Both men were silent for a moment, and then Hans glanced at him.
It's unlikely, but if it were to happen, mine must take priority. The package she carries is wanted back by High Command. If it were to fall into the hands of the British, it could have very grave consequences.
Eisenjäger considered him for a moment, and Hans had the impression that he was weighing every angle of every scenario behind that expressionless facade. Finally, he nodded curtly.
Agreed.
Hans relaxed and turned back to the house.
Good.
The two men fell silent again, and Hans wondered how on earth it had come to be that his operation had coincided with that of an assassin. He may work for Canaris, and he may gather information on occasion, but everyone knew that Eisenjäger's primary responsibility was to dispatch souls to the afterlife, if there was such a thing as an afterlife. In this instance, however, it appeared that Eisenjäger was to be both spy and assassin at the same time.
How do—
Hans broke off as he looked around. The assassin had disappeared just as silently as he had come. Disconcerted, Hans scowled and turned his gaze back to the house cloaked in long shadows as the sun sank beyond the horizon. He'd never liked Eisenjäger, he remembered suddenly, hunching his shoulders and burying his hands deeper into his pockets. It didn't matter that he'd never met him before this evening. He had never liked the idea of him. He had been trained by the SS, excelling in all areas. But instead of advancing into the SD as Hans had, he had gone over to the Abwehr instead. No one knew why or even when. As far as Hans was concerned, the man had abandoned his family, and that was something the SS just didn't do. His personal feelings on the man didn't matter at the moment, however. Eisenjäger had his mission, and he had his. The assassin was welcome to do whatever it was that he did best, just as long as he didn't interfere with his courier. The woman was all Hans cared about. Getting that package back was all that mattered. Chapter 25. Evelyn and Jens stood before the door of a 2-story stone house at the end of the road. It sat on a corner with a house on one side and an open field across the road on the other. It looked much like every other house around it, with nothing to set it apart aside from the crooked plaque next to the door that looked as though it had seen better days.
Are you sure this is it?
Jens asked doubtfully.
It's what Luke wrote down, she replied, passing him the slip of paper Luke had handed her the night before. See for yourself.
Jens glanced at the paper, then back at the house. Nodding, he raised his hand to knock, but the door opened suddenly before his knuckles could make contact with the heavy wood.
Yes?
A man stood before them dressed in grey trousers and a cream shirt with suspenders. His grey eyes pierced into Evelyn's before shifting to Jens. He looked to be a little older than her brother Robbie, but the lines at the corner of his eyes suggested that his life hadn't been as carefree as her brother's, at least not recently. He looked very tired, and Evelyn wondered if perhaps it had been a mistake to come here.
Marcel?
Jens asked. The man nodded and looked from one to the other. "We are friends of Luc Barrineau," Evelyn said with a smile, glancing at Jens. "I am Marie Fournier, and this is Jens Bernard. He said we should visit you as we were passing Marle on our way to Paris." Marcel raised his eyebrows in surprise, and his face seemed to soften slightly. "Did he? Then you should come in." He stepped back and motioned them into the house, glancing into the street before closing the door. It opened into a small entryway with a corridor ahead of them and a parlour to the left. He waved them into the parlour. "I'm sorry to intrude in this manner," Jens said, turning to face him. He pulled the sealed letter from his inside pocket and handed it to Marcel. "I think this will help to explain." Marcel nodded and took the envelope, glancing at his name scrawled across the front. "Please have a seat," he said, motioning to a small couch placed under the window. While they moved to sit, he tore open the letter and read it quickly. His face remained neutral, giving no indication of his reaction to what he was reading. When he was finished, he folded it and dropped it onto a desk a few feet away. "So, you are escaped from Brussels," he said, turning to look at them. "How bad is it?" "It wasn't when we left, but I understand it's very bad now," Jens said. "The Luftwaffe is bombing all the cities heavily." "So I've heard. I'm sorry. It must be very hard for you to leave your home." Marcel crossed over to a chair and sat down, crossing his legs. "Josephine writes that you carry information with you. What kind of information?" Jens hesitated, and Marcel smiled faintly. "I need to know, or I cannot help you." "I work, or at least I did until the other day, for Belgian state security," Jens said slowly. "It seems strange to be telling you this. Please forgive me." Marcel waved a hand impatiently. "We all work somewhere. It's how we do what we do. Go on." "I'm a radio operator. My group worked on intercepting and decoding traffic between the Wehrmacht Division Command and Berlin." Jens cleared his throat. "A few months ago I was approached by a man who said he worked for the 12e Bureau. He asked me to pass on any information that could help the Allies. I agreed. I've been sending information to him ever since." "And then the invasion happened." "That's right. In the days leading up to the invasion, I was able to decode and copy several messages, much more than I ever had before, and they detailed the command structure and, more importantly, the battle plans for the invasion of England." "What?" Evelyn stiffened and looked at him in shock. "England? But they haven't even got to France yet." "They're not far off," Marcel said dryly. "Where are these messages now?" "I have them with me. When the invasion began, I fled to France with the intention of passing them on to my contact." Jens flushed faintly. "Josephine tells me that would not be a wise thing to do." "Who was your contact?" "Asp." The first flicker of emotion Evelyn had seen yet appeared in Marcel's face, fleeting and gone before she could be sure it had ever been there. "I see. Josephine was quite right. It wouldn't be a good idea at all. Asp is passing information to the Germans. Anything you give him will end up in Germany, not with the Allies." "Can you get it to someone who will know what to do with it?" "I can, but why don't you take it directly to the British?" "I wouldn't know how to go about it," Jens confessed. "I thought the 12e Bureau would pass it along." Evelyn bit the inside of her cheek to stop from displaying any outward reaction to that. Good God, if she had known what was in the messages, she could have saved them both a trip. "Anyway, there are also points about the invasion of France and what demands the Germans will make upon the French government," Jens continued, unaware of the inner struggle happening beside him. "So you see, it is pertinent to both France and Britain." Marcel nodded and was quiet for a moment, thinking, and Jens looked at Evelyn. She smiled encouragingly, still smarting from the revelation that she could easily have taken the information to Bill instead of sitting here in a parlour in Marle while panzers rolled into Sedan. "Have you contacted Asp since you arrived in France?" Marcel asked, breaking the silence. "Yes, he's expecting me."
Then you must go. If he suspects that you're aware of his association with the enemy, it won't be safe for either of you. You must go and take him the information. But I can't. You just agreed that I can't. You won't be taking him the real messages, Marcel assured him with a quick smile. I'll put together a false packet, including just enough fact to make it believable if he reads it. May I have the messages? Jens hesitated, then nodded and stood up, removing his coat. Evelyn and Marcel watched as he turned the collar inside out and pulled at the seam. It came away easily, and he folded it back to reveal several thin sheets of paper pinned into the lining. I didn't know how else to carry it, he confessed, carefully unpinning each sheet. If I were searched at the border, I would have been arrested as a traitor. Very good thinking, Marcel said approvingly, getting up and walking over to accept each sheet as it came away from the coat lining. I commend you. Jens nodded and finished unpinning the last sheets, handing them to Marcel. That's all of them. Marcel nodded and went over to the writing desk, spreading them out on the surface. This will take some time. When are you to be there? I didn't set a time. Good. Marcel sat down. If you go down the corridor, there is food and drink in the kitchen. Help yourself to something while I do this. We're fine, Evelyn said with a smile. Thank you. Mark sent us away with a full bag of bread, cheese, grapes, and pastries. Mark? Marcel looked up. Oh, yes, he's a friend of Luke's, isn't he? I believe he's their radio operator. That's right. What's he like? I've heard he's very rude. Jens choked, and Evelyn couldn't stop the laugh that escaped. He's very abrupt, but I didn't find him rude at all, she said. He was nothing but kind to us. Good. I'm glad I've been misled. Luke and Josephine are good people, and they deserve to work with the same. Marcel turned his attention to the papers on the desk. Unfortunately, it wasn't always the case for Luke. His first associate turned out to be a traitor, working with a German agent out of Austria. Another one? He looked up from the messages in surprise and looked from one to the other. I see Josephine didn't tell you, he said after a moment. Luke's first assignment was with Asp. Evelyn gasped, and Jens paled. No, she didn't mention it, he said. No wonder she was so certain Luke would help by writing the letter of introduction. Marcel turned back to the messages, and silence fell over the parlour as he went through them and jotted down certain lines onto a separate piece of paper. Jens put the lining of his coat back under his collar and laid the coat over the arm of the couch before sitting down again. Evelyn watched Marcel while he worked, bent over the pages before him, oblivious to their presence. Who was he? He obviously knew the intelligence network in France well. Josephine had said he worked in Paris most of the year, and she could readily believe it. He spoke with a Parisian accent, and his mannerisms reminded her of Nicolas. He was well-spoken and smart, and she wouldn't be half surprised to find that he came from similar social circles as herself, despite this unassuming little cottage. Perhaps he worked in the government? That would explain his access to people who could act on the intelligence he passed on. I'm sorry, do you have a washroom? Jens asked, breaking the silence some time later. Yes, upstairs. It's the first door on the right. Marcel didn't even look up. I'm almost finished writing out the messages we'll give to Asp, then I have to type them up. I have some paper that will do nicely. It won't be much longer. Jens got up and left the room, leaving Evelyn alone on the couch. She got up restlessly and walked over to the bookcase on the opposite wall, reading the titles on faded spines. What brings you to Marle? Marcel asked the question suddenly, startling her, and she swung around in surprise. Pardon? I know why Monsieur Bernard is here, but not why you are. Marcel laid down his pen and turned to face her. How did you end up with him? I met him while I was visiting Brussels. When the invasion began, he offered to drive me back to Paris. What were you doing in Brussels? It seems a strange place for a young woman such as yourself to be alone, especially right now.
I'm a personal secretary for a man who does quite a lot of business in Belgium. I was there to deliver some papers for him and arrange for a meeting with a few of his clients.
Evelyn gave him the standard cover story, but frowned when he simply stared at her.
What?
Without a word he picked up Josephine's letter and held it out to her. Evelyn went over to take it. Read it. She unfolded the sheet of paper and read it through, her face flushing as she did so. Josephine told Marcel that Evelyn was an agent working with MI6 and that she personally vouched for her discretion and integrity.
Oh.
She refolded the letter and handed it back to him, offering a sheepish smile.
So you know the truth.
A smile grazed his lips. Yes, so let's try this again. Why are you in Marle?
The first part is still true. I did meet Jens in Brussels, and he did offer to get me back to Paris. I'm trying to get back to England.
And Bernard? Will he go to England with you?
I don't know. I hadn't planned on it. But if the Nazis get through at Sedan—
Her voice trailed off and she shrugged. Marcel's grey eyes pondered her for a long moment, then he nodded. I understand. You're a very good liar, by the way. If I hadn't read that letter, I would have believed you. You add enough truth to make it real.
I add enough truth so I don't trip up and give myself away, Evelyn said with a short laugh.
That brought a genuine smile to his lips, and he tapped a long finger on the desk thoughtfully. My name is Jean-Pierre, he said suddenly, standing and holding out his hand. Marcel is my alias. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Evelyn swallowed, taking his hand. Evelyn, she heard herself saying before she could stop it.
Marcel smiled, shaking her hand, and then released it. He cleared his throat.
Don't mention my name to Jens. Only a few know it, and I'd prefer to keep it that way.
I agree. I've heard that the package was smuggled out of Germany, containing blueprints and plans for extensions to the plants in Stuttgart that produce engines and munitions, he said in a low voice. That package was passed to a female agent in Antwerp and is believed to be heading for MI6.
Evelyn looked at him, careful to keep her face emotionless. Oh?
He nodded. I've also heard that the SS has one of their best officers trying to retrieve it. If that is true, the agent is in very grave danger.
Her mouth went dry, and Evelyn felt her stomach lurch. An SS officer? In France?
His eyes bore into hers. Be very careful, mademoiselle. There are many who will help him willingly.
She swallowed and nodded, forcing a smile.
Thank you, she whispered. There is no need to thank me. We are on the same side, you and I. We must take care of each other.
With those words, Marcel went back to the desk, gathering the sheets of paper into 2 stacks before picking them up.
Jens came back into the room as he was turning away from the desk with a stack in either hand. I'll go downstairs and type up the packet to take to Asp, he said. I won't be long. Please make yourself at home. Go into the kitchen and get yourself some wine. Please. I insist.
Evelyn nodded and looked at Jens. Come on, let's go have a drink. Something tells me we'll be glad we did.
Jens looked at her and nodded, picking up his coat from the couch. They followed Marcel out of the parlour, and as Evelyn went down the corridor to the kitchen, she was grateful for the dim lighting to hide her pale cheeks. The SS was looking for a woman carrying a package containing stolen plans for munitions factories. She had no idea if they had a description, a name, or anything to go on, but she had to assume they had all 3. It would be foolish not to. And as Marcel had pointed out, the Germans did have their sympathizers, and there were always people willing to assist them. And she was about to go and see a man who was a double agent for them. Eisenjäger sat in the darkness behind the wheel of his car, his head back against the headrest and his eyes fixed on the house halfway down the street. He was parked in the shadows of an ancient yew tree on the corner, watching Asp's house. Voss, he knew,
had stationed himself in the alleyway across the road from the house. He had a much closer view, but Eisenjäger could see the whole street from his vantage point. Not only would he see if anyone approached the house, but he would also see where they came from and where they went. He had no reason to be right on top of the house. His job would be done elsewhere once the targets had left. Shifting in the seat, he adjusted his long legs with a grimace of discomfort. He'd been sitting in this position for the better part of 2 hours, and he had yet to see any sign of either the Belgian or the woman. A lone boy on a bicycle had arrived half an hour ago to deliver a wrapped package, but no signals were made from the house, and so he continued to wait. While he was sure Voss would be getting impatient, he himself was in no rush. If Asp was Bernard's contact, then he would show up eventually. Setting his head back again, Eisenjäger thought of Voss standing in the alley, waiting for the woman to appear. In his opinion, the woman was a fool if she did. She'd brought the package all this way already. Why not take it to Paris herself? Why risk bringing it here? She must know that the SS were on her trail. He hadn't given the woman much thought before now. Who was she? Did she work for the French? Or was she one of MI6's agents? Voss called her a courier, which would suggest that she was working for the French. As far as Eisenjäger was aware, MI6 had no couriers in Europe anymore. They'd lost them all in that ridiculous Venlo affair. He frowned. He didn't like not knowing anything about a target, but his orders were clear. Allow Voss to retrieve the package, then move in and eliminate both the Belgian and the woman. It was strange that. First they wanted him to bring the target into Berlin without harming him, and now they changed their mind. He was no longer a person of interest to them. Obviously whatever they wanted from him was already obtained, or they'd found someone else who could get them what they needed. And as for the woman, well, that was more a matter of expediency. They didn't want any witness to Voss's presence in France before the army had crossed the border. Eisenjäger pursed his lips thoughtfully. They had also been quite clear about not allowing Voss to interrogate the Belgian. Now why was that? What could he possibly know that they wouldn't want to fall into the hands of the SD? The whole thing was very odd, to say the least. Then again, he reflected, any time the SS was involved, things were bound to get strange. They were the dramatic ones, the SS. That's what came of being born out of the ashes of thugs who had won the Führer the chancellorship. Nothing short of blood and pain ever gave them a sense of accomplishment. And whenever there was senseless violence, things ceased to be clear and straightforward, just as this operation had ceased to be simple and straightforward. Stifling a sigh, he rubbed his eyes. No, that wasn't quite fair. It was still a simple operation. All he had to do was execute both targets as soon as they had what they needed from them. Nothing complicated about that. It was only Voss who stood to make it complicated. And Eisenjäger had absolutely no doubt that the Obersturmbannführer would manage to find a way to do so. Chapter 26. Evelyn walked beside Jens, her hands in her coat pockets, and the breeze stirring her hair under the brim of her hat. It was dark, and the small town felt very hostile and unfamiliar to her as she walked, making her glad of Jens' comforting presence beside her. Their footsteps echoed on the pavement, and she tried to ignore the very acute feeling she had that they were being watched. It was only nerves stemming from Marcel and his warning as they left to be alert and look over their shoulders. He had been talking to Jens, but his eyes had flicked to her face when he said it. The warning had been taken. They turned the corner of the street where Asp's house was located, and Jens glanced at her in the darkness. "In his message, he instructed me to go to the side door," he said in a low voice. "All right. You don't have to come with me, you know," he said, repeating the same thing he'd said before they left Marcel's. "You can still turn back." Don't be absurd. Of course I'll come with you, she said briskly. There's no reason in the world why I shouldn't. It could be dangerous. Evelyn was silent, reflecting that it wouldn't be the first dangerous situation she'd been in. But of course Jens had no way of being aware of that. She was hardly going to leave him to face a German double agent alone. This was the first time Jens had ever done anything like this, and his nerves showed. She couldn't just leave him to get on with it. "There it is," he said suddenly, nodding to the next house. He looked down at her. "This is your last chance to back out." She tucked her hand through his arm. "Don't be silly. I'm looking forward to it." "What? You can't be serious." "But I am. This is all very exciting. I feel like I'm in one of the American spy films." Jens made a strangled noise and chuckled despite his apparent unease. He looked around the dark house and paused under the street lamp in front of Asp's house. "It feels strange to go to the side door," he said, looking at the house before him, "almost as if we're sneaking around." "Perhaps that's where everyone goes," Evelyn suggested, looking up at him. "Some people don't use their front doors regularly. If he's one of them, it might arouse less suspicion from the neighbours to have everyone go to the side." He nodded and started down the narrow path that ran between Asp's house and the neighbour. "That's true." Evelyn was silent as she walked beside him, resisting the almost overwhelming urge to look over her shoulder. Someone was definitely watching them, she thought with a start. She didn't know how she knew, but there wasn't a doubt in her mind that they were. Every instinct she had was screaming a warning, but there was nothing she could do. She had committed to going with Jens into the lion's den, and she wouldn't back out now. They would go, deliver the false package, and leave as quickly as they could. And then they would be on their way to Paris, where they could disappear, at least temporarily, into the city crowds. She knew just how to talk, act, and to blend into just about any arrondissement she liked. Evelyn knew Paris just as well as she knew London, and she defied even the cleverest of SS officers to try to locate her once they crossed into the City of Light. They just had to get there. Halfway down the side of the house was the side door, painted a dark green that had seen its share of winters. Jens stopped before it and glanced at her. Then, taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and knocked. Evelyn glanced down the narrow alley between this house and the next, looking towards the street, still unable to shake the feeling that someone had been watching them. There was no one in sight, and the night was quiet. Lights burned brightly in the windows of the house next to them, but there was no sign of anyone peering out the windows to see who was visiting late at night. All seemed well in the little town of Marl. The door opened before them suddenly, and Evelyn found herself looking at a man of average height who leaned towards the stocky end of the spectrum. He stood in the doorway, looking from one to the other, then wordlessly stepped back and opened the door wider, motioning them inside. Taking a deep, silent breath, Evelyn followed Jens into the house. Voss straightened up and threw his cigarette away when a couple turned the corner at the end of the street and started up the sidewalk. There had been others who had walked down the road only to proceed past Asp's house, but something about these two was different. They seemed nervous, or at least the man did. He kept looking around as if he expected someone to jump out from behind the bushes and attack them. The woman, on the other hand, seemed completely unconcerned, her head held high and her stride light and even. He would be willing to bet that that was Eisenjäger's young Belgian, Hans decided, watching them. Who, then, was the woman? Someone who had fled from Brussels with him, more than likely, perhaps a girlfriend. He watched as they walked along the sidewalk, waiting to see if they stopped across the road or continued on. As he watched, the woman tucked her hand inside his arm and looked up at him. They were too far away from Hans to see, but he would bet that she was smiling. She was definitely not nervous or worried about anything. Perhaps he was mistaken, and it wasn't the Belgian after all. Perhaps they were just two lovers out for a walk. Hans leaned against the side of the building again, his eyes never leaving the couple making their way down the street. It was getting late, and he was getting tired. If someone didn't show up soon, he was going to get irritable. There was only so long he could stand in this alley watching the very uninspiring facade of the double agent's house. He scowled. It was all the fault of the incompetent idiot in Antwerp who had allowed the courier to get away with the package in the first place. If not for him, Hans wouldn't be here now. He would be in Berlin, presenting his superiors with the stolen plans for the Stuttgart plants. The couple stopped under the street lamp in front of Asp's house, and Hans stilled, raising his eyebrows. Then the woman partially turned and looked up at the man with a smile. The light from above fell across her face, and Hans straightened again with a soft gasp, shock rolling through him. He stared at the pale hair and large eyes that he knew were the colour of bright cornflowers, his fists clenching at his sides. It was her! It was Rätsel! Or Jeanne, as she was called by MI6. It was the woman from the cafe in Strasbourg all those months ago. The English spy who had been leading him around in circles for over a year was smiling brightly up at a clearly nervous young man directly across the street from him. Staring at her face, Hans was stunned. She was so close. He had lost her in Strasbourg, and then one of his agents had lost her again in Oslo. After that failure, the task of hunting her down was taken away from the SD and handed over to the Abwehr. By that time, her value had been recognized by men much higher than himself. A beautiful young woman who spoke German perfectly and worked for the British government? She was a threat that couldn't be ignored, especially after she assaulted an SS man in an alley in Stockholm, leaving him unconscious. After the Abwehr took responsibility for her apprehension, Eisenjäger had been put on her trail in Norway last month. Hans's lips twisted sardonically. For all his arrogance, even the famed assassin had failed, and Jeanne had once again slipped through all of their grasps. And now, unexpectedly, here she was. He watched as the two turned and started down the path that ran between Asp's house and the one next door. They were almost to the side door, when the realization of what this all meant hit Hans with such a force that he sucked in his breath, his skin flushing and then growing cold. The courier wasn't a courier at all, but the English spy, Jeanne. He hadn't been chasing a mere courier from Brussels. He'd been chasing the very woman he'd been looking for since that summer afternoon in Strasbourg before the war began. He couldn't believe his good fortune. Not only would he get back the stolen plans that Berlin was so desperate to keep out of British hands, but he would also be the one to bring back Jeanne, the elusive British agent who was becoming bothersome in her tendency of showing up where they least expected her. Operation Nightshade would be a success, and his place in the senior command would be assured. Unless Eisenjäger had also recognized her. Hans cursed and pressed his lips together. Somewhere nearby, the assassin was also watching, waiting for his Belgian target to show up. If he had recognized Jeanne just now, as Hans had, he would be just as determined to claim her. His was an open contract, Hans knew. He had failed in Norway, but he would continue hunting her until he found and killed her. Hans clenched his fists again unconsciously. He couldn't let that happen. Jeanne was all his. Eisenjäger lifted his head from where it was laying against the headrest and watched the couple that paused under the lamp outside Asp's house. They weren't the first pedestrians to walk down the road in the past 4 hours, but they were the first to stop outside the house. After a moment, they turned and walked down the path between the two houses and disappeared from view. He knew there was a side door. Voss had mentioned it earlier. They could be going to the side door, or they could simply be cutting between the houses to get to the street behind. There was no way for him to see from his position down the street. He would have to wait and see if the light went on in the front window. That was the only thing that concerned him. It would tell him that at least one of his targets was there. He wondered if it was Jens who had just walked down the path. If it was, who was the woman? Given how the rest of this mission had gone, it didn't seem likely that he would have the absolute good fortune of having both targets together. That was far too easy, and nothing had been easy up until this point. She was probably a girlfriend fleeing with him from Brussels, he decided dispassionately, watching the front window down the street. Whoever she was of no interest to him aside from the obstacle she presented in getting to Jens. He hadn't expected his target to have a companion, but that wasn't very much of a problem after all. Even the most devoted couples didn't stay together 24 hours of the day. He would simply wait for a few of those moments when Jens was alone. It was a few minutes later when a shadow appeared behind the lamp in the window. The light went out, and the curtains were pulled closed behind the lamp, blocking the view inside the house. Eisenjäger sat forward and started the engine, shifting into gear. He would move up so that he was closer to the house. When Jens left, he would get out and follow them on foot. Voss could continue to wait for the courier. He pulled the car over across the road from Asp's house, stopping just past the alley where Voss was lurking. He smiled faintly at the thought of the SS man standing for hours while he'd been sitting in a car. He turned off the engine and looked over to the house. He now had a clear view down the narrow alley and of the side door. Whether Jens left by the front door or the side, he would see him. Eisenjäger shifted in his seat so that he could watch more comfortably. He thought of Voss and his arrangement with Asp to retrieve the information given to him by the courier. Eisenjäger had no such instructions from Berlin. He didn't even know if Jens carried information, although the last transmission had made it seem as if he might be. Frowning, he realized that he didn't know anything about his target at all. Why did Berlin want him in the first place, and why had they changed their minds now? Had Voss been given instructions regarding any papers that might have been passed from the Belgian, in addition to those carried by the courier? Shaking his head, he pushed the questions aside. He wasn't here to gather information that may or may not be in the house across the road. He was here for one purpose, to kill Jens Bernard and the courier who had carried a package all the way from Antwerp. That was it. And that was precisely what he would do. Chapter 27. "I'd given up on your coming today," Asp said, leading the way down a corridor towards a room in the front of the house. "I'm glad you made it. Who is this you've brought with you?" "A friend," Jens said. "She was trapped in Brussels when the Germans launched the invasion. I offered for her to come with me." Asp motioned them into the sitting room and smiled at Evelyn as she followed Jens into the room. "And does your friend have a name?" he asked, following them. "Annette Beaumont," Evelyn answered, turning and smiling. "Jens didn't tell me what your name was. In fact, he's been very mysterious about this whole visit. All he would tell me is that you're an old friend." She held up her hands, a picture of amused despair. "What shall I call you?" "My friends call me Asp. I hope you will as well, mademoiselle." "Asp? What a funny name. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant no offence." Asp smiled. "None was taken. It's a silly name. It's one I've carried since I was a boy in school. I'm afraid I never really got rid of it as we grew older." "I'm sure there's an interesting story there," she said gaily before glancing at Jens. She sobered comically and looked at Asp again ruefully. "Although I don't think Jens shares my enthusiasm. I've been told I have a tendency to talk too much, and I suppose I'm doing that now. I'll refrain and let you boys have your discussion." "It won't take but a moment, and then you may talk to your heart's content," Asp assured her, walking across the room towards the window, where a small desk held a lamp. "I'll just draw the curtains for privacy." Jens had been watching the banter between them with a look of bemusement on his face. As Asp walked away from them, he shot Evelyn a look of confusion. She smiled calmly, and shook her head very slightly. She had given the alias to their host in a moment of sudden panic, forgetting that Jens only knew her by Marie. But when Asp had asked her name, the only thought in her mind was that if the SS were truly on her tail, they would know the name Marie Fournier. The last thing she wanted to do was gamble on the chance that Asp hadn't heard that name yet. "I must get this lamp fixed," Asp was saying as he drew the heavy blackout curtains closed. "If I so much as knock the table the light goes out. It's really a nuisance sometimes." "I'll take a look at it if you like," Jens offered. "I'm good with electrical things." Asp turned away from the window, waving the offer away. "No, it's quite all right. I'll take care of it later. Now, I believe you said you had some letters for me?" he asked, glancing at Evelyn. "From our old professor?" Jens swallowed and nodded, reaching into his coat pocket. He pulled out a rolled leather folder and held it out. "I'm sorry for the delay. The invasion sent everything into chaos," he said with a smile. "Please don't think anything of it," Asp said, taking the roll. "You're very fortunate to have been able to get out of Belgium as quickly as you did. I've heard that the Germans are bombing the roads now and targeting the citizens trying to flee." Evelyn gasped, feigning shock. "No!" Asp nodded soberly, and turned to carry the roll across the room towards the window. "Yes, mademoiselle, it's a very sad business." They watched as he bent down and pulled back the rug in front of the window. Evelyn's eyebrows soared into her forehead when he pulled up part of the floorboard to reveal a hidden compartment. He dropped the roll inside and replaced the board. "You must stay for a drink," he said, replacing the rug. "I have a very good port that I think you'll like." "Thank you, but Annette is anxious to get to Paris," Jens said. Evelyn inwardly winced at his slip, her breath catching in her throat. She managed to keep her face neutral as if nothing had happened, while her heart started pounding. Asp looked up sharply, his gaze piercing, before he stood up again. "What a shame. Another time, perhaps." He walked over to a side table and opened a box, pulling out a cigarette. "You were in Brussels, mademoiselle? Were you visiting friends, perhaps?" "No, I was there to deliver some messages and make appointments for my employer. I'm a secretary for a businessman. He was detained at a conference in Switzerland and sent me to Belgium in his stead."
"How unfortunate for you." Asp held out the box, offering them a cigarette, then closed it and put it down when they both shook their heads. "I can't imagine anything more unsettling than being in a country while it's being invaded." He lit his cigarette and went over to the fireplace to toss the match into the empty hearth. Evelyn glanced at Jens behind his back, to find his face pale and his lips pressed together. She touched his hand, willing him to relax. The man looked like he was about to be forced off the plank into shark-infested water. "I heard the most interesting thing this morning," Asp said conversationally, turning back to them. "They say that someone stole plans for several munitions factories in Stuttgart a week ago. The plans were smuggled out of Germany and into Holland, where they were then carried by a courier to Antwerp." "Oh?" Jens found his voice. "What happened to them?" "That's the interesting part. They were passed on to another courier, a woman by all accounts, who then took them to Brussels." Asp slid his gaze to Evelyn's face. "The SS is very eager to get them back, and have sent officers looking for her."
"Goodness!" Evelyn murmured, her eyes wide. "How frightening!"
Something like a smile graced his thin lips, and Asp nodded in agreement. "Yes, I can't think of anything worse than having the Gestapo after me." He sucked on his cigarette and blew the smoke up to the ceiling, his eyes never leaving her face. "I'm told they don't know what she looks like, but they have the name she was using in Brussels."
"I can't imagine that will get them very far," Jens said. "If they don't know what she looks like, how can they find her, really? Anyway, she's probably passed the package on by now if she's a courier. When was this?"
"A few days ago. You're probably right. If she was simply a courier, then she would no longer have the package."
Asp considered the glowing tip of his cigarette.
They think she is trying to get the plans to the British. If she is, and she isn't a simple courier as they think, then she would have fled Brussels when the Germans invaded. I'd imagine she tried to get to Paris, where she could contact the British.
Couldn't she do that from anywhere in France? Evelyn couldn't help herself. Why would it have to be Paris?
Perhaps it doesn't. He looked up suddenly and pinned her with a piercing gaze. Perhaps she's simply from Paris.
This is all fascinating, but I confess I don't know why you're telling us, she said with a smile, pleased when her voice came out steady and calm.
I haven't told you the most interesting part, Asp said with an answering smile that made the fine hairs on the back of her neck stand up. My source told me that the woman's name is Marie. Evelyn licked her suddenly dry lips.
And why is that interesting?
Well, my dear, I would have thought it was obvious. Jens called you Marie just now.
I didn't, Jens protested. Well, I mean, I did, but that's because she reminds me of my cousin Marie.
Asp smiled indulgently at him. Of course she does.
Evelyn felt her limbs begin to tremble, but she ignored the feeling as the byproduct of fear. Something Sifu had long told her was nothing but an overabundance of adrenaline, fed by her own imagination. Strange how even in the face of an enemy who had obviously put two and two together, thanks to Jens's blunder, she was thinking of random teachings from her martial arts classes years before. If the SS is so intent on finding this woman, then I wonder why you're telling us all of this, she said, meeting his gaze coolly. Surely it only puts you in danger to be passing on this information.
I'm only in danger if I am caught, he pointed out with a smile. I think you're both misunderstanding me, so let me be very blunt. I believe you are Marie Fournier, the woman who is carrying stolen plans from Belgium to give to a British agent here in France.
Jens sucked in his breath and looked from Asp to Evelyn, then back again. Fournier? That's the woman's name?
Yes.
Jens looked at Evelyn. But that's impossible, isn't it? You're not her, are you? No, of course not, she said quickly. Do I look like someone who would be carrying stolen plans across Europe? Jens shook his head and ran a hand through his hair. No, but I don't think I look like someone who would be carrying stolen decoded messages across Europe either. Asp watched them with interest. His eyes narrowed.
How fascinating. Did you really not know? He asked Jens.
Turning to Evelyn, he inclined his head slightly.
I commend you, mademoiselle.
There is no need to, I assure you.
Why don't you let me help?
He asked, throwing his cigarette butt into the hearth.
Give me the package, and I'll ensure that it gets to an agent who works with MI6. I know a man in Paris who has been in contact with them. He will know how to get it to them quickly.
Even if she had it, which I don't believe that she does, why would you do that? Jens demanded. Why would you risk it?
For the same reason that I risk passing on the information that you've been sending me, Asp replied with a shrug. According to the man I spoke with this morning, the SS have sent one of their senior officers to find you. He is already in France. It will only be a matter of time before he finds you. If that happens before you've been able to pass it along—
He let his voice trail off and shrugged again. Evelyn felt her spine stiffen, and a flash of anger went through her. The man had seen an opportunity and was going to do everything he could to get the package back himself. It would be quite a feather in his cap to present the Germans with their missing plans. He was an opportunist, and would sell everyone he knew to the highest bidder if it would benefit him. It was people like him that would extend this war, turning friends against family until there was no trust or faith left. In a sudden instant of clarity, Evelyn realized that the man smiling so suavely at her was the epitome of everything she loathed and hated, and the very reason she had agreed to join MI6 and fight for all that was good in this new world they were living in. He symbolized the smug arrogance that had propelled ordinary men and women into this war. That arrogance was the reason she was standing in this shabby little sitting-room in a country village in France instead of in her own gracious drawing-room at Ainsworth Manor. And she was suddenly furious. "Even if I did have it, I would hardly give it to someone I don't know in the hopes that he might be able to pass it on to someone else," she said coldly. "If I had gone through the trouble of carrying it all the way from Antwerp, through an invasion, and over the border into France, why on earth would I part with it now?" "Because you are in immediate danger of being captured by the SS," he said. "I'm only concerned for you, my dear, and the package you carry. It must be preserved at all costs. Surely you can see that." "Surely you can see what a ridiculous conversation this is," she retorted irritably. Jens glanced at her and frowned. "I think there's been some kind of mistake," he said, looking at Asp. "She doesn't have this package. You said yourself that a courier would have passed it on long before now. It would be insane to carry something like that out of Belgium in the midst of an invasion." "Would it? Would it be better to leave it in Belgium and risk it finding its way back into German hands?" Asp countered. "Open your eyes, man. She has it. She hasn't had the chance to pass it on to anyone." "I'll tell you what," he said, turning his attention back to her. "I'll give you 1,000 francs in exchange for the package." 1,000 francs! Jens exclaimed, shocked. "Are you mad?" "I'm concerned that the information she carries will fall into the wrong hands," Asp replied sharply. "I'm willing to pay to ensure that doesn't happen." Both men missed the flash of pure fury in blue eyes before them. "You can keep your money," Evelyn said, her voice deadly and quiet. "I neither need nor want it. Even if I did have the package you're talking about, I wouldn't take your money in exchange for it, even if I had a gun held to my head by Himmler himself." The amiable look disappeared from Asp's face with her words, and his lips thinned. "I can assure you that if Himmler were holding a gun to your head, you wouldn't be so quick with your words," he snapped. "I think you do have the package, and I think you have it with you now. You would never leave it in a suitcase or in a car. It's far too valuable. What's to stop me from taking it from you?" Jens blustered angrily, but Asp ignored him, his eyes on Evelyn's face. He took a step towards her, his mouth twisted into something resembling a snarl. "You've been very clever to carry it all this way, even in the teeth of the German advance into Belgium, but you won't carry it any further. That package will not leave this room." The room was filled with complete silence for a charged second, as Evelyn and Asp stared at each other, both filled with anger and resolve. Jens stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with alarm, watching Asp in apprehension. For that one suspended second in time, no one moved. And then Asp lunged for Evelyn. Evelyn saw him move and, instead of backing away, stepped forward to meet him, her left hand swinging up to block the hand reaching for her. While she blocked with her left, her right hand sliced upwards towards his neck. Before he had any idea what was happening, the side of her hand slammed into his throat, crushing his esophagus, at the same time that her left hand twisted and grabbed his wrist. Within seconds, Asp was on his knees before her, his right arm twisted around behind him at an impossible angle, choking from the blow to his throat. Before she could raise her right hand again and deliver a blow to his temple, Jens suddenly lurched into action. With a roar he lunged towards them, and Evelyn looked up, startled, as he flew towards her. Before she could stop him, he pushed her violently away from Asp, forcing her to release the hold she had on his arm. She stumbled backwards, gasping and trying to catch herself, just as a flash of steel appeared in Asp's left hand. Asp jumped to his feet, a revolver in his hand, and spun around to find Evelyn. He found himself facing Jens instead and snarled, raising the revolver. Jens knocked it out of his hand with a cry, and the gun skidded across the floor, coming to a stop near Evelyn's feet. She ignored it.
Her eyes locked on the two men. With his gun gone, Asp resorted to his hands and grabbed for Jens's throat. The struggle that ensued was as brief as it was intense, with Jens trying to pry strong fingers away from his neck. Gasping for air, he stopped pulling at Asp's wrists and punched him in the throat, right where Evelyn had struck him seconds before. Asp gagged, and his hands fell away from Jens's throat as he tried to suck in air through his damaged windpipe. Before he could recover, Jens shoved him away, trying to put as much distance between them as possible. Staggering, Asp lost his balance and fell backwards. A sickening crack filled the room as his head smashed into the corner of the stone mantel above the hearth. Before either Jens or Evelyn could react, he fell sideways towards the stand of hand irons sitting near the hearth. She watched in horror as his head hit the stand, then swiftly covered her face with her hands and turned away as the poker went through his neck. She heard the final thud as his body came to rest before the empty stone hearth, and lowered her trembling hands, taking a ragged, deep breath. Nausea rolled over her, clenching her throat and making her double over. Then, forcing down the bile that threatened in the back of her throat, she took another deep breath, and another, until she was able to slowly straighten up again.
"Is he?"
she whispered, not turning around to look. "Dead." Jens's voice was hoarse and strained. "Oh, God, he's dead."
London, England. Henry poured himself a drink and carried it over to his favourite armchair near the fireplace. In the winter months there would be a hearty fire roaring in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. Spring had truly settled over England, however, and there was no need for the warmth from a fire, so the hearth stood empty. Settling into the leather chair, Henry's eyes flicked to the dark fireplace. He missed the fire, but readily admitted that there was no point in burning one just for the aesthetics of it. He sipped his whiskey and soda and leaned his head back, exhaling in contentment. It had been a good day. The Panzers had made it through the Ardennes more quickly than anyone had expected, and had rolled into Sedan to find not one French soldier in sight. They would now construct the bridgeheads to cross the Meuse and be in France in no time at all. Everything was going according to plan, according to his contact in Zurich. England was about to see just how powerful the Third Reich had become. In addition to that news, he had also received a very satisfactory message from his handler. He had been worried about that, if the truth were known. After visiting Ainsworth Manor and discovering one of Bill's men installed as a guard, he had had no choice but to send a message to Berlin, advising them of the situation. Rather than admit his own failure, he had simply explained that he believed the plans to be lost. He pointed out that while he hadn't been able to locate them, neither had the British. They had a man placed in Robert's main residence, undoubtedly to see if they would surface. It only made sense that if the missing plans were there, they would have surfaced by now. Yet they hadn't. He finished by respectfully suggesting that they accept that the package may be buried forever. The only man who knew its location had taken that knowledge with him to the afterlife. Henry really hadn't been expecting a favourable response. In fact, he was fully expecting the opposite. Instead, he received a message this evening through an unusual avenue. He had been instructed to go to a restaurant in a shabby area of London. There he had been handed a thick envelope. Inside was a rather lengthy response to his message, and £500. Amazing that. Instead of being chastised, he was given money. Completely unnecessary, of course, but he would take it without question. An extra £500 in cash could always come in handy. Setting his drink on the table beside his chair, Henry reached into his pocket to pull out the letter. Rereading it, a faint smile curved his lips. They admitted that the plans might very well be gone for good, but they weren't convinced that they might not still surface. However, given the advance into Belgium and Holland and the speed with which their men were making their way into France, they instructed him to leave the question of the missing plans for now. Instead, they wanted all information he could find regarding the Allied agents in France, both English and French networks, as well as all the known meeting points. As their forces made their way through France, the SS would find it useful to know where potential threats were, in order to ensure they did not interfere with the complete and utter victory of the Third Reich over France. And so he had received a reprieve. He folded up the letter and laid it on the table, picking up his drink again. At least for the time being, Berlin was content to set the question of the missing documents aside and allow him to focus on easier, more pressing matters. Sipping his drink, Henry couldn't stop a smile of satisfaction from settling on his face. He had obviously proven his worth to the men in Berlin. It wouldn't be long now before he was recognized and rewarded for his work in London. Once the BEF and French army were crushed in France, there would be nothing to prevent Hitler from moving on to England. Germany would become the largest world power next to the United States. When that happened, his efforts on their behalf would be rewarded, and his place in the Third Reich would be assured. But first, he had to gather all the information he could on the new fledgling networks in France and Belgium, and he knew just where to begin. Chapter 28. Evelyn heard the words, but somehow her brain refused to process them. "Are you sure?" she demanded. "Maybe he's just unconscious." "The fireplace poker went clean through his neck," Jens said, his voice strangled. "There's blood everywhere. If he wasn't dead after his head hit the mantel, he is now." "Well, check his pulse." "What? He's covered in blood." "We have to know for sure. We can't just leave him if he's not dead. We have to get help." She heard Jens move towards the fireplace, and then silence. "Well?" she finally demanded. "He's dead." Jens sounded calmer now, even if his voice wasn't quite steady. "What do we do?" "What do you mean? How should I know?" "Well, I've never killed a man before," Jens exclaimed. "I've never even seen a dead body before." "Neither have I," she shot back, her voice sounding high-pitched even to her own ears. They were both silent for a moment. Then she exhaled loudly, still refusing to turn and look. "What can we do?" she asked, trying to think. "It's not as if we can bring him back to life. We'll have to leave and pretend that nothing happened." "But there's a dead body, and blood." Panic was edging back into his voice, and Evelyn nodded. All right, she said soothingly. "Let me think." "Aren't you going to turn around?" Jens asked after a second. "Not until you cover him up." Jens hesitated, then sighed. "I suppose I can understand that," he said. "What can I use? I don't want to use my coat." "No, we can't leave anything behind." Evelyn looked around, careful not to look in the direction of the fireplace. "Use that blanket on the back of the couch." Jens crossed the room to pick up a woolen blanket from where it was draped over the back of the couch. As he passed her, he looked into her face and paused. "It's all right," he said, trying to reassure her. "I'll cover him up." Evelyn nodded, realized that she was shaking, and wrapped her arms around herself to try to stop the trembling. A moment later, Jens cleared his throat. "It's safe now." Evelyn slowly turned around. Jens had covered the body with the blanket, but blood was spreading out from under it in a pool. With a shudder, she looked away, and her eyes fell onto the rug before the window. She stared at it for a minute, and then her trembling stopped, and numbness stole through her. She suddenly knew what they had to do. She went over to the rug swiftly and tossed it out of the way, opening the hidden compartment in the floor. She looked up to find Jens watching her speechlessly. "Toss me that bag hanging by the door," she commanded, pointing to a dark canvas shoulder bag. Jens looked to where she was pointing and went over to get the bag. He brought it back to her with a bemused look on his face. "What are you doing?" "We can't leave all this here," she said, pulling out the leather roll Jens had given Asp. Beneath it were 2 packets of papers tied with string, and several stacks of money. "We're taking it with us." "There must be 20,000 francs there," Jens gasped, staring at the stacks of bills. "We can't take that." "It's money he got from selling out his countrymen," Evelyn said coldly. "We can, and we will. We'll give it to people who can use it." "I could use it," Jens muttered. "I only brought what I had in cash in my apartment." She looked at him and nodded. "Then you will have it," she said, "but we're certainly not leaving it here for the Germans to take." She finished cleaning out the hidden compartment and put the floorboard back before replacing the rug. Jens watched her and took the bag she handed him as she passed on her way to a desk on the far wall. "You are that woman who took the stolen plans from Antwerp, aren't you?" he asked, watching as she began to open the desk drawers, going through them. "You're the courier." Evelyn glanced over her shoulder. "I'm not a courier." "Then who are you?" Jens walked over to stand beside the desk. "What are you?" She paused and looked up at him, then sighed and straightened up. "Everything Asp said was true," she admitted. "I did meet with a Dutch agent in Antwerp, and he did give me a package. I work for the British Secret Service, MI6. I'm an agent. I was sent to Belgium to retrieve the package and take it back to London." Jens swallowed and nodded slowly. "I suppose I should have realized you weren't a secretary when we ran into Josephine. That's how you two know each other." "We met in Strasbourg just before the war. I was a courier then. She helped me escape from an SS officer." Evelyn turned back to the desk and continued going through the drawers quickly. "It seems we both kept a secret from each other." Jens watched her, clearly still trying to process everything that had happened in the past half hour. "Do you think Asp was telling the truth about the SS coming after you?" he asked suddenly. "Yes." She glanced up at him. "Marcel told me before we left his house. Josephine told him who I was in the letter she wrote. And he warned me that an SS agent was looking for a woman who had been in Antwerp to pick up a package." Jens stared. "And you came here tonight with me, knowing that Asp was in league with the Germans, and knowing that he might lead them to you?" "Well, I came knowing there was a risk," she replied. "I didn't think it would play out quite the way it did, I'll admit. But yes." "That's my fault, isn't it? If I hadn't slipped and said Marie, he would never have known." Jens ran his hand through his hair and looked at her sadly. "I'm sorry." Evelyn nodded and finished going through the last drawer. "It's over now. We'll consider it a lesson learned." She straightened up. "There's nothing else here. Let's go. We need to get moving." "What about him?" Jens asked, looking towards the fireplace. "We're just going to leave him there?" Evelyn hesitated, blanching, then nodded, turning towards the door. "We can't call a doctor. It wouldn't do any good, and we certainly can't call the police. It doesn't seem right somehow." She paused and glanced back at the body covered with the blanket, a wave of horror going over her. "I know," she agreed softly. Then she looked up at him. "It was an accident. He was going to choke you, and he tried to shoot me. It was self-defense." He swallowed. "It doesn't make it any better." "No, but it's the truth." Evelyn turned to the door. "Come on, we need to get out of here. We'll go out the side door and take the alley to the next street. That way no one will see us leaving." They went quickly down the hallway to the door they had entered less than an hour before, and, a moment later, were in the narrow alley between the houses. Jens closed the door behind them, and they turned to walk away from the house. "If you work for MI6, I could have just given the decoded messages to you," he said in a low voice. "Then we could have avoided all of this." She looked at him sheepishly. "I know. It wasn't until you told Marcel what was in the messages that I realized I could have saved us this entire trip if I'd told you who I was." "I understand why you didn't." He glanced at her. "Marie isn't your real name, is it?" "No." "Will I ever learn your real name?" Evelyn hesitated, then shook her head. Before she could say anything, a shiver of awareness streaked down her spine. It was the same feeling she'd had several times, always when someone was following her. With a sudden frown, she turned her head to look behind them. Fear made her throat constrict at the sight of a tall man in a long coat moving silently down the narrow path behind him. A soft gasp escaped her, and her stomach lurched. Suddenly she knew, without even the shadow of a doubt, that the man was coming after them. Without thinking, she grabbed Jens's hand. "Run!" Hans threw away his cigarette and straightened up when the side door to the house opened and the couple emerged. There was no sign of Asp, but that meant nothing to Voss. If they were coming out the side door, Jeanne still had the package, and that was all he cared about. Eisenjäger got out of his car and crossed the road swiftly, bringing a scowl to Hans's face. The assassin was after the man, but once he got a good look at the woman's face, he would recognize her for who she was. Hans had to reach her before that happened. Turning, he ran to the end of the narrow alley where he'd left his car. He would head the couple off. The alley they were in opened onto a street at the edge of the small town. He would drive around and stop them there. Hopefully, he would get there before Eisenjäger. The engine roared to life, and he pulled away from the mouth of the alley, turning left at the end of the road. The assassin was welcome to the man, but Voss would be damned before he let him get to the English spy. Pressing his foot on the gas, he sped past Asp Street and came up to the road where the alley would lead the couple. He rounded the corner just in time to see them run across the street and disappear between two houses. Voss let out a low curse as Eisenjäger followed a few seconds later. There was nothing behind those houses but fields, and he knew that those fields wouldn't afford any protection until they reached a tree line at least half a mile away. He could stop them in the fields. A moment later, he was rounding the corner and staring at wide, flat meadows before him. A rough track separated the fields from the two houses they had fled between, and Voss rolled to a stop on the uneven dirt road, staring out over the expanse of grass and brush. He got out of the car with a frown, straining to see in the darkness. Behind him, Eisenjäger emerged from the narrow space between the two houses, breathing heavily. "Where are they?" he gasped, seeing Voss standing beside his car. "They're not here," Hans answered, rounding the hood of his car. "I don't see them in this field." "They must be." Eisenjäger stared out into the moonlit field, a scowl on his face as he tried to catch his breath. "They came down this way. There's nowhere else for them to have gone." "You don't see them, do you?" Hans snapped. "They're not out there." They stared at each other, then turned slowly to look at the houses behind them. One was dark and silent, while the other was ablaze with light. "If they didn't come out from the alley, they must have gone into one of the houses," Eisenjäger said. "I was right behind them. I know they didn't go back." "I'll check the dark house," Hans decided, starting towards it. "It looks empty. They may be hiding inside. You check the other one. The owner is obviously still awake. Perhaps he saw something." Eisenjäger didn't answer, but instead went towards the other house. Voss didn't spare another glance for the assassin as he went back into the narrow lane between the two houses. Light from the one on his right allowed him to see somewhat in the dark space, but he pulled a flashlight from his coat pocket anyway. Switching it on, he shone it around the alley and then over the side of the dark and quiet house. Either it was empty or the owners were away, he decided. If it was the first, there would be no problem searching it for the missing couple. Hans went further into the alleyway, and his light fell on stone steps leading down below ground level to a door standing slightly ajar. He smiled coldly. They had gone into the dark house, just as he suspected. Moving forward, he quickly went down the steps and pushed the door open, stepping into a pitch-black basement. He slid his hand into his pocket and pulled out a pistol, holding it in one hand as he shone the light around the cold interior. The ceiling was low, and the floor was dirt, hard-packed over time until it resembled roughly laid cement. There were no furnishings or boxes, nowhere for them to hide. The large square space was empty, save for a wooden staircase leading to a door in the far corner. Hans crossed the basement and went up the stairs, trying the door quietly. It opened easily when he turned the knob and he pushed it open, wincing at the loud creak the old hinges made as the door swung wide. Tightening his grip on the gun, Hans stepped into a narrow corridor that smelled strongly of must and damp. Playing his light up and down the corridor, he saw nothing but old peeling wallpaper and dirt. Not only was the house empty, but it hadn't been lived in for quite some time. He nodded and moved down the corridor towards a room at the end. They had to be hiding in here somewhere. All he had to do was find them. Eisenjäger knocked on the back door of the house with lights streaming from all the windows and brushed his hair back into place with a quick movement of his hand. As much as he didn't want to be seen, he wanted to find the couple more. If that meant speaking to a resident, so be it. It was a few minutes and a second knock later that he finally heard the lock clicking. The door opened, and a man dressed in an old smoking jacket over grey trousers peered out, a pipe hanging out of his mouth. He blinked at the sight of Eisenjäger standing on his back step, and pulled the pipe out. "Yes?" "I apologize for disturbing you so late," Eisenjäger said in French. "I'm passing through the village on my way to Paris, and was stopped on the street looking at a map when I saw two people run down the alley between your house and the one next to you. They seemed to me to be acting suspiciously, so I got out to follow them. It appears that they may have broken into the house next to you." "Oh, my!" the man exclaimed, his face creased in concern. "That's alarming." "I thought so, which is why I thought I'd warn you. Have you heard anything or seen anything?" "No, I've been in the front room reading and listening to the radio." The man sucked on his pipe and shook his head. "I would have heard something if they tried to come in here, I'm sure. They must be next door. That house is empty, you know. It has been for years. It was only a matter of time before something like this happened, I suppose." "It was a couple," Eisenjäger said after a moment of thought. "I suppose if the house has been empty for a long time, they could have gone in there for, well, a rendezvous." The man with the pipe grinned and nodded. "More than likely," he agreed. "They still shouldn't be trespassing, though. Someone really should go for the police." His tone was one of suggestion, and he made no indication that he was prepared to do so himself. Eisenjäger chuckled and rubbed his neck in a seemingly embarrassed gesture. "Oh, I'm sure that's not necessary for a couple trying to find some privacy," he said. "Perhaps I was being overly cautious. I was concerned that they might be trying to rob you, you see, but if you haven't heard or seen anything, I'm sure I was mistaken." "Well, you can always set your mind at ease and go next door," the man said, nodding in that direction. "The basement door is open. The lock was broken months ago, and it won't stay closed now. I'm sure that's where they went." Eisenjäger nodded and touched his hat. "I'll do that. I'm sorry to have disturbed you." He turned away from the door as the man nodded and closed it, locking it again. Anger, hot and furious, rolled through him as he went around the corner of the house and into the narrow alley. They were gone. He knew it in his gut. He'd lost not only the Belgian, but also the woman. Another wave of fury went over him. It was unacceptable. This was only the second time in his career that he'd lost his target, and the woman was involved both times. He'd recognized her in the alley outside Asp's house. When she had turned to look behind her, the face of the English spy he'd lost in Norway had looked back at him. He'd been shocked, giving her the few seconds she needed to grab her companion's hand and begin running. Those few seconds were all it took to ensure that he didn't have a clean shot to either of them, even with his long-range, high-powered pistol. And then Voss had compounded matters by driving his car right down the road towards them, alerting them to the fact that there were two people following them. If it hadn't been for Voss and his black sedan, they would have tried for the field, and then he could have followed. As it was, they had wisely decided not to race a car, and now they'd disappeared. He'd have to start all over again. If he'd known Jeanne was Voss's courier, he would have approached this entire thing differently. Voss would never have been given the opportunity to interfere. The Englishwoman was the responsibility of the Abwehr alone, and they had assigned her elimination to him. If he'd known she was here, Voss would have been ordered back to Berlin, and he would have neutralized both targets by now. Instead, he was facing an empty alley. Fury washed over him once more, and Eisenjäger clenched his jaw. Light emerged from the base of a stone stair, and Voss came up from the open door of the empty house. The look on his face was grim, and when he saw Eisenjäger he glowered. "They're not in there," he said. "The house is empty. Did you find out anything useful next door?" "No. The owner didn't hear or see anything." Voss cursed, and the two men started back towards the car in the lane behind them. "They can't just disappear, but I don't know where they went," Hans muttered. "They definitely didn't come out of that alleyway." "They must have," Eisenjäger snapped. "Humans don't disappear. They aren't ghosts. You saw the field yourself. There was no one in it." Hans wrenched open his door, motioning for Eisenjäger to get into the passenger side. "I'll take you back to your car." They got in and he started the engine, glancing at the assassin beside him. "They're on foot, and this village isn't big," he said after a moment of reflection. "We should be able to find them between the two of us. They can't get far without a vehicle." "They have a vehicle." Voss frowned. "What?" "They have a car. A blue Citroen. It's the man's." "Then we look for a blue Citroen. In a town this size, it shouldn't be hard." Eisenjäger looked out the window. He was right. It shouldn't be hard at all to find a blue Citroen with Belgian plates in a little village like this. His mood lightened. Perhaps he could still get his target, after all. As long as no one interfered again, he could have the Englishwoman by morning. Chapter 29. Evelyn stood perfectly still in the darkness, hardly daring to breathe, as she listened to the conversation at the back door. She and Jens were concealed in a pantry off the kitchen, accessed by going down 3 stone steps. The door at the top of the steps was closed and locked, but light shone through the crack above the floor. A shadow had crossed in front of the pantry on the way to answer the insistent knocking, and now she strained to listen to the conversation, her heart pounding. She could only make out a few words through the heavy door, but they were enough to convince her that the man outside was German. The accent was unmistakable, at least to her. Jens stood unmoving beside her, and she could hear his shallow gasps as he struggled to catch his breath. He was still breathless. For that matter, so was she. They had run for all they were worth, with the tall man closing the distance between them. Evelyn was sure he was going to catch them when they ran down the alleyway. In fact, she still wasn't sure that they were safe. The SS had found her after all. They must have been watching Asp, waiting for her to show up. But how did they know she would go there? They had to have been guessing that she would pass the packet on to him, but it seemed like an awfully large risk. It was one she wasn't sure she would have taken, yet it had paid off for them. She had shown up, and they had almost trapped her. While the tall man chased them on foot, another one in a black sedan had turned into the road just as they were crossing to go into the alleyway. She hadn't been able to get a good look at him, but the car had Belgian tags on it. It wasn't a local returning home late that had tried to cut them off at the field. The conversation at the back door ended, and she heard the click of the door closing, and then the sound of footsteps crossing the kitchen. She and Jens stood listening to the ensuing silence. The seconds ticked by, and he looked at her, nodding to the door. Evelyn shook her head, motioning to wait a minute longer. After what seemed like an eternity, the footsteps returned to the kitchen. A shadow appeared beneath the door, and the lock was unlatched. The door swung open and light poured into the darkness, making her blink in the sudden brightness. "You can come out now," the man with the pipe told them, motioning them out. "They're gone." "Are you sure?" Jens asked, going up the steps. "I watched them drive away." The man watched them climb out of the pantry and close the door after them. "They may return, though. You must leave quickly." Evelyn looked at him and nodded. "Yes, thank you for everything, Marcel." Marcel waved her thanks away. "Did Asp seem suspicious of the package I made?" "He didn't even look at it," Jens told him. "He just put it away. Unfortunately, he was suspicious of Marie." Marcel frowned. "What happened?" "It's my fault.
She introduced herself as Annette, but then I slipped and started to call her Marie. It turns out he already knew the SS were looking for a woman named Marie who had travelled from Brussels. They must have been there earlier. Marcel looked from one to the other. What did you do? How did you convince him that he was wrong? We didn't. Evelyn sank onto the edge of a seat at the kitchen table. He tried to... Well, to be honest, I'm not sure what he tried to do. He lunged for me, and before any of us knew what was happening, he had pulled a gun. What? Jens struggled with him, she said, suddenly very tired. He lost his footing and fell against the mantel. He's dead. Marcel stared at her, speechless. Jens moved to stand beside her, laying his hand on her shoulder. It was an accident, he told Marcel defensively. He was trying to strangle me and I pushed him away. He tripped and fell backwards. I couldn't stop it. My God! Marcel breathed, running a hand through his hair. What did you do with him? What could we do? We left him there. Marcel turned to pace across the kitchen restlessly, then turned back, a worried frown on his face. I can't pretend to be upset, and I know there won't be many in this village who will be, but the police will have to investigate. Between the SS and the police, you must move quickly and get out of the area. He looked at Jens. We have to assume that the Germans know your car. You can't take it. It will be too risky. They might be looking for it. But we can't walk to Paris, Evelyn exclaimed. We have to take the car. He shook his head. No, leave the car here and take mine. We can't do that. You'll be in danger if they see the car here. Marcel went over to a hook on the wall and took down a set of keys. They won't see it. I'll cover it and leave it where I usually park mine. No one will even notice. Our cars are about the same size. He carried the keys over to Jens and held them out. You must take it, he insisted, when Jens hesitated. Go to my flat in Paris. I'll come as soon as it's safe. We'll switch cars again then. Are you sure? Jens asked, taking the keys. What if the Germans get past Sedan and cross the Meuse tonight? Then you'll see me sooner, Marcel replied dryly. Now hurry. You must leave before they return, and I have to get your car covered and out of sight. He went over to a pad on the counter and scrawled an address on it, tearing the piece of paper off. Here's the address in Paris. He handed it to Evelyn with a smile. I'm sure you'll know just where it is. She looked down at the address and nodded. I know this area. I thought you might. Now you both must go. I'll meet you there in a few days. Evelyn stood up, and she and Jens turned towards the door. As she reached it, she turned back and held out her hand. Thank you, she said, her eyes meeting his, for everything. Without your warning, I would not have been prepared. He smiled and shook her hand. Oh, I think you would have managed just fine, he said slowly. You're stronger than you think. He looked over to Jens and held out his hand. You both are, even though I know you don't feel that at the moment. No, I don't, Jens admitted, shaking his hand. I know. Just remember that this too will pass, and you will be even stronger for it. Now go, and Godspeed to you. Paris, France, May the 13th. Late afternoon sun was pouring through the tall windows in the living room, filling it with light, when Evelyn walked in. She smiled at the sight of Jens fast asleep on the sofa. It was much too short for him, and his legs hung over one end, sending a wave of remorse through her. They had arrived at Jean-Pierre's apartment in the early hours of the morning, exhausted, and she had taken the bedroom without thinking. Now, looking at how uncomfortable Jens looked, Evelyn felt sorry for not offering to sleep on the couch. She would have been uncomfortable, but at least her legs wouldn't have hung over the end. She quietly crossed the room to the windows, being careful not to disturb the sleeping man. He had driven Jean-Pierre's Renault through the winding French roads in the darkness like a man chased by a legion of demons, ignoring her offer to drive. He said he needed the distraction. Looking out of the window over the city, she couldn't fault him for that. They had both been shaken and horrified over what had happened in the house in Marle, and they had made most of their trip not knowing if their nightmare was over yet. He must have been struggling with the knowledge that he was the one who caused the accident. He would most likely struggle with it for the rest of his life.
It didn't seem to matter that Asp had been a traitor and was clearly intent on causing serious bodily injury to one or both of them. A man was dead, and that was something they couldn't unsee or undo. Evelyn rubbed her arms, trying to ward off the chill the memory brought with it, and gazed down into the busy street below. She still couldn't believe it had happened, really. It was like a horrible nightmare that was hazy in her recollection. But it wasn't a dream, and they had left behind a dead body covered with a blanket in a shabby little sitting-room in Marl. Did he have family? Someone to mourn him? She shook her head, almost as if she could shake away the thoughts. It did no good to think like this. It had happened. It was an accident, and he had died. She had to stop thinking about it. There was no point to dwelling on it. Evelyn forced her thoughts away from Asp, and instead to the package that was still safely concealed in her coat lining. She had to get it to London as soon as possible, but she couldn't simply leave Jens to struggle as best he could in a strange city. She looked over her shoulder at him, still asleep. What if the Germans did make it to Paris? He didn't have anywhere to go, and if the worst happened, how would he fare as a foreigner in occupied France? For that matter, how would any of them fare? She returned her gaze to the streets below. What would happen to Josephine and Mark and Luke? What would happen to Giselle and Nicolas? The thought of her cousins brought another wave of sadness. She wished she could go to see if they were still in Paris. She would feel so much better if she knew for sure that they had moved to the chateau in the south with her aunt and uncle. At least then they would have time to flee to England if the Germans did sweep into Paris. If only she could go to the house and see them. But it was out of the question. They couldn't know she was in Paris. It would lead to too many questions, questions she was unable to answer. And so she had to hope and pray that they were watching the progress of the German armies and planning accordingly. "What time is it?" Evelyn turned in surprise to find Jens struggling into a sitting position on the sofa, rubbing his face. "Just past 3. Good Lord! That late?" She nodded with a short laugh. "That late. We both slept the day away. I've only just got up myself." "What were you thinking of just now?" he asked. "When I woke up you looked very sad." "I was just thinking of all the people here and what they will do if the Nazis make it into France," she said, walking over to sit in a chair. "After seeing the panic in Brussels, I'm looking at Paris and wondering what will happen." She was quiet for a minute. Then she looked at him. "If France falls, will you go back to Brussels? It might be better than staying in a strange country." "No, I don't know. I don't think I can," he said, shaking his head. "I'm a traitor to my country, and by now they know that. I don't know what to do, to be honest. I feel lost now. My whole purpose for being here was to deliver the decoded messages. Now that I've done that, I don't know what to do." Evelyn was silent, thinking. He was right. There was nothing for him in Belgium now, and yet there was nothing for him in France either. "Why don't you come back to England with me?" she asked, surprising both herself and Jens. "What?" She nodded, her brows creased in thought. "You're skilled with wireless radios. That's something that's already in high demand. And if Hitler succeeds in defeating the French army, it will be in even higher demand." "You mean come and work for the British government?" Jens stared at her. "Are you serious?" "Yes, I think I am," she nodded. "In fact, I don't know why I didn't think of it before. You would be perfect for MI6. Not only do you speak Dutch and French, but you're a Belgian native. You can help train agents to navigate through Belgium easily, and you can assist with wireless radios." "How do you know I'll be allowed into England?" he asked. "And even if I do come back with you, how do you know your MI6 will give me a job?" "I don't, but with my recommendation you certainly have a better chance than you would without it." "I don't know," he said doubtfully. "Jens, I really think it's your best option right now," she said gently. "As you say, you can't go home, and if the Nazis overrun Paris, you can't stay here. At least if you come with me, you have a chance to do something to continue the fight." He looked at her for a long moment, his brows drawn together in a pensive frown. Finally he exhaled, blowing out his cheeks. "I suppose you're right," he said. "At least from England I can do more to help my country than I can here." "Precisely." "But how will we get there? How were you planning to get home?" "I was planning on taking a boat from Calais. I really need to contact London to let them know I've arrived in Paris. They may have a different route for me to take." "I can send a message with the radio," he offered. "Is that who I sent the message to the other morning?" She smiled sheepishly. "Yes." Jens nodded and stood up, stretching. "Very well. Let me use the washroom, and then I'll get the radio and send a message. Write out what you want me to send." He walked out of the living room, and Evelyn stood up, going over to the writing desk near the window. She would write out a message to Bill, telling him she was in Paris and ready to come home, and she would say that she was bringing a Belgian radio operator with her. He would know the best way to get them back quickly. As she sat down at the desk and picked up a pen, Evelyn felt a surge of relieved excitement go through her. She had made it out of Brussels in the midst of yet another invasion, and made it out of Marl ahead of pursuit by the dreaded Gestapo. A trip to meet with Shustov had turned into a mad dash across Europe, but now she was in her beloved Paris, and she was safe, and soon she would be going home. Epilogue 13th of May 1940. Dear Evelyn, it's very late, but I couldn't sleep, and so I'm writing to you. I apologize in advance for any spelling errors or phrases that don't make sense. I can barely see straight for tiredness, but my mind won't stop churning. And so here I am scribbling in bed by the light of a very dim bulb. I received your letter yesterday, but I was a bit confused, to be honest. I think you must have accidentally mailed the wrong one. I've noticed before that you don't always remember to date your letters, and I think this time you might have mailed an earlier letter by mistake. You made no mention of Winston Churchill replacing Chamberlain, or of Hitler finally moving and invading Belgium, Holland, and France all at the same time. I know that you must have opinions on all of the above, and can't believe that you would have posted a letter without mentioning at least one of them. The only thing I can think is that you wrote one letter, then wrote another the following day, and grabbed the wrong one. Is that what happened, love? I do hope you find the other one and send it to me. I'd love to hear your thoughts on everything that's happened in the past few days. In lieu of your thoughts, I'll give you mine, shall I? I think it's jolly marvellous that Churchill is our new Prime Minister. I had one of my ground crew sergeants get a newspaper this evening and have it waiting for me when I came back from a night flight. Did you read about his maiden speech to Parliament today? He told them all he had to offer was his blood, sweat, toil, and tears. I don't know why that moved me, but it did. It seems so completely honest somehow. Something that I feel has been lacking of late in Parliament. But what really stood out to me was that he was very clear about what our government's policy will be moving forward. He said, and I'm going to quote here because I have the paper right beside me, "It is to wage war by sea, land, and air, with all our might and with all the strength that God can give us, to wage war against a monstrous tyranny never surpassed in the dark, lamentable catalogue of human crime. That is our policy." What a refreshing and welcome change from all the wishy-washy waffling Chamberlain gave us. Churchill leaves no doubt as to what his focus and priority is, and, more importantly, he sent a loud and clear message to Herr Hitler today with those words. "I couldn't be more proud to be an Englishman today. At last we have a leader who will fight along with us." We need that more than ever right now. Things don't seem to be going well over in Belgium. I've heard that we're losing planes over there at an alarming rate. The Luftwaffe is faster and more experienced than us, and the CO thinks we'll be in a real muddle if it continues. He's concerned about the fighters, of course. If we keep sending squadrons over, and they keep getting shot down, we'll have none left to defend England. And if the Jerrys succeed in crossing the Meuse, we'll need to defend England sooner rather than later.
I've heard rumours that the Luftwaffe is targeting citizens, bombing cities and towns, and even attacking the refugees that are pouring out of the cities. I hope to God that's not true. If it is, I can't imagine anything more horrific for the Belgian people. I feel very sorry for them, as well as for the French if our troops can't hold the Nazis back. I have a feeling they're in for a rather hard time of it. It must be terrifying to be there right now. I'm so very glad we're safe for now, within the borders of England. I pray every night that it continues, and we remain free from the horrors they're experiencing in Europe. My eyes are closing now, so I'll turn out the light and try to sleep again. I'll dream of you, and hope that you're well. Always yours, F.O. Miles Lacey. Author's Notes. The Church of St. Michael and St. Gudula. The Church of St. Michael and St. Gudula is located in Brussels, and the present structure has stood there since the 1200s. The earliest chapel was probably built in the 800s, but was replaced with a Romanesque church in 1047. The current Gothic structure was begun in 1226. Throughout the centuries, it was known as the Collegial Church of St. Michael and St. Gudula, and was only given its present cathedral status in 1962. The church was the site of a miracle involving the Holy Sacrament in 1370. According to the legend, on Good Friday in 1370, holy wafers used for communion were stolen from the chapel by a group of Jews. Upon stabbing the wafers with daggers in their synagogue, it is said that blood flowed from the wafers. 6 Jews were burnt at the stake after being accused of the desecration of the Blessed Sacrament. The incident became known as the Miraculous Sacrament and continued to be celebrated up until World War II. After the Holocaust, Catholics began to adopt a more critical attitude towards the anti-Jewish medieval legend. The cathedral now has a bronze plaque stating, in 1968, in the spirit of the Second Vatican Council, the authorities of the Archdiocese of Mechelen-Brussels, in the light of historical research on this subject, drew attention to the tendentious character of these accusations and to the legendary nature of the miracle. Pope Pius XII. Pope Pius XII was the leader of the Catholic Church and sovereign of the Vatican City-State from 1939 until his death in 1958. Throughout World War II, he maintained impartiality to the warring countries, effectively remaining neutral. However, although he claimed neutrality, he actively shared intelligence with the Allies about the German plans. He also advised the British that there were a number of German generals who would stand ready to overthrow Hitler if they could be assured of peace. In regard to those German generals, the Pope offered support to the German resistance if they chose to pursue a coup. Most documented, however, is the Pope's efforts to warn the Allies of Germany's invasion of the Low Countries. In the beginning of May 1940, German General Beck and Colonel Oster instructed a Catholic lawyer, Dr. Joseph Müller, to travel to Rome in order to warn the Vatican, and through the Vatican the Allies, of Hitler's plans to invade Holland, Belgium and Luxembourg. He was to relay the date of the attack, as well as all the postponements that had already occurred. Interestingly, along with the generals who opposed Hitler's plans for the West, Hitler's own intelligence chief, Admiral Canaris, head of the Abwehr, also opposed the Führer. Although he was a supporter of Hitler in the beginning, by 1939 he had turned against the Nazi regime. As such, he was fully aware of Dr. Joseph Müller's secret mission to Rome. On May the 6th, with the agreement of Pope Pius XII, the information Dr. Müller brought to the Vatican was transmitted by coded radio message to the papal nuncios in both Brussels and The Hague. The German radio monitoring services intercepted the messages and decoded them. Admiral Canaris was immediately ordered to investigate the leak, of which he was the true and original source. He ordered Dr. Müller, who had just returned from Rome, to return and investigate how the invasion date could have leaked out.
Hitler, sublimely unaware of the betrayal of his own intelligence chief, continued with his plans. He was confident that even prior warning could not lessen the devastating blow that his forces were prepared to level against the Low Countries and ultimately France. As it turned out, he was right not to be worried. On May the 7th, he was shown telegrams that the Belgian ambassador to the Vatican had sent to Brussels, alerting them of the coming invasion. On May the 8th, the War Office in London issued an intelligence summary that stated there was still no sign that an invasion of Belgium and France was imminent. Hitler's confidence was proven to be valid, to devastating consequences to France and Britain. The Battle for Fort Eben-Emael. Fort Eben-Emael was a Belgian fortress that had the distinction of being the largest and most heavily fortified fort in the world. Its strategic position ensured that its artillery emplacements dominated several important bridges over the Albert Canal. Those bridges led into the Belgian heartland and were what the German forces intended to use to advance. As such, Hitler demanded that the fort be captured as part of his plan to bypass the French Maginot Line in his advance into France. As dawn broke on the morning of May 10, 1940, 136 German divisions advanced into Belgium and Holland to face half that amount of Allied forces. As part of the invasion, 16,000 airborne troops, commanded by General Kurt Student, parachuted into Rotterdam, Leiden and The Hague. For 6 months prior, an elite group of German parachutists, called the Fallschirmjäger, had trained for the capture of Fort Eben-Emael. 55 of them landed on the roof of the fort at dawn with the opening of the German offensive. Even so, the Belgian defenders were able to hold out for over 24 hours with the help of the massive gun emplacements in the face of considerable explosives and firepower from the enemy. Despite their bravery, however, they were unable to withstand the superior German firepower, and Fort Eben-Emael surrendered shortly before noon on May the 11th. The German paratroopers used gliders to approach the fort because they were silent. However, they were towed to within range of their target by Junker 52 aircraft. The noise of those aircraft alerted the fort, and the anti-aircraft guns were engaged. However, the Belgians were taken aback by the silent airplanes that seemed to be coasting in without engines. The guns fired at the gliders, tearing through their fabric covering, but it was too late. The first glider landed on top of an anti-aircraft battery at 4:25 a.m. and took control of that gun. Over the next few minutes, 8 more gliders landed and the battle had begun. When it was all over, the Allies had no idea how the largest and strongest fort in the world had been defeated. Germany remained silent on the subject, never mentioning gliders or the specially designed hollow explosives used in the attack. German reports only reference a new method of attack. This was the first time in history gliders and parachutists had been used in a military offensive so successfully. It was the dawn of a new kind of warfare. German battle plans. The French generals believed that the main thrust of German armies would come through Belgium, just as it had in the last war. The German High Command knew this, and took advantage of that error in military planning with devastating ruthlessness. Their plan was to exploit the weaknesses in the French defensive line, and in the outdated mode of thinking displayed by the French generals. In keeping with what the Allies already believed, the German High Command attacked Belgium and Holland with a great show of force in order to get the Allies to commit their best troops to that theatre. However, once England and France had moved their best divisions into Belgium and Holland, the main thrust of the German attack came when Army Group A attacked France directly through the Ardennes, cutting a path across to the Channel and effectively trapping the Allied troops between Calais and Belgium. The moment the Allies committed their best divisions to Belgium and ignored the rest of the Maginot Line, the battle was arguably already lost. Luftwaffe bombardment and RAF losses. Leading the way ahead of the German armies was the German Air Force. the Luftwaffe led an aggressive and devastating bombing campaign against Holland and Belgium in preparation for the invasion of France. From May the 10th to the 13th, they relentlessly attacked airfields, communication towers, bridges, roads, railway lines and cities. On May the 10th alone, they managed to destroy 83 of the 179 Belgian aircraft on the ground, and those squadrons that remained spent a large part of the ensuing conflict retreating and refuelling in the face of the Luftwaffe onslaught. The battle for the skies had begun, and it was one that the Allies were poorly equipped to fight. By May the 12th, the RAF was losing far more planes than they were shooting down. On the evening of May the 12th, the British War Cabinet was informed that 76 British aircraft had been lost in the first 2 days of fighting, and on May the 12th alone, 27 Hurricane fighters were shot down. That same day, the French lost 11 out of 18 bombers. By the end of the disastrous day, the RAF Advanced Air Striking Force, which included the largest Allied bomber force, was reduced to 72 aircraft out of 135. The aerial war was not going well at all for the Allies. Not only was the Luftwaffe faster, but their pilots were more experienced than their Allied counterparts. At the close of May the 12th, all Allied air missions were postponed because the enemy anti-aircraft and fighter defences were too strong. On May the 13th, the Luftwaffe executed the heaviest air bombardment the world had yet witnessed. 2 dive bomber wings attacked the French positions around Sedan to facilitate Army Group A's crossing of the Meuse. They flew 300 sorties against the French alone, and a total of 3,940 sorties were flown by the bomber wings that day, unopposed by Allied air support. In so doing, the Luftwaffe broke the morale of the French troops and many French gunners fled. After this bombardment, the German infantry were able to penetrate 5 miles into the French defensive zone by midnight. The Luftwaffe had done their job, and the German armies were able to cross the Meuse in less than 24 hours, opening a clear path to Calais. When the RAF resumed operations on May the 14th, they would sustain their most severe losses to date in the war, and the Luftwaffe's superiority would be firmly established. Blood, sweat, toil and tears. Winston Churchill became Prime Minister on the evening of May the 10th, 1940, nearly 14 hours into the invasion of the Low Countries. He was faced with not only the gravest crisis any British government has ever confronted, but also with trying to unite a divided Parliament into a working government capable of fighting and defeating Adolf Hitler and his Third Reich. On May the 13th, Churchill invited the House of Commons to affirm its confidence in his new administration. This was a pivotal moment in time, as most of the Conservative Party didn't like or trust Churchill, and no one knew how this new coalition government would work. The news coming from Europe was bad, the public was confused and alarmed, and the House of Commons was very tense. At that assembly, Churchill delivered his now famous blood, sweat, toil and tears speech, in which he stated that he could offer nothing but blood, sweat, toil and tears. The following is an excerpt from that speech, which I believe epitomizes everything that Churchill stood for and represented during a time when one country would literally become the difference between a Nazi world and a free one. With this, his first speech as Prime Minister, Churchill electrified the House of Commons and the nation. When the speech ended, the House of Commons erupted into a rare and moving ovation. Churchill himself was very emotional at the conclusion of the speech and the reception it received. As he walked out of the chamber almost in tears, he caught the eye of his old friend and now personal aide, Desmond Morton, and said, "That got the sods, didn't it?" We have before us an ordeal of the most grievous kind. We have before us many, many long months of struggle and of suffering. You ask, what is our policy? I can say, it is to wage war, by sea, land and air, with all our might, and with all the strength that God can give us. To wage war against a monstrous tyranny, never surpassed in the dark, lamentable catalogue of human crime. That is our policy. You ask, what is our aim? I can answer that in one word. It is victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. Victory, however long and hard the road may be. For without victory, there is no survival. Let that be realized. No survival for the British Empire. No survival for all that the British Empire has stood for. No survival for the urge and impulse of the ages that mankind will move forward towards its goal. But I take up my task with buoyancy and hope. I feel sure that our cause will not be suffered to fail among men. At this time, I feel entitled to claim the aid of all, and I say, come then, let us go forward together with our united strength. This has been The Iron Storm, Shadows of War, Book 4, written by C.W. Browning, narrated by Jan Kramer. Copyright 2021 by Claire Robleski. Production copyright by Claire Robleski.